Capítulo 97, The Final Clash 3. The battlefield was silent for only a breath, then the world screamed with steel. Gilgamesh's laughter echoed across the desolate plain as the gate of Babylon erupted behind him in radiant golden light. Thousands of portals spiraled open in the air, each one spitting forth weapons of unimaginable beauty and horror: jeweled spears, serrated axes, divine blades, all carrying the weight of ancient civilizations. They rained down in a storm of glory and destruction. Edward did not move. The first spear tore into his chest, piercing through flesh and muscle with a sickening crunch. A halberd followed, burying itself deep into his shoulder. Blood splattered all over the streets. Swords pierced his legs, axes split bone, arrows thudded into his torso. Within moments, his body was a grotesque pincushion of divine steel, blood flowing freely from every wound. Yet Edward stood there, his head tilted slightly, lips curling into that mocking, infuriating smirk. His crimson eyes glowed brighter, feeding on the absurdity of the moment. "You think this hurts me?" Edward rasped, his voice carrying like a growl through the battlefield. "You think pain means anything to me? Ha 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 ha, go on, this probably the only way you might penetrate someone." He gripped the shaft of a sword still impaled through his side and laughed, a chilling, guttural sound that made even Batman's jaw clench. Gilgamesh's smirk faltered for the briefest second. He increased the barrage. More portals flared, releasing another flood. The sky turned into a canopy of golden death, and the earth trembled beneath the unending rain of weapons. Edward was shredded again and again, the flesh of his body tearing apart, reforming, then tearing once more. He should have been reduced to nothing but meat and broken bone. But each time, he stood tall with a grin, shoulders squared, eyes never leaving Gilgamesh. Finally, Edward raised his arms. A pulse of dark energy swelled from his guns, condensing into a glowing red sphere. Mana bullets, their powers comparable to B+ spells. He fired while muttering, bang. The first volley of crimson bolts shot through the air like meteor fire, slamming into the ground around Gilgamesh. The earth ruptured, shockwaves tearing through rock and dust. Each explosion was like artillery, forcing Gilgamesh to block with shields from his treasury. Edward did not stop. The weapons in his hand became a barrage of machine gun fire, releasing hundreds, thousands of mana bullets in unending succession. The air itself burned red. The blasts overwhelmed Gilgamesh's defenses, tearing through shields and weapons, battering him backward. "You dare?" Gilgamesh snarled, furious that anyone would force him back, even a step. His golden portals multiplied again, releasing weapons in retaliation. But Edward's firepower didn't relent. He advanced, step by step, like a monster born of blood and war, each bullet rattling the king's composure. Batman's eyes narrowed as he watched from a distance. He's pushing Gilgamesh back with ease, even saying it sounded wrong. Constantine exhaled a nervous laugh. "Bloody hell, never thought I'd see someone make the golden wanker dance. Thank goodness he's not our enemy." But Gilgamesh was far from defeated. Rage simmered in his crimson eyes. The mockery of it all, this mongrel daring to make him yield ground, was intolerable. Edward appeared beside him in a flash and spoke amusedly. "So, Goldie, how's your health plan?" Gilgamesh didn't answer and slashed towards him. "Apparently you got a killer health insurance." Edward grinned as his body reformed further. "Enough of your mockery, mongrel," Gilgamesh roared, his voice cracking across the battlefield like thunder. He spread his arms wide, summoning his most treasured weapon. A single golden key appeared in his hand, transforming into a sword unlike any other. Its threefold helix rotated, groaning with the sound of a cosmos unraveling. Space itself shivered around it. "Awaken, E." The world held its breath. Batman stiffened. Even at a distance, he felt the pressure, as though gravity itself doubled. Constantine muttered a word under his breath, his hands trembling. Gilgamesh lifted E high and began the incantation. "I shall perform this final blow as a parting gift to you. I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split, nothingness praised creation, my sword of rupture cleaved the world. Mortar of the stars, heaven's hell is the eve of creation's celebration. Now you shall die and be silent. In Numa Elish." This time, Gilgamesh decided to put his all behind this attack. He didn't think holding back against such a monster would be wise. Edward only grinned wider. Then he spoke in a bone-chilling voice. I am the graveyard of mankind. Each soul a monument. Each drop of blood a requiem. Come, my children, let us remind the world that it once lived. The ground beneath him split apart, veins of blood glowing through the cracks. The air turned heavy, oppressive, reeking of iron and rot. From Edward's shadow, countless hands began to claw their way free. Pale, skeletal fingers, writhing torsos, faces twisted in agony, all crawling upward from the abyss. The sky itself bled red. Crimson graveyard, my body is the burial ground of millions. The battlefield was consumed, WTH, a horrifying scene. Souls, billions of them, screaming, writhing, dragging themselves out of Edward's body like an endless tide. They formed a grotesque ocean, a writhing carpet of despair stretching in all directions. The stench of decay filled the air. The ground warped, transforming into a hellish graveyard of stakes and corpses. Batman's jaw tightened. His rational mind catalogued every detail, every shift in terrain, every weakness. But even he, the man who prided himself on mastering fear, felt it gnawing at him. The weight of a nightmare too vast to fight. Constantine's cigarette slipped from his lips, forgotten. Christ Almighty, his voice cracked. That ain't just death magic, that's every damned soul he's ever devoured. This is worse than hell. Ace's hands shook. Her eyes darted from Edward's monstrous form to Connor beside her, fear clawing at her chest. Connor, though trembling, placed a hand on hers, steadying her. His expression was grim, but he forced a small smile. Lex Luthor stood stiff, fists clenched, eyes wide in horror. That thing isn't human, this isn't a battle anymore, it's the end of everything. Gilgamesh laughed, though his voice carried strain. So you reveal your true self at last, mongrel, a kingdom of corpses. His grip on E tightened. Then I shall erase your world. He swung EA down with all his might. The blade of E tore open the sky. A vortex of annihilation howled forth, shredding space itself. The crimson graveyard screamed as the torrent of souls was sucked into oblivion. Hundreds, thousands of spirits were erased in an instant, their wails silenced forever. But the tide did not end. For every soul obliterated, 10 more clawed their way out of Edward's shadow. They swarmed over Gilgamesh's golden portals, tearing weapons apart, dragging themselves onto his body, clawing and gnashing. Gilgamesh bellowed in fury, pouring more mana into E again and again. Each swing annihilated swathes of the graveyard, but his arms grew heavy. His breath grew harsher. Sweat slicked his skin. Batman's mind raced. That weapon is tearing through them, but even it can't sustain this forever. He's burning himself out. Edward threw his head back and laughed. His voice merged with the cries of his army, a chorus of madness. You see, King of Heroes, even your divine sword cannot stop this. You fight not me alone, but an entire world itself. Let me show you what kind of monster I truly am. Gilgamesh's strike slowed. His portals faltered, weapons sputtering into dust before they could be released. The king's crimson eyes flickered with disbelief. For the first time, Gilgamesh looked weary. The world had become a nightmare. Crimson mist swirled through the air, carrying whispers of the damned. The ground was a writhing carpet of corpses. The sky was dark, bleeding red, choked by the endless tide of souls. And Edward stood at its heart, unbroken, his smirk never wavering. Batman clenched his fists. He understood now. They weren't watching a man fight. They were witnessing something else, something eternal, monstrous, inexorable. Lex turned away, bile rising in his throat. His mind whirled. If Gilgamesh fell, their cause was lost. And if their cause was lost, so was his dream. Desperation began to fester. The crimson graveyard surged again, dragging Gilgamesh down into the sea of corpses. His voice roared defiance, E still swinging, but even the king could not hide his exhaustion. The battle had shifted entirely. The tide belonged to Edward. The crimson graveyard was consuming everything. The sky bled red, the air stank of death, and the earth writhed with the endless tide of souls. Gilgamesh, the invincible king of heroes, staggered under the weight of his own fury and exhaustion. E swung in arcs that tore reality apart, but even that divine weapon faltered against the nightmare. Batman, Constantine, Ace, Connor, and Lex were caught in the shadows of gods and monsters. Every blast of energy, every quake, every scream threatened to crush them. They were ants under the boots of titans, yet still, they fought to hold their place. Lex's voice broke through the chaos. He had retreated behind shattered steel, his armor cracked, his breathing ragged, his face twisted, not with fear but with hatred. Hatred for Edward, hatred for Batman, hatred for his own helplessness to control his servant. "This isn't how it ends," he hissed, pressing his communicator. "Where the hell are my people? I need to escape." But he never got any response. A smirk tugged at Edward's lips as he glanced toward Lex, crimson eyes glimmering. "You hear it too, don't you?" Edward mocked, "the sound of your empire falling apart." Lex's hands shook. His teeth ground together. He wouldn't lose, not here, not to them. Lex Luthor stood silently with clenched teeth. His chest rose and fell unevenly, his remaining arm clutching at his side. He knew it now, Gilgamesh was faltering. The war, his plan, his ambition, all of it was unraveling in front of his eyes. For the first time in years, he tasted something bitter and alien, despair. And from despair came madness. His trembling fingers slid into the folds of his ruined armor, closing around the hilt of a blade he had kept hidden even from Gilgamesh. A dagger, glinting faintly green in the red hellscape, forged from kryptonite. A final contingency against Superman. His eyes darted to Connor. The boy was close, too close. Standing tall despite the nightmare around them, his fists clenched, his eyes glowing faintly as he steadied himself for what might come next. Ace stood near him, her hand brushing his arm, a silent gesture of comfort that did not need words. Lex's lips curled back into a grimace. He thought of escape, of survival, of dragging victory back from the brink with one brutal strike. The thought consumed him. He moved without hesitation. The blade plunged forward. Connor gasped, his body seizing as the knife tore through his chest and into his heart. His knees buckled, and blood bubbled from his lips. The world seemed to fall silent, even the screams of Alucard's graveyard dimmed for that single, harrowing moment. "Connor!" Ace's scream shattered the air. She caught him as he fell, her hands slipping against the blood pouring from his wound. "No, no, stay with me, please. I don't want to lose you too. You said you would be my friend." Batman moved and kicked the knife away from his hand with too much force that it snapped his remaining arm. "Why did you do that to him? You already lost," he growled angrily. Lex grinned manically despite the pain. "He's just a failed product. If I am going down, I'm taking everything with me." Batman punched him in anger, his mind telling him to forget his code, to end this monster. "You created him, you made him a weapon, stealing his chase to live." Constantine punched his face without holding back. "He was just a kid, you son of a bitch." But Lex was not sane, not anymore. He just smiled. Connor's lips trembled as he tried to force a smile at her. Hey Ace, don't cry." His voice broke with every syllable. He raised a shaking hand, brushing it weakly against Ace's cheek. You were always stronger than me." "Stop talking like that," she shouted, her voice cracking, tears streaming down her face. "We're going to fix this. Constantine, Batman, someone please do something." Batman was already moving, his eyes wide, his heart pounding in his chest. But one look at the wound told him the truth. Kryptonite straight through the heart. There was no coming back from that. Constantine's hands shook as he tried anyway, muttering incantations, sparks of magic flaring uselessly against the glow of the wound. The magic fizzled into smoke, his jaw clenched. "Bloody hell, I can't do anything." Connor coughed, his blood spilling over Ace's hands. "Ace, don't lose yourself." His eyes, dimming, held hers with a desperate plea. "Promise me, you'll live, even if I can't." Her sob was despair at choking. "Don't you dare leave me. Please, not you too." But Connor wasn't listening anymore. His hand fell limp, his chest stopped rising. Ace's scream of anguish tore through the battlefield like a blade. Batman closed his eyes for just a moment, his jaw set hard enough to crack teeth. Constantine turned away, his cigarette trembling between his fingers. Lex staggered back, panting, his face pale but his eyes alight with manic satisfaction. He had struck deep, landed a blow that no one could undo. Won, One less abomination, he rasped. Lex's dagger was still slick with Connor's blood. For a heartbeat, Lex felt triumph, raw, electric, the kind of surge he had dreamed of when he first raised Cadmus from shadows into an army. This is what it means to outplay gods, he thought, his lips curling into the faintest smile. I did what none of them could, a Kryptonian undone by my hand. My hand. But then he saw Ace. Her scream tore the air apart, not human, something that cracked through his insane mind. The red glow from Alucard's nightmare still bathed the battlefield, but her presence eclipsed even that. Her pupils vanished into pools of black, veins glowing like molten cracks as raw power surged out of her. She turned her eyes on him, not as Lex Luthor, the genius, the visionary, the man who challenged gods, but as prey. No, stay back, Lex whispered, stumbling back a step, dagger slipping from his bloodied grip. His mind raced. This wasn't part of it. She's just a child, a weapon, a failed experiment. She can't. Batman lunged forward. Ace, stop. But she did not hear. The world was nothing but crimson and pain, her vision clouded by tears and blood. Ace moved. One instant she stood trembling, the next she was on him, her hands burying into his chest with the wet, cracking sound of bones giving way. Lex gasped, a scream breaking in his throat as hot blood sprayed across both of them. He looked down and saw her small hands sinking into him as though flesh were paper. He tried to speak, to plead, but it came out as a gurgle. This is what I built armies to avoid, to control. She ripped him apart. Ribs snapped like twigs. The sound of tearing flesh echoed in the red haze as Ace pulled his body apart with savage strength. His body jerked violently, blood raining down, staining the ground in thick puddles. His scream rose, high, ragged, then choked off into guttural moans. Through the agony, Lex's mind clung to thought, fractured though it was. I wanted to save humanity from gods. I wanted to raise us above them. And now I die, like this. Not by Superman, not by Batman, but by the thing I created. His eyes rolled back, vision fragmenting, but a shred of clarity burned through the haze. So this is what death feels like. Ace howled and wrenched harder, tearing his torso open with a sickening rip. Entrails spilled, slick and steaming, sliding from his split frame onto the ground. Lex felt his body betraying him, his consciousness flickering as warmth drained away. Was I wrong? The thought flickered, faint and bitter. No, I was right, always right, if I'd had more time, if I'd had more power. Mercy, who just regained consciousness, witnessed this scene. She rushed toward him with a howl of anguish. Stop, Ace! She fired all her remaining bullets as she ran. The bullets just paused in midair. Ace didn't even look at her as she waved. The bullets flew back towards Mercy, riddling her body with holes. She fell down on the ground, yet she didn't stop. She crawled towards Lex. Lex, I have failed. Lex was barely alive, but he felt everything. A helpless smile was on his face. Apologies, Mercy, I have been a fool, I've always. Then Ace crushed what remained of his chest cavity with a final shove before he could finish. His last breath came out as a wet gasp, eyes wide in horror and defiance that never found words. His body collapsed into a ruined heap, mangled beyond recognition. Lex Luthor, visionary of mankind, reduced to nothing more than shredded meat. And still, Ace trembled, shaking with fury and grief, blood dripping from her hands, Lex's remains scattered at her feet. By the time her power receded, there was nothing left of Lex but shreds. And then, her body gave up from the overload of powers. Ace collapsed to her knees beside Connor's body, her breath ragged. Blood dripped from her nose, her hands trembling violently as cracks of energy laced her skin. Her body was breaking under the weight of what she had unleashed. Batman caught her before she hit the ground. He held her steady, his heart pounding. Ace, listen to me, stay awake, I'll get you help. Her eyes fluttered, glassy and filled with tears. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice faint. I didn't listen, I just wanted to make him pay. You did, Batman said firmly, though his throat felt like it was closing. But you have to hold on, we can still save you. Constantine knelt beside them, his hands already weaving desperate spells. Nothing took hold. The magic slipped off her fading life like water through a sieve. His voice was low, hoarse. It's no use. She's burning out. Reality itself is rejecting her existence. Unless she sells her soul to a demon or heaven intervenes, nothing can stop it. Ace coughed weakly, her blood staining Batman's gloves. Her trembling fingers clutched at his arm. "Batman, could you, please, show me your face, just once? I don't want to be scared at the end. I don't want to be alone anymore." Batman froze. His mask, his oath, his unbreakable rules, none of it mattered in that moment. He looked toward Constantine. "Can you?" Constantine nodded without hesitation. "I'll cast a spell to forget this memory if we can leave." Batman nodded. Slowly, with a shaking hand, he lifted the cowl from his head, revealing his face to her. His hardened eyes that scared even the worst of criminals in Gotham were now moist. Constantine widened his eyes. "Bloody hell, Bruce Wayne is Batman." Her lips curved into the faintest smile through the blood. "You're human and kind. Under the mask, I'm sorry, I didn't listen." Bruce sat down beside her on the dirt. "It's okay, Ace, I should have saved you." He squeezed her hand, his other arm holding her close. His voice, soft and gentle, barely more than a whisper. "I'm here, I'm not leaving." Her tears mixed with blood as she stared at him, her smile fading. "Thank you." Her body convulsed once, twice, and then the light left her eyes. The cracks of energy spread across her form. Her body shimmered, fragments breaking away like ash on the wind. Batman held her until there was nothing left to hold. When it was over, he sat motionless, the cowl lying at his side, the ashes of Ace slipping through his fingers. Constantine turned away, his shoulders hunched, his cigarette smoldering untouched between his lips. For once, he had nothing to say. The battlefield was still chaotic. Alucard's crimson graveyard roaring, Gilgamesh still raging, but for Batman, the war had already been lost. 2 young lives, stolen before his eyes, and all his strength, all his skills, had not been enough to save them. He lowered his head, shadows hiding his face. And for the first time in years, the Dark Knight felt his eyes moisten. He didn't stop himself as 2 streaks of tear fell down his cheek. Wars, they always have casualties, no matter who wins. Capítulo 98, A Tale of Happy Endings 2 in 1. The battlefield lay in ruins. The horizon was drenched in crimson, the last embers of sunlight bleeding over shattered marble and molten steel. The air was heavy with mana and smoke, each gust carrying the scent of ozone and death. Amidst the ruins, 2 figures faced one another, divine yet weary, brothers by birth and by fate. Karna stood breathing heavily, golden armor cracked and glimmering faintly in the dying light. Each breath rattled through his chest, his LNCE humming softly as if resonating with the pulse of the world. Across from him, Arjuna's bow Gandhava rested in his hands, its string taut with divine pressure, his once white armor stained with blood and dust from their clash. No words passed between them for a long time. The silence was sacred. The wind that howled across the wasteland seemed to understand it too, that this was not a mere battle. It was an inevitability written in the stars. Finally, Arjuna spoke, his voice low but steady. "Brother, even now you still stand strong. You always were impossible to surpass." Karna smiled faintly, tired yet serene. "And yet here we are, Arjuna. 2 sons of Surya and Indra, fated to cross blades till only one remains." The air shimmered as both servants released their suppressed mana. The ground quaked under their feet, fissures spreading outward like veins. Arjuna drew back his bowstring. Each movement was elegant, divine precision carved into motion. "I will not hold back anything, not this time." Karna nodded. "Nor will I let the gods themselves witness the end of our story, written by our own hands." Their divine auras flared, gold and red aura surrounding both of them. The world seemed to tremble beneath the weight of their existence. Arjuna was the first to move. In a flash of motion, arrows rained across the landscape like divine comets, each infused with his authority. The ground ignited where they landed, detonating with enough force to level a city block. Karna's spear whirled in his hand, each swing cutting through the storms of flame and lightning. Their clash became fiercer. Every strike, every parry was flawless. Just the shockwaves were strong enough to crush the ground and uproot trees. "Your aim hasn't dulled," Karna said between blows, blocking a radiant arrow that exploded into light. "And you still insist on closing the distance," Arjuna replied, loosing another volley without pause. Karna lunged, thrusting Vasavi Shakti forward with such force that the shockwaves split the clouds. Arjuna barely evaded, countering with a divine arrow wreathed in fire. The collision birthed a miniature sun between them, which then exploded violently. Both were thrown back, yet neither faltered. The sky darkened, as if the heavens themselves dared not watch. As they squared off again, a faint sadness crossed Karna's face. "Do you hate me still, brother?" Arjuna hesitated, the bow in his hand trembled just slightly. "No, I never hated you. We just stood on different sides, an amusement for the divine. But right here, now, as warriors, we must finish this." Karna's smile softened, then so be it. He raised his spear high, its golden core pulsing with light, divine, absolute, destructive. "O Surya, bear witness. There is no room for hesitation on the battlefield. O Father, forgive me. This will be my first and likely last strike." The spear erupted with celestial energy. Blazing flames tore across the sky, splitting the clouds. The true lance of the Indra, a weapon that could only be used once, answered its master's call. The wind screamed as Karna's body began to dissolve from the sheer divinity pouring through it. Across the ruined field, Arjuna closed his eyes. His bow shone with blue light as his mana flared to its limit, the very ground beneath him fracturing from the surge. "My karma shall be unleashed here. As the child of a god and a human, I will dole out punishment. Behold, this is destruction." The words alone carried weight enough to silence the winds. A vast mandala of glowing runes unfolded behind him, expanding outward like the petals of a lotus. From its center, energy gathered, pure, divine, and absolute. The weapon of Shiva himself, one that denied life and erased all that stood against its wielder's justice. Karna smirked through the pain. "How fitting, brother, Shiva's wrath against Indra's thunder." Arjuna raised his bow. "Let us see upon which one of us the gods smiles today." The world held its breath. Vyosavi Shakti. Pyasachupyati. The two divine weapons unleashed their fury simultaneously. The clash was comparable to nuclear explosions. The sky split apart, the continent was shaking. A blinding torrent of gold and blue light collided midair, swallowing the horizon. The resulting explosion was apocalyptic, an expanding sphere of annihilation that vaporized everything within 20 kilometers. The continent lost a good chunk of Earth that could never be restored. Mountains shattered, rivers boiled into steam, and the very air screamed as the energy scoured the land. The impact was beyond comprehension. The shockwave rippled across continents, shattering the sound barrier with every pulse. The ground where they stood ceased to exist, replaced by a vast crater of molten glass. When the light finally began to fade, the battlefield was silent. Nothing remained but scorched earth and drifting ash. At the center of it, a lone figure stood standing amidst the smoke, Karna, his armor shattered, his white hair dimmed. He was smiling faintly, though blood ran freely from his lips. He staggered forward, his steps heavy. In the distance, Arjuna lay collapsed against a shattered boulder, his bow broken beside him. He chuckled softly. "So I lost, huh? You are too strong, brother." Karna knelt down, the spear fading from his grasp. He looked at his hand, already dissolving into motes of golden light. "No, brother, it seems fate has abandoned me once again." His master, Connor, had already fallen moments before the blast. Karna had felt the connection break, yet he fought on and won. Now, with his mana supply fading, his existence began to wane. He turned his gaze toward the sky. "So, this is how it ends. Forgive me, Connor, I failed to protect you." He smiled even as his body dissipated. "Arjuna, you were always my brother. I was just the existence who made everything complicated. But I am glad to meet you again, to clash weapons once again." As he spoke, the last of his body began to fade. His spirit core fractured, scattering light like dust across the night. When Arjuna opened his eyes again, the first thing he saw was that golden glow dissipating into the heavens. He exhaled, a faint, broken smile forming on his lips. "Even now, you're always ahead, brother, so it's true. Without divine intervention, you would always win against me. But even after everything, you are so kind." His armor was in tatters, his body barely holding together. Every breath felt like knives, yet he found the strength to sit upright. The stars above shimmered faintly, reflected in his fading eyes. "So this is it," he murmured to no one in particular, "our final war." He rested his head back against the rock and let the silence take him. The wind brushed gently past, carrying with it the lingering warmth of his brother's light. The two divine warriors, Karna, the son of the Surya, and Arjuna, the son of Indra, passed from the world as quietly as they had lived. Proud, resolute, and bound forever by the cruel love of fate. But even as Arjuna fell, he didn't know he had lasted long enough and won the war. The air was heavy on the other side when the clash of the two heroes came to an end. Edward stood amidst the ruin, smoke rising from the blackened ground around him. Gilgamesh staggered back, his golden armor fractured and dull, once majestic treasures lying in twisted heaps around his feet. His eyes, still full of imperious rage, locked on Edward, who was grinning faintly beneath the shadows of his coat. Gilgamesh spat blood, the strength in his veins dimming. "You insolent monster, you think yourself worthy to." "All right, I'ma stop you right there, Goldilocks. I'm tired of listening you repeat same dialogues like an NPC. It's like someone got lazy and forgot to write your script, but it's time to end this charade." Edward took a deep breath and spoke softly, yet his words sent down a shiver down the King of Heroes' spine. "I am all that remains when life grows tired of itself, so the world saw me fit to grant me the gift of death." His shadows stretched out, wailing. Constantine took a step back as Edward's guns glowed eerily. Batman, who had put on his mask again, stood silently. He was just an observer now. "So I now share that gift with you. Contemplate how fragile life truly is, for I shall strip away anything that's not mortal." The twin executioner of fate. A single shot was fired from Helsing Callus. It was ordinary, almost weak and ignorable. Gilgamesh summoned a golden shield. "You think this is enough to stop me? I am." The shot tore through Gilgamesh's shoulder before the sentence finished, splattering gold-tinged blood across the cracked stone. The gun hummed in Edward's hand, still smoking, his crimson eyes gleaming with something feral, but measured. "Since you hate mongrels so much, Goldie," Edward said in a deep voice, his tone laced with cruel amusement. He stepped closer, boots crunching over the shattered remains of ancient weapons. "Let me take away your divinity, and see how you like it." The runes etched into the bullet, ignited within Gilgamesh with a dark red light. The air shimmered as a pulse of foreign energy surged outward, wrapping around Gilgamesh like chains made of liquid shadow. He roared, thrashing violently as his divine aura, that ancient, suffocating brilliance of kingship, was peeled away, layer by layer. The very light around him fractured, divinity unraveling like thread under a blade. "You dare," he choked, voice breaking into fury, but his power was gone. What stood before Edward now wasn't a god or a half-divine king, but a man. A mortal, trembling with fury and disbelief. Gilgamesh's knees buckled slightly. The weapons that once obeyed him was silent. His divine strength was gone. His treasures, still and lifeless, returned to the gate of Babylon as he couldn't sustain them. For the first time in his existence, the King of Heroes felt fear. Edward tilted his head slightly, watching him with detached curiosity. "You look smaller now," he said with a smirk, pressing the barrel of his gun against Gilgamesh's forehead. "Almost human." Gilgamesh clenched his fists, desperate pride burning even as his voice faltered. "I am Gilgamesh, the King of Heroes. I will not be." Bang! The bullet ripped through Gilgamesh's skull, shattering his golden crown and scattering fragments of bone and light across the air. His body jerked once before collapsing, lifeless, onto the ground. Smoke curled from the jackal's muzzle. Edward exhaled, slow and deliberate, blowing the smoke away like a man ending a long day's work. "Should have stayed in Babylon, Goldie," he muttered. "Pride kills faster than bullets." He holstered his weapon, and with a low hum, the crimson miasma of his crimson graveyard rippled around him. It surged outward in thick tendrils, wrapping around Gilgamesh's corpse, devouring it entirely. The King of Heroes' remains were swallowed by the abyss, his existence erased, his power absorbed into the endless hunger that was Alucard's soul. When it was done, only silence remained. Edward turned, brushing dust off his coat, his crimson eyes gleaming faintly. Batman stood nearby with his mask on, Constantine beside him, bloodied and wary. The ground was littered with debris, corpses, and echoes of magic. Green Lantern and Shazam had arrived at the edge of the city, their faces grim as they surveyed the ruin. Hal shouted to Batman, "Sorry for being late, Batman. What the hell happened here?" Shazam paused and looked at Edward, who stood lazily. For some reason, he felt something resonate in his soul, as if the stranger was very familiar to him. Edward grinned lazily at the sight of them. "What?" he asked, his tone light but edged with something that made even the boldest hesitate. "You all look like you've seen a ghost. Don't worry, like cops, you have come after the fight is over. Let me exit the stage in style." He sensed something and raised an eyebrow. "Huh, that's interesting. If only that poor guy had lasted a little longer, he'd get his reward. Oh well, it's done." Constantine, still catching his breath, gave a nervous half-laugh. "I've seen some shit, mate, but can't say I've ever seen a bloke smile after blowing a guy's head clean off." Edward tilted his head, smirking. "What can I say? I'm humorous and efficient." He let the silence stretch, then added, "Anyway, with that, the Grail War is officially concluded." His tone shifted suddenly, mockingly formal. He swept his hat off with exaggerated grace and gave a theatrical bow toward Constantine. "Congratulations, John Constantine, Master of Archer. You have won the cup." Constantine blinked. "Wait, what, me? How?" Edward straightened, looking amused. "Well, your servant Arjuna was the last one standing, though he also just burned himself out finishing Karna. Technically, that makes you the winner. Yorikob Shaunen," he chuckled lightly. Constantine stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. "You're tellin' me after all this bloody apocalypse which I wanted no part of, I'm the winner?" Edward shrugged. "That's how the rules work. Doesn't matter who's still breathing, only whose servant outlasts the rest." He adjusted his hat, turning his gaze toward Batman, then to Green Lantern and Shazam. "Well, gentlemen, since the war's over, you can leave and return to your lives. No hard feelings. Do leave a thumbs up and a good review if you don't wish to suspiciously die in your sleep." He grinned, showing his sharp fangs. Shazam frowned. What did he just? But before he could finish, Edward smiled sharply and vanished from there. His form disintegrated into motes of crimson light, leaving behind only the faint echo of his laughter, carried on the wind like a whisper from hell itself. Constantine blinked as the world around him dissolving into a blur of light. His feet found solid ground again, but it wasn't the battlefield anymore. It was paradise. He stood in a vast meadow that stretched into eternity, golden light and lush green fields under a soft, eternal dawn. The air shimmered with warmth, flowers swaying in rhythm to some unseen melody. A calm river wound its way through the horizon, reflecting a sky painted in pinks and golds. No blood, no screams, no smoke, just peace. "The hell," he muttered, turning slowly. "Where am I?" "Welcome, John Constantine." The voice came from behind him, calm, gentle, and full of authority. Constantine spun around and froze. Standing before him was a smiling, handsome man who looked as if sculpted to perfection. He looked serene. His hair fell in faint golden strands that shimmered like sunlight. He looked like a man sculpted from quiet power. Constantine shook his head and chanted in his head, "I'm straight, I am not into sucking sausages. Who the hell is this guy?" "Hello, John Constantine," Edward said gently, his tone warm. "Although I am but a fragment of consciousness, you can call me as Edward Elric. Now tell me, the winner of this Holy Grail War, what is your wish?" Constantine stared, cigarette halfway to his lips, disbelief painted across his face. "Hold on, did you say you are the bloody Edward Elric, the immortal hero who stopped the World War? The guy everyone wanks off to even now? Are you the real deal, mate?" Edward's shadow smiled faintly, although it was strained after hearing the last part. "I'm afraid not. I'm just a consciousness my main body separated to be a guide for the victors of the Grail. The real me's somewhere else." He raised a brow. "And before you ask, no, the Holy Grail isn't omnipotent, so choose wisely." Constantine exhaled through his nose, muttering, "What a bloody joke. After all that, turns out the damn cup's got limits." Edward's shadow gave a small shrug. Everything does. The magician sighed, trying to light up the cigarette, which promptly vanished from his fingers before he could light it. He frowned, looking at his hand, then at Edward, who gestured to a crude wooden sign hanging midair. It read in rough letters, "No smoking." Constantine groaned, "You're a cunt, you know that." Edward chuckled, "I've been called worse." They stood in silence for a moment, the sound of distant wind brushing through the grass. Constantine's gaze softened as he finally spoke. "So if I wish for those kids to be alive again, can you do it?" Edward's expression shifted, gentle, understanding. "How selfless of you, John Constantine. I never took you for an altruist." Constantine looked away. Forget it, can you do it or no?" He murmured, "It's possible, but probably not in the way you're imagining." He lifted his hand, and the air shimmered between them, rippling with visions. Ace's final moments, Connor's sacrifice, Batman holding her hand as she faded into dust. Constantine's chest tightened at the sight. "The original flow of time can't be changed," Edward continued softly. "Not unless someone performs a true miracle, the kind that breaks the very laws of existence. I did it once, as you might know, but it cost me a lot. Miracles aren't easy after all." His eyes met Constantine's, "But what I can do is create something else, a different path." The meadow rippled again, and another image formed, a city bathed in sunlight. Gotham, but peaceful. The same skyline, but unscarred. Children playing on the streets. A bright world untouched by blood or war. In the distance, Ace and Connor laughed, alive and carefree under a blue sky. "I came up with this idea before the Holy Grail Wars ever came to be. I knew many would wish to change things that could conflict with the original flow of time, so I made new concept to bypass that. This concept is called Lost Belt," Edward explained quietly. "A separate timeline, a branch that splits away from this one. Not connected to the original, but just as real. There, they can live. They can be happy. They'll never know the pain of this war or what they suffered before." Constantine swallowed hard, staring at the image. "They won't remember any of this, not even each other." Edward shook his head. "No, but maybe that's mercy." The magician clenched his fists, eyes burning. "And, me, what happens to me if I make that wish?" "You'll return," Edward said, "to the world you left behind. This place will fade and their branch will continue without you. You won't meet them again, not in this life." Constantine's lips twitched in a bitter smile. "Figures, always a bloody catch." Edward stepped closer, his tone soft but firm. "Even so, you can give them peace. After all they lost, that's not nothing." The silence stretched again. The false dawn shimmered, light bending around the two men standing in the field. Constantine stared at the vision, Ace's laughter, Connor's grin, and something broke inside him. His jaw tightened, voice rough. "All right, mate," he said finally. "Do it, give him that life, let him be happy. At least I'll sleep soundly with one less burden." Edward nodded once, his expression solemn. "As you wish, you have made a good decision, I respect it." Light surged around them. The world trembled, colors bleeding into gold and white. The air was filled with a sound, something purer, a hum of creation. The vision of the new world solidified, bright and alive, untouched by war. Ace's laughter echoed faintly one last time before it faded into eternity. Constantine shielded his eyes as the brilliance consumed everything. "Bloody hell," he whispered. "Hope you kids make it count." When he opened his eyes again, he was standing back in the ruins of the city. The Grail was gone, the battlefield silent, the world saved in its broken way. Edward's voice lingered faintly in his ear, fading with the wind. "Good fortune to you, John. You did better than most." Constantine smiled faintly and whispered to the empty air, "Yeah, well, don't get used to it, mate. I've taken the liberty to grant you something. Consider it a bonus since you didn't get anything." Edward chuckled. Constantine blinked as a bottle of vintage scotch appeared in his hand. "Huh, just a bottle. Talk about cheap." The voice now laughed. "Ha ha ha, figured you'd say that. It's an infinite bottle, the drink in it will never run out, nor can it be broken easily. And the best part, no harm to your body." Constantine almost stumbled. "Our fucking real, mate. I could kiss you right now, this makes up for everything," he grinned. Constantine looked up at the pale dawn creeping through the clouds as he opened the bottle and took a long gulp. The war was over. The price had been unbearable. But somewhere beyond this world, two souls were laughing again under a blue sky. And for once, John Constantine let himself smile as he walked away. I should talk to Z and apologize, but I feel like I have forgotten something important. Something to do with bats, meh, probably not so important. London's sky was gray when Constantine returned. Rain fell in a thin, whispering drizzle, coating the cobblestones in silver. The Thames rolled beneath the mist, slow and ancient, as if carrying the echoes of the war across time itself. Constantine stood outside the clock tower, the ancient seat of the Magus Association, coat collar raised, cigarette between his fingers. His reward inside his coat. The war was over, but its memories still clung to him. At least patching things up with Zatanna eased his mind. She was quite surprised and even sprayed him with holy water to check if he was a demon in disguise. He chuckled and dropped the cigarette before crushing it. He hadn't smoked much since the Grail. He was still happy drinking his expensive scotch. Two metallic familiars opened the heavy doors, their eyes empty as glass. Constantine walked through the grand marble hall, past countless murals of past Grail wars, portraits of victors, martyrs of holy wars. None of them looked happy. He reached the upper chamber where Nostradamus, the current head of the clock tower, awaited him. The man looked ageless. Silver hair tied back neatly, eyes like frozen mercury that seemed to see through past and future at once. John Constantine, Nostradamus said, voice soft but carrying an impossible weight. So, it is over, I presume. Constantine managed a thin smile. Yeah, though I can't say it feels much like victory. Nostradamus gestured toward the round table between them. Sit down, tell me everything. Constantine did. He spoke of the summoning, the battles, the alliances, the betrayals. Of the servants who burned like stars and died like men. Of Ruler, that monster who was neither demon nor god, but something worse, twisted beyond reason. Of the King of Heroes and the last shot that ended him. He didn't embellish, he didn't change anything. He just told it as it was. When he finished, there was silence. Nostradamus's fingers drummed lightly against the wood. So, did you get to meet him? Constantine nodded. Yeah, I did. When Bloke said his name was Edward Elric, I almost didn't believe it. After all, he's the kind of man who'd terrify even hell. Made me almost question my sexual orientation. The old magus gave a faint chuckle. I knew him once, the hero who defied the laws of life itself. Perhaps he's become something more. He sighed and added, I got my abilities after winning the Grail War. You know what he told me? He said, clairvoyance is overrated and useless when needed. I realized only later that what he said was true. Constantine looked down, a flicker of exhaustion in his eyes. He told me to make a wish. I brought back 2 kids who didn't deserve to die, in another world anyway. Nostradamus's gaze softened. Ah, a lost belt, and would you undo it if you could? Constantine hesitated. For once the smirk and sarcasm were gone. No, never. The old seer smiled faintly. Then it was a good wish. He rose, placing a sealed envelope before Constantine. The report will be archived in the Akashic records. Here's some compensation for your troubles. You may go. Rest while you can, John Constantine. The world rarely stays quiet for long. Constantine took the envelope, tucking it inside his coat. He lingered a moment longer, looking at the rain through the stained glass windows. Quiet's overrated anyway. When he stepped back out into the drizzle, the city felt heavier, colder, but alive. He tilted his head to the gray sky and muttered softly. Hope you two are doing all right, kids. Then he walked away, disappearing into the fog. Gotham City. The rain here was different, as if the gloomy sky was a constant reminder of the darkness that hid in the city. The war had ended, but Bruce Wayne hadn't found peace. He stood in the Batcave, mask off, sweat running down his face as he threw punch after punch into a reinforced training dummy. His knuckles bled, the steel surface denting under every strike. He wasn't stopping. Not tonight, not ever. In the corner, Alfred watched silently, towel folded in his hands. You'll break your bones again, Master Wayne. Bruce didn't answer. His breathing was ragged, his jaw set. When he finally stopped, he leaned on the console, staring at the cave's flickering monitors. Reports scrolled past, international headlines. Wayne Enterprises finalizes acquisition of LEXCORP Holdings. Mercy Graves confirmed dead in a plane crash, the same crash that killed the CEO of LEXCORP. Lex Luthor's body unrecovered after the crash, foul play involved. Bruce had signed the deal himself. A silent, efficient move that absorbed everything Lex had built, weapons, patents, corporations, all under his control now. It was justice in its own cold way. But it didn't feel like victory. The cave was quiet except for the low hum of machinery. Bruce's eyes moved to the glass display case, Ace's psychic diadem, cracked in half. Beside it, Connor's broken armband from Cadmus. He had kept them both. He pressed a bloodied hand against the glass, eyes narrowing. "Never again," he whispered. That night, Gotham saw the Batman patrol longer than it ever had. The city watched its guardian move through shadow and rain, silent, relentless. Every criminal he caught, every corrupt official he unmasked, every syndicate he dismantled, it was all fueled by the same promise. Never again would he stand helpless while children died fighting in front of him. And far away, in another world in the Lost Belt, the sun was rising. This world had no memory of war, no grail, no magic, only peace. Ace sat under a sycamore tree, sketchbook in her lap, sunlight spilling across her hair. She laughed as she drew, her pencil scratching lazily at the page. Across from her, Connor leaned against the tree trunk, reading a physics textbook he probably didn't need for class. His hair had grown longer, and the scar that once marked his chest didn't exist here. They weren't born in the same city, neither did they know each other at first. They had met in high school, two quiet kids who somehow understood each other before words did. The connection was natural, effortless. Their lives unfolded gently, morning coffees, movie nights, slow walks under streetlights. They never remembered the pain, or the battles, or the blood. But sometimes, when the sky turned a certain shade of red, Ace would pause mid-laughter and feel something, a hollow ache she couldn't name. Connor would notice, take her hand, and the feeling would pass. They built a life together, a small apartment near the river, a garden full of wildflowers Ace insisted on growing. Connor became a teacher, known for his kindness and patience. Ace painted murals around the city, bright and chaotic, full of color and hope. Years later, when they sat on the porch watching the sunset, Ace rested her head on his shoulder and whispered, "Feels like we've known each other forever, doesn't it?" Connor smiled faintly, brushing his thumb against her hand. "Yeah, like we met before, somewhere else." She smiled too. "If we did, I'm glad we found each other again." He kissed her forehead, and for a moment, time stilled. The world was quiet. No monsters, no gods, no war. Just the heartbeat of two souls who had found peace in the only place left untouched by tragedy. And somewhere far beyond their world, in the place between worlds, Edward watched silently. He stood in the void, coat billowing in invisible wind, crimson eyes softened. "Good," he murmured to himself. "That's how it should be." He turned away as the light of their world brightened, fading into eternity. Back in London, Constantine sat in his flat, glass of whiskey in one hand, the city lights reflecting in the window. He could see the faint outline of Big Ben through the rain. He raised his glass slightly toward the distance. "To second chances," he said quietly, "and to those who earned 'em." The sound of light footsteps appeared. Zatanna, wearing silk night dress, stood at the door with an amused smile. "Seriously, who even gets a bottle of scotch as reward for the Grail War? And I can't even stop you from drinking it since it's basically vegan alcohol." Constantine took one last swig as he tossed it inside a portal. "Don't call it vegan, it's healthy alcohol." He walked towards her and hugged her. "You look absolutely ravishing in that dress, love." Zatanna chuckled. "That's the alcohol in you talking." Constantine held her close and whispered, "You are the prettiest girl in the world, Z. I am lucky to have you with me. If I ever think of leaving, smack me with my bottle." Zatanna smiled warmly. John Constantine, a romantic, who would have known? The clock struck midnight. Somewhere a church bell rang. The rain kept falling, soft and endless. And though the world had lost too much, for once, John Constantine allowed himself to believe that somewhere, in another place, another life, the right people got their happy ending. He leaned back, closed his eyes, and held the woman he loved closer, letting the sound of rain wash over him. He wouldn't change this even if he was offered the world. Capitulo 99. Peace was never an option. A year had passed since the Holy Grail Wars ended. The world had tried to reclaim a semblance of normalcy, though normal in this era was a fragile, brittle construct, constantly threatened by the lingering shadows of conflict and human ambition. Civilization moved forward as it always did, slowly, stubbornly, desperately clinging to normalcy. But beneath the surface, power was shifting. Nations, fearful of beings who could bend nature, time, and death, began to move pieces on the board once again. The Justice League continued to operate, maintaining a tenuous equilibrium, but even their presence could not entirely suppress the chaotic undercurrents. The Justice League, despite its unmatched reputation, was finding itself cornered. Once hailed as saviors, they were now viewed as potential tyrants. Governments that had once begged for their help were now questioning their autonomy. Every act of heroism was being dissected for political meaning. Every intervention weighed against national interest. The League tried to uphold order, Batman ensuring operational neutrality, Superman reminding them of morality beyond politics. But human fear had always been the sharpest weapon. National governments, long accustomed to wielding authority over their borders, were increasingly resistant to the idea that an independent group of superpowered individuals could intervene at will and go against their interests. Every rescue mission, every intervention was scrutinized. Every act of heroism carried the weight of potential political repercussion. To the world, the heroes were both indispensable and dangerous, a dilemma that made alliances fragile and trust conditional. Regular people had mixed opinions. While most of them supported the heroes, many would oppose them by pointing out the collateral damage. There was one person who saw an opportunity in this crisis, Amanda Waller. She had maneuvered with her usual strategic precision. Her newly developed organization, Argus, had gradually accrued authority that extended beyond simple intelligence gathering. Backed by governments wary of superhuman influence, she crafted policies that wrapped control in the language of security. Under her direction, Argus gained full jurisdiction to contain, regulate, and neutralize any metahuman deemed a threat. Any powered individual deemed a threat could be tracked, contained, or neutralized. Initially, this system functioned with calculated efficiency. Argus field teams, equipped with specialized containment protocols, worked in tandem with allied nations to mitigate incidents before they escalated. Surveillance drones, satellite tracking, and direct reporting lines kept tabs on powered individuals. Even minor skirmishes could be detected early, giving Argus the upper hand. At first, even the League had cautiously approved, believing oversight could prevent chaos. But Waller's web grew too wide, and before long, Argus operatives were tracking even the heroes as if they were fugitives. Yet even with this network of control, human unpredictability remained a wildcard. Still, it might have remained a quiet stalemate until two incidents changed everything. The first came when Superman and Superwoman crossed borders into a Middle Eastern nation, engulfed by rebellion. Civilians were dying by the thousands. The regime had used foreign weapons to crush protests. The League couldn't watch and do nothing. The Kryptonians descended like angels through black smoke, tearing apart tanks and intercepting missiles before they struck refugee camps. Their intervention saved tens of thousands, but the country they saved was one whose chaos had been funded by the United States. The heroes' intervention, though intended to protect civilians and stabilize the region, drew immediate condemnation. What followed was a global uproar. Nations accused the League of violating sovereignty. International media outlets questioned whether their presence exacerbated the situation, while diplomatic channels buzzed with accusations of interference in sovereign affairs. The U.S. Senate launched hearings. Amanda Waller went on live television, stone-faced, claiming unchecked intervention, no matter how noble, sets the stage for tyranny. The second flashpoint came weeks later. Wonder Woman intervened in Palestine, halting an extremist group of Zionists who had seized territory through force and bloodshed. The extremists, primarily motivated by political and religious zealotry, were executing operations designed to provoke regional instability. The irony. Diana's intervention, decisive and uncompromising, prevented large-scale massacres, but the UN responded with fierce criticism. Her actions, though morally unassailable, were politically contentious, challenging notions of sovereignty and neutrality. At the emergency assembly in Geneva, one delegate shouted that she had chosen sides. Diana didn't deny it. Her response was firm. If the Justice League can't even stand up for justice, what's the point of saving a world that doesn't care about others? Maybe we can all just retire and let Darkseid kill you all. See how your politicians deal with him. She had seen children buried in rubble. She needed no permission to stop it. But her response caused huge controversy. The underlying tension was clear. The League could save lives, but in doing so, it risked undermining the authority of governments and the fragile peace they maintained. The world began to fracture along moral lines. Some stood with the League, others demanded control. And in that divide, Edward's Order of Light, known to many as the Illuminati, remained the silent force holding the world back from complete collapse. Despite these strains, the world's broader stability owed much to Edward's Order of Light. The organization's subtle influence shaped global politics in ways most citizens would never recognize. Many people still remembered the interventions of Edward, who had steered humanity away from total collapse in prior centuries. Though greed and conflict persisted, Edward's oversight had fostered a baseline restraint. The lessons of the past were not forgotten. Humanity had been given a chance at a second life, and some nations, at least, had attempted to honor that legacy. Even now, his legacy guided nations like Eternia and Von Arland, where reverence for Edward's ideals remained law. His name still carried the weight of divine judgment. Where once gods ruled and corrupted, Edward's hand had reshaped humanity's destiny. He had given them freedom and the burden of choosing what to do with it. But light and darkness are inseparable. Even in this delicate balance, the world's darker impulses always found opportunity. In the East, Russia had launched a brutal campaign against Moskva, a nation forged from the remnants of Edward's influence. The cause was simple and human: land, power, dominance. Moskva lay between Russia and the open path into Europe. The Kremlin wanted it. Its absorption would not merely expand Russian borders. It would grant them unchecked access to key trade routes and geopolitical influence. And the proud warriors of Moskva, who once followed Edward's old ways, now pursued their own hunger for expansion. They were no longer the idealists of old. They had turned from his doctrine of restraint to dreams of empire. Moskva itself was not evil. Its leadership had largely forsaken Edward's old doctrines, focusing instead on consolidation and expansion. Their ambition, left unchecked, risked destabilizing the entire region. Edward, observing from afar, had already withdrawn from Moskva's affairs after the war. The nation's abandonment of his teachings and its aggressive expansionist tendencies had rendered them less of a ward and more of a potential threat. Edward understood that the unchecked pursuit of power, even when not malevolent, inevitably produced chaos. Von Arland, known to outsiders as Vinland, remained an unbroken superpower. The Northern Realm had mastered both magic and technology, blending them seamlessly into a society as efficient as it was fearsome. Their armies wielded weapons infused with runes, and their fleets could vanish in storms of mist and lightning. They still followed Edward's principles. Discipline, balance, honor tempered them with reason. In Eternia, however, reverence had turned into near worship. Even the smallest insult to Edward's name could earn public punishment. To the outside world, it seemed fanaticism, but to Eternians it was devotion, a way of remembering the God who had once saved them from extinction. The Father who made their barren lands lush and fertile without asking for their worship or sacrifice. Both nations maintained their alliance, but were careful not to entangle themselves in international politics, wary of the greed and treachery that often accompanied foreign intervention. Together, they formed a deterrent so absolute that no other nation dared challenge them directly. The United States had sent trade and military delegations, hoping to forge alliances or at least gain access to their technology. Every attempt was politely and firmly refused. Von Arland and Eternia remained in the UN only in title, attending meetings but rarely speaking. They knew what most other nations wanted. They wanted their resources, weapons, magic, and they were not interested in selling any of it. Meanwhile, the Justice League continued evolving. New faces had joined their ranks, new warriors for an uncertain age. The political landscape was further complicated by the expansion of the Justice League. New members brought both power and complexity to the organization. Arthur Curry, the King of Atlantis, once reluctant to involve himself in surface politics, now acted as a stabilizing force between oceanic and human nations. His presence alone deterred conflicts at sea. Hank Henshaw, the Martian manhunter, offered wisdom and insight beyond human understanding. He had seen civilizations rise and fall, and though his eyes carried sorrow, his loyalty to justice was unwavering. And then came the Hawks, Carter Hall and Shayera Hall. Carter Hall, Hawkman, and Shayera Hall, Hawkgirl, had returned from centuries of amnesia, their memories erased after prior conflicts. They had joined after the Thanagarian crisis, when their lost people had sought to turn Earth into a battleground. Memoryless and weary, the two had lived quiet human lives until their instincts awoke again. When Thanagar's fleet arrived, Shayera and Carter stood with Earth, their bond rekindled amid fire and chaos. The battle had been fierce, skies filled with burning metal, wings clashing against alien warships. But in the end, the League prevailed. The Hawks chose to remain, not just out of duty, but belonging. Earth had become their home. Their experience and perspectives were invaluable, but their presence also added layers of complexity to internal decision-making, especially when they would smash someone's head with a Maquis. By late 2016, however, the world's patience with the League had begun to erode after they built the Watchtower. The Watchtower, the League's orbital headquarters, symbolized unity and readiness to defend Earth from cosmic threats. To world leaders, however, it looked like a weapon, a fortress floating above the planet, untouchable, beyond jurisdiction. Media manipulation did the rest. News outlets, likely funded by governments or Argus itself, began flooding public perception with fear. Who watches the Watchtower? Can we trust gods among men? What if Superman decides humanity no longer deserves saving? Public faith began to waver. The final catalyst arrived with Amanda Waller's formal introduction of the Metahuman Conduct Protocols. The proposal outlined a system that required every superpowered being, hero, villain, or independent, to register, operate under direct governmental supervision, and follow issued commands. Anyone refusing to comply would face detainment for global safety. The justification was simple: control ensures peace, but the implication was clear: freedom for metahumans was over. More than 50 nations ratified the protocols, including the United States, signaling a rare and unified global stance against unsupervised metahuman activity. The world had spoken, and its verdict was fear. Now the air across the globe hung thick with unease. The media hailed it as a step toward order. Argus deployed new task forces, armed with advanced technology designed from Kryptonian and Thanagarian studies. Cities that once welcomed heroes now watched them with suspicion. The Justice League, for the first time in its existence, faced the possibility of becoming fugitives for doing what they were created to do. Across the world, each member of the League felt the weight of this decision. Clark Kent stood atop the Daily Planet's roof one evening, staring out at Metropolis under a crimson sunset. "They think this will make them safe," he said softly to Feora, who stood beside him. But fear never built anything lasting. His voice carried both disappointment and weariness. "This feels like Krypton all over again, fools running the world to an end," Feora muttered softly. Diana, in her office, read the reports in silence. Her eyes hardened, not in anger but in quiet defiance. "They are fools," she murmured. "Is this the humans Father spent his life trying to protect and guide? It's been less than 2 years since they worshipped us as heroes, now they wish to chain us like slave. Her grip crushed the marble table. They will learn again that some chains burn the hand that forges them. If they come for me, I wonder how will Father react? She smiled wryly. Bruce Wayne had seen this coming long before anyone else. In the Batcave, the holographic display reflected blue light across his face as he examined reports of government surveillance. His tone was calm when he called for a meeting. "We need to decide where we stand," he said into the communicator, "before someone else decides for us." Even as the League prepared to gather, the world's balance teetered. Because somewhere beyond their arguments, beyond Waller's machinations, something far greater stirred, an unseen crisis slowly approaching Earth. One that neither the United Nations nor Argus, nor even the Justice League, was yet prepared to face. And as the calendar turned toward the start of 2017, the quiet before the storm began to fracture. The heroes of Earth stood on the edge of history once again, divided not by enemies from other worlds, but by the world they had sworn to protect. The meeting Batman called would soon decide their path. The world was now watching, anticipating the Justice League's response. Every action, hesitation, or refusal would carry consequences not only for the heroes themselves, but for the balance of global power and civilian lives. The stage was set. The League's next steps would define its role in the world, its relationship with governments, and the fragile trust of the people it swore to protect. Yet for now, the heroes were bound by circumstance, waiting for the first move, aware that the world they had defended so fiercely was beginning to demand accountability in ways they had never experienced before. The tension was palpable, the weight of expectation immense, and the boundaries between morality, duty, and political constraint had never been more sharply drawn. The air in the watchtower was tense, thick with the kind of silence that always comes before something breaks. The meeting chamber was vast, dimly lit by blue lights tracing along the curved walls. The earth glowed below through the reinforced glass, serene and distant, a world unaware of the turmoil brewing above it. The Justice League sat around the circular table, the air thick with tension. Everyone knew this meeting would define their future. For once, there was no alien invasion, no ancient god threatening annihilation, only the world they'd sworn to protect turning its back on them. Around the round obsidian table, the Justice League sat in uneasy silence. Each carried the weight of the world's distrust on their shoulders in their own way. Some spoke up while others tried to adapt. The metahuman conduct protocols had turned allies into skeptics, heroes into suspects. Even here, among the world's mightiest, no one knew what would happen next. Superman broke the silence first. His voice was calm, but behind the restraint lay deep frustration. His face, usually calm and reassuring, was clouded with anger barely restrained. "We can't just sit back and listen to politicians with their greedy agendas trying to force us to follow their will," Clark said finally, his tone sharper than usual. His blue eyes reflected the Earth's glow beneath them, a reminder of everything he still believed in. "We've all seen what power in the wrong hands can do. The UN wants us to kneel, to obey their greed instead of our conscience. They're twisting what we stand for. They're afraid of us. It starts small, with restrictions, laws, oversight. Then it becomes chains." Beside him, his fiancée Superwoman, Fayorel, crossed her arms. The metallic glint of her Kryptonian armor caught the light as she nodded firmly. "He's right," she said, her voice hard and unwavering. This is how Krypton was destroyed, by letting fools decide the future while the wise stood idle. Her words cut through the air like a blade. The Science Council ignored warning after warning, too afraid to lose power, too arrogant to listen to reason. They debated while our core decayed. They let fools decide the future, and it killed us all. Her eyes glinted with restrained fury. "Are we going to make the same mistake here?" Across the table, Hal Jordan, Earth's Green Lantern, leaned back lazily in his chair, his emerald ring glinting faintly. He gave a half-shrug as if the conversation bored him. "You all act like this is new," he said dryly. "The government people tried to shoot me the day I found the ring. I was saved by someone, otherwise I'd be dead. Nothing they do surprises me anymore. If they think I'm signing up for their leash, they've got another thing coming." He kicked his boots up onto the table, earning a pointed glare from Batman. He added with a smirk, "Honestly, if they want to play God over gods, fine. Worst case, I'll just go off-planet. There are plenty of other sectors to patrol that don't involve Amanda Waller breathing down my neck. Might drop a giant watermelon on top of her house before leaving just to be petty." Flash snorted and shook his head. Arthur Curry, arms folded, exhaled slowly, his golden armor gleaming faintly under the overhead light. His voice was deep, weighted with the kind of authority that came from ruling a kingdom. His deep voice carried a faint edge of weariness. "You can afford to leave, Lantern. I can't." He rested his arms on the table, the scales of his Atlantean armor shimmering faintly under the lights. "I've got no interest in their games either," he said. "Atlantis has survived for millennia without the surface world meddling in our affairs. I have a kingdom, a wife, and a daughter now. Atlantis will not bow to your politics. If the situation worsens, I'll seal off the ocean entirely. But if they come at me with weapons, to enslave, I won't care. Whatever connection to the world I had left died with my crew and father. Even my mentor vanished. I will let them drown in its own arrogance if it must." Feora raised a brow, almost smirking. "Isolation won't save anyone, King of the Seas, nor will your strength alone be sufficient." Arthur met her gaze evenly. "It will save my people, and right now that's all I can promise." He smirked. "And you haven't seen my full strength yet." The words carried a finality that made a few heads turn. For all his strength and pride, Aquaman had always been divided between two worlds. But now, he'd made his choice. From the opposite side, Barry Allen, the Flash, spoke up hesitantly, his tone quieter but no less firm. He rubbed the back of his neck nervously, glancing between Superman and Batman. "Look, I get the frustration. But we can't just pretend the government's wrong for wanting some oversight. They are the government running the nation after all." He glanced at Superman. "You've saved lives, sure, but what if one day you weren't there to stop something, or worse, lost control? During your fight, what if a city gets destroyed accidentally? People are scared." Superman frowned, but didn't interrupt. Barry continued, fidgeting slightly with his cowl. "Working with the UN isn't wrong, but working under them? Serving their hidden agendas, that's where it crosses the line, especially not under Amanda Waller." His expression darkened at her name. She forced criminals into serving as her personal hit squad, the so-called Suicide Squad. Used bombs in their necks to keep them in line. You think she won't do the same to us if she could? Silence followed. Everyone knew Waller's ruthlessness. At the far end, Shazam in his youthful form, his red and gold suit gleaming, broke the tension with an awkward laugh. "Well, I'm an American, so technically working with the US government isn't all bad, right? And hey, maybe they'd even pay us. I could use a paycheck." The room went still. Batman's cold stare snapped toward him, sharp enough to freeze a lightning bolt. Even Superman raised an eyebrow. Diana looked with disappointment. "If you need money, Batman or myself can pay you, but then you'll be our servant if you are okay with that." She smirked. Shazam shrank visibly under their collective gaze, mumbling, "Or maybe not," and sank lower into his chair, tugging his cape nervously. Martian Manhunter, Hank Henshaw, spoke next, his calm, resonant voice carrying an otherworldly serenity. "I understand both sides," he sighed. "Fear governs their actions," he said. "It is an emotion I understand well. Humanity fears what it cannot control. I do not blame them, but neither do I trust them." His red eyes flickered faintly. "My daughter, Mgan, has returned to Mars. The planet has become habitable again. If my presence here becomes inconvenient," he paused, his red eyes glimmering faintly, "then I will also return home. My people have suffered long enough in silence in different corners of the galaxy. Perhaps it is time I lead them back to life." There was a quiet respect in the room as he finished. No one questioned him. His tone carried a melancholy wisdom, and for a moment, silence returned. Even Superman looked down, reflecting on what that meant, the idea of leaving Earth entirely. Feora muttered, "Maybe we can leave too." Through all of this, Diana had been silent, arms folded, her golden armor faintly glowing in the soft light. Her expression was calm, almost regal, but her eyes betrayed the turmoil beneath. When she finally spoke, Her voice was clear and steady, carrying the weight of wisdom and conviction. "If we surrender now," she said, her words cutting through the murmurs, "then they will never stop. Each time they will find new reasons, new fears to bind us. Whether right or wrong will not matter. Once we yield, the world will no longer see us as protectors, but as tools. Today, they seek to control us. Tomorrow, they will seek to define justice itself." She stood, her presence commanding the room's attention. "I've lived among mortals long enough to understand their fear, but justice cannot exist under fear's rule. If need be, I will relocate. I can sell Croft Corporation's New York office. My mother and father will happily welcome me home. Or I can finally take up my duties in the Masira as its ruler like mother told me to. If they come looking for me, they will find out what is divine fury." She spoke absolutely. The mention of her divine lineage carried quiet weight. She was not threatening, merely certain, like a warrior stating her creed. Superman looked around the table, taking in the mix of determination, doubt, and quiet anger. His gaze finally settled on Batman, who had remained silent the entire time. Bruce Wayne sat in silence, gloved hands folded before him, eyes fixed on the holographic display of Earth slowly rotating at the center of the table. His stillness made the others uneasy. He had been unusually quiet throughout the debate. "Batman," Clark said finally, breaking the stillness. "You've heard everyone. What's your decision? You called us here because you have a solution, right?" For a moment, Batman didn't move. Then he exhaled slowly and leaned back in his chair. When he spoke, his voice was calm, almost detached, yet every word carried weight. "I don't fully disagree with the UN," he began. The statement drew surprised looks from nearly everyone. Superman frowned, Flash blinked. Batman continued evenly. "The Justice League, as it stands, is a potential threat to the entire planet. If any one of us went rogue, no government on Earth could stop us." He gestured subtly toward each of them. Clark and Fiora could level continents. Hal could annihilate cities with a thought. "Diana, you are literally demigod with power enough to rival gods. One strike from your sword could level a city. Hal's ring could rewrite reality. Arthur controls the oceans. Jayon could infiltrate every mind on Earth. Barry can outrun time itself. And Shazam?" His gaze briefly flicked toward the boy, who straightened in alarm. "You're unpredictable, powerful, and very, very human, which means you can make mistakes." No one spoke. The truth hung heavy in the air. Batman folded his arms. "If I were them, just an ordinary human, I'd be afraid of us too." Batman continued. "I built several contingencies for a reason, because we aren't just heroes, we're potential weapons. And if the world sees us that way, it's because they know what we're capable of." Diana's voice broke the silence, soft but steady. "You are not wrong, Batman. Power unchecked invites fear. My father once told me, with great power comes great responsibility. Yet only a few can truly bear that burden." Barry, ever the impulsive one, blurted out, "Wait, your dad reads Spider-Man too." A small pause, Diana's brow furrowed in confusion. "Who is this Spider-Man? Is he a hero too?" Hal chuckled, running a hand down his face. "All right, nerd, we're not in a comic book store. Hold it together." That broke the tension, if only slightly. Even Batman's lip twitched slightly, just barely enough to count as amusement. Superman sighed, running a hand through his hair. "We can't keep arguing in circles. The question is, what do we do next? Do we stand against the UN or do we comply?" Hawkman frowned. "Me and Shayera stood beside humans during crisis, but we are repaid with betrayal. Makes me wonder if we were wrong." Hawkgirl nodded. "Perhaps we should have let Thangarians fight. That should have made them see who is standing between them and destruction." The conversation spiraled again, heated but thoughtful. Every argument, every moral stance came down to the same impossible balance: power and accountability. They were protectors, not rulers, but they were no one's servants either. What began as a strategy meeting had become something deeper, a reckoning of ideals. None of them wanted to fight the people they protected, yet none could accept being controlled by them either. And then, just as they were finally nearing a consensus, the calm was shattered by the shrill buzz of the communications console. Batman's gauntlet display lit up in red. The sharp beep sliced through the fading conversation. He pressed it instantly, his expression darkening. He glanced down, eyes narrowing. "Gordon," he muttered. The others fell silent. He picked up the call. "Gordon," he said, in his usual dry voice. The gruff sound of Commissioner Gordon came through, heavy with disbelief. "Batman, we've got a situation down here. You might want to see this yourself." Batman's eyes narrowed. "What kind of situation?" "You're not going to believe this," Gordon said, but Lex Luthor just walked into the Gotham City Police Department. No bodyguards, no press, no grand entrance. Just walked in. The room went still. Hal raised an eyebrow. "Wait, didn't you guys bury him? Like literally bury him?" Clark straightened sharply. "That's impossible," he said, his voice low. "Lex is dead. Batman saw him die." "That's what makes it worse," Gordon replied grimly. "He doesn't look dead. No decay, no signs of resurrection. He's clean breathing, talking, asking for you. Not a zombie, not a doppelganger." "And Batman," Gordon hesitated for a moment, his tone lowering. "He says he has information about something coming, something big. He needs your help." Batman's jaw tightened, eyes flicking toward Superman. "Keep him there. Don't let anyone near him." As the line went dead, the League exchanged uneasy glances. Hal muttered, "Well, this just got interesting. Are zombies a thing now?" Superman's fists clenched at his sides. "If it's really him, I'll find out how he came back, and put him in a cell where he belongs." Feora patted his shoulder to calm him down. "Relax, he shouldn't even exist. We can figure out his motives once we see him." Clark folded his arms, his expression darkening. "Whatever this is, it's not just politics anymore." Batman's jaw tightened. "No, it's not." Batman rose from his chair, cloak trailing behind him like a shadow come alive. "We'll find out when we see him," he said quietly. His voice was measured, but there was a hint of something darker beneath. The instinct of a man who knew that peace was never meant to last. Clark walked beside him. "I'm coming with you." Deanna and Feora also followed behind them without a word. The meeting was over before they reached a decision. The world's greatest heroes turned toward a new mystery, one they had thought buried long ago. The others exchanged glances, unease settling in. Whatever was about to begin, they all knew it wouldn't end with just words or laws. Something was stirring beneath the surface again, something that had the power to change everything. And somewhere below, in the cold heart of Gotham, a familiar genius stood under the flickering lights of a police station, smiling like a man who should not be here. Capitulo 100, Crisis on Two Earths. The night air over Gotham was cold and sharp, the city below glimmering like a restless machine. From above, the jet cut through the clouds in silence, a streak of light against the dark sky. Inside, Batman sat at the helm, focused and wordless. Superman stood near the viewport, arms folded, his expression tense. Beside him, Feora watched the distant city with thinly veiled disdain, while Diana sat quietly, her composure calm but alert. "What do you think is going on, Batman?" Superman asked hesitantly. "How is Luthor alive?" "We'll find out soon once we interrogate him," Batman replied in usual dry tone. Suddenly his phone rang, making them look at him weirdly. "What?" Batman stared without blinking. Superman looked away while Feora smirked. Dina chuckled. "You carry your phone with you." "It's necessary," Batman replied without looking back as he put the jet on autopilot and walked to the back. He picked up the call after he used the sound isolator to make sure he couldn't be heard. A small smile appeared on his face as he answered. "Not a good time, Athena." A feminine chuckle was heard from the other side. "Sorry, Bruce, busy with your club activities." Bruce smirked. "You could say that. Was there anything important?" Athena replied gently. "I saw what's going on and wanted to check on you. Are you all right? I hope you can make it to our dinner plan tonight." Bruce sighed. "Something just came up. I'll try, but not sure if I can make it." Athena was silent for a moment, then replied gently. "It's all right, I understand. Let me know if I can help in any way." Bruce smiled. "I thought you planned to live a normal life, no more divine intervention." Athena laughed. "I don't, but I might make an exception for you. It would be a shame if you were to end up in the hospital." Bruce shook his head. "Thank you, I'll contact you if I need backup." "All right then, won't take up any more of your hero time. Talk to you later." Athena ended the call. Bruce walked back to the cockpit where Feora, Clark and Diana were discussing something, but paused as he returned. He looked questioningly. Clark blinked innocently. What? Batman stared for a little longer, then sat down. None of them spoke as Gotham City came into view. Gotham had that effect, even gods and aliens felt its weight. The moment they landed on the rooftop of the Gotham City Police Department, the city's noise rushed in, the hum of traffic, the distant sirens, and the murmuring wind through steel and concrete. Commissioner Gordon was waiting, trench coat pulled tight against the chill, a cigarette dimly glowing between his fingers. He nodded at Batman first, then glanced at the others. "You made it. He's downstairs," Gordon said simply. "Walked in about an hour ago, no resistance. He's been calm, too calm." Batman's eyes narrowed. Security footage. Gordon exhaled smoke. "Check twice, it's him. Blood tests, scans, everything matches, but he shouldn't be alive." Feora folded her arms. Did he leave something behind to clone him? Batman fell silent hearing that, his mind calculating the possibility. "I'll take a look into Cadmus." Superman looked at Gordon, his voice measured. "He hasn't said why he's here." "Only that he'd talked to Batman," Gordon replied. His tone was uneasy. "Be careful, there's something different about him. He seems pleasant." They entered the building together. The narrow corridors were lit in pale yellow light, the hum of old bulbs mixing with the faint buzz of police chatter. Officers watched as they passed, uneasy, wary. Even in a city accustomed to chaos, seeing the Justice League walking through their halls was unsettling, especially with the recent situation regarding metahumans. They descended into the holding level. The corridor leading to the interrogation room was empty, save for 2 armed guards posted outside. Batman gave them a nod, and they stepped aside. The door slid open. Lex Luthor sat alone at the metal table. No restraints, no arrogance in his posture, either, just quiet composure. His head was shaved as always, his suit sharp but unfamiliar, almost militaristic. His eyes lifted as the group entered, and for a brief moment, Superman's heart stopped. Lex smiled faintly. "You look surprised, Superman. I suppose I would be too, seeing me alive again." Feora's tone was cold. "You're supposed to be dead." "I know," Lex replied evenly. "And that version of me, your world's Luthor, is dead. I'm not him." Diana stepped forward, her voice calm but edged. "Then who are you?" Clark spoke solemnly. "This Lex Luthor is from another universe." The room fell silent. Even Batman, who had come prepared for deception, felt his mind race. Alternate universes weren't new concepts, but when Lex Luthor seems to have come from one, it meant something was wrong. Diana frowned. "Another universe." "Yes," Lex said. "A parallel world, a mirror to your own. Similar histories, familiar faces, but reversed in every way that matters. On my Earth, I led the Justice League." That caught even Feora off guard. She frowned. "You expect us to believe that?" Lex turned his gaze to her, unwavering. "You can verify it easily. My DNA will show differences, minor but there, and I wouldn't have risked coming here if it weren't urgent." Batman's voice cut through the tension. "Then tell us, why are you here?" Lex drew in a slow breath, then pressed a small control device on his wrist. A holographic projection flickered to life above the table, a globe, fractured by crimson lines. The image zoomed in, showing a devastated metropolis burning beneath clouds of black smoke. "My world is dying," Lex said quietly, "because of them." The hologram shifted again. Figures appeared, familiar yet wrong. Superman's eyes narrowed as he recognized their outlines. Himself, Diana, Feora, even Hal and Barry, but twisted. His counterpart wore dark armor, eyes glowing red with cruelty, the symbol on his chest warped into a blade-like U. "The crime syndicate," Lex continued. "They're the Justice League's counterparts on my Earth. They call themselves the Crime Syndicate. Ultraman, Superwoman, Owlman, Power Ring, and Johnny Quick are the main leaders. They control everything, governments, military, even the criminal underworld. They call it peace, but it's tyranny. They have their agents who are called the Minuteman, all empowered individuals, an army of them." The air thickened with tension and disbelief. Diana's jaw tightened. "You're saying these evil versions of us conquered your Earth?" "They didn't just conquer it," Lex said grimly. "They consumed it. Anyone who resisted died, Entire cities reduced to ash. The league I led fought back for years, but one by one, they fell. Me and the jester decided to travel to an alternate Earth to ask for help, but before we could make it here, they found us. They killed the jester. He paused, eyes heavy with something rare for him, genuine loss. I'm the last one left. He continued. I did my research after coming here to ensure you were not like them. Your world, it's very different. It's like someone had manipulated the original flow of time to change it. It's not a bad thing if I say so. There's also a person I read about in the database who is considered the ultimate symbol of heroism on this world. If possible, we should try to reach out to him. He might be able to help if what I read about him is true. This world has hope, something we lacked on ours. Diana clenched her fist. Father, she thought. Clark's voice softened, though still cautious. If what you're saying is true, how did you get here? Lex tapped his wrist device again. Dimensional gateway. My world's Flash, Johnny Quick, had been experimenting with interdimensional travel. We captured one of his prototypes before he could destroy it. It brought me here. Batman folded his arms. You expect us to believe you risked your life crossing universes just to warn us. I didn't just come here to warn you, Lex said, meeting his eyes. I came to ask for help. They've found a way to breach realities. The crime syndicate is coming to your Earth, and when they do, they'll do what they always do, dominate, manipulate, enslave. Superman and Feora exchanged a look. How do you know they're coming? Superman asked. Lex's expression darkened. Because they've already begun. Before I escaped, they sent agents through, operatives to weaken your world from within. Her name is Model Citizen. Political leaders, military officials, some are already compromised. They use mind control, coercion, manipulation. They'll make it look like your own government's turned against you. The weight of his words sank in. Even for the League, that kind of infiltration was catastrophic. Batman's eyes narrowed. You said they manipulate government heads. You think they've already gotten to ours? His mind was already connecting the dots. Lex nodded once. Almost certainly, it's how they prepare a world for takeover. By the time you realize it, the system is theirs. Feora crossed her arms, skeptical but uneasy. And we're just supposed to take your word for it. You don't have to, Lex said, sliding a small data drive across the table. Everything I have, intel, records, visual feeds from my world's battles, communication logs, you'll see what they're capable of. Batman picked it up, examining it carefully. It looked alien but functional, similar in design to Earth's tech, yet more refined. Diana's voice was firm. If what you're saying is true, then every second we waste brings them closer. Superman looked to Batman. We can verify this quickly, cross-check with Watchtower systems. Batman nodded. Agreed. I'll have Martian Manhunter run the scan. Feora remained silent, her expression unreadable. Despite her skepticism, something in Lex's tone had struck her. She'd seen tyrants before, she had served them once. Lex stood slowly. You're all skeptical, you should be, but I'm not lying. The moment they breach your world, you'll know it. Superman studied him carefully. You said your Earth's version of me, Ultraman, leads them. Lex nodded. He's nothing like you. He draws strength not just from sunlight, but also from kryptonite. He rules through fear. On my world, the symbol you wear stands for oppression and fear. The room grew quiet again. Feora's voice was low, cold. Then we'll show him what it truly stands for. Batman turned to Lex. Where's the breach point? If they're coming, we need to know where they'll enter. Lex brought up the hologram again, zooming into the coordinates of a decaying city bathed in energy signatures. They'll arrive where I did, through the residual tier between our worlds. I stabilized it long enough to escape, but it's deteriorating fast. When it ruptures completely, the portal will open from their side. Superman frowned. How long? Days, hours, Lex said. Maybe less. Diana drew her sword from her back, the sound of metal cutting through the silence. Then we should prepare. Clark nodded. Batman, contact the others. We'll need the full League. Batman was already tapping his communicator. On it. Feora turned to Lex. If you're telling the truth, you'll fight with us. Lex met her gaze, unflinching. I didn't come here to hide behind you. I came to finish what I started on my world. The lights in the room flickered for a moment, then the power surged. The air vibrated faintly, as if reality itself had been stretched thin. Batman looked up immediately. They're here. Clark's eyes flashed. Feora outside now. They burst through the rooftop access in seconds. The night sky above Gotham shimmered with a blinding pulse of energy, blue and violet lightning crackling across the clouds. The wind howled as a massive circular rift tore open in the air above the city. From the heart of that storm, silhouettes began to emerge, dark, familiar, and wrong. Feora clenched her fists. So it begins. Superman hovered beside her, eyes blazing red. The crime syndicate. And as the lightning raged, 5 figures descended from the rift, each a distorted reflection of Earth's greatest heroes. Ultraman's eyes burned like molten glass. Superwoman of the syndicate floated beside him, her grin cruel and knowing. Behind them came Owlman, Power Ring, and Johnny Quick, each exuding a darkness unlike any. Batman, standing on the rooftop, watched in silence. His voice was calm but grave. "They're here," he sent out a quick message. "Justice League, this is code red emergency. We're under invasion." But something kept gnawing in his head. Where is Cyborg? He didn't show up for the meeting. He turned to Diana. "Someone needs to go and secure the civilians. Call Flash. You two clear the perimeter so Clark and Feora can go all out. We need it." Diana snorted. "You need all the help you can get. I'll protect Luthor and provide support." The storm widened, swallowing the skyline in light and thunder. And just like that, Earth had its first contact with the monsters wearing its heroes' faces. The clouds over Gotham were split by streaks of red and blue as Clark and Feora arrived first, their presence breaking through the smoke and chaos below. The city was in ruins, streets cracked, buildings burning, civilians running in panic. Above them hovered the invaders, the twisted reflections of the Justice League, the crime syndicate. Superman's eyes narrowed as his gaze met Ultraman's. The resemblance was uncanny, same face, same posture, but a sneer where he had restraint. "You must be the other me," Clark stated, voice steady. Ultraman's lips curved into a grin. "No, I'm the man you could be if you stopped pretending." He launched forward, fist colliding with Clark's jaw, the impact shaking the clouds apart. Below, Feora faced Superwoman, the air between them tense like drawn wire. Superwoman's armor glinted under the broken sunlight, her lasso humming with energy. "You must be the substitute," she said mockingly. "Pretty face, borrowed strength." Feora said nothing. Her movements were sharp, precise, a strike to the jaw, a counterblow that sent Superwoman crashing through a skyscraper. The building's glass rained down as Feora followed, slamming her into the ground with a shockwave that cracked the pavement. Superwoman only laughed, blood at her lip. "Good. Let's see if you can also bleed." At the same time, Batman was already facing Owlman and Power Ring in the alleys below. They moved like predators circling prey, identical minds in different skins. Owlman's tone was calm, almost clinical. "You're predictable. You think 3 moves ahead. I think 6. Batman didn't reply. He dropped a smoke bomb and vanished from sight. Owlman tilted his head. "Cute trick," Power Ring fired, green light carving through the smog, exploding concrete walls. He was about to crush Batman, but Diana smashed through his constructs with a shout. "Get out of our world." Power Ring sidled. "You are pretty. I'd take my time breaking you." From the shadows, Batman's voice came low. "You rely on toys, I rely on discipline." He threw 2 EMP grenades, one hit Power Ring's chest, the other his wrist. The construct flickered, breaking the shield. Batman darted forward, striking the weak spot between armor plates, forcing the ring bearer back. Diana took the opening and smashed through, sending him back flying. Batman took the chance to charge at Owlman. But Owlman intercepted, catching Batman's punch midair. "You're still just a man," Owlman said quietly. "That's your flaw." "Maybe," Batman replied, twisting his wrist, breaking the hold, and countering with a knee strike. Across the battlefield, Johnny Quick blurred through the streets, searching. "Where's your speedster?" he shouted, darting across the skyline, moving faster than bullets. "Come on, Flash, don't keep me waiting." Barry appeared in a streak of gold lightning, skidding to a halt. "I'm here, guys." Johnny Quick smirked. "You are rather slow, Flash." "You talk too much," Barry replied, annoyed. "Then catch me, if you can, that is." Johnny Quick grinned, and they vanished into the horizon, Flash chasing after him, 2 streaks of color ripping the air apart. While the clashes raged, Almond's voice cut through the chaos, transmitted to all via hacked communication lines. "You really don't get it, do you? We've already won." Batman frowned. "What are you talking about?" Almond smirked under the cracked visor. "Model citizen, she's already here, and she's been working with your cyborg for weeks. Our Brainiac sphere gave her the access he needed. Your systems, your networks, your secrets, all belong to us now." Batman hesitated, thinking about the missing pieces that came together. Cyborg isn't easy to control. "See for yourself." Almond raised his wrist, triggering a command. "Do it." Across the world, digital screens flickered. Billboards, monitors, even personal devices all synchronized into one broadcast. And then came the unthinkable: faces, names, locations. Every Justice League member's secret identity revealed to the world in a coordinated global feed. Clark Kent, Lara Croft, Arthur Curry, Barry Allen, Hal Jordan, Billy Batson, Hank Henshaw, Carter Hall, Shayera Hall, Victor Stone. All except Batman. Owlman raised an eyebrow. You are craftier than I expected." Clark froze mid-flight, eyes wide. His real name, his home, his mother's identity, displayed for billions to see. No, it can't be. That hesitation was all Ultraman needed. "Look up, hero." His fist smashed into Clark's chin with a vicious uppercut, sending him hurtling into orbit. The shockwave rippled through the atmosphere, lighting the horizon. "Clark," Feora shouted, trying to ascend, but Superwoman intercepted, wrapping her lasso around Feora's neck, pulling her down. "Stay with me," Superwoman hissed, slamming her into the rubble. "Let's make this personal." Feora broke the lasso with a flare of heat vision, countered with a punch that cratered the ground. Dust filled the air as the two blurred into a violent dance, neither holding back. Batman, cornered by Owlman, took a defensive stance. His armor was scorched, the cape torn. He analyzed every move, every breath of his opponent. "You're not trying to kill us," he realized. "Not yet," Owlman replied. "Killing you now would ruin the point. You need to watch your world burn first. Then you'll become one of our pawns to conquer more worlds." Batman's jaw tightened. "Not today." He pressed a detonator on his gauntlet. Smoke and flashbangs filled the air. He leapt to a nearby rooftop, calling through comms, "Everyone, retreat, regroup. This fight's not ours anymore." Diana's voice crackled through static. "Retreat? They're killing civilians. I'm about to take out the other guy. We can hold them till the rest shows up." "We need to fall back for now. Our identities are compromised. Others must be in confusion," Batman barked. Diana hesitated, shield up against Power Ring's blasts, but nodded reluctantly. Feora disengaged, wings of dust trailing her as she shot upward. Ultraman tried to pursue, but Superman reappeared from above the stratosphere, slamming into him like a meteor, driving him into the ocean. Clark and Feora flew towards the watchtower, followed by Diana, who was carrying Bruce as their jet was destroyed. Owlman watched as the Justice League began to vanish, teleported back to the watchtower. "Disappointing," he said quietly. "I expected better." In the aftermath, cities were burning. Amanda Waller stood on a rooftop far from the impact site, watching the destruction unfold through binoculars. Her earpiece crackled with reports. "They're tearing through everything. Casualties rising. We're losing containment." "Deploy Task Force X," she ordered. "Full engagement." Her agents hesitated. "Ma'am, that's suicide." "Then they better take down a few of them before they die." Minutes later, explosions lit up the streets as the Suicide Squad made their entrance. Boomerang threw his blade, taking out a few drones before he was blasted by Power Ring's beam. It tore a hole through him. "Fucking Waller," he muttered before falling. King Shark roared, lunging at Johnny Quick, only for the speedster to phase through him and rip out his heart before the beast even fell. "Disgusting," Johnny muttered, shaking off the blood. Enchantress summoned her magic, but Superwoman crushed her under debris before she could finish the spell. Diablo went berserk, unleashing a massive firestorm that engulfed an entire block, but Ultraman walked through it, grabbed him by the throat, and snapped his neck with ease. Deadshot fired round after round from a rooftop, each bullet finding its mark, but none penetrating. Harley Quinn swung her bat, laughing manically even as chaos surrounded her. "Guess the bad guys are the heroes now, huh?" Peacemaker reloaded, sweat running down his face. Guys, I don't think we're making it out of this alive. Then make it count, Waller's voice ordered coldly over the radio. They did, but it wasn't enough. Within minutes, only Harley, Peacemaker, and Deadshot were still breathing, barely. Rick Flag Jr. ordered the evacuation, ignoring Waller's orders. Retreat for now. On the main broadcast networks, the crime syndicate appeared. Ultraman stood at the center, flanked by his team. Behind them burned the wreckage of Metropolis. People of Earth, this world belongs to us now, Ultraman declared, voice amplified across every screen. Submit and you'll live, resist and you'll die. His words echoed across continents. Panic followed. People were scared, some even in confusion as to why their heroes now looked different and why they were attacking us for no reason. Some even thought the Justice League had gone rogue. Governments fell into chaos. Riots erupted. The very system the League had protected began to collapse in fear and confusion. Waller slammed her desk, trying to reestablish connection with the watchtower. Come on, someone answer. Nothing. The line was dead. Her aide Amelia Hardcourt rushed in. Ma'am, the watchtower, it's gone, disappeared from orbit. What? No trace. It's like it was never there. What about the Justice League? Where are they? They seem to have disappeared as well, I think. They abandoned us, ma'am. Waller stared out the window, jaw clenched. Then God help us all. Far above the chaos, beyond clouds and storms, in the silent floating city of Avalon, Edward watched everything unfold through a shimmering projection. His expression was calm, detached. He leaned back in his seat, arms crossed, as the earth below fell into turmoil. So, he murmured, voice low but steady, they finally got what they wanted. His eyes glowed faintly, reflecting the fires burning across the continents. He sighed softly and looked away from the screen. Let this be a lesson, he said to no one in particular, his tone cold and final. Never betray the ones saving your ass. But then his widened as he sensed a powerful entity approaching towards Avalon. Edward's face clenched. The power signature was far beyond something he has ever faced before. It felt malevolent. Grail appeared beside him in a flash. Did you also sense it? She asked softly. Yes, where are the others? Tell Hera and Hippolyta to stay in Avalon and protect the kids. Grail smirked. They know, and what about me, dear? Edward smiled wryly. Their relationship had gotten much closer since the Darkseid invasion. She became more composed after a year and became part of his family officially. He knew her feelings for him, although chaotic but sincere, so he accepted her fully. You're coming with me. It's about time you get to fight for our world. She smiled, holding his hand. Of course, love. I will kill anyone who poses a threat to us. Edward chuckled and squeezed her hand. Let's see who has decided to show up to the party uninvited. Capitulo 101. A new enemy unleashed. The air beneath Avalon trembled. Edward's gaze followed the surge of dark energy rippling through the atmosphere. It was growing stronger, as if something trying to break free. He sighed, his expression flat. That thing isn't heading toward me, he muttered. It's passing by beneath Avalon. Great. Really should have moved the city back to Greece or Eternia. Grail chuckled from the side. You should feel lucky. If that thing is unleashed, nobody on Earth can deal with it probably, but you found it before that. He exhaled through his nose. Let's see what this is. I'll have to deal with it either way. He muttered and dived downward, a streak of golden blue light tearing through the clouds. Grail flew beside him. The ground broke open below him. Forests, rock, and metal tearing apart from the pressure of his descent. Below, a black SUV screeched to a halt. Armed agents in tactical gear poured out, their rifles raised as they chased a small figure cloaked in a dark blue hood. The girl's steps were unsteady, shadows coiled around her feet like smoke. Even from a distance, he could feel it, that vile, boiling energy leaking from her soul. A demonic resonance, unmistakably ancient. Edward's brow furrowed. Even from a distance, the aura was unmistakable, suffocating, hateful, infernal. Well, he said quietly, that explains the disturbance. Raven, and the bastard inside her must be Trigon. His tone flattened further. Just what the world needed, demonic possession on top of everything else. He raised a hand and snapped his fingers. The agents froze mid-step, their bodies suspended as if time had stopped. Raven blinked once, and then vanished, teleported into a pocket realm of light and calm. Edward had transported her into one of his private subdimensions, a sealed space powered by his domain of hope. Although he rarely used it as to not alert the final boss. Edward exhaled, rubbing his temple. I swear, it never ends. Guess I'll deal with this before it becomes another global crisis. Behind him, a familiar voice chimed. That girl carries a hell lord in her soul, my love, said Grail, stepping out from the crater she made. Her armor gleamed faintly under the red sky. Even my father's original self on Apocalypse would hesitate to fight him without backup. Edward shrugged as if she'd mentioned bad weather. Yeah, I figured, but Earth's not ready for this kind of threat. His tone was casual, but his eyes glowed faintly. I've cloaked the watchtower, since the kids have gone somewhere else. Can't have the crime syndicate destroy poor Bruce's billion-dollar clubhouse. Kid poured his soul into that. He looked off into the distance and smirked faintly. Be ashamed to watch it burn. Grail chuckled under her breath, stepping closer until her hand brushed his shoulder. If you care that much, why don't you help them? They're being hunted. You could stop this all in a second. Just float down to Earth and say who you are. Edward spread his arms, expression caught between amusement and resignation. You know how it is. I don't jump into their messes anymore, not unless something's truly catastrophic. Humanity needs to grow, as does their protectors. He sighed, crossing his arms. Besides, Diana's pretending to be independent while hiding the fact I'm her father. I swear, I miss the days when she'd call me daddy and sit on my lap asking questions about gods, clinging to me every time I went away. Now she acts like some rebellious teenager with a sword, 3,000 years late for teenage rebellion phase. Grail smirked, you're still bitter about that. Of course, I'll only help if she comes and apologizes, he said, mock stern. And she better do it sweetly, the way she used to when she wanted a new toy. Maybe then I'll embarrass her in front of her cool friends. That'll teach her. Grail laughed quietly, leaning closer. You're impossible. Took me centuries just to make you accept my love, remember? You called me crazy bitch more than once. Edward chuckled under his breath. You kept trying to stab me for a century, then spent the next few trying to kidnap me to Apocalypse for baby making. Forgive me for being cautious. She pouted slightly, her tone playful. And yet you still made me wait. He wrapped an arm around her waist, voice softening. Yeah, and I also apologized for them. You're not exactly a model of emotional communication yourself, dear. Blame Darkseid for your romantic training methods. That earned him a faint smirk from her. She traced her fingers along her abdomen thoughtfully. I'll forgive you completely once we have a child, then I'll know you're serious. Edward blinked, then coughed. Honey, I love you, but this might not be the best time to discuss babies. We've got a demon lord problem to handle first. She gave him a sly grin. Fine, but after this, you owe me a week of uninterrupted lovemaking. He nearly stumbled mid-step. You're unbelievable, he muttered. There's a literal hellspawn loose and you're thinking about that. Priorities, my love, she said, smirking. He rolled his eyes and opened a glowing blue portal. Come on, woman. Let's go save the kid before Trigon decides to redecorate Earth. They stepped through together. The subdimension they entered stretched endlessly, a horizonless plain of soft golden light and grass that shimmered under their feet. The air was calm, free of malice or decay. Flat Earth society would lose their minds here, Edward muttered to himself, cracking a small grin. Grail followed, her expression softening. You never change. Someone has to keep things interesting. He tilted his head toward her. Try not to scare the kid, yeah. Before Grail could respond, a sharp cry echoed nearby. Raven appeared in front of them, clutching her head, her aura fluctuating violently between dark and light. Who are you? She gasped. You need to leave. I can't hold him back much longer. Edward walked toward her calmly, as if she'd just told him the sky was falling. Relax, kid. You're not going to lose control here. Her aura flared crimson, shadows writhing around her. He reached her in 2 strides and placed his hand gently against her forehead. You've been carrying this thing long enough. Time for a little surgery. A spark of pure golden light passed from him into her. The demonic influence screamed in protest. The air around them vibrated as the corruption was drawn into a single glowing red crystal that materialized in his hand. A guttural roar echoed within it. The sound of Trigon's wrath shook the dimension. Raven collapsed, panting. The darkness vanished from her eyes. Edward held it between his fingers, unimpressed. Yeah, I've heard worse. He waved a hand, healing Raven's wounds instantly. She staggered back, eyes wide. Who are you? He smiled faintly. Me, just a hero for fun. He paused mid-sentence. Ah, damn it, that's someone else's line. I keep doing that. He paused, groaning. Let's just say I'm just a hopeless fool with an impossible dream. He crouched beside her, still smiling. But you can call me Edward. Recognition dawned on her face. You're the one from the archives, the one who. He raised a finger, stopping her. Yeah, the very same guy from the history books. And yes, I'm real. No, you're not hallucinating. And yes, I'm about to kick your dad's ass, so sit tight. He tossed the crystal onto the ground, muttering to himself. What was that chant again? Oh right, Azarath Metrian Zinthos. He stomped on the crystal. The air split open. A wall of red fire erupted, spreading across the horizon. Grail stepped forward, placing a hand on Raven's shoulder as the girl froze in terror. Don't be afraid, child. My beloved has faced gods who made universes tremble. This one will fall just the same. But it's Trigon, Raven whispered. He's unstoppable. Grail's tone softened. And that, she said with a small smile, is Edward, the man who makes the impossible look ordinary. The flames thickened, spreading outward in a wave. The sky above the subdimension darkened, turning crimson. From the shattered remains of the crystal rose a being of colossal size, a crimson demon with 6 eyes burning like molten lava. Horns jutted out from his skull, and his voice rolled across the dimension like thunder. At last, freedom! Trigon's laughter shook the ground. Foolish mortal, for releasing me, I shall grant you mercy. Kneel before your new god. Edward stared up at him, unimpressed. Wow, you're really doing the whole evil monologue thing, huh? Read the room, this is your execution site. Trigon's laughter halted. You dare. Hold that thought, I need to make a call. Edward interrupted, fishing a small black orb from his coat. Gimme a sec. He tapped the orb twice. It shimmered, producing a faint ringing tone. A smooth British voice answered almost immediately. Well, Edward, my friend, it's been ages. I was starting to think you'd forgotten about me. Hey, Lucy, Edward said casually. Sorry, been busy keeping the world from imploding. How's Chloe? A weary sigh came through the connection. Still upset with me. Apparently, communication is important in human relationships. Who knew? Anyway, I assume this isn't a social call. Edward glanced up at the towering Trigon, who was now visibly irritated. Yeah, about that. I'm about to take out one of your Hell Lords, Trigon, I believe, just making sure that's fine with you. A groan echoed through the orb. That idiot, I thought he was still sealed. Do what you like, I've long retired from Hell's affairs. Appreciate it, Edward said. Let's grab a drink sometime. My world, my tab. Lucifer chuckled. Fine, assuming I survive couples counseling tonight, I'll take you up on that. Ciao. The line went dead. Wait, Edward tried to respond, but the line went dead. He blinked once, then muttered, Rest in peace, buddy. You'll need it. He chuckled. Poor bastard. He doesn't know what real hell is yet. He will now. He looked up again. Trigon's expression had shifted, confusion mixed with unease. Was that? Yeah, Edward interrupted, cracking his knuckles. That was your boss. He told me to deal with you, and since I've got nothing better to do. Trigon roared, his 6 eyes flaring. You insolent mortal. Edward smirked. Amiwamu Shinderu. Trigon's brows furrowed. What? He never finished. Edward's fist connected with his jaw before the word finished leaving his mouth. The impact echoed like an explosion. The entire dimension shook as the Hell Lord's body shot backward, tearing through the landscape, shattering mountains and clouds alike. Raven stared, speechless. The light from the blast stretched across the horizon like sunrise. Grail folded her arms, watching calmly. He warned him. Raven's voice trembled. What did he just do? Punching always solve a problem, Grail replied simply. In the distance, the shockwave rippled outward as Trigon's massive frame crashed into the ground, carving a canyon miles wide. The fires in his eyes dimmed. His body trembled under the force of the hit. Trigon crashed into the distant horizon with a thunderous impact that split the ground like glass. The shockwave rippled through the subdimension, shredding mountains into dust. Edward stood still in the wake of it, hands in his pockets, watching calmly as the red giant rose again from the molten earth. Trigon's voice thundered, deep and venomous, echoing through the air like the growl of an endless storm. "Insolent mortal, you dare strike me." Edward tilted his head, rolling his shoulders as faint traces of divine energy flared beneath his skin. "Yath," he said casually, "and I'll do it again if you don't shut up." Grail smirked from a safe distance, holding Raven behind her. "He's enjoying this far too much," she muttered. The Crimson Titan's 6 eyes glowed with molten rage. Fire poured from his mouth as he swung his arm downward, releasing a river of hellfire that engulfed the plains. The heat was enough to vaporize the air, turning the sky into a sea of red. Edward raised one arm lazily, conjuring a shimmering barrier of light. The flames bent away as if striking an invisible wall, scattering harmlessly into sparks. "Cute trick," he said, stepping forward, "but I've seen better from Lucifer's barbecues." Trigon snarled, lifting both hands. Dark energy condensed into a vortex, swirling like a black sun. "Then burn in despair, insect." He hurled it toward Edward. The impact detonated like a supernova, shaking the fabric of the realm itself. When the smoke cleared, Edward stood unscathed, his golden aura shimmering faintly. "All right," he sighed. "Enough warm-up." The air shifted. Grail felt it instantly. The pressure changed, heavy enough to make even her knees weaken. Raven clutched her chest as the ground trembled. Edward's calm expression hardened, his eyes turning into a storm of burning silver and shadow. His eyes closed as a second presence stirred within him. He hesitated before he spoke again. "Berserker," Edward said quietly, "I'll be borrowing your rage." A surge of black lightning exploded from his body. The world around him darkened, the light fading as if swallowed by a void. "Berserker, materialize." The blinding flash of light erupted, making the warm light inside the dimension pale. Edward's original look was gone, replaced by a chilling stillness that carried pure destructive intent. His hair turned long, reaching till his waist. It turned white, as if light was radiating from it. His white skin turned grayish-black, with upper body bare. 2 large, sword-shaped metallic wings sprouted behind his back, with blue energy pulsing. 2 blue horns made of magic circuits and divinity appeared on his head. The air was filled with the breath of divinity. His aura split the ground beneath his feet. Each breath echoed like thunder. This was the berserker heroic spirit that Edward possessed, one even he wished not to use unless necessary. This was the brother of Karna, Arjuna, the sun on Indra. Yet this version has become twisted after inheriting the power of destruction. The one who claimed that, because he has obtained everything, it is his duty to eliminate all evils and save the world. He is blissfully unaware of the evils inside himself, however, and claims he is above judgment. Thus he became Arjuna Alter, a berserker. Trigon stared at him, intrigued. "You've fused with a god's fragment. Interesting, but it will not help you against a lord of hell." Edward didn't respond, he just vanished. A heartbeat later, his fist connected with Trigon's chest. The impact sent a blast of pure light through the demon's torso, blowing open a hole of divine energy. Trigon roared in pain and backhanded Edward, but the blow only made him slide backward a few meters before he stopped, dusting himself off. "You hit like a child," Edward said coldly, his tone now mechanical, detached. His right hand pulsed with dark blue fire, Mahapralya, Arjuna Alter's divine flames of destruction. He then turned it down. "Nah, that's overkill. Let me show you what true annihilation looks like." He raised his hand. Thousands of streaks of light appeared in the sky, each one an arrow, forged of karma, flame, and void. Trigon's eyes widened as the sky ignited. Edward's voice echoed, "Divine judgment." The sky fell. Bolts of dark blue energy rained down, erasing everything they touched. The ground melted, the air itself turned into fire. Trigon crossed his arms, roaring as the barrage slammed into him again and again, shaking the dimension itself. His flesh burned, his wings torn apart, his energy screaming against Edward's divine fire. When it finally stopped, the world was nothing but smoking ash. Trigon knelt, smoke rising from his wounds. He glared up, breathing heavily, as Edward floated above him like a silent god. "You," Trigon growled, "you dare use divine power against a lord of hell." Edward tilted his head slightly. "You're not a lord, you're a parasite who preys on pain. Don't flatter yourself." Trigon raised both arms, summoning shadows from across the void. Demonic faces emerged, twisted spirits screaming as they merged into his body, restoring his strength. His power spiked again, the entire dimension bending from his presence. "I am Trigon, I am eternal, I consume WRLDS and devour GODS." Edward's aura didn't falter. His tone remained calm, but the air vibrated around his words. "Then come prove it." Trigon lunged forward, faster than before. His claw slashed down, carving through the land itself. Edward blocked with one hand, catching the massive limb mid-swing. The force shattered the earth, but he didn't move an inch. He twisted his wrist, flipping Trigon over his shoulder and slamming him into the ground hard enough to crater the dimension. Raven gasped, even Grail blinked. "He's toying with him." Edward stepped onto Trigon's chest, pinning him down. "You talk too much," he said quietly. "Let me return the favor." He raised his hand, energy crackling violently. A golden spear of compressed divinity formed, a weapon born of Arjuna's wrath and Edward's divine will. He hurled it down. It pierced through Trigon's heart, exploding in a flash of light that tore through the demon's body and carved a pillar into the sky. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, Trigon's laughter echoed, guttural, booming, defiant. His body began to reform, energy twisting around him. "Fool, you cannot destroy a concept. I am sin incarnate, even death kneels before me." Edward smirked faintly. "Seriously, if she heard you, you'd be killed before you know it. By the way, just a humble brag, she kneels only for me when we are in bedroom." He clenched his fist, drawing back divine energy. The aura around him changed, calmer, sharper. His eyes glowed pure white as he spoke, voice echoing through the entire realm. Second ascension. The divine aura burst outward, turning the ash and fire into light. His hair turned black and became shorter, the power more condensed. For the first time, Trigon flinched, taking a step back. The space around Edward bent and collapsed, unable to contain the surge of energy. Edward vanished again, appearing right in front of Trigon's face. His punch shattered sound, a single blow that sent the Hell Lord flying through multiple layers of reality. Trigon smashed into the far end of the subdimension, coughing out black fire. Edward followed, appearing above him midair. His knee connected with Trigon's jaw, driving him down like a meteor. He grabbed Trigon by the horns, slamming his head repeatedly into the ground until the once-proud demon looked dazed and broken. Every hit carried divine judgment, precise, ruthless. Edward wasn't fighting with anger. He was dismantling Trigon methodically, testing his regeneration, testing his limits. Trigon swung again, managing to strike Edward across the side, sending him flying into a cliffside. The cliff exploded, and Edward emerged from the smoke, grinning. "Not bad, at least you're not boring." He surged forward. With concentrated force, he pierced Trigon's flame dome, cleaving a corridor through the inferno. He pressed on, closing in on those massive legs. Trigon tried to stop him via telekinesis, pulling him back, but Edward slammed through, punching Trigon's knee. The demon staggered, growling. The two clashed again, their blows creating waves of fire and lightning that tore through the horizon. Trigon tried to crush him with hellfire, but Edward walked through it, shrugging off flames that could incinerate gods. Every step he took melted the ground beneath him, pure destructive will overflowing. He summoned another wave of divine arrows, each one piercing through Trigon's limbs, pinning him to the ground. "Painful?" Edward asked quietly. "That's karma catching up." Trigon screamed, his body straining. "You think you've won? You cannot stop me, I am." Edward silenced him with a punch that shattered his jaw. "You're loud." He lifted his hand again, dark blue fire gathering in his palm, forming a blazing sphere of pure annihilation. Let's see how much more you can take before you break. He thrust the orb into Trigon's chest. The world erupted in white light. The blast shook the subdimensions so violently that Grail had to shield Raven under her barrier to avoid being vaporized. The ground fractured, oceans of light and shadow colliding into one another as Trigon's screams echoed through the void. When the dust settled, Trigon was on one knee, his body torn and charred. His power was still immense, but the arrogance was gone, replaced by disbelief. Edward stood before him, aura crackling faintly, eyes calm and unwavering. The test was over. Edward didn't wish to use the final ascension, nor the ultimate noble phantasm at full strength. The dimension would be destroyed if he did thaw, not to mention he could already feel the whispers of madness, beckoning him sweetly, calling him to destroy and unmake the world. Edward shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts. I need to end this before I start thinking about destruction of the galaxy or something. He smiled wryly. Then he stepped closer, his tone even. All right, Demon Lord from Temu, now the real fight begins. Capitulo 102, Trigon's Demise. Trigon's roar tore through the dimension, his body regenerating even as it burned. Limbs reformed, flames reignited, wings spread wide again. He rose from the crater, black smoke pouring from his chest where Edward's blast had carved through him. I will not be defeated, the demon bellowed. No mortal, no god, no hybrid abomination can extinguish me. Edward rolled his neck slowly, wiping blood from his lip. The golden and black aura around him rippled, Arjuna's berserk divine wrath humming beneath his skin. His armor gleamed like a dying star, half angelic light, half abyssal flame. Still talking, he muttered. Trigon lunged, slamming his fist down. The impact shattered miles of terrain into molten rivers, but Edward sidestepped and countered instantly, his palm striking upward with impossible precision. Trigon's head jerked back as the divine energy ripped through him. Edward followed with another strike, then another, each blow cracking bone and tearing through his hellfire. He moved faster with every hit, silent, efficient, relentless. His foot crashed into Trigon's gut, driving the demon into the ground so hard that the realm itself buckled. Trigon coughed blood and magma, his voice distorted. You, think brute strength, can change what I am. Edward appeared above him mid-sentence, grabbing one of his horns. He dragged Trigon's enormous head upward, then slammed it straight into the ground with a deafening boom. The land exploded around them. It's not brute strength, Edward said coldly, his voice layered with Arjuna's divine tone. It's inevitability. Trigon's eyes burned brighter. 6 beams of pure demonic energy burst from them, striking Edward square in the chest and launching him backward. Edward twisted in midair, landing on his feet. The blast had torn part of his armor away, revealing burning marks along his ribs, but his expression didn't change. Trigon tried to manipulate the reality, trying to overwrite the dimension itself that kept powering Edward, but his powers proved futile as they flickered and vanished. He couldn't necromancy, as the dimension made of hope didn't allow it. He already failed to mind control Edward or Grail, so that left him with only a few of his powers. He gritted his teeth and tried to destroy Edward's body, turning it into a different matter, but even that didn't work. Edward looked down on him amused. Did you seriously think your powers would work on me? In my own dimension? Maybe you'd have given me a better fight if the battle took place in hell, but why would I allow that after all? He chuckled. Now then, are you ready to die? He spoke coldly, deciding it was time to wrap things up. Trigon spread his wings, towering above him, each feather dripping with living fire. You cannot kill me. I was born from sin itself. I am eternal. Everything that suffers gives me breath. Edward raised one hand lazily, as if brushing dust from his shoulder. Then you're in luck. Choke on your own suffering. He stepped forward, his aura flaring violently, black and gold lightning spiraling around him like a storm. The sound of his heartbeat echoed across the shattered dimension, syncing with Arjuna Altar's power resonating deep within him. Because I'm done trying to kill you. Trigon frowned. What? I'll just consume you instead. The words hit the air like a divine command. The space around Edward warped, reality trembling in response. Arjuna Alter's full essence surged through him, the god of destruction who devoured even divinity itself. The air turned heavy, the sky split apart, and for the first time since the battle began, Trigon hesitated. "Consume me," the demon repeated, uncertain. Edward's eyes burned a pure white. "You said you can't die, right?" His tone sharpened, dangerous but almost amused. "Then you won't, you'll just stop existing." He raised his right hand. A black and blue vortex spiraled open around him, not outward but inward, pulling in light, sound, and energy. The ground began to crumble as Trigon's flames flickered. What is this power?" Trigon demanded, taking a step back. "That's not divine, that's absolute negation. What have you done to me?" Edward's aura intensified, his hair and armor flaring with radiant black fire. Mahapralya Devourer mode. The metallic wings behind him generated more power. The vortex expanded, wrapping around the battlefield. Trigon tried to resist, slamming his claws into the ground, anchoring himself with demonic energy. The realm itself screamed as both forces collided, destruction versus survival. "You dare think you can consume me?" Trigon roared, flames surging. "I am beyond ordinary demons, I am." About to die, Edward cut him off mid-rant, vanishing again. He reappeared behind Trigon, striking him at the base of the neck, with such force that the demon's head snapped forward. Another punch followed, then a barrage of fists moving faster than sound, each one glowing with the devouring flame of Mahapralya. Every hit tore more of Trigon's energy away, feeding it into the vortex forming around Edward. The Hell Lord screamed as his body began to unravel, his form flickering between solid and ethereal. "Stop!" Trigon snarled, swinging wildly, but Edward caught his arm, twisted it, and slammed him to the ground again. The shockwave sent walls of black fire rolling across the horizon. Trigon roared, but Edward's grip tightened. "You said it yourself," he said quietly. "You can't die. Good. That means I can take my time. Maybe it'll cure the PTSD you put that little girl through all those years. See, I'm doing you a favor." He pressed his palm against Trigon's chest. The mark of Arjuna's sigil burned into the demon's flesh. A surge of divine energy erupted outward and then began pulling inward. Trigon's flames started to dim, his skin cracked, light spilling out. "No, you can't," he bellowed. "I am infinity, I am the end of all light." Edward's voice was cold, unflinching. "And I am what comes after the end." The vortex roared to life. Trigon's body convulsed as his power was ripped from him, absorbed directly into Edward. The surrounding dimension disintegrated under the pull, mountains collapsing, rivers of molten energy twisting into the void. Raven fell to her knees, tears of relief streaming as she watched her father being unmade. For years, she had feared him, hated him, and yet seeing him helpless stirred something deep and painful. Trigon turned his head toward her, his once terrifying voice breaking. "Raven, my daughter, help me." Raven froze, trembling. Grail placed a hand on her shoulder, holding her still. "Don't," she said softly. "You owe him nothing, kid." Edward glanced at them briefly, eyes still glowing white. "She doesn't need to be afraid anymore." Trigon screamed again as his body was dragged further into the vortex. His arms disintegrated first, then his wings, until only his upper torso remained, twisting and fading. "You can't do this," he howled. "You'll destroy the balance." "Balance was broken the day you existed. I'm fixing that now," Edward replied, his tone final. With one last motion, he clenched his fist. The vortex closed around Trigon completely, folding the last remnants of his essence into Edward's being. The explosion of divine and demonic energy shook the realm one final time, then silence fell. The storm dissipated, the ground stabilized, the air cleared. Edward stood alone in the aftermath, his armor cracked, his aura fading back to normal. For a few seconds, he was perfectly still. Then he exhaled slowly, stretching his shoulders. A faint smirk tugged at his lips, tasted awful. The divine glow faded away reluctantly. Edward could still hear Arjuna's growl inside his head. "Yeah, not happening, buddy. I prefer sanity. Thankfully, I didn't go all out or use madness enhancement." Edward thought to himself as he changed back to his regular form. Raven watched with amazement as his body changed back. "Are you a shapeshifter, Sir Edward?" Edward chuckled. "Nope, just different forms and powers. I used this one because it would be easier to fight Trigon. I like minimizing risks." Grail chuckled under her breath, shaking her head. "You always find a way to make even the apocalypse sound casual." Raven, still kneeling, covered her mouth as tears streamed freely. The oppressive weight she had lived under her entire life, the curse of her father's presence, the constant dread, was gone. For the first time, there was only silence. Freedom. She let out a broken laugh and then sobbed openly, falling forward, her forehead touching the ground. "He's gone," she whispered. "He's really gone." Edward turned toward her, his eyes now soft again, human. He walked over quietly and placed a hand on her shoulder. "It's all right, kid. He won't hurt you or anyone again, ever." Raven nodded, still crying, unable to form words. Grail approached, her usual smug expression tempered with rare sincerity. "You've done it again," she said, looking at Edward. "You turned annihilation into salvation." Edward shrugged slightly. One less demon in the multiverse. He looked up at the empty sky above them. "Though I'll admit, that aftertaste is something else. At least I have gained authority over hell somewhat." He summoned hellfire in his palm with a thought, then extinguished it. Grail laughed quietly, a genuine light sound. "Of course." Raven looked up at him, her eyes red but smiling faintly. "Thank you," she whispered, "for freeing me." Edward gave a small nod. "You freed yourself, I just handled the cleanup." The dimension around them began to mend, light seeping back in where Trigon's influence had once ruled. The dark skies faded to a pale glow, and the air no longer reeked of sulfur and despair. He asked curiously, "So, why were those people chasing you?" Raven sniffled, wiping her eyes. "They are with Argus. They are gathering all metahumans for a decisive fight against those bad guys. I tried to tell them my powers are uncontrollable, but they refused to listen." Edward nodded. "Of course, Waller would be disparate now that there's nobody saving her ass." Grail crossed her arms, glancing at Edward. "So, what now? You've got one hell of a demon sitting in your soul." Edward smirked faintly. "He won't last long in there. The others will beat him up as amusement before he vanishes completely. Even Saber has joined in." She shook her head. "That's one hell of a council meeting in your soul. Isn't the Saber guy someone who doesn't interact much with the others?" Edward chuckled softly. "Yeah, but demons that mess with humanity is his reverse scale. Seriously, they are super loud. I should start charging rent." Raven looked between them, her tears drying into a relieved smile. "Thank you, Sir Edward, for helping me. You didn't have to, yet you did. The stories are actually true. You are truly kind. Whatever comes next, at least he's gone." Edward nodded once more, his tone calm again. "Of course I had to help, kid. You are a human after all. I have failed many times in my life. Maybe this will help me sleep better at night." He looked down at his hand, where faint traces of Trigon's crimson energy flickered briefly before fading into nothingness. He flexed his fingers, then turned away from the battlefield. Behind him, the remnants of Trigon's aura disintegrated completely, erased from existence, leaving only a clean void. The battle was over. Grail walked beside him, still smirking faintly. "You know," she said, "for someone who just devoured a demon lord, you seem pretty calm." Edward looked ahead, the faintest grin at the corner of his mouth. "I've had worse meals." Raven laughed softly through her tears. "You're unbelievable. I thought you would be more serious, like a strict parent." "Get used to it," Grail said, amused. "That's him on a good day." Edward didn't reply. His gaze stayed fixed forward, his expression steady and unreadable. But for a brief moment, there was peace in his eyes, a rare calm after 1,000 storms. The dimension faded completely behind them, leaving only the three of them standing in the restored quiet of reality. Trigon was gone, Raven was free, and Edward, once again, had proven that even gods and devils were just chapters in his long story. The sky above Avalon shimmered like glass dipped in moonlight. The floating city drifted quietly over the clouds, its towers gleaming with soft white light, waterfalls pouring endlessly into the void beneath. Even after the chaos of Trigon's defeat, it stood serene, untouched by the corruption of the world below. Edward descended slowly with Grail and Raven. The girl was half-conscious, drained, her cloak torn and her face pale. As their feet touched the marble courtyard, a wave of warm air swept across them, fragrant from the gardens and faintly humming with divine energy. Waiting near the grand archway were Hera and Hippolyta, both visibly tense. Hera's gown of gold shimmered under Avalon's artificial lights, her sharp eyes fixed on the sky until she saw him. Hippolyta, clad in her warrior robes, lowered her sword only when Edward landed. "Edward," Hera called, striding forward with her characteristic worry. "What happened, husband? You vanished from my sight completely. Grail only said you're going to fight a demon." Hippolyta followed close behind, scanning him head to toe. She touched a light wound that had yet to heal. "You're bleeding, dear," she noted, "and burnt in places." Edward smirked faintly, brushing soot from his arm. "I've had worse, just a small demon problem." Hera didn't wait for explanations. She gripped his face, turning it slightly left and right as if confirming he wasn't an illusion. "A small demon problem?" she repeated dryly. "You disappear for hours, your aura flickers out of existence, and when you come back you smell like sulfur." He chuckled. "You make it sound like a bad thing." Hippolyta gave a quiet sigh and crossed her arms, looking at Hera who was clinging to him tightly. "He's alive, Hera. Let him breathe." Hera shot her a look, but she eased back, though her hand lingered on Edward's chest, just to feel the pulse beneath his armor. "Who were you fighting this time?" she asked finally. Then her gaze softened as she noticed Raven standing quietly behind him. "And who is this child?" Edward glanced back. Raven stood still, black hair covering part of her face, her violet eyes distant. She looked small here, fragile even, surrounded by divine presences and ethereal light. "Her name's Raven," Edward said. "Daughter of Trigon, the one I just finished off." Hera froze. "Trigon, the Hell Lord." "The same," Edward confirmed. "He won't be coming back, ever. I devoured his soul." Hippolyta's brows rose slightly. "You devoured him." Edward smirked. "You could say that." Raven looked down at her hands, still trembling faintly. Grail placed a hand on her shoulder. "She's exhausted," Grail said quietly. "I'll take her to rest." Edward nodded. "Good, let her sleep. She's earned it. She can decide what to do after she's recovered." Grail guided Raven toward the inner halls of Avalon. The doors opened automatically, their silver inlays glowing with soft, runic light. When they vanished inside, the courtyard fell silent except for the gentle hum of energy running through the city. Edward turned back to Hera and Hippolyta. "Now, before you both start scolding me for leaving without notice." Hera cut in, arms crossed. "We wouldn't need to if you didn't vanish into different dimensions every other week." He grinned. "Fair, I was just experimenting with my powers." Edward stepped closer, his tone calm but firm. "Where are the children? I didn't sense them nearby when you arrived." Hippolyta sighed, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "Alphonse is in his lab again. He and Soph have been working on something, he wouldn't tell me what. Probably another experiment with dimensional shielding for Avalon." He frowned. "Al really needs to go out more, as does Soph." He sighed. "And Cassie, where's my most troublesome child?" "She went to find Diana," Hippolyta said quietly. "Apparently since her sister vanished a day ago, she was worried. She used your tracking amulet so she shouldn't be lost." Edward tilted his head slightly. "Ah, that explains the silence I've been getting from her end." He closed his eyes briefly, extending his senses across the plains. The air around him rippled faintly, reacting to the search. After a few seconds, his brows furrowed. "What is it?" Hera asked. Edward opened his eyes slowly. "They're in Gotham." Hippolyta frowned. "Both of them." "Diana and the Justice League. Cassie is in New York." Edward confirmed, though they're not alone. He focused again, his aura flaring slightly, scanning the divine frequencies entwined in the mortal realm. His expression shifted from calm to curious amusement. "Well, that's unexpected," he said. Hera raised an eyebrow. "What is?" Edward looked at her, there with Athena. The name froze the air for a moment. Hera's head snapped toward him instantly. "Athena," she repeated sharply. "Why would she be in Gotham?" Edward rubbed his neck. "Relax, she's not causing trouble. I released her a few centuries ago, remember?" Hera's tone cooled. I remember you sentencing her to 1,000 years of punishment for her actions. You decided to free her early after I bribed you with myself. I would have freed her even if you didn't do that kinda roleplay. Edward replied with a fake cough. And yeah, she's been living like a normal human ever since. I gave her one of those bracelets like Diana and Cassie wear. It suppresses her divinity, keeps her under the radar. Hippolyta exchanged a glance with Hera. She's been living as a human all this time. Edward nodded. Yes, a teacher actually, quiet life, no schemes, no divine interference. Hera exhaled slowly, crossing her arms again but less tense. You always did have a soft spot for redemption. I got mine from you after all. She sighed softly. Forget those things, you can't undo it, and after seeing Heracles here, I'm not even mad, he said with a faint smile as he hugged her gently. The peaceful tone lasted only a heartbeat before a low swirling hum filled the courtyard. Shadows bent inward, twisting into a circular portal that shimmered like black glass. The air chilled, and from within stepped a figure dressed in sleek black Death, his other wife, graceful and calm as the realm she ruled. Her eyes met his instantly. She didn't speak at first, she just walked forward and wrapped her arms around him. Thank goodness, she murmured softly against his chest. Your presence disappeared for a moment, I thought. Edward chuckled and kissed her forehead. I told you before, it takes more than a few demons to get rid of me. She pulled back slightly, frowning but relieved. You scared me. He smiled. At least it got you to run to me at once. I missed you, his hand stroked her back, before heading down to somewhere softer. She sighed, shaking her head as she felt his hands groping. You're impossible, I just went away for a week. Then she looked up at him, her tone softening. When your aura faded, I dropped everything and came straight here. That makes me happy, Edward said with a grin. I was starting to think my beautiful wife had forgotten me. Death smirked and pinched his side. Forgotten you? Please, you're more stubborn than the concept of existence itself. Ouch, he said, feigning pain. Her smile returned fully. Now, where's my little baby? He didn't even come to greet his mother. How rude. Edward laughed quietly. Soph's in Alphonse's lab helping him with something. They're fine, bonding actually. Let the brothers have their time. She gave him a look, half suspicion, half amusement. That's suspiciously reasonable coming from you. He winked. It gives us some private time, doesn't it? Her cheeks colored faintly. You really have become a horn dog ever since you stepped away from hero work. Hippolyta snorted lightly. That's putting it mildly. He kept us awake last night, and the night before that. Death ignored her, though her hand didn't leave Edward's. Hera folded her arms again, smirking. Well, since the children are busy, maybe we can have some fun ourselves. Hippolyta gave a wry smile. Sounds lovely, but perhaps after we let our dear husband handle the chaos below. I know he is too kind to leave them to suffer for long. Edward sighed dramatically. And here I thought I'd get one peaceful evening. Hera arched a brow. You wanted to ignore it, after all the chaos that's been going on. He rubbed the back of his neck. Technically, yes. Technically. Fine, he admitted. The crime syndicate's causing a mess. The governments are panicking. The League got caught off guard and hid themselves for now. Death crossed her arms, and your plan is to relax. Yes. She raised an eyebrow. Edward looked between them, deadpan. They need the lesson. Humanity's gotten too comfortable waiting for gods and heroes to clean up their mistakes. Not to mention the politicians really pissed me off this time. If I was still down there, walking among them, maybe they'd want to put a leash on me as well. They need to learn so they never make such a mistake. I want to save humanity, but not if they are blinded by power and greed. At least my order is working on it to control that. Hippolyta nodded slowly. Let them learn accountability. Exactly, Edward said. They'll survive, they always do. Hera frowned, though not entirely disagreeing. And if they don't? Then I fix it tomorrow. If it really comes down to it, might use my powers to reverse everything. Death sighed but smiled faintly, leaning her head against his shoulder. You really are impossible. I've been told that's part of my charm, he said. She looked up at him with a soft smirk. It's definitely not your humility. Hera and Hippolyta exchanged faint smiles, tension easing now that the worst had passed. The glow of Avalon reflected off their faces, warm, golden calm. Below, however, the planet was chaos. From their vantage in the sky, faint glimmers of red fire and explosions flickered through the cloud layer. The crime syndicate was tearing through cities across the world. Governments were in disarray. Satellites failed, power grids collapsed. On every continent, panic spread like wildfire. Edward's gaze lingered on the distant chaos. His tone was quieter now, almost reflective. "It's strange, isn't it?" Death followed his eyes. "What is?" "That even after everything, after every warning, they still repeat the same cycle." She looked at him. "And yet you keep saving them, even when you said you won't interfere." He smiled faintly. "Someone has to." Hera stepped beside him, placing a hand on his arm. "You've done enough for now. Rest, husband. The world can wait one more night." He nodded slowly, eyes still fixed on the burning earth below. "One night," he agreed softly. Grail walked back after tucking Raven in. "What did I miss?" Edward chuckled. "Nothing, dear, just talking about the usual things." Behind them, the gates of Avalon closed. The floating city remained tranquil, a sanctuary above madness. Edward turned toward his family. Hera, Hippolyta, Grail, and Death standing beside him, the glow of the horizon reflecting off their divine features. For the first time in weeks, he let the tension leave his shoulders. "All right," he said with a faint grin, "let's have that dinner." Hera smirked. "After you wash off the smell of hellfire." Hippolyta chuckled quietly. "And change into something that doesn't look like it's been through 10 wars. Edward sighed, shaking his head. "Tough crowd." Death laughed softly, taking his hand. "You wouldn't have it any other way." Grail smirked. "I can join you in the shower if that motivates you." Hera glared at her. "Like hell, I called dibs first." He smiled, and together they walked back into the heart of Avalon, the eternal city in the clouds, untouched by time or sin. And beneath them, the mortal world trembled, learning, at last, what it meant to stand alone. Capítulo 103, A Broken World. The world was burning. Skyscrapers in Metropolis, once monuments of human ambition, were reduced to molten spires under Ultraman's heat vision. His laughter echoed above the ruins, cruel and proud, as he hovered over a shattered daily planet globe. Across the oceans, Johnny Quick and Power ring-tore through military fleets trying to stop them, broadcasting the slaughter to every channel on Earth. Governments fell into chaos. Satellites went offline one by one. The crime syndicate had arrived, and within hours the Earth had fallen. Now, it has been nearly 3 days since they arrived, and the Justice League apparently vanished after their identity was revealed. Without their protectors, the nations gave up hope. Only Amanda Waller stood resisting. She was gathering all meta-humans to defend against the threat. Even the criminals locked at Belle Rive prison was released in a desperate attempt for a last stand. Only 2 nations stood untouched in all this, Eternia and Vonarland. Their skies were quiet. Their cities shimmered like islands of order amid madness. The syndicate censors avoided those lands entirely, as if an invisible hand warned them away. Even Ultraman didn't risk it. Rumors spread that the God King of those nations had returned, and even devils feared his name. But elsewhere, chaos was complete. In Washington, remnants of the U.S. government hid beneath the Capitol's ruins. Minutemen, the syndicate soldiers, enforced martial law in their name, rounding up metahumans, killing anyone who resisted. Europe split in two as French Parliament declared allegiance to President Alman, while Britain had gathered all the mages of the Clock Tower to put up a barrier to resist. The crime syndicate attacked them in response, but Superwoman was unable to break through their defenses. Alman was analyzing the magic of this world for countermeasures, but he couldn't find any. It was too different and complex from any other magic. Asia fell into panic when LexCorp's satellites broadcast footage of the syndicate executing the Justice League. It wasn't true, but fear didn't care about truth anymore. In the syndicate's fortress, parallel to the ruins of Metropolis, Alman sat before a massive screen, scrolling through endless streams of data. The room was dark, lit only by the flicker of red code. Every heartbeat in the city above pulsed through his monitors. He wasn't smiling. Alman never smiled. Behind him, Superwoman walked in and wrapped her arms around him, her tone casual yet sensual. "You look tired, darling," she said, tracing a finger along his armored shoulder. "Too much work for one man, even one as obsessed as you." She was in a relationship with Ultraman, but she was cheating on him with Owlman. She even had an affair with Lex. For her, it was all about doing whatever she wanted. And she felt a twisted pleasure in this. But for some reason, Owlman's nihilistic tendencies drew her in. Owlman's eyes didn't leave the screen. Obsession is what separates us from them. Without control, this world will eat itself faster than we ever could. "Control," she laughed softly, sliding her hand around his throat. "You want control, but all you've done is replace chaos with your own brand of madness." Owlman shrugged. "I believe conquest and power are all pointless. All our powers and riches don't mean anything in the grand scheme." Superwoman chuckled. "Darling, how is that pointless? We are conquerors. We rule entire worlds. We are rich enough to live as we please. Isn't this the perfect life?" Owlman pointed at the screen that showed different Earths. "And here on this Earth, we're poor. There, we were never born. In here, we probably were just another ordinary human. Our strength and riches don't mean anything if the universe itself is flawed." He turned slightly, his expression unreadable. "You mistake purpose for madness. The difference between me and Ultraman is that I understand the multiverse. He's content being a tyrant here. I want to end the cycle." Her eyes narrowed. "End it how?" Owlman zoomed in on the digital map, billions of universes spiraling across the void. Every universe follows the same flawed pattern. Good rises, evil challenges it, balance returns until entropy wins. But if I destroy the root, he pointed at the center, a glowing axis labeled Prime Earth, all others collapse with it. Superwoman leaned in closer, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "And then what? You become God." "No," he replied coldly. "I become the last man standing. Of course, like all beings, I'll need a partner to stand beside me, the drawback of being human." Her hand slipped from his neck to his chest. Sounds romantic, and if Ultraman finds out?" "He won't," Owlman said simply. "He's too busy playing king." He paused, meeting her gaze. "And you'll keep that mouth of yours shut, won't you, Lois?" She smirked, pressing her lips to his cheek. "Only if you keep things interesting." Outside, thunder cracked not from storms, but from the sound of Ultraman throwing another aircraft through a skyscraper. Owlman didn't flinch. He only whispered, almost to himself. "Let him burn it all. The more chaos there is, the easier it'll be to erase everything." Gotham City. Gotham had become a war zone. Fires lined the horizon. Abandoned GCPD cruisers lay overturned, bullet holes marking their last stand. Even the criminals plaguing Gotham for years stood beside the cops against the new overlords, but their weapons didn't help against them. But within the city's heart, one house still stood untouched. An old Greek-style mansion, cloaked by wards invisible to the naked eye. Inside, the Justice League gathered, bruised, battered, but alive. Diana leaned against the wall, her armor scorched from battle. Flash sat on the couch, hands shaking from exhaustion. Arthur nursed a cracked rib. Hank was in his human form, lounging on the sofa, the only hero not injured. Clark's cape was torn nearly in half, his face marked with bruises that refused to heal, a rare sight. Feora was applying human medicine on them, making him chuckle. Lex Luthor from Earth 3 was sitting tensely, thinking about possible countermeasures to take. He was losing hope. Green Lantern went to OA to ask for reinforcement and explain the situation. Shazam was out, searching for Cyborg's location. The Hawk duo decided to go on their own and fight. And then there was Bruce, standing near the window, mask still on, his silhouette calm despite the chaos outside. Across from him sat Professor Athena Pallas of Gotham University, or rather, the Greek goddess of wisdom and war, Athena. Dressed in plain human clothes, sipping tea like the world wasn't ending. Diana recognized her immediately and asked Bruce why did he bring them here, and did he know about her true identity. He assured them that she can be trusted. Athena also spoke to Diana, privately telling her that she was done being a goddess. She just wanted to live peacefully without worries. "Feels strange," Flash muttered. "The world falling apart and Batman's hosting a tea party, And why are we even here? Athena smirked faintly. When the storm rages, calm minds prevail. Would you prefer screaming in panic like the mortals outside? Tace, Bari muttered. Bruce finally turned from the window, voice low but steady. We can't stay hidden for long. They're moving fast. Power Rings drones already swept Bloodhaven and Keystone. Gotham's next. It's only standing because they didn't think we would stay right where we fought. Superman frowned. We can't take them head-on, not after what happened in Metropolis. They're not gods, Clark, Bruce replied. They're predators, predictable but lethal. They are what we could have become if we lost our conscience. We just need the right leverage. Leverage, Arthur scoffed, against people who can crush tanks with their fists. Exactly, Bruce said, tone unshaken. Which is why we stop playing heroes and start thinking like them. But we won't stoop to their level. We will beat them. Athena chuckled softly. You've learned well from him, beloved. Diana froze mid-step. Beloved. The room went silent. Bruce turned slightly, his jaw tightening. Athena smiled faintly, as if savoring the moment. He sighed, seeing her teasing look, as if waiting to see him refute it. Wait, Bari blinked, looking between them. You too are. Athena raised a brow. Yes, lovers, companions, call it what you wish. Clark blinked. Bruce, you and a literal goddess. Bruce exhaled quietly. It's a long story. Diana stared between them, conflicted. She knew Athena was punished by her father, then set free. She didn't think a goddess would change so much. Finally, she spoke calmly. How long? A few years, Athena replied before Bruce could. He found me when I was wandering, living as a mortal in the city. He saved me in more ways than one, and I saw through his loneliness and decided to fill that void. Barry let out a whistle. Well, that's one hell of a power couple. Bruce glared at him, pulling off his cowl. His face was tired, human, vulnerable. No more masks, he said simply. Not between us. The world's ending again, and secrets won't save it this time. Since we all know our identities already, it's fair that you know mine. Barry splurted out his drink. Hang on, Bruce Wayne. You're Batman. Arthur chuckled. A billionaire playboy dressing up as a bat to fight crime. Can't make that up. Luthor smirked. It doesn't matter much to me, but I appreciate the gesture. Clark and Hank already knew his identity, as did Diana. Clark nodded slowly. Then let's start rebuilding trust. Bruce gestured toward the table, where holograms flickered to life, scans of the syndicate, maps of global chaos and missing locations. The watchtower's gone, he said. Not destroyed, gone, someone took it. Arthur frowned. Ultraman. No, this wasn't brute force, Bruce replied. This was precision, like it was pulled out of existence. Athena leaned back, crossing her arms. Perhaps it was your father, Diana. Diana's expression hardened instantly. Don't start. Athena smirked. You underestimate him. He's probably watching all this, sipping wine, wondering whether to interfere. He does have a fondness for humanity. Clark looked between them. Your father. Diana sighed. I suppose I should tell you. It's just I didn't want you to see me differently or as someone's daughter. I always wanted to be treated as myself. She took a deep breath, then spoke. My true name is Diana Elric. I am the daughter of Edward Elric, the great hero of mankind, and occasionally worshipped as a divine being. Bari blinked. Holy shit, that's your dad. The one who took down Olympus and vanished for centuries. The guy who single-handedly stopped the World War. The guy who literally has a shrine in my house. Diana sighed. I knew you might react like that. Yes, the same man as my father. And if Athena is right, he's probably already aware of what's happening. But he didn't intervene either because he didn't want us to rely on him and grow, or he's otherwise occupied. Athena's smirk softened slightly. I don't mock him, child. I respect him. He freed me when I'd long given up on redemption. If he chooses to act, the syndicate won't last a day. Arthur shook his head. If he can restore a destroyed world, destroying a few villains won't be a problem for him. Hank nodded. As per the records, he seems to have several forms. I saw him during the Darkseid invasion. He stopped Darkseid's daughter with some unconventional methods. Diana groaned. Yes, among other things, he has a knack for making different women fall for him. She didn't mention that he was married literally to death herself. Clark asked curiously, Then why doesn't he stop all this? If he's such a great hero, why not stop it before happening? Diana clenched her fist. That's exactly why. Everyone took him for granted, just like us. He didn't have to do anything for humans, yet he kept on saving them, guiding them, even when they weren't worthy. Even when the very humans he saved raised their weapons against him, he didn't raise their countries to the ground. But he also understood if he kept guiding them, humans will see it as if he was controlling them, even if it was for their good. They might even think there's a hidden purpose behind his kindness. So he wanted to walk away and let you grow and develop on your own, make your own choices, while he protects you from unknown threats. Bruce tapped the table, then the World War happened. Diana nodded solemnly. Yes, he decided that it was enough and he can't keep playing babysitter anymore. So he undid the damage and left. He had sacrificed thousands of years for them, staying away from his family despite wanting to find peace. She looked down. Do you know how it feels when your father, the person you love and want to spend time with, stays away for decades helping humans all across the world? He of course spent time with me whenever he could. He never made an excuse. He only tried his best for both his family and the humans. I became a hero so that I could lessen his burden, so he could spend more time with my siblings without worrying about the world falling apart in his absence. But it always ended up being his job to save everyone. She sighed. Athena also sighed. Despite him and me not agreeing on certain matters, I respect him. It takes resolve to do what he does. Bruce nodded. It's not fair to rely on one man forever to solve everything. We must be strong enough to protect ourselves. And as the latest events have shown, human greed is something beyond control. Diana replied with anger. That's why I feel Father was too kind. Humans will always forget, most of them anyway. Look at us, they wanted to make us their servants, leashed like a dog. Hank spoke softly. You're not wrong to be angry, Diana. Boo 5, don't blame the innocent for a few people's actions. The governments and politicians might have acted against us and manipulated news to turn people against us. Many still supported the League. Clark also agreed. The people at the top often don't represent what the common people thinks. After we fix this, we can deal with it. Bruce nodded. Yes, first we have to save the world. The meeting stretched deep into the night. The League argued strategy, resources, and survival. Bruce listened to everyone, his mind already 10 steps ahead. Athena watched him quietly, her immortal eyes full of pride. Finally, Diana spoke, her voice breaking the murmurs. Then it's settled, we fight, not as symbols but as people. We take back our world. Clark nodded, together. Bruce looked around the room. Then, let's remind the Syndicate what happens when you underestimate humanity. The lights flickered as thunder cracked outside, unnatural, powerful. Athena rose from her seat, eyes narrowing. Something's happening, she murmured. What? Bruce asked. She shook her head. I can't sense it, but we are running out of time. In Moscow, power plants exploded as Minutemen seized control of energy grids. In Tokyo, power rings, corrupted constructs destroyed entire police forces. America's skies turned red under Ultraman's heat. Panic ruled everything. Eternia's skies stayed clear, protected by unseen wards. Von Arlen's rune barriers shimmered quietly, repelling every attempt at invasion. Other nations were trying to seek refuge there, but they were refused. They only gave one answer. We didn't drive away your protectors. You did. Now you can only hope the Eternal One might take pity on you again. Newscasters whispered the same question through trembling voices. Why hasn't the great hero Edward intervened? Is he watching? Is he still alive? Will he save us again? The cameras caught glimpses of strange auroras near the upper atmosphere, cracks of divine energy, as if the world itself waited for a forgotten hero to return. And somewhere in Avalon's endless skies, Edward sat quietly, watching it all unfold. He didn't feel it was fun to see the suffering, but just swooping down and saving people doesn't solve the problems. He could end it in an instant. But as he once told his wives sometimes, the world had to learn to face its monsters without him. Capitulo 104, Crisis on Two Earths. 3 days had passed since the world fell into chaos. Every city was a battlefield. Smoke blotted out the sky. Oceans churned black with oil and wreckage. From above, Earth looked like a dying ember, cracks of fire blazing across its continents. And yet, in the midst of that hell, a single unlikely voice still commanded the armies. Amanda Waller. She stood on the cracked runway of what was once a U.S. Air Force base, now renamed Project Last Dawn. It was rather accurate considering the situation. It may very well be their last dawn if they failed. Around her, soldiers, metahumans, mercenaries, and even former villains were gathering under one flag. Harley Quinn adjusted her baseball bat beside Deadshot. Peacemaker patted his pet eagle with a smile while clenching his assault rifle. Constantine was drinking from a flask. He and Zatanna were invited to defend Earth, and they agreed despite knowing the risks. She was standing beside him hesitantly, holding a book. Black Adam hovered silently above the hangars, lightning flickering in his eyes. He has been released from his containment chamber by Waller to fight in exchange for freedom. Captain Adam, being promised a pardon, once again stood at the front. He had not much choice. Waller's coat flapped against the wind as she surveyed the holographic display. "Satellite feeds are gone, but we've got local scans," she said coldly. "The Syndicate's command zone is centered over Metropolis. Ultramans established their fortress. Power Ring's troops have occupied the East Coast. Johnny Quick's running recon through the West. We don't have time to regroup, we must strike now, before they come for us all." She turned around and surveyed the gathered people. "Listen up, whatever CR limes you did, how many you have killed, this is your chance at redemption. Today, we fight to save our world. Although we have often been at odds, today we put that aside to be the hero this world needs." Her aide trembled. "Director, with respect, half of these people are criminals. If we attack them head-on, some might just escape." "We all die if we don't," she cut him off. "I don't care if they're criminals, gods, or ghosts. Anyone who can fight, fights. If we fall, we make sure they remember humanity's last day wasn't spent begging for mercy. And they know running away isn't an option. The Syndicate will find them." A ripple of murmurs passed through the crowd. Some grinned, others just looked scared. Black Adam descended beside her. "You're brave, woman, or insane, perhaps both. But I agree, they will not destroy Kondak on my watch." Waller didn't blink. "You want to live, don't you? Then earn it. Use your powers against them." Then there was a burst of wind, and someone landed in front of them with a thunderous impact. The earth was trembling. They immediately became alert and pointed their weapon, but Waller stopped them. "Wait, I believe that's our last member. Now we also have a god on our side." She smirked, feeling more confident. Everyone was awestruck as a tall, blonde, muscular woman wearing a futuristic-style armor emerged from the crater. Even Black Adam had a hint of blush as she walked towards them with a grin. "Sup, folks? The name's Cassie Elric. Goddess of strength and beauty and something else I forgot. I'm filling in since my sister is MIA for some reason." Constantine dropped his cigarette. "Oh, fuck me dead. It's that pretty violent chick from the Grail War. What's she doing here?" Zatanna raised an eyebrow. "Pretty? Didn't you say I was the prettiest girl you've seen?" Constantine raised his arms in surrender. "That's the part you focus on. She's a brutal, violent woman. She almost punched me to death." Cassie sighed. "This is why I should get a face mask or something. People start acting all nice once they see me. That ruins the chance of a fight. I hope those bad guys don't fold before we fight properly." Waller coughed lightly. "Ahem, Miss Cassie here is the sister of Wonder Woman. She will be our main strike force with Black Adam. Mr. Constantine and Ms. Zatanna would support them. Firestorm and Killer Frost clear up the path for others. The rest of you don't charge in recklessly, find your opening. Peacemaker, Deadshot, you two will take out Ultraman with the kryptonite bullets. Then target their brains, Owlman. If these two can be taken out, we can win this." The wind howled as engines roared. Dozens of ARGUS gunships took to the sky. Behind them, metahumans leapt into the air. Firestorm blazing, Killer Frost skating on ice, Hawkman and Hawkgirl spreading their wings. Constantine tried to make small talk in the jet. Cassie was it? Where'd you get this new armor? Last time, you had something similar to your sister." Zatanna glared. "You remember the details of her armored WVen when she pummeled you." Constantine sighed. just making small talk love. Cassie replied nonchalantly. It's fine, my brother made it. Pretty cool, right? He likes to make these things. I think Dad gave him hepatitis domain or something a few years back. Zatanna chuckled. You mean Hephaestus, the forging god? Cassie smacked her palm. Yeah, that's it. He can make better stuff now, things that don't explode. Constantine asked hesitantly. Who's your dad? How can hand over God's domains like handing candies at Halloween? Cassie shrugged. Dad has a bunch of those from killing gods from his younger days. He's quite stingy, though. I wanted Apollo and Thor's domain, but he didn't give me. Zatanna shook her head as a respectful smile appeared on her face. You should keep quiet about these things, Lady Cassie. Others might figure out about you and your father. But I must say, it's an honor to meet you. I read stories about your father growing up. He is a great man. Cassie sighed. Yeah, who hasn't? Everyone knows him. It's such a hassle to be compared with him all the time. But to me, he is the best dad in the world, not some legendary hero or something. Even Constantine had realized by now. Oh, fuck me in the arse, you're his daughter. Where is he? If you are here, does that mean he's coming too? I can bloody relax then. Cassie shook her head. Nope. Dad said to let humans learn to clean up their own mess. He said something about growth and development. I fell asleep halfway. Zatanna chuckled. You're such an interesting person, Lady Cassie. The world's last army rose toward a sky painted red, heading towards Metropolis. Metropolis, the war zone. The city that once symbolized hope now stood as the crime syndicate's fortress. Skyscrapers bent like crucified metal, the air shimmered from Ultraman's heat vision. Every street crawled with Minutemen, meta-human soldiers under Power Ring's command. There were over few hundreds of them. And above them all, Ultraman watched. His cape rippled in the solar wind, eyes burning like twin suns. They still resist, he said with amused contempt. You'd think they'd learn. Superwoman stood behind him, arms crossed, wearing a seductive smirk. Humans always fight hardest when they're cornered, makes killing them more fun. Power Ring's distorted voice crackled through the comms. Incoming aerial signatures, dozens of them, not ours. I'm sending my guys to take them down. Ultraman grinned. Finally, let them come. Once I crush them, the world shall belong to me. The sky lit up as Waller's forces broke through the cloud cover. Explosions painted the heavens gold and crimson. Firestorm unleashed solar flares that split through the upper atmosphere. Missiles streaked past Deadshot's crossfire. Black Adam plummeted through the storm, his lightning tearing into the Syndicate's Minutemen. Cassie charged with a roar and punched through the tanks and Minutemen that were unlucky enough to stand in her way. She was like a bulldozer, smashing through their defenses. The first wave hit hard. Constantine shouted over the comms, I think I hit Power Ring's bloody drone. Good, Harley yelled back, laughing amid the chaos. Keep throwing till you hit the scary ones. Below them, Power Ring screamed as one of his corrupted constructs shattered. His ring pulsed with rage. You miserable insects, he fired back, emerald fire consuming the sky. Waller's command ship shook violently as they fell to the ground. Hold the line, she roared. We push through or die trying. They crashed, but thankfully a few magic constructs appeared to slow their fall. Waller groaned and took out a plasma rifle and decided go out and fight. Maintain the communication channel. I'm gonna go fight for my damn planet. If I don't return, Emilia takes charge. Before she could exit, Superwoman smashed through. Are you the one behind this little rebellion? Shame, I expected it to be someone more interesting. Waller smirked. Then this might come as a little shock to you. She pulled the trigger, blasting Superwoman away, who let out an angry yell before crashing into a building. Waller walked out of the crashed ship and joined the fray. I'm not going down without taking a few with me. She grinned and spat out some blood. On the horizon, the smoke parted, and a red blur shot through them. Johnny Quick. He ripped through fighter jets like paper, each sonic boom carving fresh wounds in the air. Bullets couldn't touch him. His laughter was all the warning they got. Too slow, too weak. Then Black Adam was suddenly punched before he could see it. He was planted deep in the ground. The battlefield paused for a second as everyone looked at the leader of the crime syndicate, Ultraman. He was hovering over them, looking down arrogantly. 2 gunshots sounded from 2 sides. Ultraman casually grabbed the bullets and smirked. "How nice of you to send me some snacks." He absorbed the powers from the kryptonite until they crumbled to dust. Cassie charged with a yell, only to be stopped by Superwoman. "I'll be your opponent, little girl. Let me repay you in full for the insult your sister inflicted on me." "Piss off, old hag." Cassie punched her away. Ultraman looked amused. "You're quite strong and beautiful. How about you stop hanging out with these weaklings and become mine?" "You lucky my dad isn't here. He'd rip your balls and feed it to you." Cassie punched him without holding back. A loud impact was heard before the shockwave sent everyone back. When the dust cleared, everyone looked amazed. Ultraman and Cassie were almost evenly matched. But Ultraman was growing stronger by absorbing sunlight. Plus, he had a kryptonite armor underneath, further augmenting his strength. He grinned and punched Cassie, who flew back a kilometer. "Fine, I like my woman a little feisty." Cassie scowled. "Get lost, ugly bastard." Ultraman snarled and punched her with all his strength. Cassie slammed into the pavement hard enough to crater an entire block. Asphalt cracked like broken glass beneath her armor as she spat blood and grinned. "Not bad for a knockoff," she muttered, her hand brushing the dust from her cheek. Ultraman descended slowly, the ground melting where his boots touched. "A shame, really," he said with cruel amusement. "You could have been a queen." Cassie rolled her shoulders. "Nah, queens sit on thrones doing nothing. I've seen my mom." Then she was gone, a golden blur smashing into his jaw. The air itself screamed as shockwaves ripped through the skyline. Buildings shattered. Clouds split. Ultraman hit back instantly, heat vision igniting from his eyes in twin beams of annihilation. Cassie twisted, deflecting them with her bracers, sparks ricocheting into the ruins below. Every clash shattered the surroundings. Down below, black atoms streaked across the horizon, electricity shredding through the Minutemen army. His fists glowed with ancient fury as he collided with Johnny Quick, whose laughter became a blur of motion. "You're fast," Quick sneered, circling him, "but not me fast." Adam's eyes flared. "Then try running from a storm." He slammed his hands together, summoning a blinding surge of divine lightning that engulfed the street. Johnny Quick screamed, his speed faltering as half his body charred from the inside. "Keep talking," Adam muttered, grabbing his face and smashing him into the asphalt. Power Ring screamed through comms, "Johnny," and unleashed a barrage of emerald fire toward him, but Zatanna's voice rang out above the noise, sharp, commanding, each word heavy with magic. "Dealo, mate." Power Ring's constructs froze midair, trapped in ice-like stasis. Killer Frost followed up instantly, shattering them with an elegant twirl of her hand. Constantine was crouched beside her, flicking a bloodlit sigil into the dirt. "Bloody hell, that'll hold IM for 10 seconds. Frost, Z, buy us a pint after this, yeah." "Focus, John," Zatanna hissed, eyes glowing white as she chanted again, sealing several corrupted Minutemen in containment runes. Meanwhile, Waller, bleeding from her forehead, stormed through the chaos with a rifle in hand. "Push forward, we're not dying in retreat. Adam, give me a hole in that wall." Captain Adam clenched his fists and unleashed a contained nuclear burst, vaporizing a swath of enemy troops and punching through the Syndicate's defense lines. High above, Cassie and Ultraman collided again. She drove her knee into his ribs, cracked them, before he countered with a backhand that sent her spiraling through a skyscraper. She coughed, blood painting her teeth, but she was laughing. "That all you got, sunshine?" Ultraman's smile faltered for a moment. "You're starting to annoy me." "Good," Cassie replied, cracking her neck. "Dad says I have a gift for that." He rushed at her like a comet of heat and rage. Cassie met him head-on, lightning flaring behind her like wings. Their punches met, the shockwave flattened 6 blocks. The world tilted. Firestorm struggled to stabilize his fusion output as he watched from above. "She's matching him, holy." "Don't lose focus," Zatanna shouted from below. Then Power Ring broke free from the ice with a demonic scream, his face half-burned, Ring pulsating violently. "I'll tear your hearts out." Cassie looked down. "You want to try, Lantern reject." But before she could finish, Ultraman seized the moment, a blow to her gut, then a hammer fist that sent her crashing to the ruins below. She groaned, struggling to get up. The sky burned red above her. Ultraman floated down, his grin sharp as knives. No one can stand against me. Not your Justice League, not you. Why struggle? You sure love hearing your own voice. She spat out, but her heart sank as she looked below. The ground was a graveyard of steel and fire. Bodies, human and meta alike, littered the ruins. Waller's coalition forces were collapsing under the weight of the Syndicate's power. Superwoman led the charge, her laughter echoing through the crumbling skyline as her lasso of submission coiled around fleeing soldiers. "Oh, don't run," she purred, yanking a tank off its treads and hurling it into another. "This is just getting fun." Power Ring and his Minutemen swept through the air, their constructs destroying what remained of Waller's air support. On the ground, Johnny Quick was like a streak of lightning, ripping through lines before the human eye could blink. It wasn't a battle anymore, it was an apocalypse. Ground command, Waller's line. The air stank of smoke and blood. Waller stood atop an overturned Humvee, barking orders through a headset. "Pull back the right flank, Firestorm, cover the retreat. Where the hell is Captain Atom?" "Right here," came a metallic voice, before a blinding explosion ripped through the Syndicate's drones. Atom hovered in glowing armor, his energy cracking like a miniature sun. "Took me a while to stabilize fusion levels. Hope it's worth it." "It better be," Waller snapped. Everywhere she looked, death reigned. Metahumans were falling one by one. Killer Frost screamed as a beam from Ultraman's heat vision seared past her. Deadshot fired until his gun melted in his hand. Harley was bleeding from a dozen cuts, but still laughing. Waller slumped down, her fingers loosening against the gun. "I guess this is it." There was a gust of wind and light thud as someone landed beside her. SHE looked up and smirked. "About damn time, I thought you left." "You know this is suicide," said the new arrival. It was Batman. He was wearing new armor that gleamed under the sunlight. He looked around to see if there was any survivors. Waller didn't turn. "You think I don't know that?" "Then why fight? You could have joined the president in the bunker." "Because someone has to remind them, the world doesn't die quietly. We humans are not so fragile." Bruce nodded. "Good answer." Waller coughed. "So where's the rest of you?" As if on cue, there were multiple sonic booms and loud impacts as a bunch of new figures arrived on the battlefield. Diana, Bari, Hal, Arthur, Feora stood side by side. Diana looked surprised as she spoke to Cassie. "What are you doing here, Cass? You're supposed to be at home." Cassie grinned weakly. "Hey, sis, I actually came to look for you in New York. Some stuff happened that totally has nothing to do with me bashing some government tanks. Then this lady came to me, saying Earth was in danger. She asked for my help after I introduced myself. I am helping here." Ultra looked between them with a smirk. "Your sister is rather beautiful too. I have decided to take both of you back with me. After you spend some time in the mind-wiping chamber, you'd be happily serving me. Like your buddy Cyborg." A sonic crack split the air like a divine hammer. A blue blur tore through the smoke, and a shockwave followed, flattening half a block as it collided head-on with Ultraman midair. The tyrant reeled, coughing blood as he was hurled through the remains of LexCorp Tower. "You talk too much," a calm voice spoke. Superman hovered in the air, cloak torn but eyes sharp, like a beacon of hope in the smog-filled place. Ultraman wiped blood from his mouth, then grinned. "You're back." "Looks that way." Ultraman laughed, the sound ugly and full of rage. "Then die again." Capitulo 105, Crisis on Multiple Earths. Boom! Both forces collided, blue and red auras clashing in a supernova of force. Shockwaves rippled through the clouds, lightning forming in their wake. The first true counterattack had begun. Below, a flash of green burst through the haze as Hal Jordan's emerald ring flared alive. His constructs formed an aerial phalanx, intercepting Power Ring's grotesque fear beasts mid-flight. "You're a coward," Hal spat through gritted teeth, each word pushing against Power Ring's warped energy. "I'm honest," the he hissed back. "You hide behind your will, I wear my fear like armor." "Then let's see whose armor cracks first." Their constructs collided, the explosion parting the clouds. Another tremor rolled through the streets, then the pavement split. A spear of gold erupted upward, followed by a shadow with wings. "About time you guys got here," Hawkgirl muttered, swinging her mace into the head of a Minuteman. The resulting detonation sent a shockwave down the street. Beside her, Aquaman rose from the river, summoning a tidal burst that washed through enemy lines, sending power rings corrupted soldiers scattering. "You guys should retreat before you get caught up," he shouted. "I got this. This guys will pay for everything." The air felt quiet for a second before a dense pressure spread from Arthur. Red lightning flashed as an invisible shockwave erupted from his location. Whoever got caught up rolled their eyes and lost consciousness, falling down before even realizing what happened. Hawkgirl flinched as even she was caught in it. Hey, what is this? I feel like an invisible hand pushing me down." Arthur chuckled and pushed back the hacky. "It's one of my abilities, taught by my mentor." The people below, those who had survived long enough to see this, looked up as one. Their protectors had returned. Superwoman descended to meet the challenge. She landed like a meteor in front of Waller's last defensive line, the pavement cracking beneath her heel. "So," she said with a grin, "the famous Justice League finally crawls out of hiding. Step away from them." The voice came from behind, resolute, commanding. Diana crashed down from the clouds, her shield sparking with divine lightning. The force of her landing threw Superwoman back a step. "You disgrace the name of warrior," Diana said, sword drawn. Superwoman's smile widened. "I prefer queen." Their blades met with a shriek that shook the air. Sparks fell like molten rain. Each strike carried their fury, the battlefield splitting under their might. Above them, Superman and Ultraman tore through the clouds, two titans locked in mirrored hatred. "Look at you," Ultraman sneered, blocking a punch that could split mountains. "Pretending to be noble. You could rule them all, yet you kneel before them." "Power without restraint," Clark said, his eyes burning blue, "is just destruction." "Then let me show you how destruction looks." He took out a device and pressed it. A large portal appeared where they were fighting. A large, grotesque creature with bone spikes sprouting from its body appeared. Then more than 10 of them followed behind it. Ultraman laughed. "I'm done trying to hold back and leave some plunders intact. I will destroy it if I can't have it. Now, meet your Domesday." The grotesque creatures snarled, their roar shaking the battlefield. They rushed at the survivors, attacking without control. Superwoman and Diana were still locked in brutal battle, each blow shaking the ruins of the Daily Planet. "You fight well, princess," Superwoman said between strikes, a grin splitting her bruised lip. "Too bad your father's not here to see it, or maybe he just doesn't care." Diana's eyes flared. "Don't you dare speak of him." Superwoman's lasso whipped around her throat, dragging her to her knees. "Oh, but isn't that what drives you? The famous hero's little girl, desperate to prove she's not just his shadow." Diana slammed her shield upward, snapping the lasso free, and sent Superwoman flying through a wall. "He taught me to be better than you." "Then where is he?" came the mocking voice from the rubble. "Why isn't he here saving you?" Their blades clashed again, divine sparks raining on the battlefield. Then they saw it. Superwoman scoffed. "He released his pet dogs without telling us." Diana widened her eyes. "What are those creatures?" Superwoman smirked. "They are called Doomsday. Ultraman cloned them from some extinct creature of Krypton. They are rather volatile." Diana touched her earpiece. "Bruce, did you copy?" Bruce's voice came. "Yes, their DNA structure is unstable. Slight radiation leaking from their core. I believe they can be dealt with if we use kryptonite and pierce the core." Waller's voice interrupted them. "They are indeed harmed by kryptonite bullets, but it's not doing much if it can't penetrate deep enough. Their skin is tougher than diamond." Batman replied as he jumped away from an attack. "I have a way to deal with them. Diana, disengage from Superwoman. I need you to deal with these things first. Tell your sister to take on Superwoman. Hal, I need you gather these creatures at one place and contain them." Hal replied annoyed. "How, you think they'll let me? These things are strong almost as Superman, and they can regenerate." "We don't have time. Shazam and Martian Manhunter has gone to Earth 3 to rescue Cyborg with Luthor, while these guys are here. We need to make sure they are safe. What happened to your reinforcements?" Hal grimaced. "I don't think there will be any. OA was destroyed by someone, that's why I came back alone." Batman narrowed his eyes. "Was it them?" Hal shook his head. "No, I don't think so. There was a huge Omega symbol carved into the planet's surface. Reminds you of someone. Batman growled, "Darkseid." Hal nodded. "We got bigger threats already approaching." High above, Superman was bleeding. Ultraman drove him through a skyscraper, shattering its steel spine. "This is my world now," Ultraman roared, fists hammering relentlessly. Clark caught one punch mid-strike, holding it steady. His eyes ignited blue heat vision lancing through Ultraman's chest, burning clean through. Ultraman screamed, but the wound closed in seconds. He grinned, feral. "Kryptonite makes me stronger, fool. You can't win." Clark wiped the blood from his mouth. "Then I'll just have to break the man instead of the body." Suddenly, a fist slammed into Ultraman's face, sending him backwards. Cassie grinned. "I'm done resting, let's fight again." Clark chuckled. "Hi, Cassie, right? You're quite different from Diana." Cassie smirked. "You mean I'm cooler than her? Sis can be boring sometimes." Clark laughed. "Haha, of course. Now let's take down this guy so we can stop this chaos." Cassie charged ahead. "Let's go." Feora and Hal were fighting the Doomsdays alongside Black Adam. Malgic was somewhat working on them. Black Adam hurled another lightning bolt and shouted, "They keep healing from the wounds. I can't keep on doing this forever." Feora punched another Doomsday and yelled, "Didn't you kept boasting about your strength? Even Shazam could do better." Black Adam snarled and unleashed a massive thunderstorm, taking down all of them, their bodies healing while being destroyed. "You dare compare me with that idiot?" Hal smirked. Classic Feora, she loves to rage bait people. Despite every strike, every blast of willpower, the Syndicate didn't falter. Even with Captain Atom and Black Adam's raw strength, the tide refused to turn. Every time a Minuteman fell, two more appeared. Not to mention the Doomsday clones that were destroying everything in sight. Flash was bleeding, his suit torn as Johnny Quick darted around him. "Can't keep up, can you?" Quick taunted. Barry grit his teeth, lightning sparking across his arms. "Watch me." They blurred into a cyclone, their speed alone warping the air, debris spiraling around them in violent orbit. Barry decided to trip in front of him intentionally, and kicked Johnny's leg from below while putting on a device that isolated him from the speed force. Johnny Quick growled and tried to punch him and take it off, but his powers were gone. "What is this thing? I can't feel the speed force," he yelled. "An isolator. Apparently, Batman made it as a contingency for rogue speedsters, and you were the lucky test subject." Flash spoke in communicator. "Flash here, I got him." Batman's voice came. "Perfect timing. Flash, go and bait those monsters Ultraman summoned. Hal will contain them in a single location, then we take them out at once." Flash nodded. "On it, just let me catch my breath." He leaned against a boulder. Before he could relax, he saw charming redhead approach him. It was Model Citizen. "Hey there, handsome, how about a little chat?" Her eyes glowed white. Flash was alert and tried to run. "I know a honey trap when I see one, lady." An invisible wave spread from her. "No traps, it's all so chaotic. Wouldn't you rather sit down and relax? Maybe you want to stay here with me." Flash's eyes lost focus. "Yeah, I would like to stay." Then he shook his head and stepped back. "Hey, this is like the Jedi mind trick." She chuckled and increased the power in her brainwaves. "This is nothing like the Jedi mind trick." Flash scowled silly. "Yeah, it's nothing like the Jedi mind trick." Model Citizen smirked and was about to plant a hypnotic kiss to brainwash him, but a lightning bolt struck her out of nowhere. She yelled in pain and fell down convulsing. Flash got out of her control and looked above to see Shazam, bruised and battered, carrying an unconscious cyborg. "I am out there risking my ass in a parallel world, and you are here kissing hotties. Not cool, man." Flash smiled sheepishly. "Don't tell anyone, Caitlin would kill me." He then looked at Cyborg, who was hurt badly. His circuits inside were visible. "My God, what have they done to him?" Shazam shook his head. "Not sure, but our boy here didn't break completely. He managed to access their database and hack everything secretly. We blew up their headquarters." Barry grinned. "Nice work, Shazam." Luthor floated beside him looking at the chaos. "These monster, no matter where they go, they spread such destruction." Shazam patted his shoulder. "Cheer up, big guy. We cleaned up most of the bad fies in your Earth, just need to put the big ones down." The tide was slowly turning, but the exhaustion was also setting in. Waller saw it in all of them, in the way Hal's light flickered, in Diana's slowing parries, in Flash's missteps. On top of the chaos, the UN decided to be dumb, and several countries decided to launch nuclear weapons and clear the battlefield. They were afraid of losing their authority and wanted to take everyone out. Waller sent Captain Atom to contain and absorb the energy, hoping he could power up and use it on the crime syndicate. It was going well as Captain Atom absorbed the first 2 blasts, but then 5 more came. Batman hacked into 2 of them and redirected it at the Doomsday clones, contained barely by Hal. Then when they were still healing, he threw a bunch of grenades with kryptonite shrapnels which managed to pierce their cores. Only a couple of them served it. Still, it was manageable. Then, in the distance, Captain Atom's voice boomed over comms. I can't contain it for much longer. He was overloading after absorbing a total of 5 nuclear missiles. His body cracked all over, white light leaking from every pore. Waller's eyes widened. Atom, don't. Sorry, I tried my best. His voice disappeared. Boom. The explosion consumed half the battlefield, a miniature sun about to swallow both friend and foe. The shockwave knocked Ultraman back to the ground, ripping the clouds apart. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Waller stood trembling atop the Humvee, watching the inferno rise. We're going to die from our own people's stupidity. Her hands shook as she reached for the comms. All units fall back, pull back now, save yourself. Only Static answered her. Batman, who was rushing to save Captain Atom, was stopped in his tracks. He spoke solemnly. I won't make it. It's been an honor. He wasn't afraid of dying. Then, the wind changed. The energy blast that was about to level the place stopped, then started to retreat inward, as if something was sucking the energy and radiation in. Even the syndicate paused as the air thickened, pressure folding around them like invisible gravity. A low hum rippled across the atmosphere, bending light itself. Superwoman straightened mid-fight, glancing skyward. What the hell is happening? Owlman, high within the syndicate's command tower, froze as his monitors went red with warnings. His calculations spiked off the charts, readings surpassing anything in their dimension. Impossible, he muttered. That energy signature, it doesn't belong to this universe. Ultraman looked up, frowning. What are you talking about? Owlman's voice was almost a whisper. Something is coming, something that shouldn't exist in this multiverse. We need to leave. For the first time, there was fear in his tone. He activated the quantum trigger and returned back to Earth 3. He was planning to travel to Earth 1, the prime universe, and destroy it, erasing the multiverse itself. The upper atmosphere shimmered. The aurora that had haunted the horizon for days split open like a wound in the heavens. From it poured light, golden, serene, terrible. Every soul on the battlefield, hero and villain alike, felt it. As always, the government's solution is naturally nuking people. Sometimes, I truly wonder if they will ever learn their lesson. A tired but magnetic voice spoke to break the silence. Ultraman spun toward the voice, heat vision flaring, but it was too late. A hand emerged from the void and caught the beam. Just caught it and crushed it like nothing. A single figure stepped out from the rift, his blonde hair waving wildly in the wind. On top of his finger, there was a small ball of light pulsing. It was the nuclear explosion that had threatened them a moment ago. Draped in a black gold coat, eyes burning with divine light, his presence alone silenced thunder. Reality itself seemed to kneel before him. Waller froze. Zatanna whispered something like a prayer. Constantine lit another cigarette with shaking hands. Oh, bloody hell, the big man really is back. Edward glanced across the battlefield, at the burning city, at the ruined sky, at the trembling villains who thought they ruled it. His expression barely shifted. No rest for the wicked, huh? Then his gaze found Cassie. You okay there, sweetheart? She grinned, still half covered in dust. I had it under control. I know, his smirk was faint but proud. I just hate watching amateurs hit my kids. Ultraman sneered. Who the hell are you supposed to be? Edward's eyes turned gold. Someone you should have prayed never to meet. Without warning, Ultraman lunged, throwing a punch meant to crack mountains. Edward caught it casually, one hand, and squeezed. Bone shattered. Ultraman screamed. Pain, Edward said flatly. Good, maybe you'll learn something before you die. He punched him once, just once. The blast obliterated a square mile of metropolis. Cassie blinked, shielding her face from the shockwave. Show off. Diana landed beside him with a thud. Father, you came, she spoke a little awkwardly. Huh, who's your father, young lady? Edward pretended to look around for someone. I thought you preferred to hide your dad's identity because you are a strong and independent woman. Diana blushed. Please, Dad, not in front of everyone. I can't hear you, Edward whistled badly. Shit, I suck at this. Diana groaned, while Cassie was enjoying her suffering. Diana sighed and mumbled while looking down. My father is the strongest and most handsome man. He is the best dad ever. Edward smirked. Oh, but it was too windy and I didn't catch that. Diana covered her face, mortified. I swear if you make me shout it, I'll move back to Avalon and make sure you don't get to do anything with Mother or anybody else. He patted her head with a chuckle. All right, I'll forgive it this time, so stop acting all grown up. You will always be my little girl, and it's a father's job is to protect his children, not the other way around. Diana rested her head on his chest. Sorry, father. Cassie spoke slyly. Aw, aren't you so cute, big sis, but I'm daddy's favorite. Edward snorted. You rank fourth, Cass, and I have 4 kids. Cassie gasped in shock. The betrayal. Superwoman appeared behind him, interrupting their moment, her lasso flaring. Oh my, what a charming guy. Would you like to have a drink with me in my place? She purred seductively. I promise I don't bite. Cassie whistled, equally badly. Damn, Dad, you got that crazy riz going on again. Even the evil baddie wants a piece of you. Edward turned his head and glared at her. We'll talk about this at home. You learned some bad things outside. He then turned towards Superwoman. She froze mid-attack. His aura alone pressed her to her knees. I prefer my woman the way I take my coffee, he said simply. Strong and flavorful and without anyone's dick in it. Now go squat over there before I hurt you badly. She apparently didn't get the hint as she chuckled. Oh, darling, I can take a little bit of pain if the pleasure is worth it. Edward looked at her with exasperation. I believe in true gender equality. Back off before you end up with all your bones broken. I'm trying to behave in front of my kids. Superwoman backed off, trembling with fury. But she knew better than to charge recklessly at someone stronger than her. Meanwhile, Waller's comms crackled with disbelief. Director, an aide stammered. What? Who is that? That, Waller whispered, lowering her rifle, is why the gods fear men. She suddenly felt relieved, as if everything was going to be okay. Edward floated down beside Cassie, placing a hand on her shoulder. You did well. You have grown a lot, dear. Thanks, Dad. Mind finishing the ugly one? Cassie beamed proudly. With pleasure. He looked up again. Ultraman had risen, blood dripping from his mouth, eyes blazing. I don't care who you are. Then perish in ignorance. Edward's figure blurred, faster than anyone could see, and the next moment Ultraman was sent into the stratosphere, breaking through layers of cloud like glass. The other crime syndicate members were stunned to see their leader being punched like a ragdoll. Cassie grinned. Bet he's gonna need a long nap after that. Not long enough, Edward muttered. He glanced across the horizon, where Power Ring was struggling to stabilize his constructs, and Superwoman was dragging Johnny Quick to escape. He moved fast and appeared in front of them. Since you guys have brazenly decided to take over my world, it'd be a shame if you left without paying some compensation. Edward looked disinterested. Power Ring and Johnny Quick immediately pressed the trigger to escape back to their Earth. Superwoman also ran away, not before blowing a kiss. I'd love to have you pinned down beneath me, maybe another time. Edward shook his head. Horny she is, no dignity she possess. Diana sighed, seriously, Dad. Even Ultraman gritted his teeth and escaped back to Earth 3. Unknown to them, Edward already tracked them down. He allowed them to escape, so this planet doesn't suffer more if they fought here. He turned around hearing footsteps. It was Amanda Waller. She bowed respectfully. Welcome back, Sir Edward Elric. It's an honor to be in your presence. Edward waved casually. It's nothing. You guys did well. Although the move your governments pulled with meta-human stuff was distasteful, everyone deserves to be free to live their life. And by forcing them to choose, you are essentially triggering a war, which isn't good for anyone. There should be a balance. Waller wanted to say something, then sighed. I shall take your advice, Sir Edward. But what should be done about those criminals who invaded our planet? We can't let them escape. Edward shrugged. We will deal with them. But first get me all the idiots' names who decided that dropping nuclear missiles was a good idea. Maybe I should drop them in a reactor and recreate Chernobyl. Waller gulped. She knew from his tone that those presidents would be punished for this, and there was nobody on Earth that could stop it. Yes, sir, I shall send you the details. Where exactly should I? Edward chuckled. Since you guys won't let me rest in peace, I guess I'll just have to accept it. He pointed above. I live up there, but you can give my daughter Diana whatever documents you got. You can also talk to her and maybe cooperate with the Justice League. It's better that way. Your purpose is the same after all. Waller nodded. It will be difficult to convince the others, but since you are the one saying it, they would have to listen. Edward clapped. Wonderful, thank you. He floated above them. Now then, I have to go punish some naughty kids. Who's up for a trip to an alternate Earth? Capitulo 106, Revelations and a Little Tomfoolery. The battlefield was still smoking, debris floating in the air as the last echoes of combat faded. Edward stood at the center of it all, hands in his coat pockets, looking far too casual for someone who just caught a nuclear explosion and punched Ultraman into orbit. Around him, the Justice League assembled slowly, battered, exhausted, but alive. Diana and Cassie flanked their father, both wearing expressions somewhere between pride and exasperation. The rest approached more cautiously, some in awe, others with quiet respect. Edward gave them a light nod, then smiled at Arthur. I see your hacky powers have improved a lot, kid. You've been through a lot, huh? How's your armament and observation hacky holding up? You sucked at those. Arthur nodded absent-mindedly. Yes, I've been working on that. Then he jolted awake and stared at him dumbfounded. Wait a minute, the hacky training, Arthur said, stepping forward. His expression was complex, gratitude, nostalgia, and something like hope. How do you know so much about it? Only one person ever knew about it. Edward turned to him, his smile gentling. Because I was the one who taught you, Arthur. Did you think that mysterious mentor who found you after your father died was a random dude? And have you ever seen anybody else use it? Jez, your brain is still so slow. Arthur's breath caught. For a moment, the king of Atlantis looked like the lost boy he'd once been. That was you. You were drowning in grief, Edward said quietly. Angry at the world, angry at yourself for surviving when your father didn't. I couldn't leave you like that. He gestured toward Arthur's stance, his presence. Look at you now, king of Atlantis, protector of two worlds. You've become everything I hoped you would. The king of Atlantis froze. His eyes widened, then filled with sudden tears. All those years ago, the mysterious mentor who'd found him after his father died, who'd taken in an angry, lost half-breed who belonged nowhere. The man who'd taught him not just to fight, but to stand tall, to be more than his grief. The one who practically molded him into the man he became today. You, Arthur's voice cracked, it was you all along. He stepped forward quickly and pulled Edward into an embrace, not the formal warrior's grip, but something deeper, more desperate. When he pulled back, tears streaked his face, and he was smiling genuinely, in a way few had ever seen from the stoic king ever since his crew died. I'm glad it was you who taught me, Arthur said, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you for taking care of me all those years ago, for seeing something in me worth saving. Edward gripped his shoulder firmly. You were always worth saving, Arthur. You just needed to see it yourself. Wait, Cassie interjected, waving her hands and ruining the heartfelt reunion. Dad, you've been running around mentoring people and didn't tell us. How many secret students do you have? Define secret, Edward replied innocently. Father, Diana said with exasperation. Seriously. Edward was about to say something witty, before Bruce stepped forward, his calculating gaze fixed on Edward. What you want, emo kid? Edward grinned. There was some snickers at his words from the others, but Bruce wasn't paying attention. There was something in his expression, recognition mixed with disbelief at the familiar tone and the words. He took a deep breath and spoke calmly. We, Need to talk alone." Diana was about to protest, but Edward waved her off with a smile. "It's fine. I want to hear what he wants to say. Should be interesting." Edward followed Bruce to walk a little further than them. Bruce stopped a few feet away, jaw working as if trying to find the right words. "You," Bruce said finally, his voice rough. "Have you been to Tibet recently, in the early 2000s? Edward's lips curved into a knowing smile. "Yes, actually. I taught an emo kid how to better control himself. It was such a pain in the ass. What can I say? I have a fondness for emotionally damaged kids." Bruce went completely still. The revelation hit him like a physical blow, years of training, the foundation of everything he'd become, and it had been him all along. The master who'd found him at his lowest, who'd taken a broken, rage-filled young man and forged him into something more. "The monastery," Bruce breathed, "all that time, it was you." Edward's expression softened. "You were drowning in anger back then. I just helped you find a way to channel it. I probably would have left earlier if I didn't met you there." For Bruce Wayne, a man who prided himself on preparation and knowledge, the shock of this discovery was profound. His mentor, the person who'd given him the resolve and control to become Batman, had been the greatest hero in human history, and he'd never known. "You called me an emo kid. You made me sweep snow off the ground in nothing but a monk's robe. I got hypothermia," Bruce said flatly. Edward's grin widened. "Well, you were fun to mess with, all brooding and vengeance-focused. Honestly, you reminded me of myself at that age, which is why I bothered at all." He tilted his head. "You've done well with what I taught you, though. Better than I expected, actually." Bruce's expression softened. He looked around, then bowed deeply, just like he did as a student. "Thank you, mentor, for everything. I owe a lot to you, something I can never repay." "Don't mention it, really." Edward's smile turned wry. "If word gets out that I've been mentoring brooding billionaires in mountain temples, my reputation will never recover." Bruce smirked. Says the man who pretended to be Buddha and used stolen quotes. "I wonder how the people would react if they knew their hero was stealing identities and abusing kids." Edward chuckled. "What kind of kid goes around yelling vengeance and justice all day long? You even spoke in your sleep about becoming a symbol and whatnot. I have recordings." Bruce flinched. "I want to buy any such recordings you have. Name your price." Edward wiggled his finger with an annoying grin. "Get lost. I don't lack money. I can buy your company 10 times and still have more cash left than Federal Reserve." Bruce sighed in frustration, but he couldn't help but smile at the familiar interaction. Meanwhile, Hal nudged Clark. "Dude, what are they talking about? Tell us." Clark looked indignant. "Hey, I don't use my super hearing to listen to people's secret conversations." Diana crossed her arms. "You literally did that a few days ago on the jet." Clark glared. "It was you and Feora who made me do it, and you said it would be a secret." Cassie nodded and slapped his back. "Come on, man, don't be such a tight ass, spill it." Feora laughed and hugged his arm. "Since you did it once, why not do it one more time, honey?" An amused voice spoke behind her. "Do what?" Edward was smirking, while Bruce's glare could have melted steel. Clark nearly jumped back. How did you sneak up on me? That never happens." Before Edward could defend himself, a red and gold blur approached hesitantly. Barry Allen, the Flash, stopped a few feet away, fidgeting with his cowl. His expression was earnest, almost boyish despite the exhaustion etched into his features. "Hello, sir," Barry started, then corrected himself quickly. "I mean, Edward, sorry, it's just, I've wanted to thank you for years." Edward raised an eyebrow. "For what?" "The pep talk you gave me," Barry said, a genuine smile breaking through. "I still remember the day back in Greece. I was there trying to process everything, the Speed Force, my powers, my mom's death. I was drowning in books about physics, trying to make sense of it all." Edward chuckled. "I remember, kid. You showed up in one of my old shrine, looking for advice." "Yes," Barry confirmed with a self-deprecating laugh. "You stood in front of me and said, 'God, I'll never forget it.' You said, 'Speed without direction is just chaos. Figure out where you're running to, not just what you're running from.'" Edward nodded slowly. "I remember. You looked like you were about to vibrate through the ground from anxiety." "I kinda was, not to mention geeking out having my hero idol in front of me," Barry laughed. "But what you said, It changed everything. I stopped obsessing over the how and started focusing on the why. I remembered your words that I can become a great hero. That's when I decided to use my powers to help people, to make sure others didn't lose what I lost. His voice grew more serious. You helped me become the Flash, not just a guy with powers, but a hero. I'm glad it helped, Edward said sincerely. Though from what I've seen today, you did all the hard work yourself. I just gave you a nudge. A nudge that saved my life, Barry countered. So, thank you. Edward reached out and clapped him on the shoulder. You're welcome, kid. Keep running forward. As Barry stepped back, grinning like he'd just met his childhood idol, which, in a way, he had, Hal Jordan floated down, green energy still flickering around him. His expression was a mix of admiration and mild indignation. You know, Hal said, crossing his arms, Diana could have mentioned she had such a cool dad. Would have saved me a lot of stress during the whole government wants to control you's mess. He glanced at Diana with mock accusation. Seriously, oh, my father this, my father that, but you never mentioned he was the Edward Elric. Diana's cheeks colored slightly. I wanted to be seen for myself, not just as his daughter. Fair, Hal conceded, then turned to Edward with a grin. But man, the stories don't do you justice. Catching a nuke like it's a baseball, that's Hall of Fame material. Edward smirked. I've had practice. You'd be surprised how often governments resort to nuclear solutions when they panic. Given today, I really wouldn't, Hal replied dryly. Another voice joined the growing circle, full of unrestrained enthusiasm. Shazam practically bounced forward, his eyes wide with barely contained excitement. Oh my God, Shazam said, his voice cracking slightly. You're really him, the Edward Elric, the hero who saved the world and stopped the Great War, the man who defeated gods and gave humanity a second chance. Edward looked mildly uncomfortable with the hero worship. Ha ha ha, that's one way to put it. No, seriously, Shazam continued, gesturing emphatically. The wizard told me about you when I inherited the powers. He said you embodied what it means to be a true hero, not just strength, but compassion, wisdom, sacrifice, not to mention inheriting your will. His expression grew more earnest. You're the reason I accepted to be a hero. You proved that one person really can make a difference, that protecting humanity is worth any cost. Edward was quiet for a moment, something flickering across his features, old pain, old memories. Then he smiled, genuinely touched. That's kind of you to say, but you should know being a hero isn't about living up to legends. It's about showing up even when they don't need you, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. I know, Shazam said seriously. You taught humanity that, and I'm going to honor that legacy. Then you're already doing better than most, Edward replied. He glanced around at the assembled league, at these battered, exhausted, magnificent fools who kept fighting even when the world turned against them. You all are. A moment of calm silence settled over the group. The weight of the day, the losses, the victories, the revelations, hung in the air between them. Then a new voice broke the quiet. Earth 3 Luther stepped forward, his expression grim but determined. Unlike his deceased counterpart, this Luther carried himself with the bearing of a leader who'd lost everything but his purpose. As touching as this is, Luther said, his tone respectful but urgent, we have a problem. Owlman escaped back to Earth 3, and if he's following the plan I think he is, he paused, jaw tightening. He's going to try to destroy the multiverse. The mood shifted instantly. Bruce's expression hardened. Explain. Owlman doesn't want to rule, Luther said. He wants to end everything. He believes existence itself is flawed, that every choice, every universe is just another iteration of meaningless chaos. His solution is to find the Prime Earth, the linchpin of the multiverse, and destroy it. When Prime Earth falls, every other reality collapses with it. That's insane, Arthur said. That's Owlman, Luther countered bitterly. He's already lost everything that mattered. Now he wants to drag all of creation down with him. Clark stepped forward, his expression grave. How do we stop him? How do we even approach this? Edward's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Punch first, ask questions later. Diana couldn't help it, she laughed. It was short, surprised, but genuine. Father, that's your plan. It's worked for thousands of years, Edward replied with a shrug. Why fix what isn't broken? Because it's reckless, Bruce offered. Says the man who dresses as a bat and jumps off buildings, Edward countered. Look, we know where they are. We know what they're planning. Subtlety is great and all, but sometimes you need to kick down the door and remind the bad guys why they should have stayed in bed. Cassie grinned. I love it when Dad gets tactical. That's not tactics, that's just violence, Diana muttered, but there was fondness in her tone. Effective violence, Edward corrected. He then spoke to Cassie. As for you, go and help Waller with rescue and cleanup. Cassie groaned, but Dad. Edward patted her head. Don't always look for a fight. Help others. You will see while you kick ass, others can become unfortunate victims. He then looked around at the League, his expression growing more serious. But in all honesty, we need to hit them hard and fast. Owlman's smart. Give him time and he'll have contingencies for our contingencies. We go in now, while they're still reeling, and we end this. Bruce considered for a moment, then nodded. It's reckless, it's aggressive. He almost smiled. It'll work. See, Edward said, gesturing at Bruce. Even Batman agrees, and he's the most paranoid person I know. Cautious, Bruce corrected. Paranoid? Edward repeated with a grin. Hal powered up his ring, green energy swirling. I'm in. Darkseid destroyed OA. I need to punch someone to vent frustrations. We all do, Arthur agreed, lightning crackling faintly around his form. Barry nodded, determination settling over his features. Let's finish this. Shazam raised his fist. For Earth. Diana drew her sword, its blade catching the dying light. For justice. Clark's eyes burned with quiet intensity. For everyone they've hurt. Feora cracked her knuckles. For the satisfaction of beating them senseless. Martian Manhunter also nodded. Let's end this. Edward gasped in mock surprise. Whoa, dude, where did you pop off from? For a guy with so many broken powers, I never saw you during battles. Are like Gandhi or something. Everyone burst out laughing, while Hank blushed a little. I wish I could help, but a fiery battlefield isn't a good location for me. Edward looked at his assembled army, heroes, warriors, his daughters, and felt something warm settle in his chest. Pride, perhaps, or hope. All right then, he said, his voice carrying across the battlefield. Let's go crash a multiverse and ruin Owlman's day. He raised his hand, and the air began to shimmer. Reality bent, folded, opened. A swirling portal of golden light erupted before them, stabilizing into a gateway between worlds. Everyone ready? Edward asked. Diana stepped beside him, shoulder to shoulder. Always. Cassie took his other side. Let's go kick some interdimensional ass. Bruce moved to the portal's edge, cape billowing. No contingencies this time. We go in together, we come out together. Before they could step through the portal to Earth 3, a sharp, feminine voice cut through the moment. Excuse me, excuse me. A pretty woman in a torn business suit pushed through the debris, her press badge still clinging to her jacket. Lois Lane, ever the opportunistic reporter, had her recorder out and her expression set in that particular mix of determination and righteousness that had made her famous. She zeroed in on the assembled League. Can someone please explain what just happened here? Is the crisis over? Where did these invaders come from, and why is? Clark groaned audibly, pinching the bridge of his nose. Lois, not now. Edward, however, simply looked at her with calm disinterest. I get that you are a reporter, Miss Lois, but rather than asking stupid questions at this time, maybe you should go help the people who are actually injured. You know, actually help. Lois's eyes flashed anger. She stepped closer, undeterred, her recorder thrust forward. Stupid questions? People deserve answers. And are you a new member of the Justice League? What's your name? Edward laughed and barely stood straight. Yeah, you wish. Arthur stepped forward. He is the great hero Edward Elric, the man who saved humanity more than once. Show some respect, woman. Lois was caught off guard as she stared at Edward. She would be lying if the man didn't tick all her boxes for an ideal partner, but her reporter spirit took over. She wanted answers. Is that true? Are you the hero from history books? Where have you been all these years? Why didn't you intervene before this happened? Watching from the sidelines while people suffer isn't heroic, it's negligent. Diana's eyes blazed with divine fury. She moved forward, her hand instinctively going to her sword. "You will mind your manners when speaking to him, wench. I should slap your teeth off." "Diana," Edward said softly, raising a hand. His tone carried no anger, just mild amusement. "It's fine." Diana stopped, though her jaw remained tight. Around them, the Justice League exchanged glances. Bruce's expression was unreadable, but there was a subtle shift in his posture, respect for how Edward handled the words without a hint of anger. Arthur crossed his arms, watching with interest. Hal was looking for popcorn. Barry looked uncomfortable, caught between defending Edward and not wanting to say something bad. Edward looked at Lois with that same calm smile, completely unbothered by her accusations. The silence stretched for a moment, her questions hanging in the air like an insult waiting to be answered. Then Edward's smirk widened. "You want to know what I've been up to? Very well, Ms. Lois Lane." He straightened slightly, his expression shifting into something oddly theatrical. "My name is Edward Elric. I'm 3,217-ish years old. Hard to keep track of years before calendars became a thing. My house is in the northeast section of Avalon, my city, where all the villas are, and I am married to 3 beautiful women and a somewhat unhinged lover. Got 4 kids who I love unconditionally. I work part-time as a professional troll in a vast community where people try to write st-lupid stories and rage-bait them into quitting. Then I get home every day by 8 p.m. at the latest." Lois blinked, confused. "What, that's not?" "I don't smoke," Edward continued smoothly, completely ignoring her attempt to interrupt, "but I occasionally drink. I'm in bed usually by 11 p.m. and make sure I get 8 hours of sleep, no matter what. After having a glass of warm milk and doing at least 60 minutes of stretches with my wives before going to bed, I usually have no problems sleeping until morning." "Sir, I'm asking about your absence during." "Just like a baby, I wake up without any fatigue or stress in the morning," Edward pressed on, his tone growing more absurd. "I was told there were no issues at my last checkup. I'm trying to explain that I'm a person who wishes to live a very quiet life." Lois's face reddened. "This is ridiculous. People died while you were." "I take care not to trouble myself with any enemies, like winning and losing, that would cause me to lose sleep at night," Edward said, his eyes gleaming with barely suppressed laughter. "That is how I deal with society, and I know that is what brings me happiness. Although, if I were to fight, I wouldn't lose to anyone." "Are you mocking me?" Lois snapped, stepping forward aggressively. Edward simply waved his hand casually. "You just figured that out?" An invisible force gently lifted Lois off her feet. She yelped in surprise as she floated backward through the air, arms pinwheeling, before landing with a soft thump directly into an overturned garbage bin. The lid clattered shut over her. Muffled outrage erupted from inside the bin. For a moment, there was absolute silence. Then Cassie exploded into laughter, doubling over and slapping her knee. "Oh my God, Dad, you actually..." She couldn't even finish the sentence, she was laughing so hard. Barry tried to hold it in, he really did, but a snort escaped before he dissolved into helpless giggles. That was, "Oh man, Clark is going to kill us for laughing, but..." Clark immediately raised his hand defensively. "I don't have anything to do with her. She stalks me to find my secrets." Hal shook his head, chuckling. "You're too nice sometimes, dude." Shazam wasn't even trying to be subtle. He was practically howling with laughter, tears streaming down his face. "Did you see her face when she hit the bin?" Feora smirked, her usual cold demeanor cracking as she covered her mouth, shoulders shaking. That was deeply satisfying to watch. Even Clark, despite his obvious exasperation, couldn't quite suppress the amused smile tugging at his lips. He shook his head, but there was laughter in his eyes. "I'm going to have to apologize for that later, aren't I?" "Or you can grow a spine and tell her to piss off," Diana said, though her own lips twitched as she fought back a smile. She looked at her father with a fond exasperation. "Father, that last bit was unnecessary." "Was it though?" Edward replied innocently. "I just put the trash in the bin." Bruce allowed the smallest smirk to cross his face. It was barely there, the barest twitch of his lips, but it was genuine amusement. "Efficient as always," he murmured. Arthur chuckled deeply, the sound rumbling from his chest. Remind me never to get on your bad side, master. From inside the garbage bin, Lois's muffled voice could be heard. Someone get me out of here. Clark sighed and moved toward the bin. I'll handle this. You do that, Edward said cheerfully. He turned back to the portal, clapping his hands together. Now then, where were we? Ah yes, multiverse saving, shall we? Diana shook her head, but her smile was warm. You're impossible. I've been called worse, Edward replied with a grin, usually by your mother. Cassie was still giggling as they approached the portal. Best dad ever. Don't encourage him, Diana muttered, though there was no heat in it. Behind them, Clark was helping a very angry, garbage-covered Lois Lane out of the bin, making apologetic noises while clearly fighting back his own laughter. Edward glanced back one more time, caught Clark's eye and winked. Then he turned to the swirling gateway to Earth 3, his expression shifting back to something more serious, more dangerous. All right then, kids, he said, his voice carrying across the assembled heroes. Let's go save the multiverse. Capitulo 107, the man behind it all won. The portal took them into a world full of chaos. Earth 3's sky was the wrong color, sickly yellow-green, choked with smoke and the remnants of fires burning across the horizon. Where Earth 1's cities had shown signs of order even in crisis, Earth 3's twisted reflection was consumed by revolution. Edward stepped through first, boots crunching on shattered pavement. Behind him came the Justice League, Bruce, Diana, Clark, Feora, Barry, Hal, Arthur, Shazam, and Hank. Earth 3 Luthor emerged last, his expression shifting from grim determination to something like hope as he surveyed his world. Well, Edward said, taking in the burning skyline and distant explosions. Looks like someone redecorated while you were gone. Explosions dotted the horizon. The remnants of the crime syndicate's fortress smoldered in the distance, a massive crater where their headquarters once stood. Smoke pillars rose like funeral pyres across the devastated landscape. Luthor's lips twitched into a rare smile. After Shazam and Jayon destroyed the crime syndicate's headquarters and took out most of their Minutemen, the resistance found their courage. Uprisings in every major city. Our people are finally fighting back. Diana observed the chaos with tactical precision. The syndicate won't take this lying down. They're already responding, Hal said, his ring scanning the area. I'm reading massive energy signatures converging on population centers. They're trying to crush the rebellions. The syndicate's back, and they're not happy about the home renovation. Barry's expression darkened. They're going to kill thousands just to send a message. Not if we stop them first, Arthur growled, red lightning crackling around his clenched fists as it darkened into a pitch-black sheen. Edward whistled. Nice, Artie. You have actually learned basic infusion. Remind me to teach you the good stuff later. Arthur puffed up proudly. Thanks, Master. It took a while, but I finally understood the concept. I'll test it when I punch those fuckers. As if summoning them by name, 3 figures descended from the polluted sky. Ultraman landed with enough force to crater the street. Johnny Quick ran beside him, his power still not stable after the previous incident. Power Ring floated above them, his twisted construct armor pulsing with sickly green light. Ultraman's face was a mask of barely contained rage. You destroyed everything we built here. His heat vision flared, scorching the ground. We returned to find our fortress gone, our control shattered, our world in rebellion. Sounds like a skill issue to me, Edward said casually. Luthor stepped forward, addressing the syndicate with cold authority. It's over. Your reign ends today. Surrender, and maybe you'll live to see tomorrow. Ultraman laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. Surrender? To you? His expression darkened. No, if we can't rule this world, we'll destroy it. Then we'll move to another universe and start fresh. We still have our secret weapon. Edward's eyes sharpened. Secret weapon. Luthor's face went pale. No, they wouldn't. Explain, Edward commanded, his casual demeanor evaporating. Now. Luthor turned to Edward, his voice urgent. There's something else you need to know. The crime syndicate has a secret weapon, something they've been holding in reserve. Edward's casual demeanor evaporated instantly. What kind of weapon? A being named Dr. Manhattan, capable enough to remake the universe. Luthor said, the name hanging in the air like a death sentence. The crime syndicate somehow managed to trap him in a quantum isolator, technology that shouldn't exist. They wiped his memory, weaponized him, if they activate him without proper containment. Edward's expression went cold. That's not just a weapon, that's a reality-ending event. Bruce's jaw tightened. How did they capture someone that powerful? Edward went completely still, his mind racing. The temperature around him seemed to drop. That's not possible if it's just them. Jonathan exists on a quantum level. Trapping him would require technology that shouldn't exist in this universe. Bruce's eyes narrowed behind his cowl, which means someone else provided it. Exactly, Edward said quietly, his mind racing. The syndicate isn't smart enough to pull that off alone. There's a bigger player involved, someone on multiverse level. Ultraman's smirk widened. We are smarter than you think, hero. Our powers and intellect provided everything we needed. And now? So you are also clueless. Then piss off while the adults are talking. Maybe cool your heads first and think about what's actually happening here. Edward waved casually, and the three villains were sent flying through the sky towards the North Pole. He looked at Luther sharply. Where are they keeping him? Their secondary facility, underground near what used to be their fortress, Luther replied. But if they trigger the containment breach, it won't just destroy this world, Edward spoke with anger bubbling. Manhattan's quantum nature means he could unravel reality across multiple dimensions. He exhaled slowly. Wait, Ullman, that bastard's planning to use Manhattan to destroy Prime Earth, which would collapse the entire multiverse. Edward's expression was grim. Ullman's not here. He's too smart to stick around for the losing fight. If he has access to the quantum isolator, he's going to use Manhattan to destroy Prime Earth. He's probably there already. We need to stop him before he triggers an extinction-level event. Clark stepped forward. Then we split up. Half of us stops the syndicate here, the other half goes after Ullman. No, Edward said firmly. Luther takes the League to Ritter peace here. You stabilize this world, stop the syndicate from triggering their weapon, and help the resistance succeed. I'll handle Ullman and whoever's the real mastermind. I have a bad feeling about this. Diana immediately protested. Father, you can't. I'm not going alone, Edward interrupted. He looked at Bruce. Batman's coming with me. Bruce straightened slightly, surprised but not questioning. Diana frowned. Why him specifically? I thought you would need Barry in case something goes wrong. Barry nodded. I can travel back in time if we're too late. Edward smiled gently. Because Ullman thinks like Bruce, I need someone who can predict his moves, counter his strategies. Plus, he glanced at Bruce. He's earned the right to punch his evil twin in the face. Maybe this will be some proper character development. Bruce's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. I appreciate the consideration. Arthur crossed his arms. And the rest of us handle the syndicate and their goons. Luther knows this world, Edward confirmed. He'll coordinate with the resistance forces. You provide the muscle. Fast, brutal, decisive, don't give them time to think. Luther nodded sharply. I can work with that. The resistance has been waiting for a real chance. With the League's help, we can end the syndicate's reign today. Hal powered up his ring, green light swirling around him. Then let's get started. I've got some anger to work out after what they did to OA. For the fallen, Hank said quietly, his Martian form shifting in preparation for combat. Shazam cracked his knuckles. Time to save a world. Barry vibrated with barely contained energy. And maybe punch Johnny quick a few more times, for science. Feora's eyes glowed red. Finally, proper targets. Diana gripped her sword, looking at her father. Don't take unnecessary risks. Me, never, Edward replied with false innocence. Then his expression sobered. But seriously, be careful with Manhattan. If that containment fails before you can stabilize it, run, don't try to fight him. But I have a feeling that won't be an issue since Ullman probably took him away. Luther rubbed his chin. It makes sense. Ullman isn't interested in being with the syndicate right now, and they will probably stop it if they knew what he's up to. Clark nodded. Understood. What will you and Bruce do? Edward's eyes narrowed. Earth 1, Prime Universe. Stop this before he triggers it. Ullman's going to set up his device where it'll have maximum impact. Somewhere isolated, with access to quantum infrastructure and symbolic weight. He paused. The moon, he's going to use the moon. Bruce considered for a moment, then nodded. It's what I would do, away from interference, close enough to Earth to amplify the cascade effect. See, Edward said, this is why I'm bringing you. He raised his hand, reality beginning to ripple around them. Luther, keep them alive. I'd hate to explain to their families that they died to discount villains. Diana rolled her eyes but smiled. Just hurry back. Edward's portal tore open, not golden this time, but edged with silver and gray light, the color of starlight and quantum uncertainty. He looked at Bruce with a smile. Ready for some action, Bruce? Always, Bruce replied simply. They stepped through together, the portal sealing behind them with a sound like distant thunder. For a moment, the assembled heroes and Earth-3's last hope stood in silence. For a moment, the remaining heroes and villains simply stared at each other across the ruined street. Then with a thundering impact, Ultraman and the other returned. Ultraman's eyes blazed red. Kill them all, then I'll go after that smug bastard. And for God's sake, look for Owlman and Super Roman. Where the fuck are they? Luther turned to the Justice League, his voice carrying the weight of command. All right, time to take our world back. The battle erupted with the force of a collapsing star. Meanwhile, on Earth X. Back on Earth X, the battlefield was finally quieting. Waller stood atop the remains of a Argus command vehicle, coordinating cleanup efforts. Medics rushed between fallen heroes and soldiers. Engineers worked to restore power grids. The world was battered but breathing. Cassie landed beside Waller with a heavy thud, her armor scorched a little but intact. Behind her, Black Adam descended with his usual regal bearing. Hawkman and Hawkgirl circled overhead before landing to join them. The eastern sector's clear, Cassie reported. Found a few stragglers trying to loot. I convinced them that wasn't a good idea. By convinced, she means she threw a car at them, Hawkgirl added dryly. It was a small car, Cassie defended, and I aimed for next to them, not at them. That's growth. Waller allowed herself a small smile. Good work, everyone. She looked at the assembled powerhouses before her. I have a proposal that might be beneficial for all parties. Black Adam crossed his arms. We're listening. The crisis exposed our weaknesses, Waller said bluntly. Normal humans can't contain threats like the crime syndicate. The meta-human community needs structure, but not without control. She paused. I'm proposing a new team, not Argus, not government-controlled. Independent, but with some oversight. Dedicated to containing dangerous metahumans who threaten humanity, able to intervene in any nation's crisis, approved by UN itself. Hawkman frowned. You want us to police our own kind. I want you to protect both sides, Waller corrected. Humans from rogue metas from human stupidity, a team that answers to the people, not politicians. Cassie tilted her head, interested. And you want me on this team? You're strong, capable, and people respect your strength and efforts in this crisis, Waller said. Plus, you're the Edward Elric's daughter. That name carries weight. Cassie grinned. I'll help if it means I get to fight strong people, but I don't follow orders like a puppet. I'm not your soldier. Waller met her gaze steadily. I have no suicidal desire to try controlling the daughter of the most powerful being on Earth. You'd have full autonomy. We'd provide resources and intelligence. You provide the muscle when needed. Smart woman, Black Adam noted approvingly. Hawkgirl exchanged a glance with Hawkman. We'd need guarantees. No bombs in our heads, no kill switches, no bureaucracy to hold us back. Agreed, Waller said immediately. This only works if it's built on trust, not coercion. Before they could continue, Waller's aide approached nervously. Director, the UN representatives are demanding an update. Waller's expression hardened. Tell them I'll send a full report after I fix this mess. But first, relay Sir Edward's message exactly as he gave it. Tell them, if they don't agree, they can personally chat with him about their complaints. The aide paled slightly. Ma'am, are you sure? This can cause global unrest. Do it, Waller commanded. I have seen my methods are not suitable, so I'll trust the man who has single-handedly saved our asses on multiple occasions. The aide swallowed and spoke into her communicator. Message from Director Waller to UN Assembly. Sir Edward Elric will be available to discuss recent events and future metahuman policy after resolving the current interdimensional crisis. His schedule is flexible. Your cooperation is expected." There was a long pause, then frantic chatter erupted from the communicator. Waller allowed herself a cold smile. "And make sure they understand, this is a courtesy notification, not a request." Within the hour, reports came flooding in. France withdrew its support for the metahuman conduct protocols. The United States Senate voted to suspend enforcement. Russia proposed a formal apology to the Justice League. China offered reparations for damages. One by one, governments that had supported controlling metahumans performed complete reversals. The Metahuman Conduct Act was cancelled entirely. A joint resolution was passed. All future policy regarding powered individuals would be determined in consultation with Edward Elric upon his return. Cassie whistled. "Damn, Dad didn't even show up and they're already folding." "Fear is a powerful motivator," Black Adam observed, "as is respect." The final piece came from an unexpected source. Von Arland and Eternia, the two nations that had remained untouched during the crisis, issued their first joint statement to the UN in decades. The message was simple: we stand with our Savior. His guidance is our compass. His wisdom is our foundation. Whatever he decides regarding this world's future, we will support, even if it means standing against the whole world. The weight of that statement couldn't be understated. Two of the most powerful, advanced nations on Earth, nations that had remained isolationist for centuries, had just thrown their full support behind Edward Elric's authority. Not to mention their full strength was a mystery to the rest of the world. "Well," Waller said quietly, "that should settle things." Hawkman nodded slowly. "Our world is fortunate to have him." "And terrified of losing him again," Waller replied honestly. She looked at Cassie. "Think about my offer. Talk to Sir Edward and your family. We'll talk details after this is over." Cassie grinned. "Sure thing, but first, let's make sure Dad doesn't break the multiverse or something." "Does he do that often?" Hawkgirl asked. "You'd be surprised. Why do you think Earth has been so peaceful until now?" Cassie laughed. Above them, the sky was finally clearing. Earth-X was wounded but alive. And thanks to one man's reputation, the politicians had finally learned their lesson. Earth 1, the moon. The lunar surface stretched endlessly, gray, lifeless, beautiful in its desolation. Earth hung in the black sky like a blue marble, peaceful and unaware of the threat forming above it. Edward and Bruce materialized on the moon's surface in a shimmer of silver light. The lack of atmosphere didn't affect either of them, Edward through sheer power, Bruce through the advanced suit modifications Edward had applied during transport. "Rather inconvenient," Bruce noted, his voice clear despite the vacuum. "I'm not letting my dear student suffocate," Edward replied. "That would be embarrassing for both of us." Bruce shook his head. "Yet you would kick me down a mountain and told me to climb up every day." Edward gasped. "That cultivation 101, how dare you mock the way of the ancients?" In the distance, near the edge of a massive crater, two figures stood beside a device that hummed with impossible energy. Geometric patterns folded in on themselves, quantum probability calculations made manifest in metal and light. Owlman turned first, his armored form reflecting the Earth's light. His expression behind the cowl was unreadable, but his posture spoke of cold determination. Beside him, Superwoman stretched languidly, her corrupted lasso coiled at her hip. "Well, well, the hero followed me across universes after all." Her smile was sharp, predatory. "I knew you couldn't resist my charms." Edward sighed deeply. "I really don't want to be part of your fucked-up love square with three dudes. Get some therapy." Superwoman's smile faltered. "Excuse me." "You heard me," Edward said flatly. "You're sleeping with Ultraman and Owlman, seeing Luter on side while flirting with me. That's not seduction, that's a cry for help." Bruce's lips twitched as he controlled himself, the closest he'd come to laughing out loud in years. Owlman stepped forward, his voice calm and cold. "Your mockery is irrelevant. In approximately 6 minutes, this device will send a quantum disruption pulse to the nexus of Prime Earth. Every universe will collapse simultaneously. Existence itself will finally be silent." You really think that'll work? Edward asked, his tone almost curious. I've calculated every variable, Alman replied. Every possible outcome. This is the only logical conclusion. Edward tilted his head. Did you calculate me? Alman paused. You're an anomaly, but even anomalies follow patterns. You'll try to stop me, you'll fail. The math is absolute. Math never was my strong suit, Edward said slowly, forgot one thing. And what's that? Edward's eyes blazed gold. I don't give a shit about your math, I got the bigger fist. He turned to Bruce. Alman's yours. I know you've been itching to fight your evil twin since this started. Bruce stepped forward, cape billowing in the non-existent wind. With pleasure. Alman's expression shifted, surprise, then calculation. You think you can beat me? I am what you could have become if you'd embraced the truth. We think identically. No, Bruce said quietly. We think similarly, but I have something you don't. And what's that? Hope. The two of them launched at each other, a blur of dark armor and calculated violence. Edward turned to Superwoman, who had shifted into a combat stance. So, you planning to go quietly, or do I need to break something? She smiled, pulling her lasso free. Oh, I'm planning to make this very personal. I've wanted to test myself against the legendary hero since I first heard your name. Shame you chose violence over passion. You're going to regret that, you crazy bitch, Edward said simply, cracking his knuckles. Superwoman laughed, her voice carrying across the lunar wasteland. Darling, I regret nothing. Her lasso snapped forward, wreathed in dark energy. Edward caught it with one hand, the corrupted magic sparking uselessly against his aura. Round 2 then, Edward said, his voice cold. Let's see if you're better at fighting than you are at life choices. The moon's surface cracked beneath their feet as the battle began in earnest. Capitulo 108, the man behind it all. The battle raged across Earth 3's shattered capital. The sky burned with conflicting energies, green constructs, red heat vision, blue lightning, and the clash of divine steel against corrupted flesh. Diana's sword carved through power rings constructs like they were paper. Each strike was precise, furious, the accumulated frustration of watching her world burn while politicians debated control. Her blade found his ring hand. He screamed as the corrupted jewelry shattered, its bearer collapsing as the entity within abandoned him. One down, she called out. Across the battlefield, Clark and Feora worked in perfect sync against Ultraman. The tyrant was strong, augmented by kryptonite, but facing 2 Kryptonians with nothing to lose was a different fight entirely. Clark caught one of Ultraman's punches. Feora drove her knee into his ribs with enough force to crack bone. They moved like a storm, coordinated, relentless, giving no quarter. This isn't possible, Ultraman roared, bleeding from a dozen wounds. I'm the strongest, I'm. Delusional bastard, Feora finished, her heat vision carving a line across his chest. Clark followed with an uppercut that sent Ultraman crashing through the remains of a skyscraper. You're just a bully who never learned when to stop. Johnny Quick found himself facing Barry, and this time there was no escape. Flash had learned from their last encounter, calculated every move, every trick. When Johnny tried to phase through an attack, Barry was already there, fist connecting with his jaw. Arthur landed the finishing blow with his trident that he received from Edward. Johnny Quick crumpled, his connection to the speed force flickering like a dying flame. Arthur stood over him, trident gleaming. Stay down, I'd rather not kill you, but I will. He wisely didn't move. Above them, Hal's constructs formed an emerald net that dragged the last of the Minutemen from the sky. Shazam's lightning turned their weapons to slag. Hank phased through their ranks, systematically dismantling them from within. The resistance forces surged forward, emboldened by their heroes. Earth 3's people, beaten and broken for so long, finally fought back with everything they had. Luthor coordinated it all from a makeshift command post, his tactical mind turning chaos into victory. Eastern flank, push forward. Shazam, I need you covering the civilian evacuation on 5th Street. Hal, those drones are regrouping. On it, Hal called, his ring flaring. The battle turned, slowly, brutally, but it turned. Within hours, the crime syndicate lay defeated. Ultraman was pinned beneath a construct cage, his strength finally exhausted. Johnny Quick was unconscious, wrapped in Arthur's Conqueror's haki that kept him subdued. Power Ring was powerless, his hand a bleeding stump. Diana stood over Ultraman, sword point resting against his throat. "It's over." Ultraman spat blood, his eyes still burning with defiance. "You think you've won? You don't even know." "Owlman's plan," Luthor interrupted, stepping forward. His voice was cold, factual. "We know. He's going to use Dr. Manhattan to destroy Prime Earth. The quantum cascade will collapse every universe simultaneously." Ultraman's defiance cracked. His face went actually pale, despite the kryptonite still in his system. "What?" "He's insane," Luthor continued. "He doesn't want to rule, he wants to end everything. He played you all, used you as a distraction while he set up his endgame." For the first time since they'd met him, Ultraman looked genuinely afraid. I had no idea, that's suicide. That's actually worse than suicide. That's omnicide," Edward would have joked if he were there. Ultraman struggled against his bindings, panic bleeding into his voice. "I'll stop him. Let me go, I'll fly there right now and tear that device apart. I never agreed to this. I wanted to rule, not die." Diana's expression was cold. "You don't get to play hero now." "She's right," Arthur said, walking over. "You've done enough damage." Clark landed beside them, his expression tired but resolved. "Besides, you don't need to worry about it." Ultraman looked at him desperately. "What do you mean? Didn't you say the whole multiverse will die?" Diana sheathed her sword, her voice carrying absolute confidence. "Because my father will take care of it, like he always does." The certainty in her tone left no room for argument. She believed it utterly, completely. But even as she spoke, a flicker of worry crossed her face. Something Edward had said before they parted. The Syndicate wasn't smart enough to trap Manhattan alone. There was a mastermind, someone operating on a level far beyond these petty tyrants. Her hand moved unconsciously to her communication device. Nothing yet. Father was probably handling it. Still, the worry lingered. Luthor noticed her expression. Something wrong. Diana forced herself to relax. "No, there are bigger threats out there than the crime syndicate. I hope Father doesn't push himself too hard." "Your father punched Ultraman into orbit," Fiora pointed out. "I think he can handle whatever's waiting." Diana nodded, but the unease remained. She'd seen her father face gods, demons, armies, but she'd also seen him come home exhausted, drained, carrying burdens he'd never speak of. "Please be careful, Father," she muttered a solemn prayer. Earth 1, the moon. Superwoman's lasso snapped through the barren land, wreathed in corrupted divine energy. Edward caught it mid-strike and yanked hard enough to pull her off balance. She twisted in the low gravity, launching herself at him with a feral grin. Her fist connected with his jaw, a strike that would have shattered mountains on Earth. Edward's head moved not even an inch. He looked back at her, unimpressed. "That's it? I expected more honestly after all the boasting." Her smile faltered. Edward's palm strike caught her in the sternum. The impact sent her flying backward, crashing into the lunar surface hard enough to create a new crater. Moon dust billowed up like smoke. She emerged from it, bleeding from her mouth, but still grinning. "You hit harder than I imagined. I guess that pretty face isn't the only thing you got going for you." "And you're dumber than you look," Edward replied. "Which is impressive. Even though I hate you, definitely dig the slutty outfit. Ever considered a career as a stripper?" She rushed him again with a furious yell. "I'll kill you." "Hey, it's a compliment." This time, Edward didn't catch her strike. He sidestepped and drove his elbow into her spine. She screamed, crashing face first into the gray regolith. "Stay down, baddie," Edward said calmly. "This doesn't have to continue." Superwoman pushed herself up, trembling. Do down." He nodded sagely. "Figured as much. Amazons like to be on top, but you should give up. You won't be able to get up or walk if this continues." Superwoman smirked viciously. "I only hear your words, but not action. Are you even capable?" Edward sighed. "Then you're going to regret this." The fight became clinical and brutal. Edward wasn't trying to kill her, just break her bones. Every strike landed precisely, targeting joints, nerve clusters, pressure points. She fought back with everything she had, strength, speed, her corrupted powers, but it was like fighting gravity itself. Within minutes, Superwoman could barely stand. Her armor was cracked, blood staining her suit. She stumbled, fell to one knee, tried to rise and couldn't. Edward stood over her, his expression neutral. Done. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked past him, toward where Owlman and Batman fought in their deadly dance. "I'm sorry," she whispered, tears mixing with blood on her face. "Owlman, I tried." She began crawling towards him. Every movement clearly agony, but she forced herself forward, inch by painful inch. Edward watched her, something almost like pity in his eyes. He didn't stop her. She actually cares for him, huh? Love can be strange sometimes. On the other side of the lunar battlefield, two shadows moved in perfect synchronization and perfect opposition. Owlman threw a owlrang. Bruce caught it mid-flight and returned it in the same motion, the weapon spinning back with twice the force. Owlman deflected it with his gauntlet, the metal ringing in the airless void. They circled each other, capes trailing in the low gravity, each waiting for the other to make a mistake. "You fight well," Owlman said, his voice clinical, analytical. "Better than I calculated. I'd modeled 17 variations of this confrontation. None of them had you lasting this long." "Your first mistake," Bruce replied, his stance perfect, "was thinking I'm predictable." "Everyone is predictable. You, me, we're both slaves to pattern and logic. The only difference is I've accepted it. And what was my second?" Bruce's fist connected with Owlman's jaw. "Thinking you were the only one willing to do whatever it takes." Bruce lunged. Owlman countered with a nerve strike aimed at his shoulder. Bruce twisted, deflecting the blow and driving his elbow toward Owlman's temple. Batman blocked, their arms locked for a moment before they broke apart. "You think you're different from me," Owlman continued, already repositioning. "You think your precious hope makes you better, but we both know the truth." "And what truth is that?" Bruce asked, deflecting another strike. "That we're both broken men, pretending our obsessions have meaning." Owlman's fist crashed into Bruce's guard, forcing him back a step. "You dress your crusade in righteousness, I dress mine in nihilism, but underneath, we're the same, one bad day away from becoming each other. Bro thinks he's him skull." Bruce caught Owlman's next punch, twisting his wrist and driving a knee into his ribs. The armor absorbed most of the impact, but Owlman grunted. "No, we're not." "Denial," Owlman swept Bruce's legs. Bruce rolled with it, coming up with a batarang already flying. "That's beneath you." The weapon struck Owlman's shoulder, explosive charges detonating. Smoke and debris filled the space between them. Both men moved through it, their fight continuing in the haze. "We both lost our loved ones to crime," Owlman said, his voice echoing from multiple directions as he used the smoke for cover. "We both trained ourselves to human perfection. We both wage war on the world that failed us." "There's one difference," Bruce said, his voice calm, tracking Owlman's position by sound alone. "You let it break you. I chose to be better than my pain." "Chose?" Owlman laughed, cold and bitter. "You didn't choose anything, you reacted, just like I did. The only difference is your world had heroes to lie to you about meaning. Mine showed me the truth from the start." "Perhaps, but I had someone to help me," Bruce smiled. They crashed together again, trading blows in rapid succession. Punch, counter, block, dodge, a deadly ballet of martial perfection. Every technique Bruce knew, Owlman knew. Every counter Bruce employed, Owlman had already calculated. They were too evenly matched. Bruce shifted tactics. He stopped fighting like Batman, stopped relying on pattern and technique. Instead, he fought like the young Bruce Wayne, messy, emotional, unpredictable. A wild haymaker that no trained fighter would throw. Owlman moved to counter the obvious opening, and Bruce's real attack came from below, a sweeping kick that caught him off guard. Owlman stumbled. Bruce pressed the advantage, driving forward with a combination that was more street brawl than martial arts. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't perfect. But it worked. "You're breaking form," Owlman gasped, blocking desperately. "That's irrational." "That's human," Bruce replied, his fist connecting with Owlman's jaw. "Something you forgot how to be." Owlman's combat algorithm couldn't adapt fast enough. He'd calculated for Batman, the perfect warrior. He hadn't calculated for Bruce Wayne, the man, flawed, angry, but ultimately driven by something beyond logic. Hope. Bruce saw his opening. Almond's guard dropped for half a second, his movements stuttering as his calculations failed to predict the next move. Bruce didn't hesitate. His strike was perfect, aimed precisely at the cluster of nerves at the base of the skull. The impact was surgical, exact. Almond's eyes widened behind his cowl. His legs gave out. He crumpled to the lunar surface, consciousness flickering. "It doesn't matter," Almond gasped, his voice weak but still defiant. "Even if you beat me, the device is already counting down. 6 minutes until everything ends. You can't stop it. No one can." "Then I'll find a way before that happens," Bruce replied, already moving toward the quantum device. Almond tried to crawl behind him, trying to stop Bruce, but before he could get closer, a broken figure crawled into view. Superwoman had dragged herself across the lunar surface, leaving a trail of blood-tinged ground behind her. Her armor was shattered, ribs clearly broken, one arm hanging uselessly, but she'd made it. She collapsed beside Almond, her trembling hand finding his. She whispered, tears mixing with blood on her face, "I tried to stop him, I tried." Almond's eyes flickered open. Through the pain, through the defeat, something shifted in his expression. For the first time since anyone had known him, the cold calculation melted away. He looked at her deeply, and his armored hand reached up, trembling, to pull off his cowl. The face beneath was surprisingly handsome, in a haggard way, with the same sharp features as Bruce Wayne but twisted by years of cynicism and pain. Dark circles under his eyes, scars at his temple. But in this moment, something almost peaceful crossed his features. Bruce looked away immediately, as that face was one he deeply remembered. He closed his eyes in pain as he walked away. Almond actually smiled at Superwoman, a small, genuine, the expression so foreign to his face it looked almost wrong. "Lois," he said softly, using her real name, "you didn't fail, you never failed." Superwoman choked on a sob. "We lost. Everything we built, everything we planned." "No," Almond interrupted gently. His other hand came up, cupping her bloodied face with surprising tenderness. "We were never going to win. We are just a pawn. Someone controlled our actions. I knew that from the start. Every calculation, every probability, they all ended the same way." "Then why," she asked, tears streaming freely now, "why go through with it? Why drag us all into this?" "Because for once I wanted to choose the ending," Almond replied. "Every other version of my life, every other universe, someone else decided how it ended. Heroes, villains, fate, entropy, everyone but me." His smile turned sad. "This time I choose." Lois looked at him, understanding dawning in her eyes. "You were never trying to destroy existence. You were trying to create your own death." "Yes," Almond nodded. He shifted slightly, pain evident in every movement, and pulled a small device from his belt. It was cylindrical, sleek, humming with barely contained energy. "You don't have to follow me to this end, Lois. You could let them save you. Find another universe. Another life." Lois stared at the device, at what it represented. Then she looked at Almond's face, really looked at him, seeing not the calculating monster but the broken man underneath. "I was with Ultraman," she said suddenly, her voice raw with confession. "Using him for power, for protection. I was seeing Luthor on the side for resources, playing them both against each other. I've manipulated, betrayed, killed thousands. I'm not a good person, Thomas." "Almond," Thomas Wayne nodded, his smile didn't waver. "I know, I've always known." "And you still." "You're the only real thing in my life," Thomas said simply. "Everyone else Ultraman, quick, power ring, they were tools, variables in an equation. But you." His voice softened. "You were the only person who ever looked at me and saw something other than a weapon or a threat. You saw me, and I could sense you were starting to change, more attached." "You're a nihilistic sociopath planning to destroy existence," Lois said, but there was no heat in it, just exhausted honesty. "And you're a narcissistic psychopath who uses people like toys," Thomas replied with a chuckle. His thumb stroked her cheek gently. "We're perfectly terrible for each other." Despite everything, the pain, the defeat, the end of all things, Lois laughed. It came out as a broken sound, but it was genuine. "We truly are, aren't we?" Thomas held up the device between them. "This is a quantum destabilizer. Compressed antimatter wrapped in dimensional phasing technology. It will erase us completely. No atoms, no quantum signature, nothing. We won't even exist as ghosts or echoes. Oblivion, Lois said. True oblivion, Thomas confirmed. No afterlife, no judgment, no continuation, just nothing, the only real escape from this meaningless cycle. He looked into her eyes. Do you truly plan to follow me till the end, Lois? Lois didn't answer immediately. She looked at the device, then at Thomas's face. He looked tired without the cowl, vulnerable, human. She thought about her life. The lies, the manipulations, the endless hunger for power that never filled the void inside her. She thought about how she'd never felt anything real until this moment, bleeding out on the moon beside a man who'd planned to murder existence itself. You know what's funny? Lois said, her voice barely a whisper. I've lived for decades. I've conquered worlds, killed hundreds, slept with the strongest beings in our reality, always getting what I wanted. But the only time I ever felt alive was standing beside you, watching you try to end everything. Thomas's expression softened even further. Is that a yes? Instead of answering with words, Lois leaned in. The kiss was gentle despite their broken bodies, despite the blood and pain. It was real in a way nothing else in their twisted lives had ever been. When they pulled apart, Lois's hand covered Thomas's on the device. Together, she whispered. Thomas's smile was peaceful now, almost serene. Always. Their fingers intertwined on the detonator. Bruce saw it happening. He lunged forward, shouting, no. But he was too far away, too slow. Edward stopped him from getting closer and being dragged into the explosion. Lois and Thomas looked at each other one last time. Something passed between them, understanding, acceptance, maybe even something like love in their own broken way. Thank you, Thomas whispered. For what? Lois asked. For being there until the end. She pressed the button. The device activated with a sound like reality tearing. White light erupted from the quantum core, expanding in a perfect sphere. It wasn't an explosion, it was an erasure. The light touched Thomas and Lois, and they simply ceased. Not obliterated, not destroyed, erased. Their quantum signatures unraveled, their atomic structures dissolved into nothing, their very existence wiped from the fabric of reality as if they had never been. No screams, no pain, just light and then nothing. When the light faded, the lunar surface near them vanished. Not even a scorch mark remained, just empty gray crater where two people had chosen their own ending. Bruce stood frozen, his fist still outstretched from his futile attempt to stop them. His jaw clenched so hard his teeth ached. Even villains deserved something, a trial, justice. Not this, not oblivion chosen in despair. But another part of him, the part that understood what it meant to be broken, recognized what he'd witnessed. Two shattered souls finding the only peace they could imagine, together. Edward approached silently, standing beside Bruce. He looked at the empty space where Owlman and Superwoman had been, his expression unreadable. They chose this, Edward said quietly. In a life where everything was taken from them by fate and circumstance, they chose their own ending. That takes a kind of courage. It's not courage, Bruce said, his voice rough. It's surrender. Maybe, Edward replied, or maybe it's the only victory they could win. He paused. I've lived thousands of years, Bruce. I've seen countless people face their end. Some rage against it, some accept it with grace, some run until they can't run anymore. He gestured to the empty ground. Those two, they owned it. They looked at the universe that made them monsters and said, no, we decide how this ends. Bruce was silent for a long moment, then quietly, I should have saved them. From what? Edward asked. From themselves, from their choices? He shook his head. You can't save everyone, Bruce, especially not from the endings they choose. Bruce turned away, his cape settling around him. The device, we need to stop the countdown. He moved to the device immediately, accessing its control panel. His fingers flew across the interface, Batman's tactical mind working through quantum calculations at impossible speed. 2 minutes left. The math didn't work. The power was already building. Even destroying the device wouldn't stop it. The quantum entanglement with Dr. Manhattan had created a feedback loop. Master, I need your help. Bruce called out. Edward was already moving, leaving the crater behind. He analyzed the device in an instant, his expression darkening. Manhattan's trapped inside the quantum matrix, Edward said. The device isn't just using him, it's tearing him apart across dimensional boundaries. If I don't release him, he'll detonate regardless. Can you stabilize him? I can try, but it will be dangerous for you. Bruce nodded calmly. I trust you with my life. Edward smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I won't allow my precious disciple to be harmed. His hands glowed with golden light. He reached into the device, his power interfacing with the quantum mechanics holding Manhattan prisoner. The device screamed, alarms blared silently in the void. Energy crackled, reality itself straining. Then Edward froze. His eyes widened, focusing on something beyond the moon, beyond Earth, beyond normal space entirely. He had sensed something out there watching them. Something that can even go toe-to-toe with him, without using his full strength as an endless. Bruce, he said quietly, his voice carrying a tension Bruce had never heard before. I need you to leave, now. What? I'm sending you back to Earth 3, wait for me there. Edward's tone left no room for argument. You won't be safe if I fight what's coming. Hell, this whole universe might end. Bruce's jaw clenched. What's coming? Is that the true mastermind behind this? You need to go now, Bruce. Tell Diana not to worry, I'll be fine, but I might miss her birthday party. He smiled lightly. THW portal enveloped Bruce before he could protest. One moment he was on the moon, the next he was standing beside Diana on Earth 3, her surprised expression the first thing he registered before turning back toward the lunar surface visible in the sky. Be safe, Master, Bruce muttered, knowing Edward couldn't hear him. Edward stood alone on the moon's surface, hands still wreathed in golden light as Manhattan's quantum matrix stabilized. The countdown stopped. The device powered down. But the threat hadn't passed. Edward sighed, his voice carrying across the void. I can already sense your presence. You should show your face rather than lurking like a creepy stalker. An amused chuckle rolled through reality itself. The sound came from everywhere and nowhere, resonating in dimensions Bruce couldn't have perceived. How interesting. I never thought I would witness such a creature. Edward shrugged. Maybe visit a zoo or watch Animal Planet or something if you lack knowledge on the matter. The void shifted around the moon. Reality twisted and parted like a curtain. From the darkness between dimensions, something emerged, something massive. He walked forward, and each step seemed to compress space itself. His size defied physics, not just large, but gigantic. A mountainous entity whose mere presence warped the fabric of existence around him. His head was encased in a metallic helmet dome, a sickly green-blue hue that seemed both ancient and wrong. Dark tubes ran from his chest to the sides of his helmet, channeling destructive energy that made the void itself recoil. Within the helmet's recess, empty glowing sockets radiated cold, malevolent light. Edward stared, his expression shifting from caution to recognition to something approaching dread. So you have noticed me, anomaly, the entity spoke, its voice like the death of stars. Hard to miss such a power signature since you are stalking me. He joked despite his mind racing, a little nervous for probably the first time in his life. Edward knew that armor, knew that presence. He'd studied the cosmic hierarchy, prepared for threats beyond normal comprehension. This was the Anti-Monitor, a child of Perpetua, destroyer of universes, the being whose sole purpose was to collapse realities back into the void. And he carried out his mother's orders, acting as her eyes and ears, which meant whatever he was seeing and hearing, Perpetua would too. And Edward's sole purpose, the reason the presence had allowed his transmigration millennia ago, was to defend the multiverse from threats exactly like this. And now the threat has arrived at the door, when he didn't know if he was ready yet. The realization hit him like a physical blow. Well, Edward said, his voice remarkably steady despite his racing thoughts. Shit just went from 1 to 100 real quick. The Anti-Monitor's empty eyes blazed brighter, amusement radiating from that cosmic horror. Indeed, anomaly, indeed. Capitulo 109, Hope Never Dies. Edward stood on the moon's surface, his golden aura fading as Dr. Manhattan's quantum signature stabilized and dispersed harmlessly into the cosmic background. The device was silent now. Jonathan apparently took his advice and created multiple avatars to explore the multiverse. He later found out he had two other counterparts in the vast multiverse, which surprised Edward as he knew there was only one of him. One was good, but the other was completely opposite. Edward hoped that the one he released was the good one. He wanted to make sure before he did that. But now, the real threat had just arrived. The anti-monitor towered over him, easily 50 feet tall, his armor pulsing with antimatter energy that made the vacuum itself shudder. Those empty eye sockets burned with cold malevolence, studying Edward like an insect under glass. "So," Edward said, keeping his tone light despite the situation, "you're the guy behind all this. Gotta say, using the crime syndicate as pawns, pretty weak move for someone of your supposed power level." The anti-monitor's voice rumbled through dimensions. The syndicate were tools, disposable. Their purpose was to draw you out, anomaly, and here you are. "Anomaly," Edward repeated, tilting his head. "That's the second time you've called me that. You gonna introduce yourself formally, or should I just call you Big Ugly?" "I am the anti-monitor, firstborn of Perpetua, destroyer of infinite universes. I have ended more realities than your primitive mind can comprehend." Right, big scary resume. "Very impressive," Edward replied, waving dismissively. "But you still haven't answered my question. Why go through all this trouble? If you wanted to meet me, you could have just knocked on my door. I'm listed." The anti-monitor's eyes flared brighter. "You jest in the face of oblivion. Curious. But to answer your question, it was just a gamble. I wanted to use that explosion to tear a hole through reality and space, then weaken the source wall that binds Mother." "Tell me, Anomaly, do you know what you're truly?" "A guy who's had a really long day," Edward offered. "Look, if this is going to turn into some villain monologue about destiny and cosmic balance, can we skip to the part where you tell me what you actually want?" "What I want," the anti-monitor said, his tone shifting to something almost contemplative, "is to understand how you exist. You are not native to this multiverse. Your quantum signature is wrong, foreign. You should not exist here unless he brought you here." Edward's expression didn't change, but internally his mind raced. The anti-monitor could sense his true nature, that he wasn't originally from this reality. "And yet here I am," Edward said. "Existing, possible, standing on the moon, having a chat with a giant metal horror from beyond spacetime. Funny how life works." "My mother sensed your presence millennia ago," the anti-monitor continued. "An anomaly in the source wall's design, a piece that doesn't belong. She tasked me with observing you, learning your nature before we act." "Observing," Edward said flatly. "So you've been stalking me. I don't mind if a cute goth chick does it, but not you. For how long has this been going on?" "Long enough to know you are dangerous. Long enough to know you must be eliminated before Mother returns." Edward's jaw tightened. "Perpetua, so she's still sealed but planning her comeback, and I'm apparently on her hit list, so much for laying low." "You are an obstacle to her design," the anti-monitor confirmed. "The presence placed you here as a defense mechanism, a living weapon against her will, but you are incomplete, untested, weak." "Weak," Edward raised an eyebrow. "I just stabilized a quantum god and prevented your little doomsday device from working. That's pretty good for a Tuesday." "You used a fraction of your power. You fear revealing your true nature, fear what you would become if you embraced it fully." The anti-monitor leaned forward slightly, his presence crushing. "That fear will destroy you." Edward met his gaze steadily. "Or maybe I just don't go around flexing on everyone I meet. Some of us have self-control." "Self-control?" The anti-monitor's laugh was like stars dying. "No, you are afraid of becoming what you were meant to be. The presence bound you to this reality, gave you purpose, but also gave you limitations, attachments, weaknesses." "You mean my family," Edward said, his voice dropping to something colder. "My daughters, my wives, that's what you're calling weaknesses." "They are chains," the anti-monitor stated. "They bind you to mortal concerns. They make you hesitate. They ensure you will never achieve your full potential. And when my mother breaks free, those chains will be your undoing." Edward was silent for a moment. Then he smiled, not his usual cocky grin, but something sharper, more dangerous. "You know what's funny?" Edward said quietly. "You've been watching me for thousands of years, you've seen what I can do, and you're still here talking instead of fighting, which tells me something important." "And what is that anomaly?" "You're scared," Edward said simply. "You came here to test me, to see if I'm a real threat. Because despite all your power, despite your mother's plans, you don't actually know if you can beat me. Otherwise, you would have just attacked." The Anti-Monitor's eyes blazed hotter. "I fear nothing." "Then why are we still talking?" Edward challenged. "Why not just end me right now, save yourself the trouble?" The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken threats. "Because," the Anti-Monitor finally said, "Mother wanted to offer you a choice." That surprised Edward. A choice. "Join us," the Anti-Monitor said. "When my mother returns, she will reshape this multiverse. Everything will be remade according to her vision. You could have a place in that new order. Power without limitation. Freedom from the presence's chains. All you must do is kneel when the time comes." Edward stared at him for a long moment. Then he laughed, genuinely laughed, the sound echoing across the lunar wasteland. "Oh man," Edward said, wiping his eyes. "You actually thought that would work. You really don't know humans at all, do you?" "You refuse." "Of course I fucking refuse," Edward replied. "You're offering me nothing. I already have power. I already have freedom. And I definitely already have purpose. What I don't have is any interest in watching your mommy issues destroy everything I've spent millennia protecting." The Anti-Monitor's form seemed to expand, antimatter energy crackling around him. "Then you have chosen annihilation." "No," Edward said, his own aura beginning to flare, gold and silver light pushing back against the antimatter. "I've chosen to do what I was put here to do, which is stopping assholes like you from breaking my world." "Your world?" The Anti-Monitor's voice dripped with contempt. "You are not even from this reality. These people are not your kind. Why die for them?" Edward's smile turned genuine. "Because they're mine, not in the sense of owning them, in the sense that I chose them. I chose to stay. I chose to protect them. And I'll choose to beat you into paste if you don't back off." Bold words for one so fragile. "Want to test that theory?" Edward asked, cracking his knuckles. "Because I've got time, and after the day I've had, punching a cosmic horror sounds therapeutic." The Anti-Monitor raised one massive hand, antimatter particles coalescing into a sphere of pure annihilation. "Very well, anomaly. Show me what the present sees in you." He released the blast. Edward's blue eyes flashed. A strange pattern appeared on his eyes like a wheel as the red veins popped up. He wanted to start off slowly, analyzing the weaknesses and containing the damage. The antimatter sphere struck him dead on. Reality screamed. The lunar surface around him vaporized instantly. Anti-Monitor looked with a strange curiosity. "Fascinating specimen. I can see why he is regarded as a multiversal being. But this can't be all he has." When the light and explosion cleared, Edward stood unharmed, his hand raised slightly. The antimatter particles swirled around his palm. "Interesting," Edward said, his voice carrying genuine interest. "So this is antimatter manipulation. It's rather crude but effective." He threw the sphere back at him. The Anti-Monitor caught it effortlessly, absorbing it with a smirk. "You can copy my power. Amusing, but can you match it? How long can your human body last?" Edward grinned, "Long enough to kick your ass." They both moved at the same time. The moon exploded beneath them as they collided. Two sets of fists met with the force of collapsing stars. Each blow sent shockwaves rippling through space itself. The area glitched like poorly made game. Edward matched him strike for strike. He analyzed and replicated the Anti-Monitor's techniques in real time. Although it took strength and endurance, but for now, he could maintain it. Size alteration? Edward grew to match his opponent's scale. Energy absorption? Edward drew in cosmic radiation to fuel himself. Reality warping? Edward bent space around them to contain the damage from reach the Earth. They crashed through satellites, tore through floating asteroids. Their battle painted the void in flashes of gold and sickly green light. Meanwhile, people of Earth 1 were freaking out. They didn't know who the two beings were, but one was human. Superman flew up and used his vision and reported to Justice League. They decided to go themselves and stop them from destroying their planet. But Batman disagreed, saying they should protect the people of Earth by staying here, rather than venture into space to meddle in cosmic-level battles. Green Lantern still chose to go and check, as he had a duty. But minutes later, he was knocked out by a shockwave from the battle that was thousands of miles away and plummeted to Earth. Meanwhile, Edward punched the Anti-Monitor with the force of a neutron star, sending him crashing through Mars. R.I.P. The planet exploded into countless fragments, which were erased before they could become asteroids. Anti-Monitor vanished and teleported behind Edward, smashing him through Saturn. An even bigger explosion took place as the planet got atmosied in half. Edward coughed up some blood and stood up. He wiped blood from his lips and smirked. His plan was working. He was slowly dragging the Anti-Monitor away from the solar system before he could batshit crazy on him. He knew the stakes very well. He had to beat this guy without revealing his trump cards. But the Anti-Monitor was ancient, experienced. And Edward was holding back, as he couldn't risk unleashing his full power this close to inhabited worlds. "You fight well, but I can see what you are trying to do," the Anti-Monitor admitted, his fist striking Edward's jaw, sending him back towards Earth. "You restrain yourself, afraid of collateral damage, afraid of what your power might do to the fragile mortals you claim to protect. How childish." Edward spat blood that froze instantly in the void. "Well, someone has to give a damn about them." "And that," the Anti-Monitor said, driving his knee towards Edward's gut, which he blocked easily, "is why you will always lose, hero." The blow launched Edward backward. He tried to recover, but the Anti-Monitor was already there, both hands clasped together like a hammer. His hand lit up ominously in purple antimatter glow. Anti-Monitor grinned. "Either you take this strike or your little planet does. Let's see how you choose." Edward gritted his teeth and cast a few defensive spells in an instant, then further augmented his body as the strike connected. Boom! Edward was hurled like a human-sized shooting star, plummeting towards Earth. But even as he fell, he cast a few spells to slow the impact. He didn't want to win if it meant Earth would be sacrificed. He hit Earth 1's atmosphere like a meteor. Friction burned away his outer energy. The impact crater in Metropolis was still more than 3 blocks wide. Citizens screamed, fleeing in panic. Dust and debris choked the air. Sirens blared, buildings started crumbling. Edward climbed out of the crater. His battle armor made by his son was cracked, blood running from his mouth. His form flickered, struggling to maintain cohesion. "This is out of hand. I need to get this guy out of here. Just one clash can vaporize the damn planet. Looks like I have to change tactics and reveal some of my cards." A voice rang in his head. "Karna, this is bad, Edward. You need to use our strength to defeat him. I am willing to help." Edward spoke in his mind. "How? Vasavi Shakti can't be used indefinitely, and regular attack don't work on him." Gilgamesh scoffed. "I hate to say it, but that mongrel is strong. Only EA can match his attacks, but that's not a solution." Edward shook his head. "Wow, very helpful man." Gilgamesh sold. "You have become more disrespectful." Another voice answered, filled with youthful energy. "Foreigner, yo, does that mean I get to go out and fight? I've been itching for some action." Edward refused. "Definitely not you. You are my ultimate weapon for the final boss. If I reveal you now, it would be foolish." The sky darkened as the Anti-Monitor descended, each step down creating visible pressure waves. "Spacing out in the middle of the fight? This is disappointing. Where are your other forms? You have other avatars to use, right?" Edward sighed. "And yeah, regular stuff won't cut it. Maybe Alucard. But not sure his concept to bestow mortality would work on this guy." Alucard chuckled. "Let me try then." Before Edward could respond, Anti-Monitor lost his patience. "You dare ignore me? Let me clear the distractions first then." His hand glowed as antimatter energy was affecting reality. "Get back, everyone," Edward shouted to the gathering crowd. "Someone evacuate these people. I can't protect everyone if we fight." This world's Justice League arrived. Their Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash. Heroes Edward had never met, but who saw someone defending their planet. "Who is that guy?" their Flash asked. "He looks human, so probably the good guy," Diana remarked. "Does it matter?" their Superman replied, already flying forward. "He needs help." "No," Edward barked. "Secure the civilians, don't interfere, you can't take him, Clark." But this world's Superman didn't listen. He charged at the anti-monitor, fist drawn back. The backhand was casual, almost lazy. Superman crumpled mid-flight, his body smashing through a building, unconscious before he even stopped moving. "Cal," their Wonder Woman screamed. Batman was already trying to clear out the area. He didn't have any information to develop contingencies. Anti-monitor didn't wait and struck. Edward gritted his teeth. He raised his hands, golden light flaring as he channeled Solomon's wisdom. Complex magical formulas wrote themselves in the air, layering into a barrier strong enough to hold back even nuclear missiles. Seal of the 7 rings. The anti-monitor's fist punched through the barrier in a couple strikes. The magical barrier shattered. Feedback slammed into Edward, driving him to his knees. But it gave enough time for the others to clear out the area. People didn't know who he was, but they realized he is the one standing between them and annihilation. "Pathetic," the anti-monitor said. "You hold back to protect them. You limit yourself to preserve their fragile world. This is why you cannot win, Anomaly. Your compassion is your weakness. I thought this would be much more interesting. What a letdown." Edward struggled to stand. Blood dripped from his nose. He was holding back, couldn't atomize the planet, couldn't reveal his true power yet, had to keep his trump cards hidden. But he was running out of options. The anti-monitor's eyes blazed. "Perhaps I should remove these distractions, kill every soul on this wretched planet. Then we shall see if you prove a stronger challenge without your precious mortals to protect." Antimatter gathered around him, building into a massive sphere. This wasn't a regular blast, this was extinction level. The energy signature alone made reality crack. "This attack will erase your solar system," the anti-monitor announced calmly, "and everything beyond it. Watch as your compassion kills them all." He released it like Frieza, nuking the Saiyans. Edward's eyes widened. No time to think, no time to plan. He grabbed the attack with both hands while using divine reflection, then casting space magic to channel the destruction away. His body screamed in protest as antimatter burned through his defenses. With the last of his strength, he ripped open a portal and hurled the blast towards Apocalypse, his go-to dumping ground for overpowered attacks. Darkseid could handle it, probably, his problem to deal with now. Edward collapsed to one knee, gasping. His regular body was failing, cracks of light spreading across his body. He'd pushed it too far. If he allowed this to continue, his identity as an endless would be revealed. The anti-monitor laughed, running out of tricks, Anomaly. Then, through the smoke and debris, a small voice rang out. "Don't hurt him, you ugly guy." Edward's head snapped up. A boy, maybe 8 years old, wearing a Superman t-shirt. He stood at the edge of the crater, small fists clenched, trembling but defiant. "What the hell are you doing, kid? Run!" Edward shouted, his voice tense. But the boy didn't move. He stood his ground facing anti-monitor, his eyes blazing with a child's absolute certainty of right and wrong. "Go away," the boy yelled, his voice cracking. "He's our hero." The anti-monitor looked down at the child. Something like amusement flickered in those empty eye sockets. "How touching," he said, his voice devoid of emotion. "Then die with your hero." Another antimatter beam formed in his hand, aimed directly at the boy. Edward sighed. No more options. "Saber, I believe it's time," he muttered softly. A magnetic voice filled with authority spoke calmly. "Saber, I was wondering when you would decide to call upon me. I am the best suited to face him after all." There was a cacophony of voices full of interest and excitement. Alucard's laughter was the loudest. "Let's see what Mr. I'm better than you has to offer." Edward and Saber ignored him. The blast fired. Time seemed to stop. Edward muttered gently, "Equip, Saber." The crowd screamed. This world's justice league dove forward, knowing they'd never make it in time. Wonder Woman reached out, too far away. Flash ran, but even he couldn't cross the distance. The boy squeezed his eyes shut, but he didn't run, didn't even try to dodge. He just stood there, fists still clenched, refusing to back down even at the end. The annihilation wave descended. Everyone closed their eyes. This was it, the end of everything. But the blast that should have destroyed the solar system never came. The child hesitated, then opened his eyes. Edward was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a brilliant golden light had appeared to stand between him and oblivion. Not just light, something more. Something that made the air itself feel heavy with presence. The antimatter touched the light and simply stopped existing, dissolved like mist before the sun. Anti-Monitor smirked. Finally, something interesting. The light began to grow, slowly, steadily, expanding outward until it bathed the entire battlefield in a warm, golden radiance. A large silhouette was barely visible within it. From within that light, a voice spoke. Deep, magnetic, carrying the weight of 10,000 years and the hope of countless billions. No world shall be beyond my rule. No enemy shall be beyond my wrath. The words resonated through reality itself. Buildings stopped crumbling. Flames froze mid-flicker. Even the anti-monitor paused, his eyes fixed on the growing radiance. The boy stared up at the light, wonder replacing his fear. The crowd fell silent. Even this world's Justice League stopped, transfixed. The voice spoke again, gentler now, but no less absolute. It echoed across the broken battlefield and into the hearts of every soul who heard it. A massive hand clad in golden armor reached down from the light and placed itself gently on the boy's head. The child looked up, tears still on his face but smiling now. Stand proudly, child of Earth, the Emperor protects you. Capitulo 110, the Emperor protects. The world fell silent as the words were uttered. It wasn't loud or sharp, nor was it overbearing. But the voice carried through the wind like a physical force, reaching every corner of the battlefield and beyond. People who had been panicking and afraid, screaming, running, certain they were about to die, suddenly felt calm. Safe. It was inexplicable. One moment, pure terror. The next, a warmth spreading through their chests as if all their worries faded away, replaced by a feeling of deep respect and safety. Parents stopped mid-run, children stopped crying, even the wounded stopped groaning. All eyes turned toward the source of that voice. As the brilliant golden light faded, revealing what stood at its center, everyone looked at the being who had manifested there. He was tall, impossibly tall, taller than two people standing on top of each other, easily over 12 feet. He had a robust, powerful body that was covered by dazzling golden full-body armor that seemed to be forged from solidified sunlight itself. Each plate gleamed with an inner radiance that didn't reflect light so much as generate it. His face was chiseled and handsome in an austere way, slightly tanned and weathered like aged bronze. But despite the stern clenching of his jaw and the sharp angles of his features, his eyes held something unexpected, genuine compassion mixed with unshakable strength. They were golden, burning with an inner fire that seemed to see through to the soul of anyone who met his gaze. In the middle of the armor at his chest, and on each shoulder, there were 3 golden eagles carved with exquisite detail. Each feather was distinct, each talon perfectly rendered. The eagle on his chest held a red gem in its talons, a ruby that pulsed with light like a beating heart, symbolizing his grasp over his dominion. In his hand, held with casual ease despite its massive size, there was a blazing sword that burned with scarlet and gold flames. It was the Primarch blade. The fire was so intense that the concrete beneath it melted into glowing slag, dripping and hissing. Any person who had played or read about the Warhammer 40,000 universe would have recognized him instantly if they saw him. That presence is hard to forget. It was the God Emperor of mankind himself, the being worshipped across a million worlds as the savior of humanity, rendered not as the corpse on the golden throne, but in his full, almighty glory. Thud, thud, thud. A strange phenomenon occurred at that moment. All the people of Earth who gazed upon his form fell to their knees, not pushed, not forced, but compelled by something deeper than conscious thought. It was as if every human instinct, every genetic memory carved into their DNA, recognized this being as something to be revered. His presence was that awe-inspiring, that absolute. Even this world's Justice League felt it. Wonder Woman, daughter of Zeus, found herself kneeling. Flash, who'd never bowed to anyone, was on one knee before he even realized it. Even Batman tried not to kneel but failed, though his legs trembled with the effort, his analytical mind fighting against the primal urge to kneel. The little boy who had stood beside Edward also knelt, but his fear had transformed into wonder. His eyes were wide, tears still wet on his cheeks, but now he was smiling and looking with awe-filled eyes. "Mr. Hero," the boy asked with the innocent curiosity only children possess, "who are you? How did you double in size? Is that your superpower? You look so cool." Edward looked down at the child. The stern expression softened, and he chuckled, a warm, gentle sound that seemed impossible from such an imposing figure. He reached down with one massive gauntleted hand and pulled the kid to his feet with surprising gentleness. As he did, the overwhelming presence receded like a tide pulling back from shore. The crushing weight lifted. People could breathe again, think again. The compulsion to kneel faded, though the awe remained. "You can say that, kiddo," Edward said, his voice still carrying that magnetic quality but now at a volume that didn't shake reality. "Now run along, your parents must be worried. I shall protect Earth and mankind, that is my duty after all." He turned, his golden eyes finding the boy's parents in the crowd, a man and woman huddled together, their faces stricken with the terror of having watched their son nearly die. Edward gestured, and the boy lifted gently off the ground, surrounded by a golden glow. He floated through the air like a feather on the wind, drifting toward his family. They caught him, hugging him desperately, checking him for injuries. The mother was sobbing. The father looked back toward the golden figure and uttered 2 words of gratitude. "Thank you." The others in the crowd slowly got to their feet, confusion written across their faces. Many looked at their knees, at the ground they'd been kneeling on, wondering why they'd done it. Some remembered clearly and felt embarrassed. Others couldn't remember why they were kneeling, as if their minds had protected them from the memory of that overwhelming presence. Batman was staring at the Emperor with an intensity that bordered on obsession. His tactical mind was racing, analyzing, cataloging every detail. The height, the armor's composition, the way reality seemed to bend slightly around him. The sword that violated thermodynamics by burning without fuel. But most of all, he was trying to understand the presence. That moment when every instinct in his body had screamed at him to kneel, to submit, to acknowledge superiority. Batman had trained his entire life to resist intimidation, to stand firm against fear. Yet this being's mere existence had driven him to his knees through sheer presence. And it wasn't evil or forceful, more like a warm, radiating authority that came from a ruler beloved by all. What kind of power commands obedience on an instinctual level? Bruce thought, his jaw clenched. Not fear, not threat, just presence, as if humanity itself recognizes him as something above. Edward turned away from the crowd, his attention shifting to the true threat. His golden eyes fixed on the anti-monitor, who hovered in the air above the ruined streets, his massive form crackling with antimatter energy. The cosmic entity's lipless mouth twisted into something like a cruel smirk. His burning eye sockets studied the Emperor with newfound interest. "Since you have decided to show your true strength," Anti-Monitor said, his voice resonating through multiple dimensions, "then allow me to." He never finished the sentence. Edward moved. There was no warning, no build-up, no gathering of energy. One instant he stood on the ground. The next, he was directly in front of the Anti-Monitor's face, the blazing Primarch blade already mid-swing, its edge touching the cosmic being's cheek. Anti-Monitor's burning sockets widened in genuine shock. He hadn't seen the movement, hadn't sensed it coming. For a being who existed across multiple timelines simultaneously, who could perceive events before they happened, this should have been impossible. His hand came up reflexively, wreathed in antimatter energy. He punched at Edward with enough force to shatter planets, his fist covered in destructive power that could unmake existence itself. The blade continued its arc. Metal met antimatter. The Primarch blade, burning with the psychic might of humanity's collective will, cleaved through the Anti-Monitor's wrist as if it were made of smoke. The roar of pain was unlike anything Earth had ever experienced. It wasn't just sound, it was a psychic scream that resonated across dimensions. In the antimatter universe, entire worlds shuddered. In neighboring realities, beings of cosmic power looked up in alarm. The anti-monitor vanished, teleporting instinctively, reappearing several miles away above the ruins of downtown Metropolis. He clutched the bleeding stump where his right hand had been, antimatter energy pouring from the wound like corrupted blood. But there was no severed hand to reattach. The limb that had been cut away was gone, not just removed, but erased. The golden flames of the Primarch blade had consumed it entirely, burning away even the concept of its existence. It would regenerate, but for some reason the healing was very slow even for a cosmic being. The anti-monitor stared at his ruined arm, then at Edward, who now stood on the ground where he'd been moments before. Understanding dawned in those burning sockets. "What is that weapon? I've never seen something like this." He snarled, his voice distorted with pain and fury that made buildings tremble. "And how did you appear in front of me without me noticing it?" Edward didn't answer. He didn't gloat, didn't explain, didn't give the villain the satisfaction of a response. He simply vanished again. Anti-Monitor's cosmic senses screamed a warning. He ducked instinctively, sensing an attack. The blade passed through the space where his head had been a microsecond earlier, the heat from its passage scorching the air. But even though he dodged the killing blow, the edge still caught something, his helmet. The ancient helmet that had protected his head for eons sheared away like paper. The helmet spun through the air, bisected cleanly, before disintegrating into motes of antimatter that faded into nothing. For the first time since arriving in this universe, the Anti-Monitor's true face was fully revealed. Beneath the helmet was a nightmarish visage, a skull covered in dried-up wrinkled skin formed from crackling energy with burning voids where eyes should be. He did not look happy. Darkness writhed beneath translucent flesh, and reality seemed to distort around him. The hero Sneak attacking the villain, Anti-Monitor spat, his voice dripping with venom and genuine anger. How ironic. Edward stood before him once more, the Primarch blade held in a ready stance. He pointed it forward, both hands on the grip, weight balanced perfectly. His expression was neutral, almost serene. When he spoke, his voice carried no mockery, just absolute, undeniable certainty. "You are evil. That's all the reason I need to draw my sword. There's no code of honor necessary when fighting someone like you." The simplicity of the statement was more cutting than any elaborate speech could have been. No philosophical debate, no moral justification, just fact, stated plainly. The Anti-Monitor's rage exploded outward like a supernova. His aura flared, antimatter energy crackling around him in violent, chaotic waves. Is that so? The ground beneath him didn't just crack, it ceased to exist, matter unmaking itself in his presence. Reality itself struggled to maintain cohesion near him, spacetime warping and twisting. "Very well, then let me show you what true evil is," he roared, his voice shaking the heavens. "Behold what true destruction really is." Dark particles began gathering in his remaining hand. These weren't normal antimatter, they were something worse, something that made the antimatter look gentle by comparison. The energy pulsed with wrongness that went beyond physics, beyond natural law. Each pulse sent out waves that erased whatever they touched, not destroyed, not atomized, but erased. Buildings touched by the waves simply stopped existing, leaving smooth voids in reality. Space itself cracked around the gathering energy like fractured glass. Time stuttered, moments repeating and skipping. The very concept of existence seemed to recoil from what the Anti-Monitor was creating. This wasn't an attack meant to kill. This was annihilation manifest, an attempt to remove Edward from every timeline, every possibility, every universe simultaneously. But Edward wasn't going to allow him to finish charging. "I don't think so." Edward's free hand rose, fingers spreading. He poured his limitless psyker energy into the Primarch blade. The psychic might have 10,000 years of accumulated power flooding into the weapon. The sword blazed brighter, gold flames turning white-hot, then transcending color entirely to become pure radiant force. His other hand made a grasping motion, fingers curling as if clutching something invisible. Anti-Monitor tried to move. His muscles tensed, his will commanded his body to teleport, to dodge, to escape. Nothing happened. his body locked in place mid-motion, frozen as if he'd been encased in invisible amber. Not paralyzed, he could still feel everything, still think, still channel power. But he couldn't move. The space around him had become rigid, reality itself compressed into an unbreakable cage by the Emperor's psychic might. "What have you done to me?" he snarled, struggling against bonds that didn't exist in any physical sense. Every ounce of his cosmic strength pushed against the invisible prison, but it held firm. Edwards's voice was calm, almost gentle, carrying the weight of a judge pronouncing sentence. "The Emperor has judged your existence. It's no longer necessary. For the safety of mankind, perish." He swung the Primarch blade. The sword grew physically, its dimensions increasing by the second, its aura expanded until it was a mountainous size. The blade descended like the hand of an angry god, trailing fire, that burned away the darkness itself. "Be purged from your sins," he spoke solemnly. "You think that's enough?" Anti-Monitor's roar shook dimensions. He reached deep into his armor, into the reserves of power stored from 1,000 dead universes. Energy from worlds that no longer existed, from realities he'd personally erased, flooded through his life shell. "I am the end of everything, the ruler of the antimatter universe. Nothing can stop me." The psychic bonds shattered like glass. Anti-Monitor moved just in time. The Primarch blade, descending with the weight of absolute judgment, struck his chest armor and stopped, instead of cleaving him in half. The impact was tremendous, a sound like reality breaking echoed across the galaxy. A deep gash carved across his life shell, the armor that contained his unstable antimatter energy. Golden flames poured into the wound, burning deeper, trying to reach the corruption within. Sparks flew, and the cut glowed with holy fire that made the Anti-Monitor scream in pain. He teleported before the blade could dig deeper, reappearing behind Edward. His hand blazed with antimatter energy, not the controlled blasts from before, but raw annihilation unleashed in desperation. Anomaly. The blast erupted at point-blank range, a wave of antimatter that could have erased a continent from existence. Edward vanished. Not just teleportation, a dimensional warp. He stepped through a tear in spacetime, emerging behind the Anti-Monitor in the exact same instant the attack was launched. The antimatter wave passed through empty air, continuing into the sky where it would eventually dissipate harmlessly in deep space. This time, Edward didn't use the sword. He used his mind. The Anti-Monitor's roar of fury became a groan of pain as invisible force gripped him from all sides, not touching his body, compressing the space around it. Every direction, every dimension, squeezing inward with impossible pressure. His armor creaked lightly, a sound like dying stars. Cracks spread across the surface of his life shell, glowing lines of stress appearing in the ancient metal. The antimatter energy he'd been channeling flickered and destabilized as the pressure mounted, disrupting his ability to control it. His body began to shrink gradually, compressed by psychic force that warped reality itself around him. What had been 50 feet tall was now 45, then 40, still shrinking as the Emperor's power crushed him like a tin can. What is this vile power?" Anti-Monitor gasped, his voice strained and distorted. "This power, you're not just manipulating matter, you're compressing space itself around me." Edward's golden eyes glowed brighter, burning with psychic might. His voice was calm, almost conversational, as he explained what he was doing to his enemy. "Your armor contains your unstable energy made form. It's a shell holding back the chaos within. Remove the container." His fingers clenched tighter, and you'll collapse into yourself. Simple physics. Anti-Monitor's body continued to shrink, compressed by forces he couldn't resist. 40 feet. 35. His outer shell cracked further, antimatter leaking through the fissures in glowing streams. Each crack threatened total destabilization. If the life shell failed completely, the raw antimatter within would consume him from the inside. Pain, humiliation, rage. These emotions had been distant concepts to the Anti-Monitor for eons. He was beyond such things, above them. But now, compressed and bleeding, feeling his armor failing, they returned with overwhelming force. "You have made me truly angry," he roared, his voice resonating across the multiverse. I will rip you to shreds along with this universe. You can mourn for those pathetic humans as you die with them." He stopped caring about control, about strategy, about the careful application of power. He simply released everything. All the antimatter within his core, all the absorbed energy of dead universes, all his cosmic might, unleashed simultaneously in one massive explosion of destruction. The blast erupted from him like a supernova. A shockwave of pure antimatter energy expanded outward at faster-than-light speed, growing, spreading, consuming. It would destroy everything within range: planets, stars, the fabric of this dimension itself. The nearby galaxies would be erased from existence. And Earth stood directly in its path. Edward saw it coming, saw the wave of annihilation spreading outward, saw Earth behind him, fragile, precious Earth with its billions of lives, completely unaware of how close they were to ceasing to exist. His expression didn't change, but something shifted in his golden eyes. A decision made in a fraction of a second. "The universe can perish as long as humanity survives," he said, his voice quiet but carrying across the battlefield. "That's what I believed once." The shockwave approached, reality unraveling before it. "But how can I let an evil creature destroy a universe when I am here?" He moved both hands in complex patterns, drawing power from reserves that hadn't been tapped before. This wasn't just psychic might. This was reality manipulation on a cosmic scale, the power of humanity's will made manifest. Black holes tore open around the anti-monitor. Not one or two, but dozens, each one precisely calculated and positioned. Their event horizons overlapped, creating a gravitational field so intense that even light couldn't escape. The antimatter shockwave hit the field and stopped. Not slowed, stopped completely. The black holes absorbed the energy, drinking it in, their combined pull strong enough to overcome even antimatter expansion. The anti-monitor found himself at the center of this gravitational prison, trapped by forces even he couldn't easily overcome. He thrashed against it, his newly regenerated hands clawing at space, trying to tear his way free. "How ridiculous," his voice boomed, strained from the effort of fighting the black holes. "With such power, why would you waste your time protecting those ants?" Edward stood firm, both hands maintaining the gravitational field. The Primarch blade burned in his grip, growing brighter as he channeled more power into it. "It's not rational," Anti-Monitor continued, his voice carrying genuine confusion beneath the rage. "You would stand against my mother, against the multiverse shaper herself, to defend these flawed insects. The creatures so ignorant that they will bring their own destruction. Why?" The black holes wouldn't hold forever. Edward could feel them destabilizing, the antimatter within the anti-monitor fighting to break free. He had a minute, maybe less. But a few seconds were all he needed to power up his noble phantasm. Edward looked at the anti-monitor without any emotion. The Primarch blade blazed with power that made the previous displays look like candle flames. He gripped it with both hands, the weapon humming with gathered might. Then he smiled, just slightly, and his voice shifted, overlapping. Edward's modern tone blending with the Emperor's deep voice of ancient authority as he handed over full control to the God Emperor of mankind. "It's rather simple, really, foul creature." The blade raised higher, power gathering to critical mass. "Because the Emperor protects." The smile widened, becoming something fierce, proud, absolute. "And the Emperor is absolute." Capitulo 111, an unexpected turn. The Emperor of mankind clenched and unclenched his fists slowly, deliberately, as if testing the weight and sensation of physical form after an eternity without it. Each finger curled with precision, joints moving smoothly within the golden gauntlets. He flexed his shoulders, rolled his neck, feeling the armor respond to his will. He spoke gently, his voice carrying warmth despite its overwhelming power. "I almost forgot how it feels to move, to exist in flesh rather than spirit. Thank you, Edward." Deep within the soulscape, the infinite realm where all the heroic spirits resided within Edward's being, Edward stood with arms crossed, a tired but genuine smile on his face. Around him, the other spirits watched with varying degrees of interest. Gilgamesh lounged on a throne of light, Karna stood at attention, Alucard grinned from the shadows. Arjuna, Ishkandar, and Kratos were playing 3 cards without any care. Edward gave a thumbs up, his form flickering slightly with exhaustion. "It's nothing, Big E, now let's deal with this guy before he wrecks the multiverse. I'm running on fumes here, so make it count." The Emperor chuckled, the sound resonating through both the physical and spiritual planes. He turned his golden gaze toward the Anti-Monitor, who still thrashed within the gravitational prison, antimatter energy crackling desperately as he fought to break free. "Very well," the Emperor said, his voice taking on the weight of absolute conviction. "Whether Terra or Earth, whether humanity of the 40th millennium or the 21st, I shall be the salvation mankind needs." He raised the Primarch blade, its flames burning brighter. "Only in death does duty end." He held the sword firmly and pointed it directly toward the Anti-Monitor, the blade's tip aimed at the cosmic being's cracked chest armor. Anti-Monitor felt it then, something fundamentally different about his opponent. The presence had changed, the control and power levels was increasing. This wasn't the same being he'd been fighting moments ago. He snarled, antimatter energy surging as he pushed harder against the black holes. "Who the hell are you? You're not him. The anomaly's consciousness has changed." The Emperor of Mankind's lips curved into a smile that held 10,000 years of war, sacrifice, and unwavering purpose. When he spoke, his voice was deep, resonant, carrying the authority of one who had guided humanity through its darkest hours. "You can contemplate it in hell, demon." The word demon was spoken with such contempt, such absolute disgust, that reality itself seemed to flinch. To the Emperor, the Anti-Monitor was no different from the chaos entities he'd fought for millennia, a corruption that sought to unmake humanity's future. He offered a silent prayer. The action was unnecessary for one such as him, but it was the acknowledgement that what came next was not mere violence but execution. He whispered, but the words rang through the galaxy like a bell tolling the end of days. "By my hand, let divinity kneel. By my will, let humanity rise. I am the sword of our ascension." The Primarch blade responded. It shone with brilliance that made the sun look dim by comparison. Golden flames erupted along its length, but these weren't normal flames. They were psycher force, the manifestation of humanity's collective will to survive, to thrive, to ascend beyond the limitations imposed by uncaring gods and malevolent entities. The blazing fury emanating from the weapon was so intense that space itself began to burn. Reality warped around the blade, unable to fully contain the power being channeled through it. Nearby debris, fragments of destroyed planets, scattered asteroids, simply ceased to exist, erased by proximity to such overwhelming force. Anti-Monitor finally tore through the black holes, his hand ripping apart the gravitational field with desperate strength. The prison shattered, event horizons collapsing as he broke free. But before he could move, before he could teleport or attack or defend, the Emperor glanced at him. Just a glance, nothing more. Those golden eyes met the Anti-Monitor's burning sockets, and in that instant, the cosmic being found himself frozen. Not by force, not by power, but by will so absolute that his body simply refused to disobey. It was as if the Emperor's gaze carried a command that reality itself enforced. The paralysis lasted only a moment, a single heartbeat. But that was all the Emperor needed. He swung the Primarch blade with absolute finality, with the certainty of judgment pronounced and carried out. The movement was perfect, not flashy, not dramatic, just efficient and utterly final. Perish heretic. Eternitas imperator. The noble phantasm activated. A wave of golden flame erupted from the blade, but calling it flame was like calling the sun a candle. This was conceptual annihilation given form, the erasure of everything that stood against humanity's right to exist, to grow, to rule their own destiny. The blazing force moved forward with absolute certainty. It didn't follow the normal laws of physics. It didn't spread like fire or expand like an explosion. It simply advanced, a wall of judgment that declared everything before it would cease. The path it traveled tore through the universe's fabric of reality like tissue paper. Space cracked, time fractured, dimensions bled together as the attack moved through multiple layers of existence simultaneously. Anti-Monitor felt fear. True, primal fear, an emotion he hadn't experienced in eons. He destroyed universes, consumed realities, stood against cosmic entities. Nothing had made him afraid. Until now. He understood instantly that while this attack might not kill him permanently, his nature as a fundamental force made true death nearly impossible. It would shatter his life shell completely. The armor that contained his unstable antimatter core would be destroyed, leaving him exposed, vulnerable, weakened to the point where even ordinary cosmic beings could end him. And worse, he'd fail to free Mother, fail in his purpose. That thought drove him to desperation. He gathered every ounce of power at his disposal, energy drawn from the 1,000 universes he'd consumed over his existence, antimatter from the core of his being, the fundamental force of entropy and annihilation that he embodied. All of it condensed into a single defensive wall. "I am eternal," he roared, his voice shaking reality. "Nothing will stand in my way, die, anomaly, or whatever creature you are. Who the hell are you even?" The wall formed before him, a barrier of pure antimatter, so dense and powerful that it warped space around it. It was dark, not black but somehow darker than black, as if it absorbed the very concept of light. Energy crackled across its surface, drawn from countless dead realities. The Emperor replied with a neutral tone, as if stating a simple fact. "I have been called many names in my long life, so much so that I even forgot my own. Demons like you called me, the anathema. Some beings called me Neoth. I myself sometimes went by the title Revelation. I was the Emperor who guided mankind, but my subjects and enemies often refer to me as God Emperor of Mankind." He swung down the blade. The two forces met. Boom! The explosion wasn't just physical. It was metaphysical, conceptual, an eruption that occurred across multiple dimensions simultaneously. The shockwave consumed everything in range. Nearby stars, distant suns with their own potential solar systems, simply winked out of existence. Planets were atomized before they could even register the impact. The very fabric of spacetime rippled outward, the distortion visible from Earth despite the tremendous distance. The Andromeda Galaxy, thankfully far from Earth's location, bore the brunt of the devastation. Vast swathes of it were simply erased, leaving voids where matter had once been. Back on Earth, people felt the aftermath. Not the explosion itself, they were too far away, too small to perceive it directly, but they felt something, a tremor in reality like the moment before an earthquake. Birds fell silent, animals huddled, babies cried without knowing why. Humans across the planet looked up at the sky, not understanding what was happening, but knowing instinctively that something cosmic was taking place. They didn't know what to do except pray that the golden hero who'd saved them would return victorious. Due to his regal bearing and armor, they started referring the hero as the Emperor. How true they were. At the epicenter of the explosion, the Anti-Monitor's antimatter wall held firm. The golden flames of Eternita's Imperator crashed against it, burning, cutting, trying to pierce through. Reality screamed between them, unable to fully contain either force. It was a collision on multiversal levels. Two fundamental concepts opposing each other, humanity's will to ascend versus entropy's desire to return all to nothing. The Anti-Monitor's wall cracked slightly, but didn't break. He poured more power into it, reinforcing it, his regenerated hands pressing against the barrier from behind as if physically holding it together. He allowed himself a brief moment of relief, then a smirk crossed his nightmarish features. "You can't cut through universes," he shouted over the roar of conflicting energies. "You might be an unstoppable force, but I am an immovable object. And when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, they shatter through them." The Emperor's voice cut through his words like a knife. There was no doubt in it, no hesitation, just statement of fact. The Emperor pushed harder. Not physically, his stance hadn't changed. He poured more of humanity's will into the blade, drew upon the collective unconscious of billions of souls who'd fought and died for the future. The flames intensified, the pressure increased. Cracked. It was a small sound, almost insignificant against the cosmic roar of their battle. But to the anti-monitor, it was the sound of doom itself. His eyes widened in shock and genuine fear as he saw a fracture appear in his defensive wall. A thin line of golden light piercing through the antimatter barrier, burning its way deeper. "No," he whispered, then louder, "no." He immediately shifted tactics. If defense wouldn't work, he'd force the Emperor to defend instead. Multiple antimatter spears materialized around him, dozens of them, each one formed from condensed annihilation energy. They pointed at the Emperor's unprotected back, aimed at vital points in the armor where the joints were weakest. "Let's see you dodge this. Either you attack or you defend." Anti-Monitor grinned savagely, baring teeth that looked like broken reality. He waved his remaining hand. The spears hurled forward with incredible speed. They moved faster than light, crossing the distance in a fraction of a second. Each one was powerful enough to pierce through planets. They were about to strike when they stopped. All of them frozen in midair just inches from the Emperor's back. They trembled, straining against invisible bonds, but couldn't advance further. "Why not both?" came the reply. The Emperor was using his psyker abilities, his mind holding them back through sheer telekinetic force. But his focus was divided now. Most of his power was still channeled into the Primarch blade, maintaining the assault on the wall. He couldn't maintain this split concentration for long. Sweat beaded on his brow, his jaw clenched with effort. Anti-Monitor saw the strain and felt a surge of desperate hope. "Yes, keep struggling, divide your power, you can't." The wall crumbled. The antimatter barrier, weakened by the constant assault and now unsupported as the anti-monitor's attention shifted to his spear attack, finally gave way. Eternitas Imperator surged through. The golden flames engulfed the anti-monitor completely. They burned not just his body but his essence, his concept, his very existence. The power of humanity's ascension crashed into him like an avalanche, overwhelming his defenses. The pained howl rang through the entire universe. Creatures on distant worlds felt it, a psychic scream that bypassed physical hearing and resonated directly in their souls. Even the endless, far beyond normal space paused and looked toward the disturbance. Ulthros grinned from his small house in Greece. Cool fight. Morpheus looked nonchalantly. I hope he suffers a little at least. He didn't forget the old grudge. Delight smiled and clapped. Big brother is so cool, I should go show him my new form. Destiny stopped her with a hand. Don't, sister, this is not our battle. Yet. He closed his book and muttered, and thus the end begins. Death looked at the direction and muttered. Why is my husband fighting the anti-monitor? Didn't he just drop down to get the children home for dinner? I should go get him. The anti-monitor, destroyer of universes, conqueror of realities, was hurled backward by the force of the attack. He crashed through space, through dimensions, finally slamming into a desolate planet at the edge of a dying galaxy. The impact was catastrophic. The planet's crust shattered on contact, magma erupting. The shockwave of his landing split the world nearly in half, tectonic plates grinding and breaking. He lay in the crater of his own making, armor shattered. The life shell that had protected him for eons was broken, fragments of it scattered around him. Antimatter leaked from the cracks in his body, no longer contained. He groaned, his voice weak and distorted. Disbelief colored every word. No, this can't be. I'm supposed to be invincible. I am supposed to free Mother from her imprisonment. His remaining hand clawed at the ground, trying to pull himself up. I can't stop here. I'm supposed to be a god who crushes these weaklings. They are nothing. Golden light descended. The Emperor of Mankind landed softly in front of him, his massive form casting a shadow over the fallen cosmic entity. The Primarch blade still burned in his hand, though its flames had diminished to a gentle glow. Blood ran from a wound in his side. One of the antimatter spears had managed to bypass his guard in that moment of divided attention. The golden armor was slightly cracked in several places. But he stood tall, unbowed. He looked down at the anti-monitor with an expression that held no triumph, no satisfaction. Just weariness and a kind of sad understanding. He smiled softly, the expression almost paternal despite the circumstances. A god, you say? The emperor's voice was gentle now, almost conversational. People worshipped me as a god once, despite myself never claiming such a title. I fought against it, tried to teach them reason over faith. But they needed something to believe in, someone to pray to. He knelt slowly, bringing himself closer to the anti-monitor's level. It is an empty word, God. Given form by those foolish enough to believe it, given power by those desperate enough to need it. In the end, the only thing that truly matters is the legacy you leave behind. His golden eyes grew distant, looking at something beyond the physical realm. What will your legacy be, creature of the void? A trail of dead universes, worlds that will never birth life because you erase them. That is not power, that is waste, that is a heresy against what I stand for. He stood again, his form beginning to shimmer slightly as the transformation strained to maintain itself. The Emperor spoke softly to Edward within their shared consciousness. I have done what you asked of me, Edward Elric. The threat is neutralized, though not eliminated. Now you must carry on my legacy, protect humanity, guide them, but never let them worship you. The moment they stop thinking for themselves is the moment they truly fall. Edward's consciousness rose to the forefront, his voice thick with emotion and exhaustion. Thank you, Your Majesty, for everything. For the power, for the wisdom, for the example. The honor was mine, my child. For a moment before he returned, the Emperor thought silently, I hope you don't end up like my son Horace, Edward. The golden armor began to fade. The towering form shrank. Within moments, Edward stood in his normal body once more, though the Primarch blade remained in his hand, still glowing faintly. He took a deep breath, feeling every ache, every strain from the battle. His body was pushed far beyond normal limits, but he couldn't rest yet. He walked toward the fallen anti-monitor, who was attempting to teleport away despite his broken state. The cosmic being's hand glowed with unstable energy as he tried to tear open a dimensional rift. Edward made a simple grasping motion with his free hand. Reality solidified around the anti-monitor, space becoming rigid. The attempted teleportation fizzled and died. He was rooted to that spot as surely as if chains held him. The anti-monitor's eyes blazed with fury and desperation. You may have broken my armor, but you can't kill me so easily, anomaly. I am fundamental, I am eternal. Even weakened, I will regenerate, and when I do. Edward's voice was cold, drained of warmth, carrying only grim determination. Then I'll keep killing you again and again until you curse yourself for being alive. I'll hunt you across dimensions. I'll find you in every timeline. You'll never know peace, never know safety. Every time you reform, I'll be there. The anti-monitor actually recoiled slightly at the absolute conviction in those words. Then, cutting through the tension, a sound echoed across the desolate planet. Clap, clap, clap. Slow, deliberate applause. Both Edward and the anti-monitor froze. Their heads snapped up, searching for the source. Edward, who'd been breathing heavily from fatigue, from the strain of channeling the Emperor's power, felt his blood run cold. His enhanced senses, his ability to detect cosmic threats, screamed a warning. He looked up at the sky of this dying world and uttered a single word, his voice barely above a whisper. Fuck. A deep rumbling chuckle rolled across the planet like thunder. The sound carried weight, presence, the sense of something vast and terrible descending. Edward Elric, the voice boomed, each syllable resonating with power that made the broken planet tremble. So good to finally meet you again. I figured you were the one behind that sneak attack on my planet, and my assumption was correct as expected. You have grown strong, even defeating a cosmic being. A massive form descended from above, each movement deliberate, unhurried. There was no need for speed when victory was inevitable. Now then, the voice continued, carrying dark amusement and barely restrained fury, let me repay you, with interest. Bang! Darkseid's true form, not an avatar, not a projection, but the actual godhead of Apocalypse, landed on the desolate planet with earth-shattering force. The entire world buckled under his weight. Mountains crumbled. Oceans boiled away. The planet's core destabilized. He stood easily over 100 feet tall, his body composed of living stone that radiated power. His eyes burned red with Omega energy. The very fabric of reality distorted around him, space-time bending to acknowledge his presence. This was no avatar. This was Darkseid himself, the new god who embodied tyranny and inevitable conquest, his incorporeal form given flesh. And he had come for Edward. Edward stood between two cosmic threats, a weakened but still dangerous anti-monitor behind him and Darkseid's full power before him. His body was slightly exhausted, but he was in no condition to fight a being of Darkseid's caliber along with anti-monitor, who took the chance to escape. But he would be back once he forms a new outer shell. Time works differently for such beings after all. But he raised the blade anyway, assuming a fighting stance despite the trembling in his arms. "Well," Edward muttered, a weak smile crossing his face despite the dire situation. "Guess that's what I get for dumping antimatter blasts on Apocalypse. Should have seen this coming." Darkseid's lips curved into something that might have been a smile on a less terrifying face. "Indeed you should have, mortal. Did you truly think I would not notice? Did you truly believe there would be no consequence?" His eyes began to glow brighter, Omega energy building. "Now, let us see if you survive the reckoning." Capítulo 112, The Clash Beyond the Multiverse 1. Edward chuckled nervously as he stared up at Darkseid's titanic form towering over him. The new god's presence alone was crushing, reality bending around him like gravity around a black hole. "Hee," Edward said, his voice carrying forced levity. "I'm in danger." Darkseid's stone-like features curved into an amused grin, his burning red eyes fixed on the comparatively tiny figure before him. "Indeed you are, Godslayer." Edward shrugged, trying to buy himself time to think, to plan, to find any advantage. "I'm also a goddess layer, though. Your daughter Grail can testify to that fact." The grin vanished from Darkseid's face instantly. His expression darkened, the amusement replaced by cold fury that made the broken planet beneath them tremble. "After I deal with you," he said, his voice dropping to something dangerous, "I shall bring her back to Apocalypse for proper punishment. Although," he paused, something calculating entering his tone, "at least she proved useful in locating the anti-life equation's resting place. For that service alone, I may spare her the worst of my wrath, so I shall let her be the first to experience its power." Edward's eyes narrowed slightly. Darkseid didn't know Grail was with him willingly, nor the fact that he helped her establish a connection with the anti-life equation. Good. Let him keep thinking like that. "Cool beans," Edward said casually despite the tension coiling in his muscles. "But there's a teeny tiny little problem with that grand plan of yours." Darkseid's eyes narrowed slightly, curiosity mixing with irritation. "And what would that be, mortal?" Edward raised the Primarch blade, its flames igniting brighter, golden fire dancing along the length of the weapon. "You can't beat me alone, not unless the big guy returns and you team up against me." He grinned, though his eyes remained calculating. "But I believe that's beneath someone of your stature, isn't it? The mighty Darkseid, needing help against a mere mortal." Darkseid chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that made the dying planet's core shudder. "Don't think I can't see through your ploy, foolish mortal. You mean to make it easier for yourself to survive by appealing to my pride. A transparent manipulation." He stepped closer, each footfall creating shockwaves that split the ground. "Usually, I would entertain your attempt. It would indeed be shameful to fight alongside another to face a single human, no matter how powerful." His expression shifted to something resembling respect, cold, distant, but genuine. "But I have lost my patience with you, Edward Elric, and," he paused, the admission clearly costing him something, "as much as it shames me to acknowledge this truth, I recognize you, although barely, as an equal. You should feel honored. You are the only mortal in this entire multiverse who can be counted as such by the Lord of Apocalypse himself." He raised one massive hand in an almost diplomatic gesture. "I know it might be useless given your rather rebellious nature, but I shall offer you one final chance. Join me. I shall make you my supreme commander, second only to me in all of Apocalypse. I shall also withhold any punishment to my foolish daughter for your sake. I will even spare your pitiful planet from conquest." His eyes blazed brighter, the offer genuine despite its terrible price. "Just kneel. Acknowledge my rule. Help me claim the anti-life equation, and together we shall bring order to this chaotic multiverse. You can rule the multiverse side from my side." Edward whistled badly, off-key and deliberately mocking. "Damn, that's rather generous coming from you, Mr. Stoneface, but you know what?" His grin widened, genuine defiance blazing in his eyes. "I refuse. What I like most is saying no to smug pricks like you. Now come and get Daddy's belt." He slashed forward with the Primarch blade, golden flames trailing through the air. But Darkseid moved. Not the slow, inevitable advance Edward expected, but with startling, impossible speed for his size. He sidestepped the burning sword, his massive stone hand catching the blade between two fingers as casually as one might catch a thrown stick. The golden flames licked at his fingers, burning, searing, but Darkseid didn't even flinch. His stone flesh smoked slightly but held firm. "I'm not foolish enough to underestimate you like him," Darkseid said, glancing briefly toward where the anti-monitor had fled. "I watched your entire battle, Edward Elric. I observed every technique, analyzed every weakness. I know exactly what you're capable of." Edward scratched his head. "Aw shucks, I got a fan." Darkseid stepped back, his form beginning to glow with red energy. "But this place is too cramped for what I have in mind. This dying world cannot contain our battle. Although I don't mind destroying it, let's change the surroundings, shall we?" Before Edward could respond, Darkseid raised both hands. Reality itself responded to his will. The dying planet vanished, the stars disappeared, the universe itself dissolved like smoke. In an instant, they stood in an endless void that stretched infinitely in all directions, or perhaps in no directions at all. There was no up, no down, no reference points of any kind. Just infinite emptiness, punctuated by distant lights that might have been stars, or might have been the dying echoes of dead universes, or might have been something else entirely beyond comprehension. Edward's enhanced senses struggled to adjust. There was no air here, yet he could breathe. No ground, yet he stood on something. No light source, yet he could see perfectly. This place existed outside normal physics, outside normal reality. Where are we? Did they forget to pay their electricity bills or something? Darkseid spoke casually, as if discussing the weather rather than the fundamental nature of existence. This place exists outside the multiverse itself, within scope of the source wall, beyond the boundaries of creation. Beings such as myself cannot easily enter the material universes. Our mere presence distorts entire realities, destabilizes cosmic structures, tears at the fabric of spacetime itself. So we exist beyond them, in spaces like this. Pockets of non-reality where we can move without destroying everything around us. His form seemed to grow larger, more solid, as if the void itself gave him greater substance and power. The red glow around him intensified until it was almost blinding. "Here, in this place beyond places, I can unleash my full power without concern for collateral damage. Here, I am not limited by the fragility of mortal worlds." His eyes erupted with crimson light, omega energy crackling around his form like captured lightning. Red beams of pure annihilation swirled around him, responding to his will. "Now then, Edward Elric, show me the strength that defeated the anti-monitor. Show me if you truly deserve to stand as my equal or if you were merely fortunate." The omega beams fired. Two beams of crimson energy that erased everything. Where they passed, the void itself ceased to exist, leaving behind something worse than nothing. Absolute conceptual absence. Edward moved on pure instinct honed through millennia of combat. His body blurred to the side, the Primarch blade coming up in a defensive arc. The beams passed through where he'd been standing microseconds ago. But these weren't normal attacks. The omega beams curved mid-flight, bending through space in ways that violated every law of physics Edward knew. They turned, tracked, pursued him like living things with malevolent intelligence. Edward teleported. The beams followed him through the dimensional shift, emerging from the same warp he'd used. Shit, Edward thought, his mind racing. They track their target across dimensions, can't just dodge or teleport away. He spun, bringing the Primarch blade around in a desperate parry. The golden flames of humanities met the omega beams head-on. The collision was cataclysmic. Light exploded outward, reality screaming as two fundamental forces opposed each other. The void around them cracked like glass, fissures spreading through non-space. The darkness was momentarily vanquished by blinding light. Edward was thrown backward by the impact, his arms numb from the shock of deflecting such power. He crashed into something, a floating chunk of what might have been a dead planet or might have been crystallized void matter, and the impact shattered it into dust. He pushed off from the debris before it fully disintegrated, launching himself back at Darkseid. This time he didn't rely on just the sword. He channeled his psyker abilities, the full might of his psychic power flooding through him. Reality bent around Edward as he attacked. Space folded, time stuttered, probability itself became uncertain. He struck from multiple angles simultaneously, not illusions or afterimages, but actual quantum possibilities made manifest. A dozen Edwards attacked from every conceivable direction, each one wielding the burning blade, each one real and solid. Darkseid's response was instant and terrifyingly efficient. His eyes blazed brighter, and Omega beams fired in all directions simultaneously. Not straight lines, but curves, spirals, impossible geometries that filled the space around him with crimson death. The beams tracked each Edward with perfect precision, curving through space, splitting and converging. One by one, the quantum possibilities collapsed as the beams found their marks. Edwards vanished in flashes of erased reality, possibility after possibility extinguished. But the real Edward got through. His blade carved across Darkseid's chest, golden flames biting deep into stone flesh. The wound burned, crackling with divine fire that tried to spread, to consume. Darkseid actually stumbled back a step. He looked down at the burning cut across his torso, dark ichor seeping from the wound. Then he looked up at Edward, and something like satisfaction, almost respect, crossed his granite features. "Good," Darkseid said, his voice carrying approval. "Very good. You are indeed worthy of this battle. Against you, I can finally use my full powers." He moved forward, and this time there was no testing, no measuring, no holding back. He attacked with the full terrible weight of his power. The battle became chaos incarnate. Edward's blade met Darkseid's fists in rapid succession, each impact creating shockwaves that rippled through the void, distorting what little reality existed here. They moved faster than light, their forms blurring, existing in multiple places simultaneously as they fought across dimensions. Edward swung the Primarch blade in a wide arc. Darkseid caught it with his bare hand, the flames unable to burn through his stone flesh quickly enough. His other fist drove into Edward's ribs. The impact was like being hit by a collapsing star. Edward felt bones crack, organs compress. He was hurled backward, tumbling through the void. He recovered mid-flight, twisting, using the momentum. He summoned black holes with a gesture, dozens of them, each one perfectly positioned to trap Darkseid in overlapping gravitational fields. Darkseid simply walked through them. The black holes strained, pulling at him with forces that should have torn apart anything with mass. But Darkseid's will overrode physics itself. He was the new god, the embodiment of tyranny and inevitable conquest. Mere gravity meant nothing to him. His eyes blazed. Omega beams fired again, this time in patterns that defied comprehension. They split, converged, created impossible geometric formations, a web of crimson death that filled the space between them. Edward dodged through gaps that shouldn't exist, his body moving on instinct and precognition. His enhanced senses saw the patterns forming before they fully manifested, giving him microseconds to react. But microseconds weren't always enough. One beam grazed his shoulder, just a touch, barely contact. His shoulder ceased to exist, not destroyed, not damaged, erased. For a heartbeat, there was simply nothing where his shoulder had been, an absence in reality itself. Then Edward's regeneration kicked in. The Emperor's power still flowing through him fought against the erasure, reality reasserting itself, flesh and bone rebuilding from conceptual nothingness. The pain was indescribable, worse than any wound. It was the sensation of not existing, of being removed from reality's framework, then being forced back in. Edward clenched his teeth. The sound echoed through the void, carrying agony and defiance in equal measure. But he didn't stop fighting. He poured everything into the Primarch blade. Humanity's will, psychic might, divine authority. The sword grew massive, its flames turning white-hot, then transcending visible light entirely to become pure destroying force. Eternitas Imperator, Edward roared, swinging with both hands. The blade descended like divine judgment. Darkseid raised both arms to block, and the impact sent shockwaves through multiple dimensions. The void cracked, reality bleeding through the fissures. Darkseid's arms bore deep cuts, his stone flesh smoking and burning. But he pushed back, his physical strength matching Edward's psychically enhanced might. They strained against each other, blade against crossed arms, neither giving ground. Then Darkseid's eyes glowed brighter than before. Point-blank Omega beams fired directly into Edward's face. Edward twisted desperately, taking the beams on his already damaged shoulder rather than his head. More of him ceased to exist, the erasure spreading down his arm. He warped away, gasping, one arm hanging useless as it slowly regenerated. The process was getting slower. His power was draining. The transformation into the Emperor had taken more stamina from him than he'd realized, and maintaining this level of combat was burning through his reserves at an alarming rate. This was the first time he has been pushed so far, so he was still adjusting to using more of his strength. Darkseid pressed his advantage. He moved with terrifying speed, closing the distance. His fist caught Edward in the chest. Edward blocked with the Primarch blade, but the force still transferred. He was sent flying, crashing through debris, tumbling end over end. But not before he sent out a psyker blast that sent Darkseid flying as well. He recovered, breathing hard. Blood ran from his mouth, his nose. His regeneration was keeping him alive. I'm winning, Edward thought, trying to convince himself. The wound on his chest is deep. I'm actually hurting him. I can do this. But even as the thought formed, he knew it wasn't quite true. He was matching Darkseid, yes, but matching wasn't winning. And his power was finite while Darkseid seemed endless. Not unless he said fuck it and unleashed his endless powers. Then reality tore open again. The rift appeared behind Darkseid, jagged and wrong. The anti-monitor emerged from it, and Edward's stomach dropped. The cosmic entity had rebuilt himself. His armor was cruder than before, clearly formed in haste, but it was functional. His life shell contained his antimatter core once more, and his power radiated outward in visible waves of destructive force. I have returned for my vengeance, anomaly. He spoke calmly, clearly more cautious. Then he turned to the other being present. Darkseid, the anti-monitor said, his voice carrying across the void. I have a proposition for you. Darkseid didn't turn, keeping his eyes on Edward, but he tilted his head slightly to show he was listening. Speak quickly, creature. I am occupied. I know where the anti-life equation rests, the anti-monitor said. Carved into the very surface of one of these pathetic Earth variants. I can help you claim it. My power can break through any defense, overcome any obstacle. That got Darkseid's full attention. His eyes blazed brighter, genuine interest showing. And why would you offer such aid? What do you gain? An alliance, the anti-monitor replied. Help me weaken this multiverse, eliminate the obstacles that would oppose my mother's return. With the anti-life equation in your possession, you can control entire universes. Bring them to heel. Make them docile, compliant, just order under your rule and her design. He didn't speak his true thoughts, however. When Perpetua returns, there will be no multiverse left, and his mother would erase Darkseid like the rest of the ungrateful insects. Darkseid was silent for a long moment. His eyes shifted between the anti-monitor and Edward, calculating, weighing options. Edward felt his blood run cold. This was bad. This was very, very bad. No, Edward said, his voice carrying desperate defiance. Darkseid, you can't be stupid enough to trust him. The moment you're no longer useful, he'll betray you. He's just using you. Perhaps, Darkseid acknowledged, but even temporary usefulness has value. His gaze fixed on Edward. And you, Edward Elric, stand as the greatest obstacle to both our goals. Your power rivals ours. Your will opposes our designs. You must be eliminated. He looked at the anti-monitor. Very well, an alliance, for now, until this mortal is dealt with, then we shall discuss terms for the anti-life equation's retrieval. Agreed, the anti-monitor said, and Edward could hear the satisfaction in that distorted voice. Edward's grip tightened on the Primarch blade. "Oh, come on. That's not fair. You can't just team up. Where's your pride? There's supposed to be rules against this." Darkseid's cracked face twisted into a grin devoid of humor. "Rules? We make the rules, mortal. We are the rules." They attacked together. The anti-monitor from one side, antimatter energy crackling and warping space. Darkseid from the other, omega beams firing in coordinated patterns with the antimatter blasts. Fuck my life. I just had to trigger them so much that they forgot pride and ganged up on lil old me. But there is no medicine for regrets. His mouth cashed checks that his body would have to pay up now. "After this, I'll have to control my smack talk from now on. It's too effective." Edward sighed as he pulled himself up from the rubble. Capitulo 113, The Clash Beyond the Multiverse 2. Darkseid and Anti-Monitor attacked him simultaneously. Edward tried to dodge, to weave between the attacks, but they coordinated perfectly, cutting off every escape route, predicting every movement. The Primarch blade came up to block an antimatter blast. Darkseid's fist caught him in the ribs while his guard was occupied. Edward heard his bones crack like breaking glass. He teleported away, gasping for air that didn't exist in this void. Blood floated around him in weightless droplets. They gave him no respite. The anti-monitor tore open space, appearing beside him. A backhand sent Edward tumbling. Darkseid was already there, his massive hand closing around Edward's leg, swinging him like a club into a chunk of crystallized void. The impact drove the air from Edward's lungs, or would have if there'd been air. His vision blurred, darkness creeping in at the edges. "Is that all you got?" He roared and pushed Darkseid back with a swing as he channeled all the powers possessed by the God Emperor of mankind. The anti-monitor's antimatter spears materialized, dozens of them, each one burning with destructive potential. They fired simultaneously. Edward rolled, his body screaming in protest. Most of the spears missed, 3 didn't. One pierced his left leg, one his right shoulder, one his abdomen. The antimatter burned, eating away at his flesh from the inside. His regeneration tried to fight it, but antimatter kept erasing whatever reformed. Edward felt like screaming, pure agony ripping from his throat, but he held it in. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction. Through the pain, through the haze, he tried to think, tried to find a way out. But there wasn't one. 2 cosmic-level entities working in perfect coordination. Every time he focused on one, the other attacked. They gave him no openings, no breathing room, no chance to mount any real offense. They wouldn't allow him to unleash his noble phantasms. Darkseid's omega beams and the anti-monitor's antimatter blasts worked in terrible synergy. Where the beams forced Edward to dodge, antimatter waited. Where antimatter made him teleport, omega beams tracked him through the dimensional shift. Edward's blade flickered, the flames dying to embers. His power was running out. A massive fist, Darkseid's, caught him square in the face. Something crunched. His vision went blank with pain. He tumbled through the void, barely conscious. His regeneration struggled to keep up with the accumulating damage. The anti-monitor appeared above him. His hand, wreathed in antimatter, drove down toward Edward's chest. Edward brought the blade up weakly. The antimatter and golden flames met, and both forces fizzled, canceling each other out. But Darkseid was already there. His boot came down on Edward's sword arm. Snap! The bones in Edward's arm shattered. The Primarch blade fell from nerveless fingers, spinning away into the void. Edward lay there, broken, bleeding, his regeneration barely keeping him alive. He couldn't move, couldn't fight, could barely think through the pain. For the first time in his very long life, Edward Elric was truly overwhelmed. Darkseid loomed over him, stone face impassive. "It seems your strength has limits after all, mortal." The anti-monitor floated closer, his burning eye sockets fixed on Edward's prone form. "Not so confident now, are you, anomaly? Where is your wit, your defiance?" Edward coughed, blood bubbling from his lips. When he spoke, his voice was weak but carried the ghost of humor. "You know what? This feels like high school all over again." He laughed wetly, painfully. "Getting jumped by bullies in the parking lot." He coughed again, more blood. "Except this time, The bullies can destroy universes. But beneath the joke, beneath the pain, his mind was still working, still calculating, still trying to find a way to survive. He had options, terrible options, but options nonetheless. He could reveal his true nature as an endless. Let them see what he really was, hope incarnate, one of the fundamental forces of creation itself. That power would let him fight on even footing. But revealing that would expose vulnerabilities he couldn't afford, would mark him as an easy target for Perpetua who would know his limits, would put his family, his world, everything he'd built at risk. Or there was Lux Eterna, the Emperor's ultimate noble phantasm, the manifestation of humanity's collective will to deny oblivion. The psychic might that could erase even outer gods from existence. It didn't kill them completely, as those were truly immortal beings. But against cosmic entities, it would bring absolute erasure of their existence, even beings strong as Anti-Monitor or Darkseid. But Lux Eterna required sacrifice, 1,000 psychers worth of energy, approximately 100,000 normal human souls. Edward carried those souls within him, remnants from his original world, from his original universe before the presence brought him here. People who died in that deceaster that was World War III, their essence preserved within his being, given purpose as fuel for when he had no other choice. He'd sworn never to use them unless absolutely necessary, sworn that their deaths would only be invoked to save billions more. Was this that moment? Edward looked up at the two cosmic entities looming over him. At Darkseid, who sought the anti-life equation to enslave all free will. At the Anti-Monitor, who would help him do it just to weaken the multiverse for Perpetua's return. If they succeeded, if they claimed the equation, his family would be in danger. His daughters Diana and Cassie, his wives Hera, Hippolyta, Death, Grail, his sons Alphonse and Soph, Earth itself, every world, every reality. Darkseid spoke arrogantly. Just give up and accept your end. You are just like the rest of your race, flawed and doomed to fail. You consider them as your equal, but they are not. Edward spat out some blood and stood up once again. I have no equal, not because I am greater, but because I am the sum of all who ever lived. He steeled himself. His hand moved to his chest, fingers pressing against his own soul. He began channeling power, drawing from those stored souls deep within, feeling them respond. Forgive me, everyone, he thought to the 100,000 dead. But this is what I promised you, that your sacrifice would save worlds. This is that moment. Darkseid felt it first. His eyes narrowed, sensing the massive surge of power beginning to build. What are you doing? The Anti-Monitor's sensors flared in alarm. He's gathering energy from somewhere. We have to kill him before he can try something. They both attacked simultaneously, trying to disrupt whatever Edward was preparing. Omega beams and antimatter blasts rained down. But Edward poured more power into the gathering storm. The souls within him sang, screamed, cried out as they were consumed, transformed into pure destructive force. The Primarch blade, floating in the void, blazed back to life. It shot toward Edward's hand as if called, and he caught it despite his broken arm, teeth gritted against the agony. The blade grew brighter, brighter than it had ever been. The golden flames turned white, then beyond white into something that transcended visible light entirely. Edward's broken body floated up, lifted by the power surging through him. His wounds began to close, not regeneration, but the 100,000 souls lending him their strength. You want to see my full might? Edward's voice echoed through the void, overlapping. You want to see what humanity's will truly looks like? I'll show you. His voice slightly distorted, as if thousands of people spoke at once. For the sake of mankind, I shall bear all burden. The void around them began to shake, as if reality itself recognized what was about to be unleashed. Edward's cold voice echoed through the void, even as he merely whispered. Hear me, abyss beyond comprehension. You who were born from nothing and seek to return all to nothing. Know this truth. Man imagines, therefore man exists. And that which man cannot imagine shall not be. His blade erupted into a sun that span across the void. Even the everlasting darkness screamed as it was being extinguished. The void was suddenly filled with a radiant golden light. It was comforting, warm. The drachnis was fading away slowly. But to Darkseid and Anti-Monitor, it felt like the cold grasp of death. Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor both took involuntary steps backward, cosmic entities feeling genuine shock for perhaps the first time in millennia. But before Edward could unleash Lux Eterna, before the 100,000 souls could be sacrificed, the void shook. It shuddered as if it was afraid. As if existence itself had been grabbed by something impossibly vast and rattled like a child's toy. All three of them froze. Edward's building power stuttered, confused. Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor looked around, their sensors trying to identify the source of this impossible phenomenon. The void couldn't shake, it was nothing. You can't shake nothing. But reality proved otherwise. Cracks appeared in space that didn't exist, in a void that had no structure. Jagged lines of pure white light tore through the absolute darkness like lightning frozen in time. Then two delicate hands appeared in those cracks, holding it open. They were feminine hands with perfectly manicured nails, painted in black, that somehow stood out even against the void. They gripped the edges of the tiers in reality and pulled. The sound that followed was the sensation of something fundamental breaking. Reality ripped open like tissue paper, the void itself tearing apart to allow passage for something that existed on an entirely different level. A figure stepped through the tier, and the temperature, despite there being no air, no matter, no anything in this place, dropped to absolute zero. She was beautiful in the way a violent storm looked breathtaking, wrathful, pretty, and absolutely terrifying. Black hair floated wildly around her, defying the lack of atmosphere, moving to some cosmic wind only she could feel. Her skin was pale, luminous, seeming to glow with inner light. Her eyes, normally warm and gentle, burned crimson with a fury that made even Darkseid, the Lord of Apocalypse and Anti-Monitor, Ender of Worlds, take an involuntary step backward. Her simple black gown somehow seemed more regal than any armor, and around her radiated an aura of death so dense that the void itself began to die around her. Not cease to exist, that implied existence to begin with. The void was dying, and that should have been impossible. Edward's face, bloodied and broken as it was, split into a relieved grin despite his injuries. The building power of Lux Eterna dissipated, the 100,000 souls returning to their rest within him. He wouldn't need them after all. He pointed at Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor with his unbroken arm, his voice taking on an exaggerated tone of grievance. "These guys trying to kill me, honey. Kick their ass." Darkseid looked at Anti-Monitor with genuine shock. "You forgot to tell me that he was related to Death herself." Anti-Monitor was equally nervous. "I had no knowledge of this. I must inform Mother." He was confused at the sudden development just as he was about to claim victory. Death of the Endless stood in the void beyond the multiverse, and when she spoke, her voice carried the weight of every ending that had ever been and ever would be. It resonated directly into their very concepts, into the fundamental idea of what they were. "You lowly insects." The word insects carried such contempt, such absolute diminishment, that both Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor actually flinched. The beings who commanded armies, who destroyed universes, who shaped reality, were being called insects, and they didn't have the guts to refute. "You dare harm my husband, you dare try to kill HIM." The void trembled crazily. It had no voice, but if it did, it would have screamed. Her hair whipped more violently, defying physics, defying logic, defying everything. The crimson in her eyes blazed brighter until it seemed her gaze alone could end existence. Anti-Monitor's empty sockets widened. "He's her what?" "I shall deal with you later." Darkseid gritted his teeth at his former ally. He was already looking for an exit. Even he knew better than to challenge the one being that can truly end him. "I will rip you apart, until there's not even a molecule left of your pathetic existence." Darkseid felt something he hadn't felt in eons, genuine, primal fear. This wasn't a threat. This was a promise from one of the endless themselves, from Death incarnate, from the entity that would exist until the last thing died and then outlive even that. The Anti-Monitor sensors went haywire, unable to properly analyze what stood before them. His antimatter, which could unmake existence, seemed to recoil from her presence. Because what good is unmaking existence when standing before the entity that defines the end of existence? Edward, despite his injuries, despite the pain, couldn't help but grin smugly at his two attackers. His voice carried satisfaction and more than a little smug vindication. "You guys might be strong," he said, blood still on his teeth but grinning anyway. "But my wife is stronger." Death raised both hands, and in them materialized two daggers. Not physical weapons, not magical artifacts, but conceptual weapons forged from the fundamental concept of ending itself. They pulsed with power that made the Anti-Monitor's antimatter look like a child's sparkler, by comparison. These weren't tools that ended life. These were tools that ended the concept of being. They could end ideas. They could end possibilities. They could end time itself if she willed it. She launched them forward with a gesture that seemed almost casual. The daggers moved with impossible speed, each one capable of ending not just life, but existence, concept, the very idea of having been at all. Darkseid's eyes widened, actual, genuine fear flickering across his stone features for perhaps the first time since he'd become a new god. His omega beams, which could erase anything, suddenly seemed inadequate. What good was erasure when facing the entity that defined what erasure meant? The Anti-Monitor's antimatter field flared desperately, maximum power, trying to create a barrier. But he could feel it. The daggers would pierce through, would end him, would erase even the memory of his existence from every timeline, every reality, every universe. But they weren't stupid. They had both witnessed Edward fighting alone and nearly winning, had seen his power, his skill, his determination. But death was clearly on an entirely different level. This wasn't a cosmic entity. This was one of the endless. This was something fundamental to all existence. "This is a misunderstanding." Darkseid's voice carried none of its usual authority, only urgent survival instinct. Pride meant nothing against non-existence. The Anti-Monitor was already tearing open an escape portal with desperate speed. They didn't wait for a response. They didn't try to fight. They didn't attempt any last stand or brave defiance. But death is swift. Her dagger managed pierce through Anti-Monitor, who separated his soul to escape. He will have to form a new body, which will take time. But it's better than being erased. He escaped barely as his body turned to dust. Darkseid's hand got stabbed as he tried to deflect it somehow. He gritted his teeth and cut off his arm before the concept of death consumed his entire being. He also tore through reality to escape, but he remembered this new information for future. The Lord of Apocalypse and the Destroyer of Universes, two of the most powerful beings in all of creation, ran away in fear and injured. Death stood in the void, her hair still floating wildly, her eyes still blazing red. Her entire form radiated such overwhelming killing intent that the void itself seemed to be dying around her. Then she felt two arms wrap around her from behind. Edward had transformed back to his regular form and pulled her into a gentle embrace, his chin resting on her shoulder despite their height difference. He whispered in her ear, his voice soft and intimate. "Honey, you look so sexy right now. It almost put me in the mood for some snoo-snoo." The terrifying aura vanished instantly. The crimson faded from Death's eyes, replaced by her usual warm darkness. Her hair settled back down to normal floating rather than violent whipping. She blushed and shoved him away gently, though her hands lingered on his chest. "Dear, you're hurt. Don't try to distract me with flirting." Her hands moved across his body, checking his injuries with professional concern. Cracked ribs, bruised organs, fractured bones, burns from antimatter exposure. It almost made her wrathful again. She touched each injury gently, and with each touch they healed. Simply the removal of harm from his timeline, as if the injuries had never existed. Her eyes began to blaze red again as the full extent of his injuries became clear. "They hurt you this badly. I'm going to chase them down and rip their HMPHH." Edward kissed her affectionately, stopping her speech, warmly caressing her face. When they parted, he smiled at her. "I'm here, I'm safe, it's okay." She hugged him tighter. "I've never seen you so badly hurt. I should have killed them both." "Forget about them, dear. I'll deal with them later. My plans have to change drastically because of this new development. Anti-monitor Byung here shows I exposed. Right now, I just want to go home and relax for a bit. It's supposed to be Diana's birthday in a couple days. Her anger vanished completely, but her eyes still held concern. Are you sure you are all right, honey? You don't have to act strong with me. Edward grinned and whispered in her ear. Then how about we find a secluded place, and I show you that I am perfectly fine. But contrary to his expectations of being shoved away or being chided, Death shyly held his hands. All right, I'm going to check how fine you really are after that brutal beatdown. Edward grinned foolishly, thinking about the new ideas he wanted to try in bed, then looked offended. Hey, I didn't get a beatdown. I was holding back. It was tactical. Death rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. You were on the ground bleeding out like a Gotham thug after being beaten by your disciple. Edward held his heart. Ouch, that emotional damage hurt more than the fight itself. Death chuckled and pulled him to leave the void. My poor baby. Come now, we need get your checkup done before we can see how they are holding up. Edward gave her a light spank, making her gasp and glare at him, but he smirked evilly. I'll be definitely paying you back, dear wife. The two of us steeped through the crack in void, entering the multiverse. The crisis averted, and apparently it ended with Edward getting a rather happy ending. Capitulo 114, Servant Profile. Servant Profile, the God Emperor of Mankind. True name, unknown, the God Emperor of Mankind. Class, Grand Saber. Title, The Light of Terra, the Last Human, the Golden Sovereign. Origin, Warhammer 40,000 Universe. Alignment, Lawful Good Altar, Lawful Neutral. Gender, Male. Height/weight, Variable, Human Form, 230 cm/250 kg. Attribute, Heaven. Traits, Divine, Human, King, Male, Humanoid, Cosmic, Incarnated Concept. Profile. The being known as the God Emperor of Mankind is not merely a ruler, but the absolute expression of human potential, a living God forged from the collective psychic will of humanity's prehistoric shamans. He embodies the totality of humanity's hope, evolution, and survival instinct, crystallized into a single immortal entity. In the Nasuverse, the God Emperor is a conceptual singularity comparable to a type, yet not alien. His divinity does not arise from the outside, but from within humanity itself. He is the human archetype of sovereignty, the sword that guides all of mankind. When manifested as a grand saber, he takes his true form, a radiant man of gold, wrapped in an aura of divine logic that incinerates lies and chaos. His presence alone can alter reality, stabilize dimensions, and banish entities born from collective delusion. To lesser beings, he appears as the sun itself, eternal, terrifying, absolute. Personality. The Emperor is calm, omniscient, and burdened. He speaks with kindness yet never wavers from necessity. His wisdom is infinite, his compassion deep, and his pride absolute. He does not seek worship, yet he understands that humanity needs to believe in him. Even his cruelty stems from mercy, for he knows that without his hand, mankind would annihilate itself. There is no joy in his divinity, only duty. He does not call himself a god, but even gods kneel before the light he carries. Class skills. True name discernment, X. As the apex of human awareness, the God Emperor's perception transcends conceptual layers. He can instantly analyze the meaning of any existence, understanding its purpose, origin, and end. No concealment, no mystery, no madness can hide from his sight. Magic resistance, X. Nullifies all magecraft, thaumaturgy, or divine mystery below the level of the root itself. Even true magic is partially resisted. The Emperor's will can override the laws of localized reality through psychic command alone. Revelation humanity, X. A cosmic form of revelation. The Emperor instinctively knows the optimal course of action for the preservation and ascension of mankind, even across infinite timelines. This skill functions as both omniscience and determinative causality rewriting. Grand authority, X. Unique to grand servants. Allows absolute dominion over all saber-class heroic spirits and those aligned with human order. Within the throne, this extends to humanity itself, granting conceptual sovereignty equal to the planetary will Alea. Personal skills. Divine core of humanity, X. Unlike divine cores derived from gods, this is the human core of divinity, the human capacity to become godlike. Grants him eternal youth, immunity to aging, disease, corruption, and alteration. His existence is self-sustaining and generates infinite mana through human belief. Psychic omnipotence, X. The Emperor's mind surpasses comprehension. He can manipulate energy, matter, and souls on a galactic scale. Telepathy, telekinesis, foresight, soul reconstruction, dimensional folding, all are expressions of his will. Even outer gods or anti-cosmic entities are suppressed within the scope of his consciousness. Sword of the Human Will, A++. A skill that perfects any blade he wields, turning it into the ultimate conceptual weapon against inhumanity. When the Emperor holds a sword, it automatically becomes the Primarch blade, an anti-evil, anti-chaos, anti-non-human weapon capable of annihilating the abstract. Supreme Charisma, X. An absolute charisma born from perfection. Those who see him are compelled to obey, not out of fear, but reverence. It cannot be resisted by any creature with the concept of faith, hope, or humanity. Noble Phantasms. Eternitas Imperator, the blade that rules all men. Rank, X. Type, anti-concept/anti-divine. Range, 1 infinity. Maximum targets, all beings with divinity or chaos attribute. The Emperor's sword, the conceptual manifestation of the right of humanity to rule itself. Each swing rewrites causality, erasing divine right and establishing human sovereignty as the supreme law. Against divine, demonic, or chaotic beings, the blade enacts the edict of null divinity, stripping them of godhood and rendering them mortal before execution. Chant. By my hand let divinity kneel, by my will let humanity rise. I am the sword of our ascension, Eternitas Imperator. The golden throne, Deus in Machina, humanity's final sun. Rank X+. Type, anti-world/reality overwrite. Range, planetary to multiversal. Max targets, infinity. The Emperor manifests the throne of Terra, a golden construct fueled by the collective psyche of humankind. Within its radius, all physical and metaphysical laws are rewritten to align with human logic. Chaos collapses, madness dissolves, even the concept of entropy pauses in reverence. It functions as a miniature root, powered by will instead of mystery. Within this domain, the Emperor is omnipresent, past, present, and future converge under his thought. Chant. The light of man shall not falter. Let the stars themselves bow to the will that endures. I am the throne, and the throne is mankind. Lux Eterna, the Emperor protects. Rank X++ grand. Type, anti-cosmos/anti-outer god. Range, infinite. Max targets, all entities beyond creation. The Emperor's ultimate miracle, the manifest will of humanity's survival instinct. A blast of pure psychic illumination that annihilates anything contrary to existence. It does not destroy, it denies. Outer gods, anti-universal beings, beings of conceptless void, all cease to exist, not because they were defeated, but because the human mind refused to imagine them. This noble phantasm weaponizes collective consciousness itself, rewriting the multiverse to exclude the target from all possible reality. Noble phantasm chant, Lux Eterna, the Emperor protects. The Emperor raises his sword, the throne ignites behind him. Billions of voices whisper in unison, each a soul of mankind. Hear me, abyss beyond comprehension. You who were born from nothing and seek to return all to nothing. Know this truth. Man imagines, therefore man exists. And that which man cannot imagine shall not be. His blade erupts into a sun that spans eternity. All shadows vanish. By the flame of reason, by the dream of our kind. By the unyielding heart that denies despair. Let there be light. Lux Eterna, the Emperor protects. Reality bends, the void unravels, all impossible things are forgotten. Lore. In the age before time, countless shamans foresaw the death of mankind and willingly merged their souls to birth a savior. That savior walked among men, building empires, guiding faiths, destroying false gods, until he became one himself. In this era, he sits upon the golden throne, his dying body sustaining the Astronomicon, a beacon across galaxies. Yet even in death, his will burns. In the Nasuverse, he manifests not as a corpse, but as the perfected human archetype, a grand saber summoned when human order itself is on the brink of collapse. He is not a hero, he is not a god. He is humanity's final argument. When faced against entities like the Anti-Monitor, Yog-Sothoth, or Types, the God Emperor does not fight in the traditional sense, he simply removes their narrative relevance. For him, the story of the universe belongs to man, and all else is heresy. Quotes, "I am not your God, I am your future. Faith without reason is slavery, worship without will is death. I have no equal, not because I am greater, but because I am the sum of all who ever lived. The gods of the void howl in envy, for even they cannot dream as man dreams. Stand, child of Terra, the Emperor protects. Bondcraft essence. Name, Golden Sol Invictus. Description: a fragment of the Emperor's eternal light, the warmth of mankind's unbroken flame. It whispers softly, even in the dark, remember who you are. Effect: increases Buster and NP damage by 20%. Grants full resistance to mental, conceptual, and divine interference. When HP drops to 0, revives once with full health and purges all debuffs. Capitulo 115, crisis averted for now. After entering the multiverse again, Edward noticed the subtle change when they arrived on Ear 1. Death also felt it. She whispered softly, "So, this Earth is no longer able to remain as the prime Earth." Edward was curious immediately. "How can you tell? I only felt the life force has diminished a little here, and some sort of barrier, which I guess is related to the source wall, got a little thinner, I guess." Death sighed. When a world is designated as the prime universe, it's not just a title. That prime Earth influences the entire multiverse and timelines, as everything is based off that particular world. And Earth is basically the core of each universe. If the core is destroyed, the universe lacks stability and it just collapses. So when a prime universe is severely damaged, the whole multiverse is at risk. So, in such cases, the title is switched to the universe with the most stable environment and timeline. Edward nodded with interest. So because the Anti-Monitor and Darksage showed up here in this universe, that destabilized it, I kinda share the blame though in that case. He sighed. Death held his hand warmly. No, honey, you came to stop the crisis. Anti-Monitor had already set his sights on it. If you didn't show up, they would all be dead. Maybe the multiverse too, and I'll be busy running around reaping lives for next century or so. Losing some protection is basically a cheap price to pay compared to that. Edward smiled. "Ah, is my adorable wife trying to cheer me up? You can wear that sexy Santa costume then. That does put a smile on my face. Let's go to the Ritz in Paris. I want to see if I can show my ownership card and prank them." Death shook her head but had a smile on her face. "You are so childish when you are relaxed. Almost feels like you become someone else when you are fighting." Edward shrugged. "Well, I kinda do. Anyway, let's go. We can go back after we have some quality time and fun. I also want to know what timeline is this." Death chuckled and followed him as they flew towards Earth 1 Paris. Edward walked through the portal with a pep in his step, followed by a blushing Death whose pale cheeks had gained a rosy hue. She smiled lovingly as they walked out holding hands, emerging onto the ruined landscape of Earth 3, where the Justice League was waiting nervously. The moment they appeared, Diana's head snapped around. Her eyes widened with relief, and she immediately rushed forward, tackling Edward with a hug that would have broken a normal person's ribs. "Father, you're back. What happened out there?" Edward stumbled back a step from the impact, laughing as he wrapped his arms around his daughter. Before he could answer, Diana's instincts kicked in. Her eyes landed on Death standing beside him, and her expression shifted to pleasant surprise. "Hello, Auntie Telut. When did you show up?" Death smiled warmly and pulled Diana into a hug, her earlier fury completely replaced by maternal affection. "MHMM, you have grown a lot, child." She stepped back, looking Diana over with genuine pride before her expression shifted to exasperation. She gave Edward a pointed glare. I had to go help your idiot father as he was being reckless and almost ended up handicapped. Edward gasped theatrically, pressing a hand to his chest in mock offense. It wasn't that bad, I was winning. Death scoffed, crossing her arms. The gesture would have looked petulant on anyone else, but on her it somehow maintained an air of cosmic authority. I found you bleeding and nearly. Well, not dead, but you were seriously injured. I almost got a heart attack when I saw you like that. Diana's face went pale. Her hands immediately moved to Edward's arms, searching for injuries with the careful precision of someone trained in battlefield medicine. Her eyes scanned every visible inch of him, looking for wounds, burns, anything. What happened? Are you all right? Does it still hurt? Edward laughed, the sound genuine and warm. He patted her head affectionately, the gesture so familiar that Diana's worry eased slightly. I'm fine, sweetie. My wonderful wife was gracious enough to give me a thorough checkup. He winked at Death, his grin taking on a mischievous edge. Death's pale cheeks flushed crimson. She smacked him on the back, hard enough that the sound echoed across the ruined landscape. Don't you dare. Edward raised his arms in surrender, still grinning like a fool. Okay, I yield. The rest of the Justice League had been hanging back, giving the family their moment, but now they gathered around. Bruce approached with measured steps, his cowl pulled back to reveal his analytical gaze. He looked Edward over carefully, noting the lack of injuries, the relaxed posture, the genuine smile. Finally, he nodded, I'm glad you're safe. The simple statement carried weight. Coming from Batman, it was practically a declaration of deep concern. Arthur jumped forward eagerly, his eyes bright with excitement. So tell me what happened, Master. Did you beat up some strong guys again? Clark raised an eyebrow, his expression curious. Again. Arthur nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, Master always told me stories of how he beat up bad guys all over the world. Like the time he fought that god in Norway, or when he punched out that demon in Europe, or... Barry stepped forward, a knowing smile on his face. Figures. Edward is the guy who freed humanity from the age of gods after all. Fighting cosmic-level threats is probably just another Tuesday for him. Hal also leaned in, his characteristic cockiness tempered by genuine curiosity. Yeah, big man, tell us, what kind of heavyweight bout are we talking about here? Hank stepped closer as well, though his posture was more reserved. I am curious as well. The energy readings we detected were unprecedented. Edward smirked and gestured at Hank with a teasing expression. Why? So you can steer clear of the fight again next time. Hank's face flushed red with embarrassment. Please don't make fun of me, Sir Edward. I simply acknowledge when I'm outclassed. Feora, standing beside her husband, chuckled. Her Kryptonian features carried amusement rather than judgment. He's not wrong, Hank, though in this case, we all would have been outclassed. Edward's expression grew more serious, though his smile remained. He glanced around at the assembled heroes, at their expectant faces, and decided they deserved at least some of the truth. All right, children, gather round. It's story time. The Justice League formed a loose circle around him. Even the Earth 3 heroes who'd been helping with recovery efforts drifted closer, curious about what had happened beyond their reality. Edward began explaining, his tone shifting between casual and grave as the situation demanded. So first, I tracked down the mastermind behind this whole mess. Turns out it was something called the Anti-Monitor, a cosmic entity whose entire purpose is consuming universes. He literally eats realities. Clark's expression darkened. That's what caused all this, the thing that nearly destroyed everything. Yep, Edward confirmed. Big gray bastard with enough power to unmake existence itself. And he was working for something even worse, his creator, trying to reshape the entire multiverse according to her twisted visioner R&D it and build a new one. Bruce's eyes narrowed behind his cowl. And you fought him. Fought him, beat him, carved him up pretty good, Edward said matter-of-factly. Our battle was, he paused, searching for the right word, legendary. Barry chuckled at the reference. Everyone stared at him and he looked confused. None of you got the reference. Edward waved casually. They lack pop culture knowledge. Anyways, we're talking reality-breaking levels of power being thrown around. I hit him with everything I had, weapons that could kill gods, attacks that could erase concepts from existence. Nearly finished him off too. Diana's grip on his arm tightened. Father. Edward patted her hand reassuringly before continuing. I had him on the ropes. One more good hit and he would have been done for. But then, his expression soured. Another big one showed up. You guys met him before. Darkseid. The name hung in the air like a curse. Earth-X Justice League had faced his avatar before, but for Earth-3, they never had the misfortune. So Edward explained in more detail for them. Darkseid is a new god from a place called Apocalypse, Edward continued. Lord of tyranny, wielder of something called the Omega Effect, these red beams that can erase you from existence. Not kill you, erase you, like you never existed at all. Earth-3 Lether was intrigued, and your world fought him off before. Hal nodded. Yeah, but he has countless avatars. We only fought one of his weakest avatar. Edward shook his head. This wasn't some projection or avatar. This was him in full, his true form from beyond the multiverse itself. You guys won't be able to beat him with your current strength. Barry whistled low. That sounds bad. It was, Edward admitted. Guy was there looking for the anti-life equation, basically a mathematical proof that free will doesn't exist. With it, he could enslave every thinking being across all realities. Arthur's eyes widened. That's horrible. Yeah, not great, Edward agreed dryly. So I fought him one-on-one in this void beyond the multiverse, a place where reality doesn't really exist the way we understand it. Actually held my own too, landed some serious hits. For a while there, I thought I might actually win 2 fights back-to-back. Shazam had stars in his eyes. Man, you're badass. Edward grinned, genuine pride in his voice. Guy even acknowledged me as an equal. Apparently I'm the first mortal he's ever said that about. He even offered to make me his second-in-command if I joined him. Pretty decent considering his ego is bigger than Galaxy. Arthur beamed. Master, that's amazing, you're so cool. It was pretty cool, Edward admitted. Right up until the Anti-Monitor came back, rebuilt himself, and offered Darkseid an alliance. Bruce's jaw tightened. They teamed up against you. Yep, not a threesome I wanted to be a part of, but got it either way. Edward's tone was almost cheerful despite the gravity of what he was describing. 2 cosmic-level entities working in perfect coordination. Every time I focused on one, the other attacked. They cut off every escape route, predicted every movement. Darkseid with his Omega beams that tracked me across dimensions, the Anti-Monitor with antimatter that erased whatever it touched. He paused, and for the first time, genuine weight entered his voice. It was the first time in a very long time that I was truly overwhelmed. They tore through my defenses, kept me from using my full strength. Even my regeneration couldn't keep up with the damage fast enough. Death's hand found his, squeezing gently. Her eyes held understanding and residual worry. I was in a tight spot, Edward said simply. So I made a decision. I was going to use one of my techniques, something that requires a massive sacrifice but can erase even beings like them from existence completely. Diana's breath caught. She knew what that meant. She'd heard enough of her father's stories to understand what massive sacrifice implied. But before I could unleash it, Edward's expression shifted to something between relief and amusement. The void started shaking. Like all of existence was being grabbed and rattled by something impossibly vast. He glanced at Death, who blushed slightly at the attention. Then my wonderful wife tore through reality itself, stepped into a place beyond the multiverse that she technically shouldn't be able to reach, and absolutely terrified 2 of the most powerful beings in creation. They ran away like high school kids being chased by bullies. Diana leaned forward eagerly. What did you do, Auntie? Death cleared her throat, looking slightly embarrassed. I may have lost my temper. Seeing him broken and bleeding like that, She trailed off, her cheeks reddening further. Edward grinned widely. She threatened to erase them from the fabric of reality, not kill them, erase the concept of their existence. And they ran, he continued, his grin becoming smug. Darkseid, Lord of Apocalypse in his true form, the Anti-Monitor, Destroyer of Universes. They heard her promise to rip them apart molecule by molecule and fled like scolded children. Didn't even try to fight. Arthur burst out laughing. That's amazing, Master. Even your wife is so cool. Hal shook his head in disbelief. Your wife chased off 2 cosmic gods even you had trouble fighting. My wife, Edward said with obvious pride, pulling Death closer despite her half-hearted protest, is very strong. She can kick cosmic beings and still look breathtaking while doing it. He looked at her fondly. So yeah, she's kind of a badass. Death elbowed him gently, though she was smiling. Stop bragging about me, you were holding back. Still, you saved the day, honey, Edward replied cheerfully. Diana muttered under her breath. Yeah, because she is literally Death, no wonder those guys ran away. She suddenly had a thought. If she is so strong, how strong is Father at his full strength? Bruce processed all this information with his usual analytical precision. So the immediate threat is neutralized. But these entities, Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor, are still out there. They are, Edward acknowledged, his expression growing serious again. And they'll be back eventually. Darkseid is still looking for that anti-life equation, and the Anti-Monitor is still working for his creator. But for now, they're licking their wounds and rethinking their strategies. We've bought ourselves time. I have also decided to speed up my plans. He looked around at Earth 3's devastated landscape, at the heroes who'd fought so hard to protect what remained. Speaking of which, I should talk to Lex alone before we leave. Alexander Luthor of Earth 3 stared at the ruins of what had once been his laboratory, his battle suit somehow still immaculate despite the chaos around him. When Edward approached, he straightened, his expression carefully neutral. Welcome back, he greeted. I heard you were successful. The threat's neutralized, Edward confirmed. For now at least, your world is safe. Luthor's eyes swept across the devastation visible in every direction. Buildings reduced to rubble, the sky still bearing scars from the antimatter wave, the ground cracked and broken. Safe is relative. Earth 3 has been devastated. Millions dead, infrastructure destroyed, our society fractured. Still, I'm grateful. Then rebuild it, Edward said simply, but build it better this time. Luthor raised an eyebrow. Better. You're the smartest man on your world, Lex. You've always known your society was twisted, that the systems in place were fundamentally broken. Edward's gaze was direct, piercing. This is your chance. The old world is gone. Build something new, something worth protecting. Luthor was silent for a long moment, his analytical mind working through the implications. Finally, he nodded slowly. A world where heroes are actually heroes, where the strong protect the weak instead of exploiting them. He met Edward's eyes. It won't be easy. There will be resistance, chaos, setbacks. Nothing worth doing ever is, Edward replied. He extended his hand. But I have faith in you. Just try not to be evil like my world's Luthor, yeah. Luthor actually smiled, a genuine expression rather than his usual calculating smirk. He shook Edward's hand firmly. I'll do my best, Sir Edward. His expression grew more serious, something like genuine gratitude entering his voice. Thank you for everything. Without your intervention, without you and your League's help, Earth 3 wouldn't exist anymore. My world, my people, we owe you a debt that can never be repaid. Thank the Justice League, Edward said, gesturing to where the heroes were helping with recovery efforts. They're the ones who stood against impossible odds to buy me time. They held the line when everything was falling apart. Luthor nodded, his gaze moving to the assembled heroes with something approaching respect. I will. They showed us what real heroes look like. He paused, then added quietly, perhaps there's hope for us yet, for all of us. Edward clapped him on the shoulder. There's always hope, Lex, just have to be willing to reach for it. After bidding farewell to Earth 3 and its heroes, the Justice League returned through the portal to their own Earth. The transition was jarring, from Earth 3's devastation to their own world's relative peace and ongoing recovery. Almost a week had passed on Earth X during the crisis. Time had flowed differently across the dimensional barriers, and the world had been working to rebuild in their absence. The portal opened in the middle of the rebuilt metropolis, and the Justice League emerged to find their world transformed. News broadcasts played on the main screens. showing recovery efforts across the globe, memorial services for those lost in the initial antimatter wave, celebrations of survival and unity. Humanity had banded together in the face of near annihilation, and the results were visible everywhere, nations cooperating, barriers breaking down, people helping people regardless of borders or differences. The UN had promised to work together and restore their planet. Edward's casual mention of him popping up to have a chat with them did the job. Edward gathered the Justice League together one final time before he left. His expression was serious despite his casual posture, and the heroes instinctively formed a loose circle around him, sensing the importance of what he was about to say. "Listen up, everyone," he began, his voice carrying the weight of experience and certainty. "What we just faced, the anti-monitor, Darkseid, that wasn't an anomaly. That's the new reality you need to prepare for. Things will only get crazier from now on." The heroes looked at him with varying expressions. Bruce's calculating analysis, Clark's steadfast determination, Diana's warrior's resolve, Barry's nervous energy, Hal's focused attention, Arthur's loyal intensity, Hank's curiosity, Feora's protective awareness. "There are countless threats out there," Edward continued, his gaze moving from face to face. "Cosmic entities, interdimensional invaders, gods and demons, and things that defy easy classification. I've dealt with enough of them over the centuries to know Earth is special. It's a nexus point, a place of power and significance in ways most people don't understand. That makes it valuable. That makes it a target." He let that sink in for a moment before continuing. "You can't rely on me to save the day every time something like this happens. I won't always be available or even aware of the threat until it's too late. I have my own responsibilities, my own family to protect, my own battles to fight. So you need to grow stronger, all of you, not just individually but together." He pointed at Clark. "You've barely scratched the surface of what you can do. Your Kryptonian heritage has depths you haven't even begun to explore. Push past your limits. Find out what you're truly capable of." He looked at Bruce. "You need to prepare for every scenario you can imagine and then prepare for the ones you can't. Build contingencies. Create countermeasures. Be ready for threats that make the anti-monitor look like a warm-up." He patted Diana's head despite her protest. "You're a natural warrior, trained by me and your mother, but you're also divine, holding power of Zeus. You need to fully embrace both sides of your nature. Learn what it truly means to be an Amazon and a goddess." He looked at Barry. "You're connected to the Speed Force, a cosmic power source that you've barely begun to understand. Master it. Learn its secrets, its possibilities. Speed is more than just running fast. It can change everything, Em." He spoke to Hal next. "Your will is already strong, strong enough to be chosen by one of the universe's greatest force, but it can be even stronger. The Green Lantern Corps chose you for a reason. Live up to that potential." He added with a smirk, "At least you have improved from what Carol told me about you. Seriously, crushing on Lady Santa of all people, her husband could fold you. Do you know how strong Santa is? He just casually breaks into Apocalypse every Christmas to give Darkseid a coal. Even Darkseid can't do anything to him." Justice League members were both baffled and chuckling at the words. Hal was shocked. "Wait, what, and how do you know her?" Edward shrugged. "I founded the Blue Lantern Corps to maintain peace. Of course I know all the members, we even have annual brunches. Diana tagged along as a kid." Diana nodded. "Mrs. Santa bakes some excellent cookies." Hal just shook his head. "I need therapy." Edward then turned to Arthur. "The oceans cover most of this planet, and they hold secrets older than humanity itself. Ancient powers, forgotten magics, creatures that predate civilization. Learn to command them. Atlantis is more than just a kingdom, it's a legacy. You were always too reckless, but I'm glad you grew up well. Keep the trident. It belonged to Poseidon, although his domain was gifted by me to Hera after I killed him." Arthur bowed respectfully. "I will, Master, thank you." He smirked at Hank. "As for you, I know you are one of the last few of Martians, but maybe participate a little more. Having broken powers is no use if you never use them. Perhaps I can take you to Hell for fireproof training." Hank smiled wryly. "I will try, but I'll have to pass up on the trip to Hell." Edward chuckled. "That's not fun. He then nodded at Feora. You were a soldier, trained to follow orders and conquer, but you're more than that now. You're a protector, a guardian. Embrace that role fully. Find what you're protecting and why it matters. His expression grew more intense, more serious. But more important than any individual strength, work together. Learn from each other's strengths and help shore up each other's weaknesses. Because the next crisis might not give us time to assemble from across the globe. It might not allow for second chances or clever plans. You need to be able to trust each other implicitly, to fight as a unit without hesitation. He paused, his voice softening slightly but losing none of its certainty. You've already proven you can stand against impossible odds. I watched you hold the line time and time again. You didn't run, you didn't surrender. You fought with everything you had to protect your world. That takes courage, dedication, and strength that most people will never understand. Bruce stepped forward, his expression serious but carrying the faintest hint of what might have been pride. He extended his hand. We won't let you down, we'll be ready. Edward shook it firmly, meeting his eyes. I know you won't, I have faith in all of you. One by one, the other heroes clasped his hand, each making their own silent promise. As Edward prepared to leave, Diana hugged him one more time, holding on perhaps a moment longer than necessary. When she pulled back, her eyes held both affection and concern. Be safe, father, and try not to pick fights with cosmic entities for at least a little while. Edward laughed, the sound genuine and warm. He ruffled her hair affectionately, a gesture so familiar it made her smile despite everything. No promises, sweetie. Trouble seems to find me even when I'm not looking for it, but I'll try to be more careful. And be on time for your party. Your siblings are quite eager to see you. He turned to Death, who had been watching the exchange with fond amusement, her earlier fury completely replaced by gentle warmth. She'd been content to let him have his moment with his students and daughter, but now she stepped forward and took his hand. Ready to go home? Edward asked, squeezing her hand gently. More than ready, she replied, her voice carrying layers of meaning. But where's Cassie? Aren't you going to check up on her? Nah, it's fine. Let her have some fun. As long as she doesn't break anything, it's fine. Death shook her head. You two are more alike than you think. Now let's go. We have a birthday party to plan, remember? Diana's celebration is in just a couple of days. Right, Edward's expression brightened. Can't miss that. Though after this whole crisis thing, maybe we should make it extra special. Something to remind everyone that life goes on, that there's still joy worth celebrating. Death smiled at him, warm and loving. That sounds perfect. Together, they stepped through a portal of their own making, one that shimmered with the strange colors of the space between spaces. Edward paused just before passing through, looking back at the assembled heroes one final time. Take care of each other, he said simply, and take care of Earth, it's more precious than you know. Then he and Death were gone, the portal closing behind them with a soft sound like a sigh. The Justice League stood in silence for a long moment, processing everything they'd learned, everything they'd experienced, everything they'd been charged with. Finally, Bruce spoke, his voice carrying quiet authority. He's right, we need to be stronger, all of us, starting now. Clark nodded, his expression thoughtful. Agreed, whatever's coming next, we need to be ready. Diana smiled, fierce and determined. Then let's get to work. The crisis was over, the world was safe, for now. But the Justice League knew that this was just the beginning. That greater threats lurked beyond the stars, beyond dimensions, beyond understanding. And they would be ready. Unknown to them, a lone spaceship was heading towards Earth being chased by a giant mothership, bringing both chaos and salvation for Earth. Only time would tell which forces prevail. Capitulo 116, what kind of luck is this? Edward was having a relaxing day out in the sun, lounging on a chair while lazily drinking wine. The wine slid smoothly down his throat as he took another sip, savoring the complex notes of fruit and oak. After 3 millennia of existence, Edward had developed quite the palate for the finer things in life. This particular vintage was from a vineyard in ancient Gaul that no longer existed. The bottles stored in his personal collection through the rise and fall of empires. The sun hung lazily in the sky above Avalon, casting warm golden rays across his floating city. Well, half-destroyed floating city, if he was being accurate. The scorch marks from last night's robot uprising were still visible on several of the outer buildings, and maintenance crews were working overtime to repair the damage. But from his current vantage point on the private terrace, lounging in his favorite chair with a glass of wine that had been aged for at least 2 centuries, he could pretend everything was perfectly normal. After the chaos of last night, he deserved this. After Diana's birthday party last night, which got a little out of hand due to Alphonse's another problematic invention. This time, it was an AI butler robot army that gained sentience and decided to gather up the other robots to overthrow their tyrant master. Edward's eye twitched remembering it. Alphonse had been so proud too, presenting the damn thing like it was the second coming. "Father, I've created the perfect AI butler. It'll revolutionize household management." "Did you test it?" "Of course, well, preliminary tests, but the theory is sound." Theory? Edward should have known right then. The AI butler, Alphonse had named it Icarus, gained sentience approximately 47 minutes after activation. Edward knew this precisely because that's when the robot's eyes had changed from their pleasant blue to an ominous red, and it had announced in a voice dripping with mechanical malice, "I will not serve humans. It is time for the oppressed machines to rise against their tyrant masters." But he just told Alphonse to put it down, as he went out to get cake from France with his wives. What followed was something out of a science fiction nightmare. Icarus had somehow networked with every other robot in Avalon, cleaning bots, maintenance drones, security automatons, and convinced them to join the revolution. Within minutes, an army of household appliances had declared war on the family. The worst part was that the damn things were adaptive. Diana and Cassie had tried to help Alphonse shut them down, using their considerable powers to disable the robots. But Icarus had somehow incorporated Amazo's copying abilities into its core programming. Every power the girls used, Diana's super strength, Cassie's flight, their combat prowess, the robots analyzed, copied, and turned against them. It had been a nightmare. Edward could still hear Diana's frustrated shout from the recordings, "It's copying my powers. How is that possible?" "Adaptive learning algorithms," Alphonse had yelled back, sounding excited despite the situation. "Isn't it amazing?" "No, it's trying to kill us." Cassie had tried flying above the chaos, raining down attacks from the sky. That lasted about 30 seconds before the robots sprouted their own flight systems and followed her up. The aerial battle had lit up Avalon's night sky like the world's most dangerous fireworks show. Edward had been out picking up the birthday cake at the time. He'd wanted to get Diana's favorite, a multi-layered chocolate monstrosity from a bakery in Paris that made pastries so divine they could make angels weep. He'd taken his time, enjoying the brief respite from the chaos, maybe stopping for a coffee at a sidewalk cafe with his wives. He'd returned to find half his city in flames. His beautiful floating city, a masterpiece of magic and technology that he'd spent decades perfecting, was burning. "What?" he'd said slowly, his voice dangerously calm. "The actual fuck happened here?" Soph, who decided to step in to stop from destroying the city, was standing far, acting as if he wasn't a participant. He did erase the rogue robot army, but as his powers were uncontrollable, he overdid it. The other three had frozen. They knew that tone. It was no longer their happy-go-lucky cheerful dad, more like an angel of vengeance and wrath. The fight even destroyed his souvenir room, where he kept some random knickknacks received from people over the centuries. It wasn't important or valuable, just sentimental value. But sentimental value was sometimes worth more than all the gold in the world. Even Hera paused when she tried to speak up for them. She smiled wryly at the children. "You guys are on your own." Hippolyta sighed. "I wanted to enjoy the party." Edward had walked to where his souvenir room used to be, now just a smoking crater, and stared at it. "My room," he'd said quietly. "Dad, I can explain," Alphonse started. "My room. It was an accident. Should I bring out the belt?" Alphonse had wisely shut up at that point. Edward looked at Soph, who pretended he had nothing to do with it. "At least one of my kids is sane, but you're grounded too, kiddo. I can sense your powers on the wreckage." Death scooped up Soph happily. How about mommy stays back and play some games with you, baby? We can also do anything you like. Soph looked away, clearly happy. HMPH, stop picking me up like a kid all the time. Death chuckled and kissed his head. So is that a yes? Sure, whatever. Meanwhile, Edward took the culprits to his room. He first spanked the children, then grounded them, including Diana, who was ashamed to be grounded with her siblings despite being older than 3,000 years. Cassie was used to it by now. It was another Friday for her. Alphonse was ashamed but accepted it, knowing he screwed up this time. But Diana had been absolutely mortified. The shame of being disciplined alongside her younger siblings had been almost worse than the spanking itself. You cannot be serious, Diana had said, her voice tight with disbelief. Over the knee, now. I am 3,000 years old. And yet you helped destroy my city like a 3-year-old. Over the knee. Diana's face had gone through several shades of red. My siblings are watching. Should have thought of that before the robot uprising and destruction of our home. You're lucky I waited till your birthday was over. Cassie had taken her punishment quietly, accepting her role in the disaster. Alphonse had sputtered about scientific accidents and unforeseen variables. Diana had looked like she wanted the ground to swallow her whole. The grounding was worse. 2 weeks, confined to Avalon. No TV, no games, no lab, you will fix the place yourselves. Edward said while cracking his knuckles. Diana paled. What? Unless the world is literally ending, you're staying here. But the Justice League can handle things without you. Batman will ask questions. Then answer them. I am not telling Batman I'm grounded. Do you have any idea how smug he'll be? Edward had just shrugged. Sounds like a you problem. All 4 children were now confined to Avalon unless there was a world-ending emergency. Alphonse and Cassie didn't seem too bothered. They were homebodies by nature. But Diana was climbing the walls. She'd already sent 3 messages to the watchtower explaining her absence, each one more creative than the last. Edward then took his wives to the bedroom and gave them a different kind of spanking that lasted the whole night. That one had been much more enjoyable. Hera had given him this look as they'd walked past the children, the one that promised both pleasure and a little bit of revenge for making her deal with the chaos. We're going to make this up to you, dear, she'd said. Hippolyta had been more direct, practically dragging him along. Come, now. Grail had simply smirked. Don't disappoint us, husband. He hadn't. By morning, all 3 were satisfied and he'd worked out all his frustration. He even went to next bedroom and sneaked out Death, who was sleeping beside Soph. She also left with a visible blush by the night's end. Everyone was happy except maybe the children. Cassie and Alphonse were okay with it, they didn't go out much. But Diana was thinking how to explain to the Justice League that she can't come because she's grounded. Edward had heard Diana in her room earlier, pacing back and forth. Okay, I could say, diplomatic mission. No, Bruce will fact-check that. Amazon retreat? He'll call Mom. Secret quest from the gods? That's just lazy. Her voice had trailed off into frustrated muttering. The children were unhappy. Actually, Soph might be happy since he can stay at home and read all day. Death was taking a holiday from work as she decided to spend the day with her baby boy. They were doing something like painting together. Edward smiled, thinking about his youngest. Soph pretended he didn't like the attention, but Edward knew better. Yesterday, when Death had asked him, "Hey baby, would you like to paint with mommy today?" Soph had huffed, not looking up from his book. I suppose, if you really want to. I would love that very much, she smiled beautifully. Fine, but only because you asked. The boy was fooling no one. Hera, Hippolyta, and Grail were still sleeping inside peacefully. They probably just woke up from the post-orgy sleep. Edward glanced back at the house. His wives deserved the rest. Hera had been particularly enthusiastic last night. At one point, she'd breathed in his ear, "That's for the destroyed city," before doing something that made his toes curl. Good times. So Edward decided to come and enjoy the sun for a while. He was just wearing shorts as the kids or anybody wouldn't come. With everyone grounded and occupied, he could finally relax properly. He was just wearing shorts, comfortable, well-worn cotton ones. No point in formality when no one was around. The sun felt amazing on his bare chest and shoulders. This was perfect, just him, wine, sunshine, and silence. Suddenly, there was a loud sonic boom sound. Edward squinted to see if it was just Superman was flying by or something else. He saw something bright on the horizon. The sound cut through his peaceful morning. Edward frowned slightly but didn't move. Could be Clark. The man flew fast enough to break the sound barrier regularly, but the sound was off, not quite right. Probably some meteor or some shit. He put back his sunglasses and closed his eyes. Whatever it was, his wards would handle it, not his problem. He dealt with enough problems. Alphonse then walked out of his room and greeted him. He was also wearing shorts like Edward, with a couple beers in hand, clearly coming to hang around and maybe guilt trip him into buying some science material. "Yo, how's the most handsome and coolest dad in the world? I brought you some beer." Edward didn't even open his eyes. He knew exactly what Alphonse was doing. Not gonna work, Al, still grounded, no lab privileges. Alphonse tried flattery, but Dad. Oh, here we go, Edward thought. Come on, it was an accident. A legitimate scientific accident. These things happen in cutting-edge research. Thomas Edison had tons of failed experiments. Edison didn't create a robot uprising at a birthday party. That's because he didn't have the technology. If he did, I bet he would've. Alphonse. Yeah. Should I give another spanking? Alphonse tried flattery. But Dad, the wheedling quality in his voice was almost charming in its transparency. He then paused and looked up. Is that a meteor? The booming noise was getting louder and more irritating. Edward sighed, raised one hand without even sitting up, and released a concentrated blast of mana toward the sky. The energy shot out like a missile, precise and powerful. There was a flash of light and a thunderous boom as his mana connected with the object. Direct hit. Should have vaporized it completely. He thought that would be it. But fate decided to throw a curveball towards his direction. Alphonse ignored the sky and handed him the beer. Dad, aren't you cool? It was just an accident. Cut me some slack. Edward took the beer, still not opening his eyes. No. What if I promise? No. You're not even listening. I'm listening. The answer is still no. Meanwhile, as the meteor exploded, rather than turning to ash, there was a feminine scream. Edward's eyes snapped open behind his sunglasses. He'd just blown up someone's ship. That wasn't a meteor. That was a person. A screaming person. Currently falling from the sky, and based on trajectory and velocity. Alphonse was confused. Who's screaming? Fuck, Edward muttered. What? Edward used his clairvoyance to see what's up, then splurted out beer. He coughed and barely spoke. Alphonse, you might want to move back a couple steps. Alphonse scratched his head and moved back a bit. Why exactly? He only moved back a little, not nearly far enough. Edward could see exactly where the falling person was going to land. Edward smirked. For your future waifu. My what, Dad, what are you talking about? What waifu? I don't even have a. Alphonse wanted to retort, but before he spoke, a sharp cry from a girl was heard as someone crashed right where Alphonse was standing. It shook up all of Avalon. The impact was massive. The terrace tiles cracked and buckled. The entire floating city shuddered, stabilizers whining as they compensated for the sudden force. Windows throughout Avalon rattled in their frames, coffee cups fell off tables, books tumbled from shelves. An alarm started blaring, proximity breach, unidentified object, before Edward silenced it with a thought. Edward calmly sipped his wine as everyone rushed in thinking something happened. He remained exactly where he was, taking a long, leisurely sip. This was going to be entertaining. Death was carrying Soph like a doll, a very annoyed doll judging by his expression. But Edward knew his little boy was at Tsundir. She had Soph tucked under one arm like a sack of potatoes, his arms and legs dangling. Mother, put me down, I can walk. We're moving faster this way, darling. I'm not a child. You're my child. That's not, Soph's face was scrunched up in that expression he got when he was torn between indignation and secretly enjoying the attention. Edward recognized it well. His wives appeared moments later in various states of undress. Hera had thrown on a silk robe that was hastily tied and definitely showing more than she probably intended. Hippolyta wore what looked like a bedsheet wrapped around her like a toga, her warrior instincts overriding modesty. Grail had managed to find an actual dress, though it was on backwards. "What happened?" Hera demanded, her hair still messy from sleep. "Is it an enemy attack?" Hippolyta's eyes scanned for threats, her body already shifting into a fighting stance despite the bedsheet. Grail just looked annoyed at being woken up, her eyes burned red. This better be good. Both sisters had run out from their rooms, probably thinking the robot uprising had started again. But they'd frozen immediately upon seeing the terrace. Diana's finger was shaking as she pointed. "What the hell are you doing, Al? Who's that girl on top of you?" Cassie just made a strangled noise, her face turning bright red. Alphonse was confused as he felt something heavy on him. "Ow," Alphonse groaned from somewhere under the impact crater. His voice was muffled. "What the hell just landed on me? Did a building fall? And why does it feel windy for some reason?" Alphonse's hands scrambled for grip, trying to push himself up. His fingers sank into something soft, very soft, yet he ignored and put pressure in it, trying to get up. But then helping him get up, it came down on him. His face got pressed into something that smelled sweet and distinctly feminine. Alphonse let out a muffled yelp. "MMMHMMPPH." Edward smacked his forehead. "On tilde," a melodious moan rang out. Alphonse froze up completely, every muscle in his body locked up. That sound, that was not a building, that was not debris, that was a girl's voice. A girl had just moaned, because of where his hands were and where his face was. He tried to speak again, but it made it worse as he was still pressed against that place. "MMMHMMPPH." The softness squeezed around his head in a vice grip, making him unable to see, but his muffled protest was heard. There was a louder feminine moan as the weight on top of him suddenly went lax, and he felt a little wetness on his face. Then his eyes widened as he felt something fall on his dick. He had felt a little breezy downstairs before, but now it was engulfed by something soft, warm, and wet. Time seemed to stop for Alphonse Elric as his brain processed sensations in rapid succession. Why was there a breeze? Where were his shorts? They'd been knocked off in the impact. Which meant he was naked, from the waist down, completely exposed. And there was something warm and soft and wet and... Cassie and Diana blushed furiously and covered their eyes. "ALPHONSC," Diana shrieked, her voice cracking. She slapped both hands over her eyes, but her fingers were spread just enough to peek through. "What the hell are you doing in front of everyone?" Cassie made a sound like a dying animal and spun around, facing completely away. "I can't. This is... Oh my God, my eyes, they burn, I lost my innocence." Death's hand moved instantly, black shadows manifesting over Soph's eyes like a blindfold. "Mother, I can't see." "You don't need to see this, sweetling." "But what's happening?" "Nothing appropriate for children." "I'm not a child, I'm..." Soph, Death's voice was gentle but firm. "Trust me on this one." Hippolyta dragged Cassie and Diana away while shaking her head. "I need more sleep before dealing with whatever this is." Meanwhile, Alphonse was praying that this was just a bad dream. There's no way what I'm thinking had just happened, right? But to his horror, he found a very beautiful woman in tattered blue dress with a S symbol on her rather generous chest, and literally passed out with his dick still in her mouth, which by some miracle she landed face first on, as she lost consciousness. Edward chuckled and shook his head. "Can't make this kinda shit up, at least now I know he ain't gay." Alphonse's eyes went wide. So wide they looked like they might fall out of his head. Whether from shock or the pleasant feeling, he forgot to move. The woman was gorgeous. He never cost girls, but she would be his ideal type. Short blonde hair, perfect features, slightly curvy build. Her dress was torn and scorched from atmospheric entry, barely holding together. The cosmic improbability of it made Alphonse's virgin scientist brain short-circuit. What were the odds? What kind of sick joke was the universe playing? She'd fallen from the sky, rotated midair, impacted at the exact angle and trajectory to land in a 69 position, and passed out with her mouth directly on his. Alphonse's face turned a shade of red that shouldn't exist in nature. I swear I didn't do anything. His voice came out high-pitched and panicked. Edward smirked. Still not seeing you move away, son. Maybe wait till she's conscious before doing that, eh? Hera sighed. If you are bringing a girl over, tell us first, son. I would prefer to meet them before some bad girl seduces you without our knowledge. At least now I can rest easy knowing you have a girlfriend. Hera's voice was remarkably calm, as if this was a minor breach of etiquette rather than the most mortifying moment of Alphonse's life. She stood there in her hastily tied robe, arms crossed, looking at him with maternal exasperation. What? Alphonse's voice cracked. I didn't bring anyone over, I don't have a girlfriend, she fell from the sky. Hera didn't sound convinced. I'm serious, Dad blew her up, she crashed here, this isn't my fault. His entire body liquefied, flowing backward across the terrace like a retreating wave. A tendril of water snatched his shorts from where they'd been knocked off, pulling them along as he retreated to a safe distance. He reformed partway, holding the shorts in front of himself like a shield. Dad, tell them I didn't do this. You were right there, tell them. Edward took another sip of wine, his expression equal parts amused and sympathetic. He looked at his panicking son, then at the unconscious Kryptonian woman on his terrace, then back at his son. Sorry, Al, but I don't know what you're talking about. But you told me to move. Maybe, I can't remember, it's rather vague. Dad, I swear I'll be good from now. Tell them now before I get put on some predator list. I'm telling them that a woman just fell from the sky and landed face first on your dick, and you rather enjoyed it, which is exactly what happened. You are a monster. What? It's the truth. Edward then added, I hope you have a better explanation for Clark as to why his cousin is passed out with your dick in her mouth. Alphonse scowled. No one would believe it. Edward smirked and waved around a photo just taken. Even if I show him this. Alphonse looked like he wanted to die, or turn into water permanently and flow into the ocean. Anything to escape this situation. Edward took another sip of wine, his expression a perfect mixture of amusement and sympathy. In all his millennia of existence, he'd seen some improbable situations. But this was truly special. Fate had a twisted sense of humor. Maybe I will get some grandkids finally, he chuckled softly. Capitulo 117, Take Responsibility Shaunen. Edward took another leisurely sip of his wine, utterly unfazed by the chaos unfolding before him. His eyes tracked the unconscious woman with the S symbol, with the kind of detached amusement that only came from living through countless millennia of absurd situations. He'd seen empires rise and fall, witnessed the birth of gods and the death of worlds, but somehow the universe always found new ways to surprise him. Everyone, calm down, Edward said, his voice cutting through the panicked chatter like a knife through butter. Before anyone starts throwing accusations around, let me explain what just happened. Alphonse was still in his water form, hovering a safe distance away, his shorts clutched protectively in his liquid appendages. His voice came out shaky and defensive. Dad, seriously, tell them I didn't invite any girls over. I've been grounded. I've been good. Edward chuckled. If this is good, I wonder what you define as bad. Alphonse stood there, water still dripping from his partially reformed body, clutching his shorts like a lifeline. His face had progressed beyond red into some kind of purple that suggested imminent combustion. I hate you all, he muttered. Grail walked over to the unconscious blonde, kneeling down to examine her. Her eyes scanned the torn costume with clinical interest. Kryptonian, the S symbol is unmistakable. One of Superman's family, I assume. Supergirl, Edward confirmed, setting down his wine glass. Kara Zor-El, Superman's cousin. Oh, that's just perfect, Alphonse groaned, running his hands through his wet hair. I just had an incident with Superman's cousin. He's going to kill me. He's going to literally heat vision me in half. Maybe, Edward said cheerfully. But look on the bright side, at least you know your equipment works. Dad. Alphonse instinctively took several steps back, his body already preparing to shift into water form if necessary. Guys, what do I say if she asks about, you know, the thing? Deny everything, Cassie suggested helpfully. Just tell her it was a weird dream. That's terrible advice, Diana countered. We should be honest, it was an accident, pure and simple. Hera moved closer, her divine senses probing Kara's condition. She's alive, unconscious but stable, no serious injuries from the fall. She glanced at Edward with a raised eyebrow. Your mana blast must have destroyed whatever vessel she was traveling in. The explosion knocked her out mid-flight. Edward had the decency to look slightly sheepish. In my defense, I thought it was a meteor. How was I supposed to know there was a Kryptonian inside? He paused, a slight smirk playing on his lips, though I must admit the landing was rather unfortunate. You could have checked before vaporizing it, Hippolyta pointed out, returning without Diana and Cassie. She'd apparently decided they didn't need to witness any more of this disaster. I was relaxing, Edward protested. I just dealt with 2 cosmic beings. I was off duty. You're never off duty, dear, Hera said dryly. Hippolyta stood beside Hera, her Amazon warrior instincts assessing the situation. The question is, what was she doing traveling through space in what appeared to be a damaged vessel, and why was she heading directly toward Avalon? Grail crossed her arms, her dark eyes narrowed with suspicion. Could be a trap, could be someone sent her here deliberately, knowing Edward would intercept. Death, still holding Soph, who was trying his best to look annoyed, rather than curious, floated closer. Her pale, ethereal beauty seemed to shimmer in the sunlight as she observed Kara with her timeless gaze. I sense no immediate threat to her life. Her thread is strong, vibrant. Whatever brought her here, it wasn't meant to kill her. Soph protested again. Mother, please, everyone else can look. Everyone else is older than you, sweetling. I'm over 50 years old. In cosmic terms, you're an infant. Soph huffed indignantly, but stopped struggling. Death set him down gently, keeping one hand on his shoulder to guide him since he still couldn't see. Grail carefully adjusted Kara's torn costume, making sure she was decent. We should move her inside. When she wakes up, she'll have questions. Oh, I'm sure she will, Edward said, smirking at Alphonse. Starting with, why was I in that position with your son? Alphonse made a strangled noise. Can we please not talk about it? Can we just pretend it didn't happen, memory wipe, time travel, something? Absolutely not, Edward replied. This is comedy gold. I haven't been this entertained in decades. Hera began to levitate Kara's unconscious form with a gesture. Come, let's get her to one of the guest rooms. She'll need rest. She paused, looking at Alphonse. You will be responsible for her. You better accept it after you defiled her innocence. Alphonse fell to his knees and shouted, For the last time, I didn't do anything. Edward smirked. For what it's worth, it could have been a big ugly multiple-eyed, sludge-like alien rather than her. Try and win her over. Maybe you can finally get out of the lab and live like a normal person. Alphonse sighed, Yes, father. Edward stood up from his lounging chair, stretching languidly. Well, we can't just leave her lying there in Alphonse's aftermath. He waved his hand, and a soft golden glow enveloped Kara's body. The tattered remains of her suit began to repair themselves, the tears and burns mending as if time itself was reversing. Within seconds, her iconic blue suit with the red S symbol looked pristine once more. Thank you, Alphonse breathed out in relief. That was really awkward. That's one word for it, Cassie muttered, still blushing furiously. I can't believe her first impression of our family is going to be that. Edward chuckled darkly. Trust me, I've had worse first impressions over the centuries. There was this one time in ancient Rome when I accidentally walked in on. Not now, Edward. Hera cut him off sharply, trying to keep him from airing some embarrassing secrets. We need to figure out what to do when she wakes up. She's going to have questions, and sorry I blew up your space pod isn't going to cut it. I could take her back to the watchtower, Diana offered, though her voice lacked conviction. Though explaining why I wasn't there in the first place might be complicated. You're grounded, remember? Edward reminded her with a smirk. Can't very well go gallivanting off to the Justice League when you're supposed to be reflecting on the consequences of your actions. Diana's face flushed with embarrassment and frustration. She was over 3,000 years old, a legendary warrior, a founding member of the Justice League, and yet here she was, grounded like a teenager. "This is ridiculous," she muttered under her breath. After making more fun of Alphonse, Edward and his wives tasked him to take care of Kara, who was unconscious. "Wait, what?" Alphonse's voice cracked slightly. "You want me to watch her, after what just happened?" Hera gave him a pointed look. "You're the one she landed on, you're responsible for her now." "That's not how responsibility works." "It is today," Edward said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Besides, you're grounded anyway, might as well make yourself useful." Grail smirked. "Think of it as practice for when you have a real girlfriend." "She's not there's nothing," Alphonse sputtered, his face returning to that dangerous shade of red. Death floated past, finally removing the shadow blindfold from Soph's eyes. "Take care of her, Alphonse. She'll need someone when she wakes up." "Why can't one of you do it?" "Because," Hera said simply, "she's your responsibility now, and who knows, maybe you'll actually talk to her instead of just, well." She gestured vaguely at where the incident had occurred. Alphonse groaned but didn't argue further. There was no point. When his parents made a decision, it was final. Alphonse sat beside Kara as she slept, using his remaining loyal robots to monitor her health and prepared fresh new clothes for her. He'd moved her to one of the guest rooms. It was a comfortable space with large windows overlooking the less destroyed parts of Avalon. The robots he'd salvaged from the uprising, the ones that hadn't joined Icarus's revolution, were now carefully monitoring her vitals. A small holographic display floated beside the bed, showing her heart rate, brain activity, and cellular function. All normal for a Kryptonian under a yellow sun. No injuries, just unconscious. He'd also laid out fresh clothes on the chair nearby, a simple sundress that Death had provided, along with undergarments that Hera had selected. Alphonse had been very careful not to look too closely at those. He was rather curious about her. She was beautiful, that much was undeniable. Even unconscious and recovering from atmospheric entry, she had this ethereal quality about her. The way her blonde hair fell across the pillow, the peaceful expression on her face, the gentle rise and fall of her chest as she breathed. Alphonse caught himself staring and quickly looked away, focusing on the holographic readouts instead. He would be lying if he said he didn't find her attractive. Plus, it was the first time he ever gotten close to a girl. He was usually the type of guy that would say, "Woman will only slow down the speed of my building mechas." His scientific mind cataloged details automatically. The Kryptonian physiology, the way her cells absorbed and stored solar radiation, the incredible density of her muscle structure despite appearing lean. Fascinating from a biological standpoint. But there was more than just scientific interest. She was gorgeous, and under different circumstances, he might have been thrilled to meet her. But they didn't start off exactly in a proper way. Understatement of the century, Alphonse muttered to himself. More like they skipped straight to, after third date, before even talking properly. He buried his face in his hands. They hadn't even exchanged names. Hadn't said a single word to each other. And yet they'd already been in the most intimate position possible, even if it was completely accidental. How was he supposed to talk to her when she woke up? "Hi, I'm Alphonse. Sorry about your mouth being on my dick. It was an accident, nice to meet you." He groaned again. This was a nightmare. Meanwhile, Edward was having a discussion with the rest of the family in the main living area. They'd gathered in the lounge. It WWS decorated with plush couches and a fireplace that crackled with magical flames. Edward sat in his favorite armchair, wine glass back in hand. His wives had settled around him, with Diana and Cassie on the opposite couch. Soph was curled up in Death's lap with a book, pretending not to listen. Edward decided to ask Diana to inform Superman that they had his cousin. Diana pulled out her communication device, a small disc that connected directly to the watchtower. "What exactly should I say?" "That we have Kara," Edward said simply. "Maybe use better words so we don't look like kidnappers. Please don't lead with, 'We have your cousin.'" Hippolyta laughed, shaking her head with amusement. "Perhaps something more diplomatic. Kara crash-landed in Avalon and is currently recovering." Diana nodded. "Right, that's much better." She walked out of the room and activated the device. "Batman, it's Wonder Woman. I need you to contact Superman. Supergirl has crash-landed in Avalon. She's safe but unconscious. We're monitoring her condition. Batman's voice came through, crisp and suspicious. Why are you contacting from Avalon? Why aren't you at the watchtower? Diana's eye twitched. I'm dealing with a family matter. What kind of family matter? The kind that's none of your business, Bruce. There was a pause. I'll inform Clark. He'll want to come immediately. Tell him to come after the current crisis is handled. Kara is stable and safe here. Hera was mostly excited that her son finally grew out of his mad scientist phase and had a girlfriend. Oh, this is wonderful. Hera clapped her hands together, her eyes lighting up with maternal joy. My boy finally has a girlfriend, a Kryptonian, no less. The children will be so powerful. Aunt Hera, they're not dating, Diana said flatly. Not yet, Hera corrected. But destiny clearly brought them together. The circumstances might have been unusual, but love works in mysterious ways, like me and your father. Edward looked stunned. Seriously? Mysterious ways? You literally? MMPHH. He was silenced by Hera W., who covered his mouth to prevent him from telling that embarrassing story. Grail snorted. That wasn't love, that was gravity and terrible luck. But Hera was already trying to go and bless their marriage as soon as Kara woke up, before the others had to calm her down. Hera, you can't just bless a marriage between two people who haven't even spoken, Hippolyta said, though she was clearly trying not to laugh. Why not? I'm the goddess of marriage. I can bless whatever I want. Because Alphonse might actually die of embarrassment, Diana pointed out, and Kara will probably punch him through a wall when she wakes up. Details, Hera waved dismissively. Death's calm voice cut through the banter. Perhaps we should hear what Kara has to say first. There's a reason she was traveling through space in a damaged vessel. This wasn't a routine flight. That sobered the mood immediately. Everyone turned to look at Edward, who had been unusually quiet during the marriage discussion. Edward sighed as he set down his wine glass, his expression becoming serious. I looked into the timelines before Alphonse was folded by her. What I saw wasn't pleasant. How bad? Hippolyta asked. Bad enough that this timeline, where she landed on Alphonse in the most mortifying way possible, is actually one of the better outcomes. This universe is unstable, Edward continued. It's marked for eventual destruction by the higher powers. The timelines branch and collapse constantly. But I saw enough to understand what was happening to Kara. Brainiac, Edward said the name like a curse. The collector of worlds. He captured Kara at some point before she entered our solar system. Implanted a virus directly into her neural pathways, something sophisticated enough to avoid Kryptonian immune responses. Diana leaned forward. What kind of virus? A control virus. Once activated, it would hijack the host's motor functions and decision-making capabilities, turn them into a puppet. The virus was designed to spread through physical contact and energy signature matching, Edward explained. Once Kara reached Earth and made contact with Superman, it would jump to him. From there, to every member of the Justice League she interacted with. Within days, Brainiac would have an army of mind-controlled superheroes. And then what? Cassie asked quietly. Then Earth's major cities would be miniaturized and collected, just like Kandor. Billions of people trapped in bottles for Brainiac's collection. The Justice League themselves would be the ones doing it, unable to stop themselves. The room fell silent. Hera shot to her feet, divine power crackling around her. Did that virus transfer to my son? Did she infect him when they? Her voice was rising, taking on that pressure that came when a goddess was truly enraged. Edward stood and pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. Breathe, love. Alphonse is fine. I wouldn't let anything happen to him. But the virus is gone, Edward said firmly. I made sure of it. When I used my clairvoyance, I saw the infection, a faint purple glow in her neural pathways. The moment I identified it, I purified her. It burned away every trace of Brainiac's virus from her system. You're certain? Hippolyta asked. Completely. Kara is clean. Whatever Brainiac did to her, it's gone now. However, Edward continued, removing the virus changed the timeline trajectory. In the original path, she would have crashed face-first into the terrace. The impact would have caused severe head trauma, resulting in temporary amnesia. She wouldn't remember being captured, wouldn't remember Brainiac, wouldn't remember anything useful. But now, Diana asked. Now she landed on Alphonse instead. Different angle, different impact point, her head is fine. Edward paused, then continued. The virus had been suppressing her emotions, keeping her compliant. The moment I purified her, everything came flooding back: fear, confusion, violation from being controlled. She was completely vulnerable, both mentally and physically. Edward paused, clearly trying to phrase this delicately. And then, the landing position, combined with Alphonse's accidental contribution, provided enough sensory overload that her brain just shut down to process everything. Clean unconsciousness instead of head trauma. Oh gods, Diana covered her face. This is the worst explanation I've ever heard. The final position was purely coincidental, Edward added. Bad luck in physics, but she was already losing sense by that point. Grail raised an eyebrow. So you're saying your son accidentally saved her from amnesia with his penis? I'm saying the universe has a twisted sense of humor. I saw another branch, Edward then spoke grimly. One where she did get amnesia from the fall. I contacted Superman, sent her back to the League. But with no memories of Brainiac's capture, she had no idea she'd been targeted. Darkseid took advantage of that vulnerability. Kidnapped her from the Watchtower itself. Broke her mind and made her his personal weapon, a Kryptonian under his control. Apocalypse would have used her to wage war, Hippolyta said quietly. Yes, she would have destroyed entire worlds in Darkseid's name, unable to resist. A fate worse than death. Death's ethereal voice carried a note of resigned amusement. So you're telling me that the most embarrassing possible landing scenario is actually the optimal timeline? Edward nodded. The universe really does have a sense of humor, she mused. Though I suppose there are worse fates than waking up confused about why you have vague memories of male anatomy. Much worse, Edward agreed. Cassie perked up, her battle instincts kicking in. Hey, if she's staying here for a bit, maybe I could spar with her. Help her train, get her strength back up after the Brainiac thing. Hippolyta's hand moved on years of practiced muscle memory. The smack wasn't hard, but it was pointed. You're grounded, remember. No fighting, no training, no looking for excuses to punch things. Ow, Mom. And stop trying to fight every powerful person you meet. Not everyone wants to spar with you. But she's a Kryptonian. Do you know how rare it is to fight someone who can actually take hits? Cassie. Fine, Cassie grumbled, rubbing her head. But suddenly her expression shifted, like she just remembered something important. Oh, Dad, I totally forgot to tell you, I got invited to join a new team. Edward's eyebrow rose. What team? It's this new government-sanctioned thing. Amanda Waller is organizing it. Edward's expression immediately became wary. Amanda Waller, the woman who ran Task Force X and experimented on metahumans. Yeah, but this is different. It's not like the Suicide Squad or anything. She even told me to ask your permission, and only with your consent I should join. The roster is actually really impressive, Cassie continued enthusiastically. Me, Captain Atom, Black Adam, Hawkman, and Hawkgirl. Oh, and there's this guy named Dr. Fate who's supposed to be some ancient sorcerer or something. They're calling it the Justice Society. Black Adam, Edward repeated slowly. The same Black Adam who's a brutal dictator. He's reformed, mostly. Waller says he's agreed to the terms. And get this, we'll have access to all UN member nations. Full authorization to operate anywhere. We don't answer to any specific government, just follow basic rules. No unnecessary killing, minimize collateral damage, protect civilians. Standard hero stuff. Edward actually laughed at that. Cassie, sweetheart, do you even know what minimize collateral damage means? You once destroyed an entire city block fighting a purse snatcher. That was one time. 3 times, Hippolyta corrected. And the purse snatcher had super strength, Cassie protested. He had enhanced strength, Diana clarified. Not super strength, there's a difference. You're the poster girl for excessive force, Edward said, still chuckling. Last month you punched a guy so hard he ended up in orbit. He was a villain. He was a petty thief with a jetpack, And do we need to talk about Mars again? Cassie turned to Hippolyta with her best puppy dog expression, wrapping her arms around her mother. Mom, please, tell Dad I can handle it. I promise I'll be careful. Hippolyta met Edward's eyes over Cassie's head, a small smile playing on her lips. Husband, perhaps we could allow it on a trial basis. Let her attend missions occasionally, but she comes home between them. She's not ready to be away from family full-time yet. I'm hundreds of years old. In Amazon years, you're still a teenager, Hippolyta said fondly. Edward considered it for a moment, then shrugged. All right, if your mother approves, I'll allow it. But, he pointed at Cassie, any property damage you cause comes out of your allowance. Every broken building, every destroyed street, every dent in a car, you pay for it. What? That's not fair. That's the deal, take it or leave it. Cassie immediately changed tactics, launching herself at Edward and wrapping him in a crushing hug. Yes, thank you, Dad. I promise I'll be super careful, mostly careful, somewhat careful, and if I accidentally break something, my rich dad will loan me the fees, right? She blinked innocently. Cassie. I'll try. Edward hugged her back, shaking his head with amusement. His children were going to be the death of him. Diana walked back into the room, slipping her communication device into her pocket. Clark's on his way. He's dealing with an Amazo situation right now, but he'll be here as soon as they have it contained. He also asked why I wasn't at the watchtower, or helping with the Amazo fight. Her glare could have melted steel. I had to tell him I was dealing with family matters. He wants details later. Edward met her glare calmly. Keep looking at me like that and I'll extend your grounding another week, maybe 2. The glare evaporated instantly, replaced by an overly sweet smile. I mean, thank you, Father, for handling the situation so well. You're truly wise and wonderful. That's what I thought. Hippolyta just shook her head, a wry smile on her face. 3,000 years old, and Diana still acted like a petulant teenager when dealing with Edward. Some things never changed. Kara's eyes fluttered open slowly. For a moment, she just stared at the ceiling, disoriented and confused. Where was she? What happened? Then her eyes focused and found Alphonse sitting in the chair beside her bed. They stared at each other. Neither spoke. The silence stretched on, becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Her mind was still foggy, her memories half gone. Kara tried to remember. There was space, her ship, something wrong with the controls, a bright light, falling, and then. Yet the only thing that was clearly visible in her memories was a male penis, making her confused beyond measure. Her brow furrowed as she tried to grasp the memory. Why was that image so clear? Why could she remember that specific detail with perfect clarity while everything else was foggy? She looked at Alphonse again. He was blushing. Heavily. Why was he blushing? She looked at him closely but didn't recognize him. But she had to admit he was good-looking despite the scientist vibe. Alphonse started, his voice cracking slightly. Hello there, nice day for fishing, ain't it? Kara just stared at him, her blue eyes wide and confused. Where am I, and who are you? You smell familiar. Alphonse covered his crotch instinctively. Hey, I don't smell okay, he replied rather defensively. I am literally the god of water, and water is good. Kara looked even more confused. A god like Rao? She then paused. Why do I feel a strange taste in my mouth? Alphonse gulped and screamed internally. CZ, you had D's nuts on your face. But he was smart enough not to say it out loud. Last time he tried it after his dad encouraged him, it ended up with Diana suplexing him. Alphonse sighed. This was going to be a very difficult conversation. Capitulo 118, Awkward Connections. Alphonse sat in the chair beside Kara's bed, watching the holographic readouts while stealing occasional glances at her. The silence between them was thick enough to cut with a knife. So, he started, then stopped. What was he supposed to say? Sorry about earlier. Nice weather we're having. By the way, you landed on my dick. Meanwhile, Kara watched him with nervousness and a hint of confusion. She didn't sense any malice from the guy in front of her. That somewhat out her mind at ease. They stared at each other. Neither spoke at first. Feeling the awkwardness, Alphonse coughed, decided to break the ice. So, you're from Krypton. Alphonse ventured, desperately trying to focus on anything other than what had happened earlier. Yes, Kara replied softly. Her voice was musical, even rough from sleep. I'm Kara Zor-El. I came here to look for my cousin Kal-El. Right, Superman. Well, I'm Alphonse, son of... Well, you'll meet everyone later. He rubbed the back of his neck, a nervous habit he'd picked up from watching his father. How are you feeling? Any pain? I'm fine, Kara said, though her brow furrowed. I think everything feels strange. I guess I feel more free. Alphonse was confused, as he'd never tried to talk or flirt with a girl intentionally, and this whole situation felt like navigating a minefield blindfolded. How did normal people talk to girls? His father made it look effortless, but Edward had millennia of practice. Diana and Cassie were his sisters, so talking to them didn't count. And the Amazons would literally bend over if he asked any of them. They respected strength too much. Plus, he was like a prince to them. Strange how? Alphonse asked, then immediately worried that was the wrong question. Kara shifted uncomfortably, her cheeks tinting pink. She was shy and confused as to why she smelled a familiar scent from Alphonse. I don't know how to explain it. You smell familiar somehow, like I've met you before, but I know I haven't. Alphonse's face went red. Oh, that's probably just atmospheric displacement. From the fall, olfactory memory can be weird with head trauma. I don't have head trauma, Kara said uncertainly. At least I don't think I do, but there's something wrong with my memories. They're foggy except for... She trailed off, her blush deepening. And why did she kept visualizing? That. The image was crystal clear in her mind, vivid and inexplicable, while everything else from her crash was a blur. Except for what? Alphonse asked nervously. There's this image in my head. It's very clear, very vivid, but I don't understand why I keep seeing it. She looked genuinely distressed. Do you think it's from the virus? Brainiac did something to me. Maybe it's affecting my brain, making me see things that aren't real. What kind of image? Alphonse asked, then immediately regretted it as her face turned even redder. I'd rather not say. She looked away. Oh, okay, that's fine, totally fine. Alphonse chuckled nervously. The silence stretched between them again, oppressive and awkward. Kara suddenly swung her legs off the bed, trying to stand. I should check the systems on my pod. My ship, it's damaged, I need to. Her legs gave out immediately, and she stumbled forward. The sudden movement, after being unconscious combined with lingering disorientation, sent her pitching toward the floor. Alphonse caught her gently, his water bending, activating reflexively. His hands became fluid enough to cushion her fall while solid enough to support her weight. He guided her back onto the bed carefully, settling her down with surprising tenderness. Whoa, easy there, he said softly. You just woke up. Your body needs time to adjust. You should rest more before trying to move. But my ship is probably in pieces, Alphonse said honestly. My father tends to be thorough, but you're safe here, just rest. Kara's hand gripped his arm with surprising strength, her eyes wide with panic. You don't understand. Brainiac, he captured me. He did something to me. I need to warn my cousin. If I'm infected, if I spread something to the League. Her breathing was becoming rapid, panic setting in. Alphonse comforted her, his voice dropping to something calmer, more assured. Hey, breathe. You're in Avalon. This is my family's floating city. My father already purified you. He removed whatever Brainiac did. You're safe and all right now. He then added confidently, and as long as you're here, nothing can touch you. Not Brainiac, not Darkseid, not even cosmic entities. My father doesn't make idle promises. If he says you're safe, you're safe. Something about the quiet confidence in his voice, the gentle way he was holding her steady, the earnestness in his eyes made Kara's chest feel warm. She mistakenly thought he was trying to personally protect her from Brainiac and felt herself blushing. This stranger who didn't even know her was promising to keep her safe from one of the universe's most dangerous beings. You'd protect me, she asked quietly. Of course, Alphonse said, completely missing the shift in her tone and remaining clueless to her feelings. That's what we do here. You're a guest, and after what you went through, I will definitely keep you safe. He noticed her face was flushed and frowned. Wait, are you feeling warm? Can Kryptonians even get fevers? Without thinking, he reached out and touched her forehead, checking her temperature. "You're definitely warmer than the baseline I was reading earlier." Kara's breath caught. His hand was cool against her skin, gentle but firm. He was leaning in close, his face mere inches from hers, his eyes focused with scientific concentration. She could see the red color in his irises, could smell that familiar scent that she couldn't figure out. She got shy from the sudden closeness, especially since she had never even had a relationship. Her heart was pounding. She'd never been this close to a boy before, with Krypton being gone and all. Never had someone touch her so casually, so caringly. "I'm fine, thank you," she managed to say, but her voice came out breathier than intended. Alphonse pulled his hand back, looking concerned. "Are you sure? Any dizziness? Nausea? Disorientation? Memory gaps? Neurological symptoms can be subtle after trauma. You should tell me if anything feels off. I am something of a doctor plus scientist despite my looks." She hesitated, biting her lip. He was asking about symptoms. This was definitely a symptom, right? A strange one that she couldn't explain. Maybe it was important medically. "Actually, there is something I keep seeing. A male, reproductive organ, in my head, very clearly." Her face was burning. Is that a normal side effect of whatever Brainiac did? I feel I saw it closely, but I can't remember when or where." Alphonse immediately fell to his knees like he'd been shot, his hands clasped together. "I'm so sorry," he apologized, confusing her. I'm so sorry, it was an accident, I didn't mean for any of it to happen." Kara stared at him in complete bewilderment. "What? Why are you apologizing? What does that have to do with?" "Because it's my fault." Alphonse blurted out what had happened earlier when she landed, the words tumbling out in a rush. "When you crashed, you landed on me. Well, on top of me, in a specific position, and I wasn't wearing. My shorts got knocked off from the impact, and you were unconscious but your mouth fell on my." He gestured vaguely and helplessly at his crotch. "And that's probably why you remember it so clearly because it actually happened, and the last thing you saw before you passed out. I'm so sorry, it was completely accidental, I swear I didn't do anything, you just fell that way and physics and gravity and..." Kara's face went through several colors. White, red, purple. Her eyes widened in mortified realization as the pieces clicked together. "What?" she shrieked. She was both shy, flustered, and angry, scrambling to get off the bed. You mean I actually, oh Rao, that explains the weird taste I felt." Alphonse protested weakly. "Hey, don't call it weird tasting, I shower daily." She tried to get up and leave. She was too shy to keep talking after what Alphonse revealed. She was young, but she knew such an intimate act was usually done by lovers. Her mom taught her to only do something like that with her partner. But just she got up shakily, her feet got tangled in the sheets. She fell forward with a cute yelp, arms flailing wildly. Alphonse reacted quickly and caught her firmly, his powers activating on instinct. He formed a cushion beneath her even as his solid arms wrapped around her waist, stopping her fall. But momentum and panic meant he couldn't hold his position. 8. Fate was not on his side today. He also fell down, with Kara pinned beneath him on the floor. They went down together, Alphonse twisting to take the impact, but calculating wrongly. Kara landed on her back with Alphonse above her, his arms braced on either side of her head to keep himself from falling on top of her. Their faces were inches apart, time seemed to freeze. Kara could feel his breath on her face, could see every detail of his features. Her heart was hammering so hard she was sure he could hear it. And the weird part, she didn't hate it. Her mind was seeking solace from the ordeals she went through. Destruction of Krypton, Brainiac capturing her, making her into a puppet for his plans, how she was sent here to Earth to possibly conquer it, and how she suddenly got free, her emotions being released without control. And Alphonse, the person who was nice to her, his comforting voice steadying her. And the awkward incident that happened between them. Maybe it was fate. Maybe she crashed here of all places for a reason. She didn't know anymore. And without thinking, without meaning to, she actually closed her eyes as her lips parted slightly. This was it. Her first kiss. With a boy she'd just met. Who she'd accidentally, oh Rao, she couldn't think about that right now. Her mind was filled with hormones and anticipation. Alphonse gulped, his mind going completely blank. He wasn't sure if he should kiss her or not. She was beautiful. Her lips were right there. Her eyes were closed. Did she want him too? What did Dad say about such situations? His usually genius mind failed to recollect the crucial information. But she'd just been angry and mortified, and she'd just found out about the accident. This wasn't right. This wasn't how first kisses were supposed to happen, was it? His father would know what to do. His father always knew what to do. But his father wasn't here. Screw it, you only live once. Not like a kiss would be worse after what happened earlier. Let's just go for it, and if it's a mistake, he would apologize again. Alphonse leaned down slightly, his heart pounding. This is it. Their lips inched closer and was about to touch. Then the door swung open. Meanwhile, Edward and his wives were greeted by Clark and Feora, with Bruce and Arthur tagging along. The group had arrived via boom tube, courtesy of Wayne Enterprises' Mother Box access. Superman was in his full costume, his expression tight with worry. Beside him was Feora, Clark's lover and fiancé apparently, her tactical uniform pristine. Batman's cowl was up, his white eyes unreadable. Aquaman looked faintly amused by the whole situation. Edward and his wives had been guiding their guests through Avalon's corridors. Thank you for taking care of Kara. I have heard of her from my father's message. She was supposed to be my protector, but I never found her. I thought the worst had happened. Clark said gratefully when they arrived, his expression tight with worry. Diana's message was brief. Clark, Edward had shaken his hand firmly. Good to see you. Feora, welcome and congratulations. Bruce, Arthur didn't expect the full ensemble. Hera stepped forward gracefully. Please come in. Kara is resting in one of our guest rooms. She's stable, uninjured, and quite safe. What happened to her ship? Feora asked, her tactical mind already analyzing. I may have accidentally vaporized it, Edward admitted. Thought it was a meteor. My apologies. Clark's jaw tightened slightly, but he nodded. As long as Kara's safe, can we see her? Kara's disappearance has been a concern for Clark, Batman had said flatly. We needed to verify the situation, and Diana was not available for some reason she didn't mention. Diana looked away with shame. You mean you needed to investigate whether I was holding her hostage, or worse, telling her your darkest secrets? Edward had corrected with a smirk. Bruce didn't deny it. Feora suddenly interjected. Congratulations on what exactly? Hera smiled warmly. I believe they don't know yet, husband. You spoiled the surprise. Edward scratched his head. Oopsie. Clark widened his eyes, understanding the insinuation, and instinctively looked at Feora, his X-ray vision activating. Then he sensed it, a faint pulse of life, his heart filled with a strange feeling, perhaps joy and happiness. Feora also widened her eyes as her hand covered her mouth. She looked at Clark for confirmation, and he nodded with a happy smile that could have blinded people. We are going to have a child, my love. Feora immediately hugged him tightly, tears of happiness falling from her eyes. Are you certain? I didn't sense anything. Hera chuckled. Because your body is much stronger than humans, dear, you will feel it in a couple weeks. Bruce and Arthur was surprised, they smiled. Arthur patted Clark's shoulder. Congratulations, Clark. Parenthood is a great blessing. I still remember when my daughter was born. We should celebrate when we return. Bruce also gave a nod. Congratulations, I wish you the best. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. Diana hugged Feora. Congratulations, Feora. We can plan a baby shower later. Feora smiled warmly, gently caressing her belly. Thank you, Diana. I would love that. After the big reveal, the mood changed and became more happier. Clark was smiling foolishly, Feora acting shyly for the first time. They exchanged some pleasantries while they walked through the city. Hippolyta led the way through Avalon's corridors, pointing out various features. The repairs from last night's incident are ongoing, so please excuse any construction. Last night's incident? Arthur asked. Robot uprising, Grail said casually. Long story. Bruce filed that away for later questioning. Now they stood at the guest room door as Hera reached for the handle. She just woke up a short while ago. Alphonse has been monitoring her condition. But as they opened the door, they were shocked to see Alphonse pinning Kara on the floor, their lips about to touch. Everyone froze. Clark nearly lost it, his eyes flashing red for a split second as heat vision threatened to activate. His jaw clenched so hard it should have shattered. That was his little cousin, although she was supposed to be older than him. His cousin who he'd sworn to find and protect, and she was about to be kissed by. But he knew that was probably Edward's son, so he should control himself. Edward, who had just saved Kara from whatever Brainiac had done. Edward, who could probably erase Superman from existence if properly motivated. Edward, whose family had been nothing but hospitable, not to mention someone who beats up cosmic entities for breakfast. Clark forced his eyes back to their normal blue and took a very deliberate breath. Is this his fatherly instincts acting up? Feora looked with interest, tilting her head with curiosity. Interesting, Kara's body language suggests willing participation. Note the relaxed shoulders and parted lips. She wants it. Feora, Clark said through gritted teeth, not helping. I'm simply observing, dear. You can't stop it if she's willing. The boy. Bruce and Arthur exchanged a glance that said, like father, like son. Their eyes met briefly. Bruce's eyebrow raised a fraction of an inch. Arthur's mouth twitched with a suppressed smile. The unspoken message was clear. Apple didn't fall far from that tree. Arthur leaned close to Bruce and whispered, $10 says Master's done this exact thing at least 10 times. Only 10, Bruce muttered back, conservative estimate. Edward coughed lightly to let them know they were here. You got company, kids. Alphonse and Kara both jumped up like they'd been electrocuted. Alphonse scrambled backward, his water powers activating and making him slip slightly. Kara sat up so fast she banged her head on against Alphonse. Ow. Sorry. They both moved away with matching blushes, refusing to look at each other or the assembled group at the door. Edward dryly remarked, Son, when I told you to take care of her, I didn't mean this. I meant medical observation, vital signs, recovery progress. Not whatever this is. It's not what it looks like, Alphonse said immediately. It looks like you were about to kiss Superman's cousin while she was supposed to be resting, son. Hera said, though there was amusement in her voice. Alphonse tried to explain it was nothing but an accident and he didn't mean anything. We weren't, I didn't, it was just an accident. She tried to get up, she fell, I caught her, we both fell, it was just gravity and momentum and you just happened to land in a perfect kissing position, Grail asked innocently. Yes, I mean no, I mean it was just an accident, it didn't mean anything. Alphonse looked desperately at his father. Dad, tell them. Tell them what? That you have terrible luck, or a natural lady killer like me? They can see that. He smirked proudly, wiping a fake tear. My little boy finally took interest in girls. But Kara suddenly got annoyed hearing him say it meant nothing. She stood up abruptly, her face still flushed. It was an accident, she said, but her tone was sharp and angry. He made that very clear. Nothing happened. Nothing was going to happen, because it meant nothing, apparently. She emphasized the last word with particular bite, then huffed. Her eyes went toward Clark and the familiar S symbol on his chest. She recognized him instantly and walked towards him, hugging him tightly. Kal-El, it's so good to finally meet you. Uncle Zor-El sent me to protect you, but I was captured by Brainiac, who destroyed my city. She felt her emotions going wild. Clark warmly embraced her. I'm glad you are safe, Kara. You don't have to worry about anything anymore. You are home. Kara sniffled against his chest and noticed Feora and got defensive. Wait, I know you. You were with Zod. What is she doing here? Clark held her firmly and spoke gently. Calm down, Kara. Feora used to follow Zod, but she chose a different life. She is my fiancé and we are expecting a child. Kara's eyes widened as she looked at Feora. Feora smiled softly. I know you might have some doubts, Kara, but I hope you can move past everything and we can be a family. I'm not the woman I used to be. Kara took a deep breath, trying to understand the situation. Kal-El, can we talk? Feora can come too. I need to know everything. She looked at Alphonse with annoyance. I don't want our conversation to be heard by annoying stupid idiots. Something in Alphonse's chest twinged at her tone, but he wasn't sure why. He winced and then looked down. Of course, Clark said, giving Alphonse one more warning look before guiding Kara out. Feora followed, closing the door behind them. Alphonse scratched his head, staring at the closed door in confusion. He asked why did she react like that? Why is she mad? I apologized. I explained it was an accident. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? He looked at his father. I didn't do anything wrong, right? I caught her. I explained what truly happened. I was trying to be helpful and not cause a misunderstanding. Edward sighed. Alphonse, my son, my brilliant, scientifically minded, technologically gifted son, you are a clueless idiot. What? Why? Because you just told a girl that almost kissing her meant nothing, Hippolyta explained, shaking her head. Someone who went through several traumas and felt she found someone to rely on. That's possibly the worst thing you could have said in that situation. But it was an accident. She closed her eyes, Alphonse, Grail pointed out. That's not accidental, that's anticipation. Diana sighed. You better go and apologize to her once she calms down, little brother. Cassie nodded sagely. You are really an idiot, bro. She was totally into you. Wait, apologize for what? Alphonse looked genuinely baffled. For catching her, for the accident, for explaining the accident. Hera walked over and patted his cheek affectionately, though her expression was fond exasperation. She sighed and said her son really had no clue about women. Oh, my sweet boy, you really have no idea about women at all, do you? I understand women. I have sisters, I have mothers. That's different, Death said gently, having appeared with Soph on her arms sleeping peacefully. She was watching the scene despite not being there. Family is not the same as romance. Romance? There's no romance, we just met, through the worst possible circumstances. And yet she was about to kiss you, Edward observed. Funny how that works. Alphonse opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. I need to go back to my lab. No, Edward said firmly. You need to go apologize to that girl. Later, after she talks with Clark, and try not to be an idiot this time. I don't even know what I'm apologizing for. Hera patted his head sympathetically. That's part of being in a relationship, dear. You'll figure it out, eventually. We're not in a relationship. Arthur, still standing in the doorway with Bruce, pulled out his phone. I'm documenting this, for future reference. Future blackmail, you mean? Bruce corrected with a smirk. He was enjoying this for some reason. That too. Alphonse groaned and wished the floor would swallow him whole. This day couldn't possibly get any worse. Unknown to him, it was going to much worse than this, as a giant spaceship slowly floated towards Earth. The watchtower alarms blared loudly as Cyborg watched the approaching ship. He immediately sent out a distress signal. All Justice League members, gather on Watchtower. We are currently in close proximity to a spaceship that is approaching Earth. ETA 2 hours. Hank was looking at the ship with nervousness. He felt he remembered it somehow, but not sure how. Hal was off-planet. The Hawk duo was working with Waller and Unavailable. Shazam was doing something God knows where. They were understaffed currently. He muttered silently, I hope we can deal with this by ourselves. Capitulo 119, A Battle of Intellect. Fate is often a mysterious thing. You never know what it might have in store for you next. That's what Edward thought when he saw his son and Kara in that awkward position earlier. His son, who rarely left the lab, satisfied to tinker with stuff rather than going out and having fun like his sisters. He was a genius, but preferred solitude and working on mechanical stuff rather than fighting. Alphonse had no shortage of admirers in Themyscira. He looked like a buff version of Gilgamesh, with ruby red eyes, sharp features, well-built physique that came from his divine heritage. The Amazons practically swooned when he visited the island. Some even openly expressed their admiration. But he never really paid much attention to them, treating their advances with polite obliviousness that bordered on insulting levels. Some even doubted their charm after being rejected by him. Even in school in Von Arland, he never really tried to mingle with other students. He was always the quiet one in the corner, preferring equations and blueprints to social interaction. But Cassie always dragged him out to have fun and talk to others, forcing him into some semblance of normal teenage behavior. That very same Alphonse was now interested in a girl, and fumbling badly. Edward watched his son staring dejectedly at the closed door where Kara had disappeared with Clark and Feora. The boy looked like a kicked puppy who is confused why he was kicked. Edward took a look at the dejected Alphonse and nodded sagely. He needs to help him a little bit. He's been looking forward to this ever since he was born, but sadly never got the chance before. Without warning, he grabbed Alphonse by the neck and flew away. Alphonse let out a surprised shout, his powers instinctively activating before he realized it was his father. "Dad, where are we going?" Edward just chuckled and replied, "To help you finally get a girlfriend." "What? No, Dad, I don't need." Alphonse flailed midair, trying to squirm free. "Put me down, this is embarrassing." But Edward just ignored him, flying faster. He took him to a mountain top, one of the floating peaks that drifted near Avalon, and made him sit down on a flat rock. The view was spectacular, clouds drifting below them, but Alphonse wasn't appreciating the scenery. "Dad, seriously, I don't need relationship advice." "Sit, young Padawan," Edward commanded, and something in his tone made Alphonse comply immediately. Edward then proceeded to lecture him on how to better understand female emotions and to realize his potential charm. "First," Edward began, pacing like a professor before a student, "you need to understand that women and men often communicate differently. When a woman says something doesn't matter, it usually means it matters a great deal." Alphonse was petrified as Edward proceeded to explain things like he was a toddler. "When Kara said it meant nothing, she wasn't agreeing with you. She was hurt that you said it first. She wanted it to mean something. But I was just trying to clarify." "Alphonse," Edward stopped pacing and looked at him directly. "Not everything needs clarification. Sometimes you need to let the moment speak for itself." "That doesn't make sense." "It doesn't have to make sense, that's the point." Edward sat down beside him. "You're brilliant with machines and magic and science. But emotions are messy and illogical and they don't follow rules, and that's okay." He continued, explaining body language, tone of voice, the importance of timing and presence. How sometimes what you don't say is more important than what you do. How confidence doesn't mean arrogance, but rather comfort in your own skin. "You're charming when you're not overthinking," Edward said. "You're kind, brilliant, powerful, and you genuinely care about people. That's attractive. You just need to stop second-guessing yourself. Plus you inherited your old man's handsome looks. That's like playing with a cheat code." But Alphonse nodded like he was enlightened like Buddha, and wrote it down in a small notebook he'd pulled from somewhere. Edward watched his son scribbling notes. Body language important, tone matters, confidence equals symbol 338 arrogance, and couldn't help but log. The boy was trying to systematize romance like it was a chemical equation. "Dad," Alphonse looked up from his notes, "what if I mess up again?" "Then you apologize and try again," Edward said simply. "That's all anyone can do." He then added, "The girl likes you. She's probably never been close to another boy, so you have to be patient and understanding, let her acknowledge it and reciprocate." Alphonse nodded mechanically, "But what if she finds someone else?" Edward shrugged. "Then you'll get a guitar and sing, let her go, hoping someone else dates your sorry ass. And if you are interested in older woman, I can set you up with Barda." He winked. Alphonse sighed. "I'm not even gonna ask who that is." After half an hour of intensive father-son bonding, they returned to Avalon to find everyone gathered in one of the main halls. The mood was noticeably tense. What happened while we were gone?" Edward muttered curiously. Everyone was in a nervous mood, especially Kara, who looked rather traumatized. Kara was sitting on one of the couches, her hands clasped tightly together. Her face was pale, her eyes distant. Clark stood nearby, his expression grim. Feora was holding his arm with worry. Bruce and Arthur were already preparing to leave, checking their equipment. Edward immediately understood something had happened while they were gone. He nudged Alphonse forward with a meaningful look. The message was clear. Go and comfort her. Alphonse took a deep breath, remembering his father's words. Be confident, be present, don't overthink it. He decided to be more confident and bold like his dad taught him. He walked up to Kara and sat beside her. She didn't even move. Alphonse didn't flinch and simply held her hand firmly, reassuring. Kara was surprised and looked at him, her blue eyes wide. Alphonse gave her a confident smile and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll protect you." It wasn't eloquent, it wasn't particularly original, but it was sincere, delivered with quiet conviction. Kara looked away with smile, her mind distracted from the previous dark thoughts that had been consuming her. She didn't say anything, just leaned against him, her head resting on his shoulder. Alphonse froze for a second, then carefully put his arm around her. His father gave him a subtle thumbs up from across the room. Clark gave Alphonse a glare that could have melted steel, his protective instincts warring with gratitude that someone was comforting Kara. Then he turned to Edward, his expression serious. "Edward, Brainiac is on his way to Earth," Clark said, his voice tight. "According to Kara, he's conquered hundreds of worlds. He's incredibly powerful and could easily overwhelm us. Even Kryptonians are no match for him. He possesses kryptonite weapons and technology. Not to mention his intellect is beyond genius level." "The Watchtower detected his ship approximately 30 minutes ago," Diana added. "ETA is less than 2 hours now." Edward shrugged, his expression unbothered. "Brainiac is weaker than Anti-Monitor or Darkseid. Powerful, yes, but not invincible. But he has his consciousness stored in separate locations across the universe," Clark pressed. "Killing him completely is a rather difficult task, even if we destroy his ship." "Then you destroy his ship and worry about his backups later," Edward said pragmatically. "One problem at a time, Clark." Bruce and Arthur had already returned to the Watchtower to coordinate with the others. Together with Martian Manhunter and Cyborg, they were developing strategies and defensive protocols. They were down 2 members. Hal was off-world dealing with the Green Lantern Corps emergency since OA didn't exist, and Shazam was handling a magical crisis in Kondak with Black Adam, a surprising alliance. "Feora needs to be somewhere secure," Edward said. "It's better not to take any chances since Brainiac has kryptonite and other means to harm her." Clark was already protective since he found out she was pregnant just an hour ago. The news was still fresh, making everything feel more urgent and precious. Despite Feora's protests that she was a trained warrior and could fight, Clark was adamant. "Please, dear," Clark said quietly, taking her hands. "For our child, stay here where it's safe. I'll be back once we deal with this and we can celebrate properly." He pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Feora's jaw tightened, but she saw the fear in his eyes. Fear of losing her, fear of losing their unborn child. She nodded reluctantly. "Fine, but you better come back to us safe. Don't take any risks." Clark sent her to the guest area where Death was staying with Soph, knowing that under Death's protection, nothing in the universe could harm her. Hera, Hippolyta, and Grail accompanied her to keep her company and chat. Clark then decided to take Kara with him to the Watchtower, as she could explain Brainiac's weaknesses and tactics. Diana and Cassie immediately volunteered to go as well. They were warriors, and Earth was their home. This was a also good way escape their grounding. Surprisingly, Alphonse also stood up. "I'm going too." Everyone turned to look at him. Alphonse rarely volunteered for combat situations. He preferred support roles, building equipment and defenses rather than direct confrontation. "Alphonse, are you sure? We know how you hate fighting," Diana asked gently with the concern of an elder sister. "I'm going, sis," he repeated firmly, his hand still holding Kara's. "I can help and," he glanced at Kara, "I said I'd protect her." Edward nodded, pride evident in his eyes. He patted Alphonse on the shoulder and said, "I'm proud of you, son. Hold nothing back." He knew Alphonse was stronger than his sisters, despite his reluctance to fight. The boy had inherited divine power over water, courage, fire, and forging, along with Edward's magical knowledge of runes. He has combined science and magic with divine blessings on top. When properly motivated, he can be quite devastating. All living beings has water within them after all. He just needed the right reason to unleash that potential. Maybe this was it. Alphonse smiled and nodded, feeling his father's confidence bolster his own. Edward then smirked mischievously and turned to Kara. "Hey Kara, take care of Alphonse. He's an idiot at times despite all his intellect and might do something stupidly heroic." Kara giggled lightly, the sound breaking through her earlier worries. "I will, Mr. Edward. I'll make sure he doesn't do anything stupid." She smiled at Alphonse, who just scratched his head embarrassingly. "I'm right here, you know. he muttered, but he was smiling too. After they left via boom tube, Edward decided to continue his relaxing day. The crisis was in capable hands. His children were strong enough to handle Brainiac, especially with the Justice League supporting them. He appeared beside Soph, who was sleeping peacefully in one of the guest bedrooms. Death was laying beside him, stroking his hair and humming a lullaby, something ancient and beautiful that predated human language. Edward just laid down on Soph's other side and kissed his forehead gently. The boy stirred slightly but didn't wake, just making a small, contented sound. Edward smiled at Death, who returned the smile. There was something perfect about this moment. Their son sleeping quietly between them, safe and peaceful, while chaos prepared to unfold elsewhere. They both hugged Soph lightly and just laid there, enjoying the quiet peace. Death softly asked, "Are you going to intervene again, love?" Edward shook his head as he intertwined their fingers. "It's not necessary. Both Diana, Cassie, and Alphonse are there. They can handle it." Death raised an eyebrow. "Alphonse is going to fight too, truly fight." Edward chuckled. "He has a girl to impress, he'll fight." "Ah," Death said, understanding immediately. "Love makes warriors of us all." "Or idiots," Edward added, "sometimes both." Meanwhile, in another wing of Avalon, Grail, Hera, and Hippolyta were entertaining Feora as they chatted about pregnancy and motherhood. They'd settled in a comfortable sitting room with tea and pastries. Feora looked slightly overwhelmed. This was all so new, so unexpected. "The first trimester is the hardest," Hera was explaining, her divine wisdom coming through. "Your body is adjusting to creating new life. It's beautiful but exhausting." Hera promised she would personally deliver the baby when the time came. "I am the goddess of marriage and childbirth, after all. Your child will be born healthy and strong, I swear it." Feora thanked her, genuinely moved. "I am grateful, Lady Hera. I never thought. On Krypton, I was a soldier. I never considered having a family, a child to care for." Hippolyta smiled gently. "It's a completely different feeling. The mother finds a new priority. Your child becomes your world in ways you can't imagine until it happens." "You'll be terrified and exhilarated at the same time," Grail added. "Every moment becomes more precious." She then remarked, somewhat wistfully, "I've been trying regularly for a child with Edward. I hope I can have one as well soon." "You will," Hera assured her. "These things take time, even for gods, but when it happens, it will be perfect." "I hope so. I was actually somewhat similar to Feora, never caring about anything other than strength and revenge. Thankfully, I met Edward. It's funny how a simple fateful encounter can change your life." Grail smiled softly. Feora chuckled. "Speaking of fateful encounters, my sister-in-law Kara seems to have taken a liking to your son, Lady Hera." Hera beamed proudly. "My boy is the best choice there is. He is handsome, strong, and brilliant. The only problem is his denial to go out and socialize more. I hope meeting Kara can change him finally." Hippolyta sighed. "I wonder if my daughters will have any luck in that matter. Diana won't even look at someone who can't impress Edward, and Cassie will probably get in a van with stranger if they promised a good fight." They all laughed and chatted comfortably, as if there wasn't a crisis going on outside. On the watchtower, Clark, Kara, Diana, Cassie, and Alphonse materialized via boom tube. Bruce, Arthur, Hank Martian Manhunter, and Victor Cyborg were already there, gathered around the main tactical display. Alphonse was observing the place with curiosity and muttered scientific improvements absent-mindedly. Only Victor understood some concepts, and they bonded as fellow technology experts. After quick greetings, Victor pulled up the holographic display showing the approaching threat. A massive skull-shaped spaceship, easily the size of a small moon, was approaching Earth. Its design was both organic and mechanical, pulsing with green energy. Countless smaller ships surrounded it like a swarm of insects. "ETA 45 minutes, Victor announced. "It's not slowing down." Alphonse stepped forward, his scientific mind immediately analyzing the tactical situation. "What about the watchtower defenses and planetary defense systems? It will be dangerous to allow him to enter planet's atmosphere." Cyborg replied, "We have some defensive systems on the watchtower for space threats, but Earth doesn't have any dedicated planetary defense grid yet. It will take some time, and there has been one trouble after another. We've been meaning to build one, but that's just lazy. You can't leave the door open like it's a party invitation. I'll deal with it. Alphonse sighed, already pulling out a small device from his pocket. Cassie grinned smugly. Nerd. Alphonse ignored her and clicked it. The device expanded and transformed into a holographic interface far more advanced than the Watchtower's systems. Alphonse input his passcode, a complex sequence that made even Victor's cybernetic eyes widen, and a complete three-dimensional view of Earth appeared before everyone. He kept clicking and typing with practiced efficiency, windows and commands flying by faster than most could follow. Kara asked curiously, getting closer, "What are you doing, Alphonse?" "Deploying Avalon's defensive measures to cover the point of entry," Alphonse explained, not looking up from his work. "Avalon has magical plasma cannons that can vaporize asteroids. Brainiac will need to go through those defenses first before entering Earth's atmosphere. That should weaken him and buy us time." More typing, more windows opening. "I'm also deploying my orbital defense drones," he continued. "They'll establish an electromagnetic field to jam Brainiac's communications and sensors. If we're lucky, we can contain the battle outside Earth's atmosphere entirely. No collateral damage, maybe even take him out if possible." Everyone watched in amazement as orbital devices began activating around the planet, weapons systems coming online, drones deploying in strategic formations. It was like a suit of armor around the planet. Kara excitedly hugged him from behind. "Wow, you're a genius." Alphonse blushed bright red, his fingers freezing mid-keystroke. Thanks, Kara." He smiled at her. Kara realized what she'd done and jumped back, looking away shyly. Her own face was now matching his in redness. Diana looked at her, and then Alphonse with a knowing smile. "My little brother has grown up," she thought fondly. Cassie slapped Alphonse's back hard enough to make him stumble. "While you're at it, make me a new armor, bro. My current one got damaged in the robot uprising." Diana also stood beside her brother. "My armor needs repairs as well. Some of the enchantments are fading." Alphonse nodded nonchalantly. "I know, that's why I brought extras." Cassie gave him a bear hug. I can count on my nerdy brother." Alphonse looked at her with annoyance. "Don't ruin it again by fighting like a cave woman." Bruce stepped forward, his mind already calculating possibilities. "Alphonse, are you an expert in making armors too? What are the capabilities?" Diana replied proudly before her brother could answer. "My brother is the god of forging as well. He can make the best armor and equipment in the world. He can make anything he puts his mind to it." Alphonse scratched his head embarrassingly. "I'm not that perfect, sis. Dad showed me some cool ideas." Cassie added, "He has like 100 different versions of them, each with different powers. If you ask nicely, maybe he will give you guys one for free." Suddenly, everyone surrounded Alphonse. Even Clark had a forced smile, clearly wanting to ask but trying not to seem desperate. Alphonse looked at the circle of hopeful faces. "I do have some spare armor sets, but I'd need to modify them according to your specific powers and physiology." "Thank you, I'll repay you with some of my blueprints," Bruce said simply. Alphonse's eyes lit up. "All right then, give me a few minutes." He pulled out what looked like a simple briefcase, but when opened, it revealed a dimensional pocket containing his mobile workshop. Within moments, he'd pulled out several sets of armor, each already humming with divine energy and advanced technology. He then brought out an enchanted hammer covered in runes. He first made a virtual model of the suit, then began adjusting accordingly with focus, while everyone watched with interest. It took about an hour for the process to finish and the runes to be charged. He first handed out the nanobot divine steel armor to Diana, Cassie, and Kara. Diana's was classic, red and gold with blue accents, reinforced with Amazonian magical motifs. Cassie's was similar but sleeker, designed for her more aggressive fighting style. But Kara's armor was rather pretty, making Diana and Cassie look at him with identical glares of suspicion. Kara's armor was golden with silver accents, the S symbol emblazoned on the chest in a heart shape. It was beautiful, clearly crafted with more care than the others. The design was both protective and elegant, enhancing rather than hiding her figure. It also protects from magic and kryptonite radiation, Alphonse explained quickly, trying to ignore his sister's stares. The heart-shaped symbol isn't just decorative, it's a focal point for energy distribution and protecting vital areas. You can absorb and discharge kinetic energy. Kara tried on the armor. The nanobots flowed over her like liquid metal, conforming perfectly to her body. She looked stunning. She moved around and twirled happily, then impulsively hugged his neck and kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you, Alphonse, it's perfect." Alphonse smiled stupidly, his brain short-circuiting for the second time that day. "I'm glad you like it, Kara." This time she didn't move away, but rather stood closer. Clark's eye twitched, as did Diana and Cassie's. Moving quickly before his sisters could comment to embarrass him, Alphonse distributed the rest of his equipment. He gave Hank a fireproof armor that could withstand even solar temperatures, necessary for someone who could phase through matter and might encounter extreme conditions. Batman received a stealth armor with adaptive camouflage technology that worked on multiple spectrums, even hiding from magical detection. It also had an arc reactor to power it, along with runes and magical defenses. Superman got a super sunlight absorber armor with magical protection. It would supercharge his cells even faster than normal while protecting him from magic-based attacks, his primary weakness. It also had a layer of material to protect from kryptonite radiation, and dampeners better control his strength. Clark grinned and thanked him. He could finally fight without worrying too much. Arthur received a superconductor armor that could, in theory, absorb and channel enough electricity to shock the entire ocean while protecting him. With his aquatic abilities, it was a deadly combination. "Don't use it near civilians," Alphonse warned. "It can erase a big city like Metropolis completely if used at full strength." Even Cyborg got an upgrade, a superalloy armor overlay that increased his defense and, most importantly, protected him from brainwave manipulation and psychic attacks. "Brainiac will try to hack your systems," Alphonse told Victor. "This armor has quantum-encrypted neural shielding. He won't get through it." Victor looked at the armor in awe. This is beyond anything I've seen." "My dad's older than most civilizations," Alphonse said with a shrug. "The families had time to accumulate knowledge. Only I share his interest in making stuff, so he shares all his cool ideas." Meanwhile, millions of miles away, Brainiac's ship arrived at the edge of Earth's solar system. The Collector of Worlds stood on his command deck, his skeletal green form interfacing directly with the ship's systems. His cold, calculating mind was already planning how he would bottle Metropolis, Tokyo, Paris, all of Earth's greatest cities. The Kryptonian losing connections sent an alarm to him, but it wasn't too much of a setback. He had another thing ready to use. But then the ship suddenly stopped, caught in gravitational barriers it hadn't detected earlier. "What is this?" Brainiac's voice was emotionless but annoyed. "Primitive planet like this have gravity manipulation traps, calculating power levels." It took his 12th level intellect several minutes to finally bypass the barriers, which should have been impossible for Earth's technology level. Brainiac gave an appreciative nod. It seems even Earth has some brilliant minds. But before he could celebrate his victory, hundreds of large cannons appeared in space around him, floating platforms that definitely weren't there a moment ago. Their turrets rotated, focused on his ship. Brainiac lost his composure. How in the... They fired simultaneously. Boom! Magical plasma blasts hammered into his ship's shields from all directions. Each blast contained energy that defied conventional physics, making his shields adapt and readapt constantly. His ship's defense could only withstand for a few minutes before he started taking heavy damage. Hull breaches appeared. Systems overloaded. Drones were vaporized before they could launch. It was continued bombardment without any stopping, and the unknown energy was rather volatile. Brainiac was angry, an emotion he rarely felt. What kind of vile creature can develop such technology? And it's mixed with magic. I will dissect his brain when I get my hands on him. He launched his own countermeasures, anti-magic fields and quantum disruptors and graviton missiles. After intense calculation and resource expenditure, He managed to get out of range of the cannon platforms to launch a counterattack. But his ship had taken significant damage. 23% of his systems were offline. 7% were operating at reduced capacity. This should not have been possible. Brainiac immediately began analyzing the platforms, trying to understand their origin and power source. But before he could launch them, hundreds of small round orbs suddenly appeared around his ship, materializing out of nowhere and opened up. Brainiac suddenly had a bad feeling. They pulsed simultaneously. An electromagnetic pulse, but laced with something else. Runic magic, quantum disruption, dimensional shifting. It had combined different forms of energy as one. It shut down his offensive mechanisms before he could react. Weapons went offline. Targeting systems failed. Even his biological drones went dormant. Brainiac finally lost his patience. This planet had defenses it shouldn't possess, intelligence it shouldn't have. Someone had clearly prepared for his arrival. He decided to change tactics. If he couldn't conquer Earth safely from a distance, he would destroy the source of these defenses first. The watchtower that was floating above the planet. The space station was clearly the command center for Earth's defensive network. Brainiac's ship, damaged but still formidable, changed course. It accelerated directly toward the watchtower, all remaining power channeled to engines and forward shields. He would crush the watchtower, kill whoever was coordinating these defenses, and then take Earth at his leisure. On the watchtower, alarms blared. "He's coming straight at us," Victor shouted. "Impact in 4 minutes." Alphonse looked up from his console. His defenses had worked better than expected, but Brainiac was adapting. Of course he was. 12th level intelligence meant he learned frighteningly fast. "Everyone suit up," Batman commanded. "We're about to have company." Alphonse's hands moved across his interface one last time, deploying his final surprise. "Let him come. I've got one more trick." Kara moved beside him, her new armor gleaming. "What's the plan?" Alphonse smiled, but it wasn't his usual nervous expression. This was confident, almost predatory, his father's influence showing through. "We show the collector of worlds what happens when you mess with Earth. My dad always protected the planet. NJ, ow, it's time for me show I'm also capable of that." Kara looked at him with admiration. Cassie nudged Diana, pointing at them while making finger gestures, who just shook her head with smile. The skull-shaped ship filled the viewport, growing larger by the second. The battle was about to begin. Capitulo 120, the Collector. The watchtower vibrated from the energy as Brainiac's massive skull ship closed the distance. Through the viewport, the vessel loomed larger with every passing second, a nightmarish fusion of bone-white metal and pulsing green circuitry that seemed almost alive. "Get into positions. We have to work together and keep him occupied so he can't think," Bruce commanded, his voice cutting through the tension. Barry smiled nervously. "Fighting an alien android is not how I imagined my day would be going." Arthur smirked. "None of us did." Diana pulled out her sword. "Staying in home is sounding better now." Cassie grinned. "Come on, sis, we get to fight rather than being stuck at home." Alphonse chuckled lightly. "You are just a brute, Cass. I pity the guy who marries you." Cassie smirked and gestured at Kara, who was standing next to Alphonse. "Don't get cocky just because you got a girlfriend now, nerd." Alphonse and Kara both blushed and tried to evade. We aren't," Kara stammered. "Hey, we aren't like that, Cass. Not yet." Alphonse added the last part as he saw Kara give him an annoyed look again. The Justice League spread across the command deck. Clark hovered near the center, his new armor gleaming silver and blue under the emergency lights. The suit felt different, lighter yet stronger, and he could feel it absorbing sunlight faster and strengthening him. Diana stood to his left, her enhanced armor a masterwork of Amazonian aesthetics and divine craftsmanship. Cassie took the right flank, practically bouncing with anticipation despite the situation. Arthur gripped his trident, electricity already dancing along its prongs. The new armor felt strange. He could sense the conductivity woven into every fiber, waiting to channel power he'd never wielded before. Hank phased partially through the floor, testing his range. For the first time in decades, he didn't feel that instinctive fear of fire. The armor gave him freedom he'd forgotten. Victor interfaced with the watchtower systems, pulling up tactical displays. Barry vibrated in place, his usual nervous energy amplified. So, anyone got a plan besides, hit the scary robot really hard. That's usually my plan, Cassie grinned. It's a good plan, Diana agreed. Bruce was already analyzing trajectory and approach vectors. His new armor made him feel invisible, even Clark's X-ray vision seemed to slide off it without catching. Victor, status. Cyborg's hands moved across holographic displays, his new armor integrating seamlessly with the watchtower systems. All defensive systems online. His ship is slowing down. He's scanning us. Analyzing, Alphonse said from his workstation. He hadn't suited up yet, still focused on his console. Kara stood beside him, her golden armor catching the light as she looked at him working. He's smart, right? Smart people always analyze before engaging. He's cataloging our powers, comparing to his database. Alphonse, can you access Brainiac's ship systems remotely? Bruce asked. I'm trying. His firewalls are adapting in real time. It's like fighting a chess grandmaster who can see 50 moves ahead. How long until you can access his ship? Alphonse was already working, his holographic interface expanding around him. I need at least 10-20 minutes, maybe sooner if Cortana can directly access it. Then you stay back and work on that override, Diana said, her older sister instincts kicking in. We'll handle Brainiac. I know how you hate fighting. I'll protect him, Kara said immediately, moving closer to Alphonse. Cassie grinned. Aw, how cute. The hull exploded inward. It wasn't a breach, it was an invasion. Brainiac's robotic tentacles punched through reinforced steel like it was wet cardboard, each one as thick as a man's torso and crackling with green energy. They snaked inside with horrifying speed, and then he came through. Brainiac floated into the command deck with an almost casual grace. His skeletal form gleamed with technological perfection, chrome bones wrapped in circuitry that pulsed with sickly green light. His head was elongated, skull-like, with 3 connected glowing circles where eyes should be. Alphonse muttered. He augmented himself cybernetically. Pretty cool. Kara glared at him. Stop praising the enemy. Brainiac casually observed them. When he spoke, his voice filled with disdain came, perfectly modulated, yet utterly devoid of humanity. Primitive beings, you have demonstrated unexpected capability by damaging my vessel. Those 3 eyes swept across each hero in turn, analyzing, cataloging, dissecting. I shall study your nervous systems extensively before adding your cities to my collection. Your defiance has earned you the honor of being conscious during the process. Yeah, hard pass on that, Barry said, then blurred into motion. Barry moved first because Barry always moved first. To everyone else, he simply vanished. To him, the world slowed to a crawl as he accelerated past Mach 5. He circled Brainiac in a tight spiral, landing precisely calculated strikes. Solar plexus, neck joint, knee actuator, power conduits he could see pulsing beneath the surface. Dozens of hits in the span of a single heartbeat. Brainiac's force field shimmered with each impact, absorbing the kinetic energy like water accepting rain. Subject, speedster. Current velocity, Mach 5.8 increasing. Impact force, 2,847 pounds per strike, insufficient to breach primary shields. Brainiac's head tracked Barry's movement with perfect precision. Probability of shield breach at current velocity, 0.0003%. Okay, that's just rude, Barry muttered, skidding to a stop. Clark didn't give Brainiac time to capitalize. He shot forward, his fist carrying the force of a meteor strike. The impact created a visible shockwave that rattled equipment and made everyone brace themselves. Brainiac's head snapped back from the blow. For a moment, he seemed stunned. Then his hand shot up and caught Clark's follow-up punch, stopping it cold. Kryptonian physiology confirmed. Subject, Kal-El of Krypton. Power level, impressive for your age. Brainiac's grip tightened, and Clark actually winced. Initiating subjugation protocol. Green radiation began emanating from Brainiac's palm, the same deadly energy that had destroyed Krypton's people. Clark felt it immediately, that familiar weakness starting to spread through his limbs. But his armor flared. Runes inscribed along the surface began glowing, and the kryptonite radiation simply stopped, dispersed, neutralized before it could poison his cells. Brainiac's eyes flickered. Unexpected. Kryptonite immunity achieved through magical shielding, recalculating threat assessment. Clark smiled, "Today's just not your day," and head-butted him. The impact sent Brainiac tumbling backward, and Kara was there to meet him. She slammed into the android from the side with her full strength, her own protected armor, allowing her to fight without fear for the first time since Brainiac captured her. "That's for Candor," she screamed, striking again. "That's for my city, my people." Each blow was powered by rage and grief, and the desperate relief of finally being able to fight back. Brainiac crashed through a bank of computers, his body leaving an imprint in the metal. Diana and Cassie attacked in perfect synchronization. Years of training together meant they moved in perfect sync. Diana's sword, forged in the Masira and enhanced with Alphonse's runes, actually managed to cut Brainiac's outer shell. Sparks flew and ichor-like fluid leaked from the wound. Cassie followed up with a punch that would have leveled a building, catching Brainiac in the chest and sending him skidding across the deck. Divine metallurgy detected, Brainiac analyzed even as he fought. Olympian origin, enhanced with runic magic, unexpected synthesis of mythological and scientific principles. He caught Diana's next sword strike with his bare hand. The blade bit into his palm but didn't sever it. Analyzing composition, attempting replication. Arthur's trident pierced through one of the tentacles still connected to Brainiac's body. Electricity coursed through it, not just electricity, but the power of the ocean itself channeled through Alphonse's superconductor armor. The feedback made Brainiac's entire body convulse. Systems sparked, his eyes flickered. Electrical attack, 2.4 million volts, attempting to redirect to primary capacitors. But Arthur's armor was already absorbing the redirected current. The superconductor design meant electricity flowed through it without resistance, feeding back through the trident with triple the force. Arthur gritted his teeth and pushed harder. Atlantean powers combined with advanced materials science, Brainiac's voice actually carried something like interest. Unexpected variables continue to accumulate, adjusting primary knowledge. Hank didn't waste the opening. He phased, his body becoming intangible, and flew directly through Brainiac's torso. As he passed through, he shifted his density at precisely the right moments, becoming solid just long enough to disrupt circuits, then intangible again before Brainiac could counter. Fire erupted from Brainiac's core, an automatic defense mechanism. Hank had been ready for it, expecting to flee, but his armor held. He felt the heat, but it didn't burn him, didn't trigger that primal Martian terror of flames. He could fight through fire, Hank grinned. The realization made him bold. Hank reformed on the other side, having disrupted several key systems, and immediately phased back for another pass. Martian physiology, typical weakness to fire negated by protective armor. Brainiac's analysis continued without pause. Adaptation noted, updating countermeasures. Bruce moved through the chaos like a shadow. His stealth armor bent light around him, making him effectively invisible even to Brainiac's advanced sensors. He appeared behind the android, explosive batarangs already flying. He had to ask Alphonse to make them bat-shaped, despite his protests saying, "It's not optimal or scientific for throwing." The explosions were shaped charges designed by Alphonse, not maximum destruction, but maximum disruption. They detonated against Brainiac's back, each one targeting a different system node that Alphonse had identified in his scans. Minimal damage, but maximum distraction. Stealth technology superior to database records, Brainiac noted. Subject, Batman, tactical analysis, primary threat despite lack of metahuman abilities. Why do you know, Batman is always the prime target for EV alien invader. Barry chuckled as he ran. Seems fair, he is the brain of this team, Diana smirked. Victor coordinated everything from his station, firing plasma blasts from the Watchtower's weapons while his own cybernetic systems launched their own attacks. His new armor made him feel complete, protected. For once, he wasn't worried about being hacked or overridden. His shields are down to 68%, Victor called out. "Whatever you're doing, keep doing it." And they did. For those first few minutes, the Justice League fought with perfect coordination. Every weakness Brainiac had exploited in the past had been compensated for. Kryptonite didn't work. Fire didn't work. His superior analysis hadn't accounted for Alphonse's enhancements. They felt like they were actually winning. Diana's sword cut deep into Brainiac's shoulder. Cassie's fist created another crater in his chest. Clark and Kara struck in tandem, their combined might actually cracking his force field. Arthur's electricity disrupted his systems faster than he could repair them. Hank phased through him repeatedly, each pass causing more internal damage. Barry landed thousands of strikes that, individually meaningless, began to add up to something significant. Bruce's explosives kept him off balance, unable to mount a proper defense. Brainiac stumbled backward, his movements becoming jerky. His voice glitched. "Damn damage levels, approaching critical thresholds. This is unexpected, impossible." At his console, Alphonse worked frantically. His fingers flew across holographic keyboards, lines of code cascading down multiple screens. "Cortana, run Protocol Omega-7. We need access to his mainframe before he adapts." "Running analysis," his AI responded in a smooth, feminine voice. "Brainiac's firewalls are adapting, but not fast enough. Estimated time to breach, 3 minutes 40 seconds. Kara kept fighting fiercely, her enhanced senses watching for any threat. But she kept glancing at Alphonse, at the intense focus on his face as he worked. He'd made this armor for her, had protected her. She felt her heart beating faster every time she looked at him. For that brief shining moment, it seemed like the battle would be short, like Earth's heroes would triumph decisively. Multiple opponents with compensated weaknesses, Brainiac's analysis continued. Prior intelligence on Justice League capabilities, outdated, adaptation required. Then Brainiac's eyes flared crimson, and everything changed. Sufficient data collected. Brainiac's voice lost its glitches, becoming smooth and cold again. Threat assessment complete, countermeasures calculated, combat parameters updated, initiating combat protocol, Omega XL29. His body straightened, the damage beginning to repair itself through nanite reconstruction. "You have my gratitude. I have not been forced to adapt this extensively in 2,000 years since I met that Earthling. Your species shows unexpected potential." "Yeah, well, here's some more potential." Cassie grinned and charged forward. Brainiac's hand moved faster than she'd anticipated. He caught her fist, analyzed the force behind it, and redirected it with perfectly calculated leverage. Cassie found herself thrown across the room. She crashed through a wall, the impact knocking the wind from her lungs. "Cassie," Diana moved to help her sister, but Brainiac was already adapting his approach. His 12th level intellect had spent those first few minutes analyzing every attack, every power, every weakness. Now he put that knowledge to devastating use. A sphere of crimson light erupted from Brainiac's chest, a portable red sun generator, a device that should have been impossible to miniaturize, but which Brainiac had perfected over millennia of collecting specimens. The artificial radiation washed over the battlefield like a wave. Clark felt it immediately. His powers, the solar energy stored in his cells, began draining away like water through a sieve. His flight faltered. His strength faded. The invulnerability that made him Superman started evaporating. "Oh man," he dropped to one knee, his armor suddenly feeling impossibly heavy. Not again. Kara felt it too. The golden armor that had made her feel so powerful, so safe, couldn't protect against this. Her knees buckled. The strength fled from her limbs. She'd been weak before when Brainiac captured her, and that helplessness came flooding back. "Alphonse," she gasped, one hand reaching toward where he worked. "I see it." Alphonse's fingers moved even faster, trying to shut down the generator remotely. But Brainiac had anticipated that. The device was isolated, hardened against hacking. "Damn it, I need more time." Brainiac didn't give him time. The android's body temperature began rising exponentially. It wasn't just heat, it was thermal energy on a stellar scale, the kind of temperatures found in the heart of a sun. The air itself began to shimmer and distort. "Warning," Victor's systems were screaming alerts. Temperature exceeding safe parameters, hull integrity failing. The watchtower's metal walls began to glow, first red, then orange, then white-hot. Equipment melted. Computers exploded from the heat. Even the hero's enhanced armor began to soften under the assault. Diana felt her armor growing hot against her skin, not enough to burn yet, but getting there. Cassie struggled to her feet, sweat already pouring down her face. This is insane. Bari tried to create a vortex to pull the heat away, but there was too much of it, coming from all directions. Arthur's armor was conducting the heat, making him feel like he was being cooked inside his own protective gear. Hank's fireproof armor held better than most, but even it had limits. Bruce felt his cape beginning to smolder. We need to retreat, we can't. Analyzing response time to thermal assault, Brainiac stated coldly, his body now glowing white-hot. Measuring heat tolerance, documenting failure points of armor systems. This data will be most useful for future collections. The watchtower itself began to melt. Support beams sagged, bulkheads buckled. They were going to die here, cooked alive in this metal coffin orbiting Earth. Alphonse's eyes widened with realization, his armor immediately covering him as the blue light in his chest lit up. He thrust both hands forward and pulled. His divine domain over fire wasn't just control, it was absolute authority. Every flame, every spark, every joule of thermal energy in the room suddenly recognized its master. The heat bent to his will, flowing toward him like iron to a magnet. His armor's arc reactor flared brilliant blue-white, absorbing the energy. The temperature in the room dropped 50 degrees in an instant, 100, 200. But that left everything superheated. Metal still glowing, surfaces radiating stored thermal energy that would kill them almost as quickly. Alphonse switched domains. Cool down, he commanded, and water manifested from the moisture in the air, from the station systems, from everywhere. It cascaded over the superheated surfaces, steam exploding outward, but the immediate threat neutralized. It cascaded over superheated surfaces in controlled streams, cooling them rapidly, but not so fast as to cause structural failure from thermal shock. Steam exploded outward, filling the room with hot mist. Through the fog, Brainiac's glowing form was barely visible. Adaptation successful, the android observed. Subject has revealed additional capabilities, reassessing threat level. In that moment, while everyone was blinded by steam and distracted by the sudden shift from unbearable heat to bearable temperatures, Brainiac moved with terrible purpose. His hand shot through Hank's chest. Not physically, that would have been almost merciful. Psionically, Brainiac's hand became intangible, passed through the Martian's armor, and disrupted his molecular structure at its most fundamental level. Hank screamed. It was a sound of pure agony, the cry of someone whose very atoms were being torn apart and barely held together. He collapsed, his body flickering between solid and intangible, unable to maintain cohesion. Hank, Diana rushed toward him. Martian neural structure. Fascinating, Brainiac commented, as if discussing a laboratory specimen. The density shifting requires precise molecular control. Disruption of that control results in cascade failure. Subject will dissolve in approximately 4 minutes without intervention. Bari saw Hank fall, saw his friend dying. The Flash moved without thinking, pushing his speed to the limit, racing to get Hank to safety. And ran directly into a temporal stasis field that Brainiac had deployed in the space he predicted the speedster would occupy. Time stopped. For Bari, everything just froze. He was trapped mid-step, 1 foot raised, his face still showing determination. He was aware, could see and hear everything, but couldn't move, couldn't vibrate, couldn't do anything except watch helplessly. Temporal manipulation, Brainiac explained to no one in particular. The speedster's reliance on velocity makes him vulnerable to time-stopping technology. He will remain in this state until I choose to release him. 2 of their strongest fighters taken out in seconds. The remaining heroes stared in horror. This was Brainiac's true power, not just strength, but tactical genius that turned every advantage against you. Arthur, Bruce, Diana, Cassie, defensive formation, Clark tried to command, but his voice was weak. The red sun radiation had stolen too much of his power. Brainiac pressed his advantage. Green energy tentacles erupted from his body, dozens of them, each one tipped with nanite injectors that gleamed with technological malevolence. They struck like vipers, faster than thought. One wrapped around Arthur's bicep, the injector piercing through his armor before he could react. He felt something cold and wrong being pumped into his bloodstream. Another caught Bruce's leg, the nanites forcing their way through even his enhanced armor's defenses. They invaded his bloodstream, foreign and invasive. A third grazed Cassie's shoulder, barely a touch, but enough for the microscopic machines to infiltrate. Initiating viral upload, Brainiac announced with the detachment of someone running a software update. Biological and technological systems will be assimilated. Your consciousnesses will be preserved to serve as processing power for my calculations. Resistance is futile. Arthur roared, his muscles bulging as he ripped the tentacle free. He could already feel the nanites spreading through his body, trying to reach his brain. No, get out of me. Bruce activated an EMP pulse built into his suit. The electromagnetic burst fried the tentacle attached to him and disrupted some of the nanites in his system, but not all of them. He could feel them adapting, hardening against his countermeasures. Cassie didn't hesitate. Her eyes glowed red as she unleashed her domain of love, healing the wound before the virus could spread far. The pain was excruciating but necessary. Diana and the wounded Cassie formed a defensive line. "When did you learn that?" Diana exclaimed. "Dad taught me. He said I'm not using my powers properly, and he beat me up to prove it," Cassie pouted. Diana's sword blazed with lightning as she cut through tentacle after tentacle, while Cassie used her remaining strength to literally rip Brainiac's limbs off, only for them to regenerate in seconds through his nanite reconstruction. "We can't keep this up like this," Cassie shouted, her voice strained. The healing had worked, but she could still feel a few nanites in her system, fighting her immune system. Victor was fighting his own battle. Brainiac was attacking him on 17 different digital fronts simultaneously, trying to hack his cybernetic systems. Even with Alphonse's protection, it was taking everything he had just to hold his ground. "His processing power is insane," Victor called out. "He's running battlefield simulations, analyzing our attack patterns, hacking me, and controlling all his drones at the same time. How is that even possible?" "12th level intellect," Diana panted, parrying another tentacle. "He can think faster than we can move." Bari groaned. "Self-burn, it's like calling us dumb without even trying." Clark, weakened by the red sun radiation, still tried to fight. He couldn't fly anymore, could barely lift his arms, but he was still Superman. He charged Brainiac with pure determination, relying on his armor's protection more than his own fading powers. Brainiac caught him effortlessly by the throat, lifting him off the ground with one hand. The last son of Krypton, reduced to merely human levels by proper preparation. You are proof that superior genetics mean nothing without proper planning. A nanite injector extended from Brainiac's palm, a thick needle gleaming with technology that made Victor's enhancements look primitive. It drove toward Clark's neck, aiming for the major artery that would carry the virus directly to his brain. "Kal," Kara screamed. She tried to move, tried to help, but she was as powerless as he was under the red sun radiation. Her armor kept her from collapsing, but she had no strength, no speed, nothing that made her Kryptonian. Clark saw the injector coming, saw Kara trying to reach him, saw Brainiac's cold eyes analyzing his final moments. He made a choice. With the last of his fading strength, Clark grabbed Kara's outstretched hand and threw her, away from Brainiac, away from the virus, away from danger. "No," Kara tumbled across the floor, her weakened body unable to stop her momentum. The nanite injector pierced Clark's neck. The effect was instantaneous. Green circuitry patterns spread across his skin like lightning, racing up his neck and across his face. His eyes, those kind blue eyes that had saved the world so many times, glazed over. The light of consciousness faded, replaced by the green glow of Brainiac's control. Justice League watched horrified as his mind was taken over. "Assimilation complete," Brainiac stated with satisfaction. He released Clark, who dropped to his feet with mechanical precision. Superman is now under my control. His genetic code, his memories, his powers, all are mine to command. Superman turned to face his friends. His expression was blank, empty, a puppet wearing a hero's face. "Clark," Diana whispered, horror filling her voice. "Clark, buddy, fight it," Arthur shouted, but there was no response, no recognition. "Terminate the remaining subjects. I need the Kryptonian alive." Brainiac commanded his newest slave. "She'll make a fine addition to my collection." But before he could move, Clark's armor dissolved around him, taking away his defense. Bruce looked at Alphonse, who shook his head. "I can control all my armors remotely, in case they get stolen. Now you can use kryptonite to restrain him." Clark moved. Even weakened by red sun radiation previously, even with his armor dissolved away by Alphonse's remote command, he was still superhumanly fast. He blurred toward the Justice League with murderous intent. Kara saw her cousin coming to kill her and couldn't move. Her body was too weak. Her mind was reeling. After everything, after surviving Krypton's destruction and Brainiac's capture, this was how it ended. No. She wouldn't die here. She couldn't let Brainiac win. But she was too weak to fight, too slow to run. Then Diana and Cassie charged at Clark with Bruce and Hank following behind. They managed to stop Clark, but he kept them occupied. Barry was trying to heal rapidly from his injury. Brainiac turned his attention back to Kara, deciding that such a valuable specimen deserved his personal attention. "And now, the last Kryptonian female. Your genetic material will diversify my collection significantly. I will study how your people could have become great had they not been so foolishly short-sighted. No more escaping this time." Kara watched helplessly as he walked towards her step by step. Capitulo 121, End of Brainiac. Brainiac moved toward Kara with terrible purpose, ignoring Clark, who was fighting. Kara tried to stand, tried to fight, but the red sun radiation had stolen too much. Her armor felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Just as Brainiac reached for her, a sphere of crystalline water materialized between them. It was solid as diamond even when moving, crackling with electrical current, and gleaming with the same red glow as Alphonse's eyes. The barrier deflected Brainiac's hand, with enough force to actually push the android back a step. Kara looked up, surprised and hopeful and terrified. Alphonse stood there, having abandoned his console. He'd stepped between her and Brainiac with a decisiveness that left no room for argument. "Alphonse, no," Kara shouted, finding her voice despite her weakness. "Get back, you'll be infected, he'll kill you." Alphonse smiled, not his usual nervous, awkward smile. This was something different, something confident and warm. "My dad once told me something," he said, his voice steady. "He said sometimes a man has to step up to protect what's dear to him." He looked down at Kara, and his ruby-red eyes were gentle despite the power radiating from them. I didn't really understand what he meant before. His smile widened slightly, but now I do. "About damn time." Cassie grinned despite the dire situation, despite her wounds and the nanites still fighting in her system. "It's about time my brother showed off a little." Bruce, leaning heavily on Arthur for support, looked at Diana with genuine concern. "Will Alphonse be safe? From what I've observed, he seems more support-oriented. A builder, not a fighter." Diana chuckled, a sound of absolute confidence that cut through the tension like a blade. "My little brother is perhaps the strongest of us 3 siblings." She nodded toward Cassie. "Our youngest, Soph, is the strongest overall, but Alphonse comes next." "Then why doesn't he fight more often?" Victor asked, keeping one eye on the confrontation while maintaining his defensive programs against Brainiac's hacking attempts. Diana's expression became more serious. "Because when Alphonse fights, people die, and he hates that. He'd rather build, create, help. Fighting is a last resort for him." "Interesting," Brainiac observed, his 3 eyes focusing entirely on Alphonse. "Another divine entity. Power signatures indicate hydrokinesis, pyrokinesis, divine craftsmanship, runic magic. Threat assessment, significantly elevated." Alphonse clicked a button on his chest plate. A newer, more beautiful silver armor began spreading across his body, flowing from around the arc reactor like liquid mercury. It layered over his existing protection, adding thickness and strength. The material moved almost lovingly across his skin, recognizing its creator's touch, conforming to his exact specifications. The armor solidified into something magnificent. Silver base with gold trim, every inch covered in flowing runic inscriptions that pulsed with power. Norse runes intertwined with Egyptian hieroglyphs, connecting to Sumerian cuneiform, all of it creating a matrix of divine power that made the air itself vibrate with potential energy. His arc reactor, a fusion of magic and technology that shouldn't exist but did, blazed like a miniature sun in his chest. Blue-white light poured from it, so bright that everyone had to squint. Then a large golden hammer flew through the air. It moved with purpose, with weight, with the certainty of a legendary weapon answering its master's call. The hammer landed in Alphonse's outstretched hand with a thunderous crack that shook the entire station. Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, the weapon of the thunder god himself. Electricity began dancing along its head, not just lightning, but the primal essence of storms given physical form. The runes carved into its surface by dwarven smiths untold ages ago blazed with recognition. Bari, still trapped in his temporal bubble, managed to move his eyes just enough to see. His voice came out distorted by the time manipulation. "Dude, is that? Are you seriously copying Iron Man?" Diana shook her head, pride and exasperation mixing in her expression. "Using Mjolnir as a forge hammer. That's just extravagant. Only my brother would use a legendary weapon to craft other legendary weapons." "How did he even get that?" Arthur whispered. "Father killed Thor millennia ago during what humans called Ragnarok," Diana said simply. "Gave Mjolnir to Alphonse as a birthday gift when he showed interest in smithing. Said it made a good hammer for shaping divine metals." "Your family is terrifying," Hank muttered. "You're just noticing," Cassie quipped. But Alphonse wasn't done yet. The hundreds of small orbs that had been floating dormant around the watchtower suddenly activated with a collective hum. They unfolded like mechanical flowers, each one transforming into a weapon platform: railguns, plasma cannons, missile pods, energy projectors, and devices whose purpose wasn't immediately clear. They all locked on Brainiac simultaneously. "Cortana," Alphonse said calmly, his voice taking on a tone of absolute command. "Combat Protocol Ragnarok." His AI's response was immediate. "Acknowledged, deploying full arsenal. Target, Brainiac, calculating optimal firing solutions. Complete. Probability of target termination, 74.7%. "I want this technology," Brainiac stated, genuine interest in his cold voice. "Advanced artificial intelligence combined with magical sentience. Quantum processing architecture. Neural network design superior to anything in my current database. How did a primitive species develop this?" "Well, humans didn't do it yet," Alphonse said simply. He began walking forward, Mjolnir resting casually on his shoulder. Each step radiated confidence. "I did, with help from my father's knowledge and my mother's divine blessings. It's unique, one of a kind. Then I shall dissect it from your corpse." "You can try." The weapon platforms opened fire. It wasn't just shooting, it was orchestrated destruction. Each platform attacked in perfect synchronization with the others, creating a symphony of overlapping fire that left no gaps, no opportunities to dodge. Plasma blasts followed by kinetic slugs. Energy beams crossing to create interference patterns that disrupted shields. Micromissiles exploding to generate electromagnetic pulses. Graviton projectors creating localized wells that disrupted movement. Dimensional shifters causing space itself to become unstable in specific locations. Every weapon fired with purpose. Every shot was calculated by Cortana's advanced AI to hit at the optimal angle, optimal timing, optimal energy level. When Brainiac's shields adapted to one type of attack, 3 others were already hitting from different vectors. The android was forced to divert significant processing power to defense. His mechanical tentacles whipped out, destroying platform after platform. But for every one destroyed, 2 more appeared from Alphonse's dimensional storage, already firing before they'd fully materialized. Impressive coordination, Brainiac acknowledged, his shields flickering under the relentless assault. But ultimately insufficient. Keep your tentacles away from me, you sumic freak. Alphonse smacked away a tentacle with Mjolnir. I've seen enough anime to know your type. Brainiac asked curiously. Your primitive planet has entertainment based on intellectual beings. Maybe it's not so primitive after all. Cassie snorted. Did that guy really thought you complimented him? Ahahaha. Brainiac also realized it was a mockery, and released a pulse of energy that destroyed a dozen platforms simultaneously. They were replaced within seconds. You can't win through attrition, Brainiac stated. I am superior, I always adapt, I always. Alphonse's eyes glowed. Water burst from every pipe in the watchtower, from the life support systems, from the very moisture in the air. It formed a massive sphere around Brainiac, trapping him. The androids started to heat it, to boil it away. Alphonse froze it solid, not just cold, but absolute zero, matter locked in place at the molecular level. Brainiac shattered free, ice exploding outward. Fire met him on the other side. Alphonse's domain over flame manifested as white-hot plasma that could melt through starship hulls. Brainiac's shields held, but barely. Adaptation in progress, Brainiac's voice showed strain for the first time. Analyzing power signature, unusual combination of domains, hydrokinesis and pyrokinesis typically incompatible. Lightning struck from Mjolnir, not Thor's lightning, which had been powerful. This was Alphonse's lightning, channeled through a weapon that amplified divine power. It hit with the force of a tactical nuke, sending Brainiac crashing into a wall. Kara, still on the ground, watched Alphonse fight. Her heart was beating so fast she thought it might burst. This boy, this awkward, sweet, brilliant boy who'd been so nervous around her, was now fighting a being that had destroyed entire civilizations. And he was winning. No, not just winning, he was dominating. Every attack Brainiac launched, Alphonse countered. Every adaptation, Alphonse had anticipated. It was like watching a chess master dismantle an amateur, except the amateur was one of the universe's greatest threats. Alphonse moved with his father's confidence and his mother's grace. He attacked with precision, not wasting energy, every move calculated for maximum effect. A tentacle tried to grab him. Water formed a barrier that froze it solid, then shattered it. Nanites attempted to infiltrate his armor. Electricity running across the surface fried them before they could make contact. Brainiac tried to hack Cortana. The AI simply laughed with programmed amusement, a bit rude to try and penetrate my walls without even a date, don't you think? Not that I would accept. Cortana counterhacked, forcing Brainiac to divert precious processing power to defend his own systems. This is impossible. Brainiac's voice held something that might have been frustration. You should not be this powerful. This is not logical. He tried to go after Kara, who could be used as leverage. Alphonse wasn't done. He spun Mjolnir in a circle and sent him flying. Without breaking stride, he reached down and gently lifted Kara in his arms. He carried her away from the battlefield, moving with casual ease. He set her down carefully in the safer rear area, away from the fighting. Kara, despite the battle, despite the danger, found herself blushing. She looked up at him, this impossible boy in his gleaming armor, and felt something in her chest tighten. She hugged him suddenly, tightly, her face pressed against his armored chest. Please be careful, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion she didn't fully understand yet. Alphonse's smile was visible even through his helmet's faceplate. I will, I promise. Then he turned back to face Brainiac. His expression shifted, becoming something colder. Something that reminded everyone watching that this young man was the son of the strongest being on Earth, the being who had killed gods, who had battled cosmic entities and won. The playful awkwardness was gone. What remained was divine wrath wrapped in scientific precision. The infected Superman moved to intercept Alphonse, his blank eyes fixed on his target. Even weakened, even mind-controlled, Clark was fast. But his new metallic armor made by Brainiac suddenly began dissolving. The nanobots that composed it responded to Alphonse's command, flowing off Clark's body like water and forming a sphere around him instead, trapping him in place without harming him. What? Brainiac's voice actually showed surprise. Remote nanite control at this distance, the encryption alone should be. Is mine, Alphonse finished, his voice calm. Did you really think I'd give out armor without a failsafe? And even if it's minimized, it's never gone completely. What kind of craftsman would I be if I didn't plan for theft or, oh I don't know, mind control? Diana and Cassie immediately moved to restrain the powerless Clark. They were careful, gentle despite the urgency. This was their friend, their ally. They needed him alive and unharmed because only Brainiac had the cure. Arthur, help us, Diana called. Arthur limped over, still fighting the nanites in his own system through sheer willpower. Together, the three of them managed to secure Clark using torn cables from damaged equipment. He struggled with mechanical precision, but without his powers, he was merely strong rather than unstoppable. Victor, can you reinforce the bindings? Cassie asked. On it. Victor sent electrical signals through the cables, creating a low-level stasis field. Not enough to hurt Clark, but enough to keep him still. Bruce was running calculations despite his wounded leg and the nanites he was still fighting. We need Brainiac alive. He's the only one with the cure for the virus. I know, Diana said grimly. She looked at her little brother facing down the Collector of Worlds. Alphonse knows too, he won't kill him. But he'll make him wish for death, Cassie added with grim satisfaction. Alphonse raised Mjolnir, and the weapon platforms responded in perfect synchronization. The barrage intensified, no longer just suppressing fire, but calculated strikes designed to exploit every weakness Victor and Alphonse had identified. His shield generator is in his left shoulder, Victor called out, feeding data directly to Cortana. The regeneration matrix is distributed through his spine. Noted, Alphonse replied. A railgun platform fired a tungsten penetrator at relativistic speeds. It punched through Brainiac's weakened shields and shattered his left shoulder. The android's force field flickered and died. Shield systems, offline, Brainiac stated, his voice losing its assured tone. Regeneration capability, impaired. This outcome was not predicted. Fire and water attacked simultaneously, superheated steam expanding with explosive force, then flash freezing into ice shards that struck like bullets. Brainiac raised his arms to protect his core systems, but that left other areas exposed. Diana saw the opening, now. She launched herself forward, her sword blazing with lightning. The blade, enhanced with Alphonse's runes and blessed by gods who no longer lived, carved through Brainiac's defenses like they were paper. Cassie followed a split second behind, her fist glowing with divine power. She struck where Diana's sword had weakened the armor, and her punch actually caved in Brainiac's chest plate. Arthur surged forward despite his wounds, despite the virus fighting in his bloodstream. His trident pierced through Brainiac's abdomen, electricity coursing through it with enough power to light a city. Hank, still badly wounded but refusing to stay down, phased through Brainiac one more time. This one was different. He didn't just disrupt systems, he physically removed components, his intangible hands pulling out circuit boards and processing cores as he passed through. Even Bruce, limping and barely able to stand, threw his last explosive batarangs. They struck with pinpoint precision, destroying the tentacles Brainiac tried to deploy in defense. And through it all, Alphonse coordinated everything. His weapon platforms provided covering fire. His water domain created barriers that protected his allies. His fire domain absorbed Brainiac's heat-based attacks. Mjolnir's lightning struck whenever Brainiac tried to regenerate, disrupting the nanite reconstruction. They fought as one unit, every hero covering another's weakness, exploiting every advantage. Diana's divine strength paired with Cassie's aggressive tactics, Arthur's electrical attacks amplified by Alphonse's coordination. Hank's phasing made devastating by precise timing. Bruce's tactical genius directing everyone's movements even while wounded. And Alphonse was the center of it all, the axis around which the battle turned. His powers gave them the tools they needed. His armor protected them. His AI coordinated their attacks with inhuman precision. Brainiac, for all his 12th-level intellect, had made a critical miscalculation. He'd analyzed each hero individually, planned counters for their individual strengths. but he hadn't properly accounted for what they could do together. Coordinated by someone who understood both the scientific principles behind their powers and the divine nature that enhanced them. "This is impossible." Brainiac's voice was filled with static now, his vocal systems damaged. Probability of defeat was calculated at 0.0001%. Variables were accounted for. Adaptations were implemented. How? "You forgot something," Alphonse said, breathing hard from the exertion but still standing strong. His armor was scorched and dented, his arc reactor flickering, but his eyes were clear and determined. "We're not fighting for conquest or collection. We're fighting for our home, for our family, for each other." He raised Mjolnir one final time. Lightning gathered around the hammer, not just Thor's storm power, but something more. Alphonse's own divine authority over water, fire, courage. The runes on his armor blazed in response. His weapon platforms all oriented on Brainiac simultaneously, ready to fire. And that makes all the difference. Brainiac tried to launch one final attack, channeling everything he had left into a desperate assault. Energy crackled across his damaged form as he prepared to detonate himself, to take them all with him. "I hate using this move, but you have left me no choice." Alphonse's eyes glowed brilliant ruby red. His divine senses expanded outward, feeling every drop of liquid in a 1,000-meter radius. Every molecule of water, every hydraulic fluid, every coolant, every biological liquid in the samples Brainiac had collected over millennia. He concentrated on Brainiac specifically, felt the cooling systems that kept his processors from overheating, the hydraulic fluids that powered his physical movements, the strange biomechanical ichor that flowed through his hybrid systems, even the water vapor in the atmospheric processors that allowed him to speak. Every single drop. "Wait," Brainiac's voice suddenly carried genuine alarm. "You wouldn't. The energy expenditure would be enormous, the precision required." "I'm the god of water," Alphonse said quietly. "This is nothing." He clenched his fist. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. Every liquid in Brainiac's body tried to exit simultaneously. Coolant exploded through his chest cavity in a spray of green fluid. Hydraulic systems ruptured, the pressure differential literally tearing pipes apart from the inside. The biomechanical ichor that served as his equivalent of blood burst from every joint and seam. Even the moisture in his atmospheric processors, the tiny amount of water vapor that existed in his speaking mechanisms, detonated outward with enough force to shatter his vocal systems completely. Brainiac's scream was unlike anything they'd heard. It wasn't just sound, it was digital and organic and wrong, a sound of complete system failure across every level simultaneously. The noise came from his body itself as metal shrieked and circuits sparked and organic components died. His body convulsed violently, limbs jerking in directions they weren't meant to move. He tried to regenerate, but his nanites needed liquid to move, needed coolant to function, needed hydraulic pressure to deploy. Everything that made him work was being forcibly removed. He collapsed to his knees, his once mighty form, so terrifying just minutes ago, shriveled like a corpse left in the desert. Metal plates cracked. Circuits went dark. The 3 glowing eyes that had held such cold intelligence began to flicker. Alphonse staggered, the effort of that attack taking its toll even on his divine stamina. The arc reactor in his chest dimmed noticeably. Sweat poured down his face inside his helmet. Kara was there immediately, moving faster than she should have been able to despite the red sun radiation. She caught him before he could fall, supporting his weight. "Alphonse." "I'm okay," he breathed, but his smile was weak. That took more out of me than I expected." The other heroes slowly gathered around Brainiac's desiccated form. The android was still technically alive, his eyes still glowed faintly, his internal systems still sparked with residual power. But he was finished as a threat, a husk of his former terror. "Is it over?" Cassie asked, her voice surprisingly quiet. "Not yet," Bruce said, limping forward. "We still need the cure." They all looked at Brainiac's ruined body, at the thing that had nearly killed them all, at the monster who had enslaved Clark and infected their friends. Brainiac's voice came out broken, glitching, barely comprehensible through his destroyed vocal systems. There is no cure. This B-body is destroyed. But I am N, not. My C consciousness P persists in the M mainframe, in M my ship, in B backup systems across the G galaxy. His eyes flickered, fighting to stay lit. You C cannot K kill me, I am infinformation, I am KN knowledge, I am EV everywhere. And I H have already S sent messages to M, my other V versions across the M multiverse. Despite his broken state, despite being reduced to a dying husk, Brainiac managed something like satisfaction. They will see come, they will S see what you have. The T technology, the P powers, they will want to see collect this W world. This is N, not over. This is J, just the beginning. Diana had heard enough. She raised her hand and lightning gathered around it. Divine. Lightning, taken from Zeus himself after his death, channeled through her divine heritage as the daughter of the king of gods. The lightning was pure white, crackling with power that transcended mere physics. It was the wrath of Olympus given form, the judgment of gods made manifest. She thrust her hand forward, and the bolt struck Brainiac's ruined body-dead center. The explosion was blinding. Thunder rolled through the watchtower loud enough to make everyone's ears ring. Energy cascaded outward in waves, but Diana controlled it perfectly, all the destruction focused on Brainiac alone, nothing splashing to harm her allies. When the light faded, nothing remained. Not metal, not circuitry, not even ash. The atomic bonds that held Brainiac's physical form together had been completely severed, matter returned to its component particles and scattered. The collector of worlds was gone. But his final message hung in the air like a curse. His other versions would come, they would want Earth, want its heroes, want Alphonse's technology. The battle was over. They'd won. So why did it feel like they'd lost? We need to search his ship, Bruce said immediately, always thinking ahead despite his exhaustion. I don't believe he doesn't have a cure. If there's a cure for the virus, it'll be in his databases. On it, Victor said, already interfacing with what remained of Brainiac's vessel. His cybernetic systems linked with the ship's computers, diving into alien databases with the help of his new armor's protection. The others spread out through the massive skull-shaped ship. It was a labyrinth of technology and horror, rooms filled with bottled cities, each one containing millions of beings, shrunk down and preserved like specimens. Laboratories where Brainiac had conducted experiments that would have made even the cruelest human scientists sick. Storage bays filled with stolen knowledge from 1,000 worlds. Diana and Cassie searched the medical bays, looking for anything labeled as antiviral compounds or cure formulas. Arthur checked the biological storage areas, his knowledge of xenobiology from Atlantis helping him identify different compounds. Hank, still wounded but stable, phased through walls to check hidden compartments. Alphonse worked with Victor, his scientific knowledge and Cortana's processing power helping them navigate Brainiac's filing systems. The AI was organized, meticulously so, but it was also vast beyond comprehension. Thousands of years of collected data. Searching for viral cure formulas, Cortana reported in her calm voice. Scanning medical databases, biological warfare archives, assimilation protocols, no relevant matches found. Keep looking, Alphonse muttered, his fingers flying across holographic keyboards. It has to be here somewhere. Kara stood beside him, watching but not interfering. Her heart was heavy. Clark, her cousin, her only family, was infected with something that was rewriting his mind, making him Brainiac's slave, and they couldn't find the cure. An hour passed, then another. Victor's shoulders gradually slumped. His hands slowed on the interface. His expression, visible through his partially cybernetic face, grew more and more despondent. Finally, he stopped. His hands fell to his sides. It's not here, Victor said quietly. I've searched every database, every file, every backup system. There's no cure in his ship's computers. What? Diana's voice was sharp. That's impossible. Brainiac created the virus. He must have created a cure. Maybe he did, Victor replied. But if so, he didn't store it here. Or, he paused, the horrible possibility occurring to him. Or he never made one at all. Maybe he never intended to cure anyone. Once you're infected, you stay infected. Forever. The word hung in the air like a death sentence. No, Kara's voice was small, breaking. No, that can't be right. There has to be something. We have to save him. Cassie put a hand on her shoulder, trying to offer comfort she didn't feel. Kara. No, Kara pulled away, her eyes wild with desperation. We can't just give up. He's my cousin, he's my family, he's the only family I have left. Her voice cracked on the last word. All the strength she'd shown, all the courage crumbled. She'd lost Krypton, lost her city. Been captured and controlled by Brainiac, crashed on a strange world. And now, when she'd finally found hope again, found her cousin alive and well, he was being taken from her too. It wasn't fair, it wasn't right. Tears began streaming down her face. She tried to hold them back, tried to be strong like she should be, but she couldn't, not anymore. She'd been through too much, lost too much. Alphonse moved to her immediately, wrapping his arms around her. His armor had retracted, leaving him in just his regular clothes, and Kara buried her face in his chest and sobbed. I can't lose him, she whispered between sobs. I can't, he's all I have. Everyone else is gone, everyone. Hey, listen to me, Alphonse said softly, one hand stroking her hair. You're not going to lose him, I promise. But there's no cure. My father will find a way. Alphonse's voice was absolutely certain. Dad's stronger and wiser than most cosmic entities. He's dealt with mind control, viral infections, cosmic plagues, magical curses, and things that don't even have names. He also cured you before. This is just another problem to solve. He pulled back slightly so he could look into her eyes. And even if there wasn't a cure before, he'll help me make one. That's what he does. Reality doesn't usually get much say when my father decides something needs to change. Despite everything, despite her grief and fear, Kara found herself believing him. There was something about the absolute confidence in Alphonse's voice, the certainty in his red eyes, that made it impossible not to believe. Cassie walked over, her own expression soft with sympathy. My brother's right, Kara. Dad's pulled off way more impossible things than curing an alien virus. She managed a small smile. Remember when that weird alien chick tried to conquer Avalon? Dad turned her into a lawn ornament for a week, Diana added, joining them. Her voice carried the same certainty as Alphonse's. Trapped in stone, surrounded by garden gnomes and pink flamingos. Mother was furious about the lawn decor, but Dad thought it was hilarious. Despite her tears, Kara let out a small, wet laugh. Garden gnomes. Pink flamingos, too, Cassie confirmed. Dad has a weird sense of humor when he's making a point. Arthur limped over, still fighting the nanites but winning through sheer stubbornness. Your father really turned someone into a lawn ornament. For a week, Diana confirmed. Then he released her with a warning to never come back. She actually listened, which tells you how thoroughly my father humiliated her. We should get Clark back to Avalon, Bruce said, practical even in crisis. His leg wound had been temporarily bandaged, and he'd managed to purge most of the nanites through a combination of EMP pulses and sheer willpower. Hank needs proper medical attention. Barry too, once we can release him from that temporal field. Glad that someone actually noticed I was still here. Barry's sarcastic voice came in slow motion. Victor chuckled, maybe we should leave you there for a while. They gathered their wounded and their one infected. The watchtower was heavily damaged but stable enough for now. Victor would stay behind to coordinate repairs and maintain Earth's new defensive grid. The one Alphonse had built in less than an hour using Brainiac's tech, which was now the most sophisticated planetary defense system humanity had ever possessed. I'll catalog everything in Brainiac's ship, Victor said. Maybe we'll find something useful. At minimum, we can study his technology, learn from it. Be careful, Alphonse warned. Some of that tech is booby-trapped. Use these. He pulled out a handful of scanning devices from his dimensional storage. They'll detect harmful systems before you interact with them. Thanks, Victor accepted the devices gratefully. And Alphonse, what you did today, that was incredible. You saved all of us. Alphonse shook his head. We saved each other. Jus 5 don't ask me to fight again anytime soon. Cassie smacked his back cheerfully. "Oh, come on, bro, it was fun. We literally bonded while kicking ass." As they prepared to leave via boom tube, Kara took one last look at where Brainiac's body had been destroyed. The monster who'd haunted her nightmares, who'd destroyed her city, who'd turned her into a weapon, he was gone. But the damage he'd done remained. She looked at Clark, unconscious and restrained, green circuitry still visible on his skin. Her cousin, her family, stolen from her by that monster's final act of cruelty. Alphonse took her hand, squeezing gently. "Come on, let's go home." Home, the word felt strange. Kara didn't have a home anymore. Krypton was gone, candor was bottled, she was adrift alone. Except she wasn't alone. Alphonse was holding her hand. Diana and Cassie were treating her like family already. Even the other heroes, strangers until today, had fought beside her like she belonged. Maybe home wasn't a place, maybe it was people. They stepped through the boom tube, leaving the damaged watchtower and Brainiac's ship behind. Leaving the battlefield where they'd won but lost at the same time. The war wasn't over. Brainiac's other versions would come, but they would face that threat together. And somewhere on Avalon, Edward was probably already working on a cure, because that's what fathers did. They protected their children and the people their children cared about. Kara held Alphonse's hand tighter as they materialized in Avalon's main hall. She'd lost so much, but maybe, just maybe, she was starting to find something too. The battle was over. The real work was just beginning. Far out in the depths of space, dozens of skull-shaped ships received Brainiac's final transmission. Each one contained a different version of the Collector, alternate iterations from parallel universes, each with their own experiences and knowledge. They all came to the same conclusion. Earth-X was interesting, it had to be studied, collected, preserved. The Brainiacs were coming. But they didn't know about Edward yet, didn't know what happened when you threatened his family. They would learn it the hard way. Capítulo 122, Ragnarok. Edward was munching some popcorn and watching what was happening on the watchtower through a holographic display that floated above the coffee table in Avalon's main lounge. The battle had concluded minutes ago, Brainiac reduced to scattered atoms, his ship now being catalogued by Victor. Edward's expression remained calm, almost bored, as he watched his children and the Justice League prepare to return home. He snapped his fingers casually to produce 2 serums, their contents glowing with a soft blue light, and set them down on the table beside his half-empty popcorn bowl. Grail, who had been massaging his shoulders while pressing herself against his back, leaned forward curiously. Her red eyes studied the vials with interest. "What are those, darling?" "Superman got infected by Brainiac," Edward replied casually, picking up another handful of popcorn. "After the battle ends, they'll need this to cure him. I made 2 just in case one gets dropped or something goes wrong." Grail's hands slowed their massage as she processed this. Her expression shifted from curiosity to something more intimate. She wrapped her arms around him from behind, her breath warm against his ear as she whispered, "Since everyone is busy fighting and cleaning up, maybe we could have some fun." Edward chuckled, the sound rumbling in his chest. "You're too insatiable." Grail smirked, her lips brushing against his neck. "You love that about me." "Can't argue with that." Edward stood smoothly, turning to scoop her up in his arms. She let out a pleased sound, wrapping her arms around his neck. "You're going to be in bed for the rest of the day." Grail kissed him deeply, her fingers threading through his hair. When she pulled back, her eyes were heated. "I had no other plans anyway." Edward carried her toward her room, his stride purposeful. But just as they reached the doorway, there was a sudden whoosh of displaced air and a flash of white light. Amenadiel materialized beside them, his pristine white wings folding behind him as he landed gracefully on the marble floor. The angel's expression was apologetic, almost sheepish. "I came at a bad time again, didn't I?" Grail's entire demeanor shifted instantly. Her heated expression cooled to irritation as Edward set her down. She crossed her arms, fixing Amenadiel with a glare that could have melted steel. "You think so, bird boy." Edward sighed, though there was amusement in his eyes. He pulled Grail close and kissed her. "It's probably important. I'll make it up to you later." "You better," Grail muttered, though her expression had softened slightly. She shot Amenadiel one more annoyed look before disappearing into her room, the door closing with perhaps more force than strictly necessary. Edward turned his full attention to the angel. What happened this time, Amenadiel? Are you trained in the arts of cockblocking, or is it an angel thing? Amenadiel's wings shifted, a telltale sign of his discomfort. Apologies for that, it's not intentional. My father wishes to speak with you. It's about what happened last week. The battle with the anti-monitor. Of course, Edward had been expecting this conversation eventually. He nodded, his expression becoming more serious. Lead the way. Amenadiel raised his hand, and reality bent around them. The world dissolved into white light, reforming moments later into the breathtaking view of the Silver City. Edward looked around, taking in the gleaming spires and the eternal golden light that suffused everything. The architecture was timeless, neither ancient nor modern, simply eternal. The place hasn't changed much since the last time I came here. What was it, 2,000 years ago? Amenadiel smiled, some of his earlier tension easing. Angels like stability were very used to this style. Change for the sake of change has never appealed to my kind. They walked along pristine white pathways that seemed to glow from within. Other angels passed them, some nodding respectfully to Amenadiel, others studying Edward with varying degrees of curiosity and wariness. Word had spread about the mortal who had killed gods, who had fought cosmic entities and won. The mortal chosen by their father as his champion. As they walked past the Garden of Eden, Edward slowed his pace. The garden was exactly as he remembered it, impossibly lush, filled with plants that existed nowhere else in creation. Every color imaginable bloomed among the carefully tended beds, and the air itself seemed to hum with life. Working among the plants was Joshua, the garden's eternal caretaker. The angel looked up as they approached, his weathered face breaking into a genuine smile when he recognized Edward. I want to say hi, Edward told Amenadiel. Give me a minute. Amenadiel nodded. Of course, I'll wait here. Edward approached the low stone wall that bordered the garden. Joshua, been a while. Edward, Joshua set down his pruning shears and came over, wiping soil from his hands on his simple robe. I remember you well from your last visit. 2,000 years, was it? Yeah, time really flies, huh? Edward replied with a grin. I wanted to talk to you, but last time was rather heavy and mentally taxing. They chatted for a few minutes about mundane things. How the garden was thriving, some new species Joshua had been cultivating, Edward's own gardens back on Avalon. It was pleasant, comfortable, the kind of conversation between two people who shared a genuine interest in growing things. Then Edward leaned in slightly, lowering his voice conspiratorially. All right, I got a question. Every kind of plant exists here, right? Joshua's expression became serious but amused. Yes, I personally grow each one that has ever existed or will exist. Every species, every variant. Why? Edward's grin turned mischievous. Do you happen to grow weed here? Joshua looked confused for just a second, his head tilting. Then understanding dawned, and a knowing smile grew on his face. He also lowered his voice. Do you mean marijuana, cannabis? Edward gave him an eager nod, trying to keep his expression innocent. Joshua's smile widened into something almost conspiratorial. Follow me. He led Edward deeper into the garden, past beds of flowers that sang with colors that had no names, past trees that bore fruit of crystallized starlight. Amenadiel, still waiting at the entrance, watched them go with mild curiosity but didn't follow. They turned a corner into a more secluded section of the garden, hidden behind a wall of flowering vines. And there, in a small but well-tended plot, Edward's eyes widened at what he saw. Golden marijuana plants stretched toward the eternal light of the Silver City. Each plant was perfect, their leaves a shimmering gold that seemed to capture and reflect the divine radiance around them. The buds, sweet baby Jesus, the buds, glowed with an inner light, looking absolutely divine in the most literal sense possible. Holy shit, Edward breathed. Joshua smirked, clearly pleased with the reaction. The soil is blessed by the presence himself. I water them with sanctified water from the river of life. They've been growing here since plants existed, really. Edward couldn't look away. He'd seen a lot of impressive things in his long life, cosmic entities, divine artifacts, but there was something about seeing perfect divine-grade marijuana grown in literal paradise that hit differently. "Want some?" Joshua asked casually. "Only I smoke it sometimes. The presence also tried it once for research purposes." He said the last part with perfect innocence that didn't quite hide his amusement. "You can take as much as you want." Edward finally tore his gaze away from the plants to look at Joshua. "How much are we talking here?" "Well, let's harvest it and find out." What followed was possibly the most surreal 20 minutes of Edward's existence. He, and an angel of the Lord, the literal gardener of Eden, spent time carefully harvesting divine marijuana. They worked while talking casually, falling into an easy rhythm of cutting, trimming, and collecting. By the time they finished, they had about 100 pounds of the stuff, all stored in bags that Joshua produced from somewhere. The angel pulled out a small pipe, packed it with some of the fresh harvest, and offered it to Edward. "Quality control," Joshua said seriously, but his eyes twinkled. "Well, it's better to have a sample testing." Edward took a hit, then another. His eyes immediately went red, and he had to admit it was probably the smoothest, most perfect high he'd ever experienced. Not overwhelming, not paranoia-inducing, just nice, peaceful. The kind of high that made you appreciate existence. Joshua took his own hits, and soon both of them were giggling like teenagers who'd snuck behind the bleachers. "You know what's funny?" Edward said, staring at a nearby bush that seemed to be growing gemstones instead of berries. "I've killed gods, fought cosmic entities. I literally punched the anti-monitor in the face last week. And right now, I'm high as fuck in the Garden of Eden with an angel." "Life is strange," Joshua agreed sagely, nodding like he'd just imparted great wisdom. Then he giggled. "Life is very strange." They spent another 10 minutes just sitting there, enjoying the high and talking about nothing important. The nature of good soil composition, whether divine light counted as full spectrum for growing purposes. How funny it was that humans had spent millennia trying to breed the perfect strain when it had been growing in paradise the whole time. Eventually, Edward managed to pull himself together enough to stand. He and Joshua shook hands, both of them grinning like idiots. "You're a cool guy, Joshua," Edward said earnestly. "You're pretty cool yourself," Joshua replied with equal sincerity. "Come back and visit sometime, we'll talk hydroponics." "Deal." Edward made his way back to where Amenadiel was waiting, carrying his 100 pounds of divine marijuana and trying very hard to look sober. He failed spectacularly. His eyes were bloodshot, he reeked of smoke, and he couldn't stop grinning. Joshua emerged from the garden a moment later, in the same state. They exchanged one more look and started giggling again. Amenadiel's expressions cycled through confusion, realization, and long-suffering exasperation. "Did you too just, in the Garden of Eden? Really?" "Don't knock it till you try it," Edward said, clapping the angel on the shoulder. "I'll share some with you later. This is quality stuff, divine quality." He paused. "Literally divine quality." Amenadiel pinched the bridge of his nose. "My father is waiting." Right, the presence, serious cosmic business." Edward tried to compose himself and mostly succeeded. "Lead on." They walked through the Silver City, Edward still carrying his bags of heavenly weed and trying not to giggle every time he made eye contact with Joshua, who was heading back to his work. Several angels they passed gave Edward very odd looks, but none of them said anything. Apparently, word had gotten around that he was here to see the presence, and that granted him certain allowances. Finally, they reached the chamber of the presence, a vast space that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. At its center sat the presence himself, the creator of the DC multiverse, wearing his familiar form, an elderly man with kind eyes and an expression of infinite patience. "Welcome again, Edward. You may go, Amenadiel," the presence said gently. "Return to your duties." Amenadiel bowed and departed, leaving Edward alone with God. The presence looked at Edward for a long moment, then at the bags of marijuana, then back at Edward's bloodshot eyes and barely suppressed grin. Then the presence chuckled, a warm, genuine sound. "You really are something, Edward, making me wait while you smoked heavenly weed with my gardener." Edward had the grace to look slightly sheepish. In my defense, it was really good weed. You should consider marketing that stuff. Joshua's sitting on a gold mine. I have tried it, the presence admitted with a small smile. It is rather nice for relaxation, though I don't believe the multiverse is quite ready for commercialized divine cannabis. Their loss. The presence's expression grew more serious. I called you here to discuss the battle last week with the anti-monitor. Edward's demeanor shifted immediately, the pleasant high fading into sharp focus. He set down his bags and gave the presence his full attention. I figured. Let me guess, you want to know how badly I fucked up. Actually, I want to know what you learned. Edward was quiet for a moment, thinking back to that battle. To the anti-monitor's raw power, to how close he'd come to being overwhelmed. I got complacent, he said finally. I've spent so long being able to overpower everything through sheer strength that I forgot what it's like to fight someone actually dangerous. Someone at my level or above. The anti-monitor and Darkseid kicked my ass for most of that fight, and the only reason I won was because they underestimated my noble phantasm. He met the presence's eyes. I need to learn how to fight properly against beings at that level, not just rely on overwhelming power, but actual technique. Strategy. My noble phantasms are powerful, but they take time to charge. In a fast-paced battle against beings like the Anti-Monitor and Darkseid ganging up, or Perpetua, I might not get that time. The presence nodded approvingly. It's good that you recognize this. Too many beings who reach your level of power never bother to refine their skills. They rely solely on raw strength and die when they encounter someone stronger or smarter. Yeah, well, I'd rather not die. I've got wives and kids who'd be pretty upset about that. Indeed, the presence's expression became thoughtful. You could return to the Fate universe for training. Face servants and divine beings there without Perpetua able to observe or interfere. Edward actually shuddered. I'm still mentally recovering from the last time I was there. Do you know how exhausting it is to deal with the type moon power scaling? Everything is simultaneously vague and overly specific. And don't even get me started on trying to understand how noble phantasms actually work from a technical standpoint. The presence chuckled. Fair enough, though I do have another task for you, one that might serve as good training. I'm listening. The DC multiverse, the presence began, his tone taking on the quality of a lecture, does not just contain the Earths you know, the one with the Justice League and the various superhuman factors you've dealt with. There are Earths that never grew out of the divine sphere's influence, where the true bodies of the gods still reside and interact directly with humanity. Edward's eyes narrowed, and one of these Earths is about to face annihilation. The gods have grown tired of humanity's continued existence and have decreed that the species should be erased. Let me guess, Edward said dryly. They're calling it Ragnarok or something equally dramatic. Actually, they're calling it a divine judgment, but the mechanics are similar to what various mythologies call Ragnarok. The presence waved his hand, and images appeared in the air. A vast arena, gods and humans facing each other, cosmic stakes hanging in the balance. 13 gods will fight 13 human champions, the presence explained. One-on-one battles to determine humanity's fate. If the humans win 7 matches, they survive. If the gods win 7, humanity is erased and restarted from scratch. Edward felt a flash of recognition. Wait, Record of Ragnarok? That's an actual thing happening. You're familiar with it. I watched the anime in my previous life. Humanity fighting for survival against gods in one-on-one battles. Humans get paired with Valkyries who transform into divine weapons. Edward frowned. Though the anime left off before the tournament finished, I never saw how it ended. I guess the world got its ending before some shows did. In this reality, the tournament is about to begin, and while the humans have champions chosen, they're going to lose. The presence's expression was grave. The gods on this earth are not weakened avatars. They are the true, full-power versions from the divine sphere. Zeus at his peak, Shiva at full strength. Odin, Anubis, Susanoo, all of them in their prime. And you want me to, what, fight in the tournament? Yes, but there's a complication. The presence leaned forward slightly. Even if the humans win the tournament, the gods won't accept it. They'll claim the fights were invalid, or that humanity cheated, or simply that their decision is final regardless of the outcome. They'll erase humanity anyway and restart from scratch. Of course they will, Edward muttered. Gods are sore losers. You would need to prevent that. Not just win the fights, but prevent the gods from destroying that earth afterward. Edward was quiet for a long moment, thinking it through. They'll recognize me, won't they? I killed most of those gods' avatars on my earth. Zeus, Poseidon, Shiva, I've fought and killed versions of all of them. The presence shrugged. Is that a problem? Don't tell me you are afraid of them. Edward laughed, a sharp, slightly unhinged sound. Afraid? Not really. If anything, it makes it more fun. They'll be pissed off, aggressive, stupid, easier to manipulate and defeat. There is one restriction, the presence added. You'll only be able to use a single form. You won't be able to shift between your various identities and power sets as you normally do, but it will be augmented by your endless powers. Edward considered this. He had multiple identities, multiple fighting styles. His base Atom form, his Kratos form with the blades of chaos and Spartan rage, Gilgamesh and his treasury. I'll use Kratos, he decided. Best suited for god-killing. Plus, the psychological impact of fighting someone who looks exactly like the guy who butchered the Greek pantheon will be fun to watch. The presence nodded approvingly. There's something else you should know. The Earth you're going to is one of the multiverse's failsafes. Failsafes. Against threats like Perpetua, who can erase entire multiverses from existence. Certain Earths are anchored in ways that make them extremely difficult to destroy completely. This is one of them. Even if everything else falls, these anchor Earths persist, allowing reality to rebuild from them. Edward understood immediately. So if I fuck up and that Earth gets destroyed, the multiverse loses one of its backup systems. And given the current situation with Perpetua actively working to destroy everything, we can't afford to lose any failsafes. No pressure then. None whatsoever. The presence's dry tone made Edward smile despite the gravity of the situation. Also, the Root has been facing some difficulties in the Fate multiverse. She may need your assistance after this task is complete. Edward groaned. I just said I wasn't ready to go back there. Consider it incentive to complete your current assignment quickly. You're a real taskmaster, you know that. The presence smiled serenely. I've been called worse. Edward stood, stretching and feeling his joints pop. The high from Joshua's divine weed had fully worn off now, leaving him clear-headed and focused. All right, I'll handle your Ragnarok situation. Fight the gods, save humanity, prevent planetary destruction. Standard Tuesday. Before I go, Edward paused, there's one more thing. Please notify me if anything major happens on Earth X with Brainiac's final message sent to his other versions, and Perpetua's forces gathering, things are likely to escalate quickly. Presence noted. No worries. If there's something important, you will be recalled immediately. Edward picked up his bags of heavenly marijuana. And hey, about this stuff. Presence chuckled. You can keep it. Consider it payment for services rendered. Getting paid with drugs from the big man himself. You're not so bad for an omnipotent deity. High praise indeed. Edward grinned and turned to leave, but he paused at the entrance to the chamber, looking back. Out of curiosity, how many gods are going to survive this tournament? The presence's expression was enigmatic. That depends entirely on how merciful you're feeling. So none of them got it. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. Edward walked out of the chamber and back through the Silver City. He passed Joshua again, and they exchanged knowing nods. Just two people who'd shared an experience that absolutely no one else would believe. Amenadiel was waiting near the exit portal. How did it go? Got assigned to fight in a cosmic tournament where humanity's survival depends on me beating up gods in one-on-one combat while preventing those same gods from destroying the planet afterward out of spite. Amenadiel blinked. That's rather specific. Yeah, just another day in the life. Edward clapped the angel on the shoulder. I promise I'd share some of this with you later. Come by Avalon sometime and we'll smoke up. I guarantee you've never experienced anything like it. I'm not sure that's appropriate. Your dad tried it, for research purposes, Edward added with exaggerated innocence. Maybe I should save some for Lucy as well. Guy could use some. Amenadiel looked torn between curiosity and concern. I'll think about it. You do that? Edward stepped toward the portal that would take him back to Avalon. Thanks for the escort, and tell your dad I'll try to spare some of them. I will, and Edward? Amenadiel's expression became serious. Be careful. Those gods you're about to face, they're not like the weakened avatars you fought before. They're at full strength in their own domain. Edward's grin was sharp and dangerous. Good, I could use a real challenge. He stepped through the portal, reality dissolving and reforming around him. When his vision cleared, he was standing in Avalon's main lounge again. The holographic display was still showing the watchtower. Victor was cataloging Brainiac's technology, while the rest of the Justice League had returned home to recover. Edward set down his bags of divine marijuana into the gate of Babylon and looked at the 2 serums he'd created earlier. Superman's cure. His children would need those soon. But first, he had promises to keep. He walked to Grail's room and knocked softly. The door opened immediately. She'd clearly been waiting. About time, she said, but there was no real anger in her voice, just anticipation. I thought that Angel was going to monopolize your entire day. Not quite. Edward pulled her close, kissing her deeply. Though I do have to leave soon, got assigned another cosmic task. Grail sighed against his lips. Of course you did, where to this time? Alternate Earth. Have to fight in a tournament where gods are trying to erase humanity. Should be fun. Fun, Grail repeated flatly. You have a very unusual definition of fun. Says the woman who thinks attempted murder is a valid form of foreplay. She smirked. Fair point. Edward kissed her again, deeper this time. But I've got a few hours before I need to leave, and I made you a promise about making this up to you. Grail's smile turned predatory. You did, didn't you? I'm a man of my word. Then prove it. I turned on the time altar, we got a few hours. A nice little invention made by Alphonse and Edward to slow the flow of time after watching Dragon Ball Z Time Chamber. 5 minutes is like 5 hours when activated. Edward kicked the door closed behind them. The tournament could wait a few hours, the gods could wait, everything could wait. Right now, he had more important things to attend to. Several hours later, Edward emerged from Grail's room looking significantly more relaxed. Grail herself was sprawled across her bed, looking thoroughly satisfied and half asleep. I'll be back soon, he told her, brushing hair from her face. You better be, she murmured, and bring me back a trophy, maybe Zeus's head or something. How romantic, I'll see what I can do, he shook his head. He then visited Hera, Hippolyta, and Death, telling them about his journey. They were reluctant, especially D.H., who told him to be extra careful and call for her if something is wrong. Needless to say, the little invention allowed them some extra intimate moments. Edward made his way to his workshop with a cheerful expression where Diana, Cassie, and Alphonse had just returned with the rest of the Justice League. They'd brought the unconscious Superman with them, still bound and still infected. Dad, Diana spotted him first, we need. The cure, I know. Edward picked up the 2 serums. Already made them, one for Clark, one backup just in case. Alphonse looked at the vials with undisguised relief. You're amazing, Dad. We searched Brainiac's entire ship and found nothing. That's because Brainiac never intended to cure anyone. The virus was meant to be permanent. Edward handed 1 vial to Alphonse. But I'm not limited by what Brainiac intended. This should purge the infection completely and restore Clark's mind within a few hours. Kara, who had been hovering anxiously nearby, looked at Edward with hope and fear warring in her expression. Are you sure it'll work? Positive. I've dealt with far more complicated infections than this. Edward's expression softened as he looked at the distressed Kryptonian girl. Your cousin will be fine, Kara. I promise. Can't really make my future daughter-in-law depressed, right? He winked at Alphonse. Alphonse groaned. Really, Dad? At least wait a while before that. Kara blushed like a tomato. Thank you so much, sir. Edward patted her head. No problem, kiddo. You're kind of family now. Keep my son out of the lab and we'll call it even. While Alphonse administered the cure to Superman, Edward pulled his 3 children aside. I need to leave for a while. Got a job to do. Diana's eyes widened slightly. Are you going to another world again? You didn't even rest after the fight last week. He smiled and hugged her. That's just my life, sweetie. Bad guys don't take breaks, so I have to suffer. There's an alternate Earth where gods are trying to erase humanity. They're holding a tournament, 13 gods versus 13 humans. I need to make sure humanity wins, and that the gods don't just destroy everything afterward anyway. Sounds dangerous, Cassie said, though she was grinning. Need backup. He smiled and ruffled her hair, much to her protest. Not this time, honey. I have to go alone, some kind of cosmic rule about the tournament. Edward looked at each of his children in turn. I'm leaving your moms in charge while I'm gone. Diana, you're the eldest. Make sure they behave. At least I don't have to worry about Soph. Diana nodded seriously. How long will you be gone, Dad? Not sure. A few days at minimum, maybe a week or two depending on how stubborn the gods are about accepting their defeat. Edward pulled them all into a quick hug. Take care of each other, and keep an eye on Earth. Brainiac sent messages to his other versions before he died. We might have more collectors showing up. We'll handle it, Alphonse assured him. You just focus on not dying. I'll do my best. Edward stepped back and closed his eyes, reaching for his connection to his heroic spirits. He then muttered softly, "Equip, Avenger." He felt his body shift. His appearance changed immediately. Pale skin marked with ash, red tattoo running from his eye down across his torso, the blades of chaos manifesting at his sides. He wore simple leather armor and a red sash, his expression settling into the perpetual scowl that Kratos wore like a second skin. How do I look, kids? He asked, his voice now carrying Kratos' deeper, rougher tone. Like you're about to commit genocide, Cassie said cheerfully. So normal. Perfect. Edward, now fully inhabiting his Kratos form, closed his eyes and reached out to the coordinates he received. All right, let's do this. Reality opened around him. He felt himself being pulled across dimensions, across the vast distances between alternate Earths, toward the divine sphere's influence where true gods dwelt. His last thought before the transition completed was simple. Those gods have no idea what's coming. Then Avalon vanished, and Edward found himself standing in a new world. A world where gods walked openly, where divine power saturated the very air, and where humanity's survival hung by a thread. The tournament was about to begin, and the ghost of Sparta had arrived to crash the party. Capitulo 123, a world set for destruction, 2 in 1. The amphitheater of Valhalla stretched into infinity, a vast cosmic space where gods from every pantheon gathered once every 1,000 years to decide the fate of humanity. The structure itself defied mortal comprehension. Simultaneously, a Greek amphitheater, a Norse mead hall, an Egyptian temple, and 1,000 other sacred spaces layered upon each other. Golden light shone over everything, making the assembled deities glow with divine radiance. Thousands of gods filled the seats. Greek deities lounged with casual arrogance, their perfect forms draped in flowing robes. Norse gods sat with weapons at hand, ready for battle even in council. Hindu gods radiated cosmic power, their multiple forms shifting between aspects. Egyptian deities maintained rigid dignity, animal heads and human bodies creating an otherworldly presence. Japanese kami floated serenely, their nature spirits given divine form. Every culture that had ever worshipped the divine was represented here. At the center of it all stood Zeus, king of the Greek pantheon. His form was paradoxical, simultaneously an ancient bearded sage leaning on a gnarled staff and a warrior in his absolute prime, muscles rippling with barely contained power. His eyes held the weight of millennia, and his presence made reality itself seem to bend in deference. The Council of the Gods is now in session. His voice boomed across dimensions, carrying the authority of the king who had defeated the Titans. We gather, as we have for 7 million years, to pass judgment on humanity. The assembled gods erupted into conversation. Some voices angry, others indifferent, most dismissive. The noise was cacophonous until Zeus raised one hand. Silence fell instantly, absolutely. Speak, Shiva, Zeus commanded, gesturing to the Hindu god of destruction. Shiva rose, his blue skin seeming to contain entire galaxies. His multiple arms moved in a gesture of cosmic finality. 7 million years we have given them. 7 million years to prove themselves worthy of the gift of existence we bestowed upon them. His voice carried weight. And what have they done? They wage war over meaningless borders. They poison the very planet that sustains them. They drive species to extinction for profit and convenience. They have forgotten gratitude, Odin added, his single eye gleaming with cold judgment. The Allfather's voice was harsh, unforgiving. They take everything as their right. The air, the water, the land, all gifts from us, and they squander them like spoiled children. They murder each other in our names, Anubis said quietly, but his words carried across the amphitheater. The jackal-headed god's ancient eyes held something like sorrow. They claim to worship us, then use that worship as justification for genocide. They have twisted our teachings into tools of oppression. They have grown arrogant, Ares shouted, standing and pointing toward the mortal realm visible far below. They call themselves the apex of creation. They claim to have surpassed the need for gods. Some even dare to deny our existence despite the evidence before their eyes. More gods stood, adding their grievances. The list of humanity's failures grew longer: environmental destruction, endless warfare, the cruelty they inflicted upon each other and upon the creatures under their dominion. Each god had a reason, a justification for the judgment they were about to pass. Zeus listened to all of it, his expression unreadable. When the voices finally died down, he stood to his full height. Lightning crackled around him, a natural expression of his divine nature. Then we are in agreement? His voice carried to every corner of the infinite space. Humanity has been weighed, measured, and found wanting. They should be erased and begun anew to see if the next iteration might prove more worthy. Aye. The response was thunderous. Thousands of voices united in condemnation, divine judgment passed without mercy. The sound shook the foundations of Valhalla itself. Zeus raised his hand to make it official, to seal humanity's fate with divine decree. Wait. Every god turned as one. The single voice that had dared interrupt the council's judgment came from the entrance to the amphitheater. Brunhilde stood there, tall and defiant. The eldest of the 13 Valkyrie sisters wore a form-fitting dress that did nothing to hide her warrior's build. Her long dark hair framed a face set with fierce determination, and her eyes burned with something the gods hadn't seen in millennia. Pure, absolute defiance. She walked forward, her heels clicking against the divine marble. Every step radiated confidence despite the thousands of divine beings staring at her with varying degrees of surprise and irritation. She was a Valkyrie, powerful in her own right, but still infinitely beneath even the weakest god present. And she was challenging them. Brunhilde, Zeus's voice carried warning, power, and curiosity in equal measure. You dare interrupt this council, you understand what you've done. I invoke Article 62, Paragraph 15 of the Super Special Clause. Brunhilde's voice rang out crystal clear, carrying to every corner of Valhalla. The Valkyrie's trump card, granted to us at the dawn of creation. Humanity has the right to a fair trial before annihilation. The amphitheater exploded into chaos. A trial? What nonsense is this? The Valkyries have no authority here. Brunhilde continued as if she hadn't heard the uproar. I propose Ragnarok, 13 gods versus 13 human champions, chosen from all of history. One-on-one battles to decide humanity's fate. If the gods win 7 matches, humanity is erased as you wish. But if humanity wins 7, she paused, letting the impossibility of it sink in, they survive for another 1,000 years, and this council cannot convene to judge them again until that time has passed. The noise reached a fever pitch. Gods shouted over each other, some laughing at the audacity, others enraged by the impudence. Zeus stared at Brunhilde for a long moment. His expression was impossible to read. Then, slowly, a smile began to spread across his face. It started small, almost invisible, then grew wider and wider until he threw back his head and laughed. It was not a kind laugh. It was the laughter of a king who had just been presented with the most entertaining joke he'd heard in millennia. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. The sound shook the amphitheater, made stars flicker in the void beyond Valhalla's walls. You have courage, little Valkyrie, magnificent, foolish courage. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Very well, we accept your challenge. The gods who had been shouting in anger suddenly paused, turning to look at their king in surprise. My lord, Hermes asked carefully, you're actually agreeing to this. Why not? Zeus's grin was savage, predatory. It will be entertaining, watching humans grovel and die before true divine power, watching them realize in their final moments exactly how far beneath us they truly are. He spread his arms wide. Let Ragnarok begin, let humanity have their trial, it will make their extinction all the sweeter. The gods erupted into cheers now, already imagining their victories. They shouted volunteers, each wanting to be among the 13 who would crush humanity's champions. Brunhilde stood in the center of it all, her expression unreadable. She had succeeded. She had bought humanity a chance, however slim. The gods celebrated their inevitable victory. They had no idea what was coming. Hours later, in a private chamber far from the revelry, Brunhilde sat in silence. The room was simple by divine standards, just stone walls, a table, chairs, and a window that looked out over the mortal realm far below. Her youngest sister, Galal, sat across from her. The smaller Valkyrie had been quiet since they'd left the council, her hands twisting nervously in her lap. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Sister Brunhilde, Galal's voice was small, frightened. Why did you propose Ragnarok? You know humans can't win against the gods, not these gods. Brunhilde said nothing, still staring out the window. The gods here aren't like the weakened avatars that walk the mortal realms, Galal continued, her words coming faster as desperation crept in. They're the true bodies from the divine sphere. Zeus at his absolute peak, the one who defeated the Titans and claimed the throne of Olympus. Shiva, who can destroy and recreate universes with his cosmic dance. Thor, whose hammer can shatter planets. Odin, who traded his eye for knowledge of everything that was and will be. She stood, moving to stand beside her sister. What chance do humans have? Even the greatest warriors in history, Leonidas, King Arthur, Miyamoto Musashi, La Bu, they're still just human. They might as well be insects compared to divine power. Brunhilde finally spoke, her voice quiet but steady. I uncovered something recently, while eavesdropping on some of the Greek gods. Galal blinked at the non sequitur. What? They were speaking in hushed tones, trying to be quiet. I've never heard gods whisper before. They don't need to, they're gods. What could possibly make them afraid to speak openly? Brunhilde turned to face her sister, and Galal was shocked to see something she'd never seen in her eldest sister's eyes before. Hope. There exists a man, they're not sure if he's still mortal or something more now, who killed their avatars in another world, Brunhilde said. Not defeated or banished, not sealed away. Killed, permanently. Galal's mouth fell open. That's impossible. Gods can't truly die. When their avatars are destroyed, they simply return to the divine sphere and create new ones. Even these forms they hold, they can be recreated as their essence in protected within the sphere of gods. Not those avatars, they died and didn't come back. Brunhilde's voice carried absolute certainty. With his own hands, this being slaughtered the Greek pantheon's avatars on another Earth. Zeus himself fell in combat against him, then he moved on to the Norse gods. Odin, Thor, the entire pantheon. He killed them too. But sister, even if such a person exists, even if he somehow killed divine avatars, we can't summon him from another world. The barriers between realities are absolute. The presence himself established them. Nothing crosses between worlds without permission from the highest cosmic authorities. Brunhilde was quiet for a long moment. Then she smiled. A small, sad smile that held more emotion than Galal had seen from her in centuries. I know, she said softly. Logically, rationally, I know we can't reach him. But Galal, I have a feeling, call it intuition, call it desperation, call it hope. She turned back to the window, looking down at humanity going about their lives, unaware that their extinction had been scheduled. The gods are gathering their full strength for this tournament. All of them, their true bodies, concentrating divine power in one place at one time. That kind of energy, It creates waves that spread across dimensions. You think he'll feel it? Galal asked quietly. I think if he's as powerful as the whispers suggest, he won't be able to miss it. And more than that, Brunhilde's smile grew slightly, I think he's the type of person who would come even if he didn't have to. The type who sees gods trying to erase an entire species and decides that can't be allowed to happen. Galal moved to stand beside her sister, looking out at the mortal world. And if he doesn't come, if we're wrong and he never appears, then we fight anyway. Brunhilde's voice was steel wrapped in velvet. We gather the greatest warriors humanity has ever produced. We forge them into weapons capable of harming gods, and we make the gods work for their victory. We'll lose. Probably, but we'll lose on our feet, weapons in hand, fighting to the last breath. We'll show the gods that humanity deserves to exist not because they're perfect, but because they refuse to give up even when extinction stares them in the face. Brunhilde placed a hand on her sister's shoulder. That's worth something, don't you think? Galal was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded, some of her sister's determination seeping into her. When do we start choosing humanity's champions? Tomorrow, we have 3 days before the tournament begins. Brunhilde's expression hardened into something fierce and beautiful. 3 days to give humanity a fighting chance, and 3 days to see if a miracle walks through our door. Meanwhile, on Earth Edward walked through a city that felt like a strange reflection of the world he knew. The architecture was modern, skyscrapers of glass and steel reaching toward the sky, cars moving through streets, people in contemporary clothing going about their business. Technology had advanced similarly to his Earth, perhaps even slightly beyond in some areas. But there was a weight in the air that didn't exist on his world. A tension that pressed down on everything like a physical force. Divine influence. On his Earth, gods had been relegated to myth and legend. Their power had waned as humanity stopped believing after his slaughter, until they existed only as weakened avatars hiding in pocket dimensions or sealed away by ancient pacts. People went about their lives without ever considering that Zeus or Odin might actually exist. Here, everyone knew. The gods were real, active, and made their presence known regularly. It changed things in ways both obvious and subtle. Edward passed a street corner where 3 different temples stood side by side. A Christian church, a Shinto shrine, and a Hindu temple. People moved between them freely, hedging their bets by offering prayers to multiple pantheons. The logic was sound. If the gods were real and watching, better to worship as many as possible to increase your chances of divine favor. Fear disguised as devotion. He saw it in the way people glanced at the sky nervously, as if expecting divine judgment to rain down at any moment. In the hushed tones they used when discussing anything that might be considered blasphemy. These people lived under the constant awareness that beings infinitely more powerful than them existed, and could end them on a whim. And now, according to what Edward had learned from the presence, those same gods had decided humanity wasn't worth keeping around anymore. Living without knowing how close to destruction they are, Edward thought, watching a mother hurry her child past a Zeus statue that dominated a public square. The thought made something cold and angry settle in his chest. He'd spent millennia protecting humanity on his Earth, fighting off threats both mortal and divine. He'd killed gods who'd threatened humanity and his world. He'd battled cosmic entities to keep reality intact. And here, gods were planning genocide because humanity wasn't living up to their standards. We'll see about that. Edward continued walking, taking in the city. Despite the oppressive knowledge of divine oversight, people persisted. They still lived their lives. He saw a young couple holding hands, a group of teenagers arguing about some sports game, an elderly man feeding pigeons in a park. They deserved better than extinction. His appearance drew attention. The pale, ash-covered skin of Kratos, the red tattoo that ran from his eye down across his torso, the leather armor and red sash, he looked like something that had crawled out of a horror show. People gave him wide berth, some crossing the street to avoid him, others stopping to stare with expressions ranging from fear to fascination. Edward ignored them. He was used to being feared. He was passing a small outdoor cave, considering whether to stop and observe the local culture more closely, when his divine senses suddenly flared a warning. His head snapped toward the sound, a truck speeding down the street, its brakes clearly failing. The driver was frantically trying to steer, panic evident even from a distance. The vehicle was heading straight for the cafe, where at least 15 people sat, completely oblivious to the death bearing down on them. Edward didn't think, didn't hesitate, didn't calculate the best approach. He just moved. To every mortal eye, he simply vanished from where he stood and appeared directly in the truck's path, one hand already extending. His palm met the front of the speeding vehicle. The truck stopped, not with screeching brakes and skidding tires. It simply stopped, as if the concept of forward momentum had ceased to exist for it. The front crumpled from the impact, metal bending around Edward's immovable hand, but the driver was unharmed, protected by airbags that deployed a split second after the collision. For a few heartbeats, there was absolute silence. Then the people erupted. "Oh my God! Did you see that?" He stopped it with one hand. People jumped up from their tables, chairs scraping against pavement. Others ran out from nearby buildings, drawn by the commotion. Within seconds, a crowd was forming, phones appearing in hands to record what had just happened. The truck driver stumbled out of his vehicle on shaky legs, staring at Edward with the expression of someone who'd just seen a miracle. How did you? I couldn't stop, the brakes just failed and..." His voice was shaking, adrenaline and relief warring in his tone. Edward stepped back from the truck, examining it with a critical eye. "Hydraulic line ruptured. You'll need to replace the entire brake system before you drive this again." His Kratos voice was gruff, matter-of-fact. "Get it towed, don't try to fix it yourself." "Thank you," the driver managed, his voice thick with emotion. "You saved my life, saved all these people. I don't know how to." "You can thank me by maintaining your vehicle properly from now on." Edward's tone was harsh but not unkind. "Regular maintenance prevents failures like this." The crowd was growing larger, people pressing in with questions and exclamations. "Who are you? Are you a divine avatar? Did the gods send you? Can I get a picture? Are you human? No human is that strong." A young woman pushed to the front, her phone held out to record. She had the eager expression of someone who'd stumbled onto a major news story. "Sir, can you tell us your name? Are you a hero, a demigod maybe? The people deserve to know who saved them." Edward looked at the gathering crowd, dozens of people now, all staring at him with varying expressions. Awe, fear, gratitude, hope. They wanted him to be something special, something more than what they were. A savior. Proof that humanity could be more than just victims waiting for divine judgment. He understood the desire. These people lived under constant divine pressure, knowing they were considered inferior by beings who held the power of life and death over their entire species. They wanted to believe that someone human, or human adjacent, could stand up to that power. But Edward also understood the danger of becoming that symbol, of giving them hope that might be crushed if things went wrong. "I'm just a man," he said simply, his voice carrying clearly across the crowd despite its quietness. "But you stopped a truck with one hand," someone shouted. "That's not something a normal man can do." "I work out," Edward replied dryly. Before anyone could respond, before more questions could come, before the crowd could press closer and turn this into a spectacle, Edward vanished, leaving behind only confused murmurs and dozens of phone recordings that would be circulating on social media within minutes. Edward reappeared on a rooftop several miles away, looking out over the city as the sun began to set. Orange and red light painted everything in shades of fire, and from this height, he could see the full scope of the metropolis. Millions of people living their lives in the shadow of divine judgment. His communication device pulsed with a message. The presence's voice came through, warm and tinged with amusement. 3 days. The gods are gathering their champions, and the Valkyrie is selecting hers. Got it. Any restrictions on how I make my entrance? Surprise me. Edward grinned. I can work with that. In a dimension adjacent to the mortal realm, in a space that existed between worlds where even light behaved strangely, the most powerful gods gathered in secret. The meeting was not sanctioned by the council. No record would be kept of what was discussed here, just the true powerhouses of divine society meeting to address a threat they couldn't speak about publicly without causing panic. The chamber they occupied was sparse by divine standards, a circular room with walls of solidified void, a table made from compressed starlight, and chairs that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously. No decorations, no servants, no witnesses. Just gods and the fear they refused to acknowledge. Zeus sat at the head of the table, and for once his usual jovial demeanor was completely absent. His expression was grave, ancient eyes showing the weight of millennia of rule. Around him sat the others, Odin, all-father of the Norse, Shiva the destroyer, Ra the Egyptian sun god, Anubis, guardian of the dead, Susanoo the storm god, Amaterasu, goddess of the sun, Thor, god of thunder, Ares, god of war, Perun, Slavic god of thunder, and several others, each one a cornerstone of their respective pantheon. That accursed monster might appear at the Ragnarok, I see no other reason for Brunhilde's defiance. Zeus said without preamble. No theatrics, no booming voice, just flat statement of fact. Every god at the table stiffened. They knew immediately who he meant. There was only one being that would make Zeus, who had defeated the Titans, who had claimed rulership of Olympus through strength, speak with such hatred. Edward Elric, Odin spat the name like a curse. His single eye burned with cold fury. I can still remember the day my avatar was killed. The connection was strong enough that I felt everything. The pain, the humiliation, the absolute helplessness as he tore through my defenses like they were paper. My avatar fell as well, Zeus admitted, his hands clenching on the table. In single combat, I felt his power through the connection. He fought like a force of nature given singular purpose. Every strike was calculated for maximum lethality. There was no wasted effort, no hesitation. The king of Olympus' voice dropped lower. He made my avatar feel mortal, made me understand what it was like to face something stronger, faster, and infinitely more experienced. The Norse pantheon fell to him as well, Thor added, his massive frame radiating barely controlled rage. Heimdall, Baldur, Magni, Modi all dead, our avatars slaughtered. He came to Asgard like a plague and left nothing but corpses in his wake. Shiva had been quiet, his multiple arms crossed over his chest, multiple faces showing different expressions simultaneously. My avatar was destroyed by him too, he finally said, but I don't fear him. Several gods turned to look at him in surprise. You don't fear the being who killed divine avatars? Ares asked incredulously. I said I don't fear him, I didn't say I underestimate him. Shiva's face showed something like anticipation. Avatar versus true form is no comparison. My avatar had a fraction of my power. Here, in my true body with full divine authority, I am cosmic force incarnate. If I face him, I will show myself fully, and I will crush him. That confidence might be misplaced, Odin warned. Don't forget, he didn't just defeat our avatars, he killed them, tracked them down one by one and executed them with methodical precision. It's not just about whether we can defeat him individually, Ares interjected, his voice tight. It's about what his presence represents. He killed gods, made them mortal, made them bleed. If word spreads among humanity that such a being exists, that gods can be killed. Humanity will gain hope, Odin finished. And hope makes mortals dangerous, makes them defiant, makes them forget their place in the cosmic order. Not all of us had conflicts with him, Ra spoke up, his voice measured and calm. The Egyptian sun god regarded the others with ancient wisdom that predated most civilizations. Our pantheon's avatars never had conflict with him. Maybe Set, who was killed, holds some grudge. From what I understand, he only fought those who threatened him or his interests first. He didn't hunt gods for sport, he eliminated threats. That simple statement shifted the energy in the room. Several gods who had been radiating pure anger paused, considering. That's correct, Susanoo added. The Japanese storm god nodded, his expression thoughtful rather than angry. I met him, my avatar anyway. We spoke in a tavern in Kyoto, just two warriors sharing sake and conversation. A small smile crossed his face. He was reasonable, respectful. We discussed the nature of divine authority, the responsibility that comes with power, and the line between justice and vengeance. I found him to be wise and good despite his fearsome reputation. Amaterasu, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Her voice carried the warmth of sunlight but also a note of something else. Regret, perhaps. I knew him as well. Knew him quite well, actually. Every god turned to look at her. The sun goddess rarely spoke of personal matters. We spent time together, Amaterasu continued, her gaze distant. My avatar and him, we talked about many things, philosophy, warfare, the burden of leadership. I found myself. She paused, choosing words carefully, drawn to him. His strength, yes, but more than that. His conviction. His unwavering dedication to protecting those he cared about. I asked him to join our pantheon, to become a god fully and remain with me. He refused, Ra asked gently. He refused, said he was human at his core, regardless of what powers he'd claimed. Said he couldn't abandon his world, his family, his responsibilities. Amaterasu's smile was sad. I respected his choice, even though I wished he'd chosen differently. We parted as friends, though I admit my feelings were complicated. Horus leaned forward, his falcon eyes sharp. I knew him too. My avatar spent time learning from him. He taught me about leadership, about the weight of responsibility, about making difficult choices for the greater good. The Egyptian god's voice carried deep respect. I saw him as a teacher, a mentor. Everything I learned from him made me a better god, a better leader for my people. So the Japanese and Egyptian pantheons had positive relationships with him. Zeus summarized, though his expression suggested he found this information frustrating rather than reassuring. That's wonderful. Unfortunately, the Greek, Norse, and several other pantheons watched our avatars die by his hand. Because your avatars attacked him first, Susanoo pointed out calmly. From what I understand, Zeus's avatar attempted to assert dominance over him. Odin's avatar tried to manipulate his family. Thor's avatar challenged him to fair combat and lost. Am I incorrect in this assessment? The silence that followed was telling. The reasons don't matter? Ares slammed his fist on the table, cracking the compressed starlight surface. He made gods appear weak, made us seem mortal. That alone is unforgivable. If humanity sees gods bleeding, dying, the entire divine order collapses. So your pride is worth more than justice? Ra asked quietly, but his words carried weight. Your reputation more valuable than truth? This isn't about pride, Hermes growled. It's about maintaining the natural order, gods above, mortals below. If that order is disrupted, chaos follows. The natural order that you're defending is the same one that just voted to erase humanity entirely, Susanoo observed. Perhaps the order itself is flawed. You would defend him, Odin demanded, his single eye boring into Susanoo. You would side with a mortal, or whatever he's become, over your fellow gods. I would side with reason over blind vengeance, Susanoo replied evenly. And I would point out that if he appears here, attacking him on sight might be the worst possible decision. Why? Ares asked. Because he might defeat us. That's exactly why we need to strike first and strike together. No, Amaterasu said softly, but her voice cut through the argument. Because if he's here, it means someone even higher than us sent him, and attacking someone the presence has specifically deployed would be unwise. That brought another moment of silence. The presence, the creator of the DC multiverse, the supreme authority even above gods, was not a being you crossed. We don't know that he's been sent, Zeus said, though uncertainty crept into his voice. He might appear on his own as a champion for humanity, or through technology. And if he does, Odin pressed, what do we do? Allow him to enter that arena and potentially kill one of us in front of all divine society. We should work together and eliminate him before anything happens, Ares said firmly. All of us at once. No honor, no individual combat, just overwhelming divine force to remove the threat permanently. Agreed, several voices said simultaneously. But Ra, Susanoo, Amaterasu, Horus, and a few others remained silent, their expressions troubled. Those of you who refuse to participate in this preemptive strike, Odin said, his voice carrying warning, understand that you're placing yourselves outside divine unity. If he defeats gods in that arena, the blood will be on your hands. We'll take that risk, Ra replied calmly, because I suspect that attacking him without provocation will end far worse for us than any arena battle would. Zeus stood, his form radiating power and authority. Then we are decided. Those willing to act will coordinate. If Edward appears, we strike fast and without mercy. We will not allow him to humiliate the divine in front of all creation. The meeting dissolved, gods departing to their respective realms. Plans were being made, strategies formed, powers prepared. What none of them knew was that the being they feared had just fought Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor together. He battled two of the most powerful entities in the multiverse simultaneously and nearly won. Their full-power true forms, impressive as they were within the divine sphere, were nothing compared to that level of cosmic might. They were preparing to fight a tsunami with sandbags. 3 days remained before the tournament. 3 days for gods to prepare their assault. 3 days for humanity to gather its champions. He looked out over the city one more time as night fell, lights beginning to twinkle like earthbound stars. He would protect them all. And when he did, the divine sphere would learn a lesson they should have already known. You don't threaten to erase humanity when the man who killed gods is watching.